The down-and-out soldier Su Mu was tasked with scheming against the domineering beauty CEO, initially believing this would lead him to marry into wealth and ascend to the pinnacle of life. However, he found himself reduced to a mere tenant, laboring tirelessly for a week. On Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, he served as the chauffeur for the imperious CEO. On Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays, he assisted a haughty celebrity, and Sundays were reserved for acting as a bodyguard for the campus belle. He resolved to resist to the bitter end. Get up. Are you going to get up or not? If you don't get up, they'll kick you to death. Looking down at the man beneath her, Yi Wanqiu felt driven to madness, her chest heaving and her back tightening. Who was the fool that claimed being a woman was wonderful? It was utterly exhausting. Truly, she was having the worst luck. Just as she was about to drive out of the community, she encountered this shameless scoundrel trying to extort her. What a waste of that handsome face. How she wished she could just kick him to death. Su Mu lay on the ground, propping his head with one hand, adopting an alluring pose, and tilted his head to regard the displeased Yi Wanqiu. The granddaughter of old, Yi was indeed a stunning beauty. Dressed in top-notch bespoke clothing, her long legs were straight, her waist slender, her hips curvaceous, and her bust rather pronounced. Miss, you hit someone, and yet you're so arrogant. Does your mother know? Yi Wanqiu gritted her teeth, coldly retorting, I hit you? You're the one trying to scam me. Fine, let's say I've encountered a beggar. How much do you want? Su Mu grinned, what beggar? This is fate. I haven't stepped out of my door in 800 years, and the moment I do, I get hit by you. This is our destiny. Destiny your sister. Yi Wanqiu's nose flared in anger. She fixed her gaze on Su Mu and coldly asked, what do you want? Speak up, I want haggle. Su Mu found it amusing old Yi hadn't deceived him. This girl was indeed a fierce tigress. You said it yourself. First, tell me your name and show a bit of sincerity. Yi Wanqiu's eyes blazed with fury, nearly lunging at Su Mu, ready to unleash her signature attack on his handsome face. She had been honing her skills of clawing and scratching since birth for 25 years, 7 months, and 31 days. I can endure. Seething, she turned away, snatched her handbag from the Rolls-Royce parked behind her, retrieved a business card, and returned with clenched teeth. Su Mu's eyes widened, nearly drooling. His heart raced in excitement. This was quite the show of sincerity. Oh no. It was overwhelming. The business card fluttered down, and he caught it without looking, his gaze lingering on her figure while muttering, Yi Wanqiu, general manager of Yi Corporation, 25 years old, standing at 171 centimeters, weighing 50 kilograms, measurements. Shut up. Yi Wanqiu was nearly livid. This despicable scoundrel was utterly shameless and disgusting. How did he know her measurements? I spit. How could he know her age, height, and weight? Yi Wanqiu burst into the living room, and upon witnessing the scene before her, she was instantly engulfed by fury. This despicable rogue was indeed no good. How dare he bully Ningyan within her own home? In her rage, she didn't even bother to remove her shoes and lunged at Su Mu, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks without counting how many blows landed on him. Su Mu, though paralyzed with fear, was quick-witted enough to evade her strikes, ducking and weaving with remarkable agility. He was infuriated. Wasn't he merely rescuing someone? Go ahead and hit him. A hit is affection, after all. Yet, he couldn't afford to mar his handsome visage's looks were his livelihood. Despite this, his hands remained firmly clasped around Ning Yan's chest. Perverse rogue. Scoundrel. Let go of me. Yi Wanqiu gritted her teeth and shouted, if I can't ensure you rot in prison for life, it'll change my surname. Release me. Yuha. Yi Wanqiu halted her assault, her expression freezing in shock. Ning Yan, the half-naked beauty, was enveloped in a mist of white vapor. Gradually, her ashen complexion began to regain its rosy hue, as if she had just emerged from a sauna, glowing with a delicate blush. Yi Wanqiu noticed that the man she had deemed a rogue had his eyes tightly shut, his face pale, his body swaying unsteadily. Even she, in her naivety, realized that this scoundrel was not merely toying with them. What sorcery was this? Suddenly, Su Mu's eyes flew open, drenched in sweat, and he glanced at Yi Wanqiu, weakly uttering, quick, take me to the bathroom. Yi Wanqiu promptly responded and led Su Mu to the bathroom. Yet, her concern for Ning Yan compelled her to rush back to the living room, where she found Ning Yan awake, looking bewildered. She hurriedly draped a garment over Ning Yan. Did I faint again? Why doesn't my chest hurt anymore? I feel so warm all over. Wanqiu, did a man come in just now? Seeing her best friend's flushed face, Yi Wanqiu felt a mix of pity, anger, and a hint of teasing. What man? There is no man. Are you daydreaming? Ning Yan spat incredulously, As if just realizing her attire, she was left with only a pair of panties. She shivered suddenly, casting a terrified glance at Yi Wanxiu and then at the tattered black canvas bag at the door, before looking down at her own chest. Clear fingerprints were visible on her pristine, curvaceous skin. "No way, you rogue. Oh my god. Yi Wanxiu quickly embraced Ning Yin, trying to soothe her. "Don't panic, don't panic. The rogue won't escape. When he comes out, we'll deal with him together. But first, shouldn't you put on some clothes?" Ning Yin, a mix of shame and anger, nearly burst into tears as she clutched her clothing and dashed upstairs. "Take your time. Don't rush." Once Ning Yin was upstairs, Yi Wanxiu finally sat down, panting, her mind racing with confusion. How did that scoundrel possess the access card and keys to her home? Suddenly, realization struck her. Of course, it must have been her grandfather. Only he could have orchestrated this. Yi Wanqiu's face flushed with embarrassment. How could she not understand her grandfather's intentions? Her blind date turned out to be a rogue? Had her grandfather lost his mind? Yi Wanxiu fumed silently in the living room for half an hour until the sound of running water ceased from the bathroom. Turning her head, she saw Su Mu emerging, wrapped in her designated bath towel, peeking out cautiously. Before Yi Wanxiu could speak, Su Mu interjected, "Let me explain, I was saving someone. Also, this house was given to me by Yi Zhengqiu. He mentioned it was unoccupied." Yi Wanxiu shot him a frosty glare. "Who exactly are you? My grandfather wouldn't give you the keys to our home." The towel nearly slipped from Su Mu's grasp as he retorted, "What do you mean? Isn't your house the one next door? Just so you know, don't glare at me. I'm not afraid of tigers, especially the female ones." The mention of a female tiger sent Yi Wanxiu into a rage, and she leaped up, ready to strike again. But Su Mu was quicker than a rabbit, exclaiming, "Wait, let me make a call first." He retreated to the bathroom, pulled out his phone, and dialed. "Old man, what do you mean by this?" A deep voice on the other end, laced with cunning, replied, "Kid, I'm getting old and my memory isn't what it used to be. I just remembered that my precious granddaughter lives there. Did you sneak a peek at her changing? Just so, you know, the daughters of the Yi family are pure and innocent. Since you've seen her, you'll have to take responsibility. The dowry is ready to come over to propose." Su Mu gritted his teeth and hung up, muttering, "He'll propose to your grandmother." Looking out the window, he suddenly felt the urge to smoke. No amount of planning could have prepared him for being outmaneuvered by that old fox. Yi Zhengqiu was the founder of the Yi Group, with assets in the hundreds of millions. His son and daughter-in-law were disappointments. So in a fit of anger, he handed the company directly to his precious granddaughter. Yi Wanxiu, in terms of beauty, figure, and worth, was recognized as the first goddess of Danyang. Countless suitors sought her hand, and the line stretched for miles. This was no exaggeration. Many scions of prestigious families were racking their brains to win her favor. Yet, she remained as frigid as ice toward all her admirers. Now, she was the general manager of the Yi Group. Su Mu owed a great debt of gratitude to Yi Zhengqiu. After being forcibly retired, he had nowhere to go, and Yi Zhengqiu strongly urged him to come to Danyang, both to protect Yi Wanxiu and a hope that Su Mu would become his granddaughter's husband. He thought Danyang was a safe distance from the capital, a perfect escape from the swirling turmoil. The capital was fraught with dangers even the old man couldn't guarantee his safety. If he didn't leave, he would inevitably clash with certain individuals. Listening to Yi Wanxiu on the phone while ascending the stairs, Su Mu finally approached the door, carrying the canvas bag into the bathroom. After changing, he emerged to find both beautiful women seated in the living room. For a brief moment, he was taken aback by their beauty. The female tiger, well, he had already experienced that. But the other, all right, he hadn't focused on her face earlier. That was his oversight. She was a stunning woman, with an alluring figure and breathtaking beauty. Ning Yin, suppressing her embarrassment and lingering anger, cast a quick glance at Su Mu before hastily averting her gaze. A top student since childhood, she was now an associate professor at Danyang University, a year older than Yi Wanxiu, and afflicted with a congenital heart condyle terminal illness with a grim prognosis. Yi Wanxiu fixed a cold stare on the rogue before her and demanded, "Are you Su Mu?" "The best defense is a good offense." Su Mu, unfazed, approached with sincerity, his deep, magnetic voice resonating. "Ladies, there seems to be a misunderstanding here, but the fault does not lie with me. Moreover, I believe I saved this young lad's life. How about this? Let's put our grievances aside and consider this our first meeting. Hello, I am Su Mu. You can call me a Su or Brother Mu. Speaking of my name, there's a story behind it. My mother told me our ancestor was Su Wu, who once herded sheep in the North Sea. So you can also call me Bei Bei. A flicker of displeasure crossed Yi Wonqia's eyes. She utterly despised glib-tongued men. With a dark expression, she glared at Su Mu. "What is your connection to my grandfather?" Su Mu replied with a benevolent demeanor. "I call him old brother. He calls me little brother. You may consider us as siblings." Ning Yan, stifling her shyness and laughter, nearly burst out. "Baby sounds like Is there a baby as big as you?" Yi Wanqiu glared at Su Mu, her indignation palpable. "Should I address you as uncle then? You can leave my house immediately. I absolutely refuse to allow any foul men to dwell here." Before Ning Yan, Su Mu might feel a twinge of guilt. However, when confronted by the formidable matriarch, Su Mu resolutely ensured that neither his actions nor words would place him at a disadvantage. "Ms. Yi Wanqiu, I can assure you with utmost sincerity that I am not a foul man, rather. I am quite delightful. If you doubt my claim, you are welcome to come and verify it. Your first visit is complimentary, and the second will be half price." Ning Yan's face flushed crimson at Su Mu's audacious remark, leaving her utterly uncomfortable. She nearly stood up to retreat upstairs, eager to distance herself from this brazen scoundrel. Perhaps it was merely a psychological effect, but in Su Mu's presence, she felt an overwhelming sense of vulnerability and embarrassment. Chapter 3. Zero Experience. Poor reviews. Regardless of Yi Wanqiu's willingness, Su Mu decided to stay. However, he was obligated to pay rent. According to the strict matriarch, it did not matter who summoned him. Her property was not for free lodging. Su Mu felt utterly disheartened. The complimentary villa was no more. It had transformed into a shared living arrangement, which ultimately led to him becoming a tenant. How could he contest this? Resigned, he endured it. The enchanting beauty he had rescued, Ning Yan, possessed a gentle disposition. The Guanyue villa was situated in an upscale community, with strict entry regulations ensuring safety. The villa's specially crafted glass prevented any prying eyes from peering in, allowing her and Yi Wanqiu to be quite at ease while at home. Who could have anticipated the unwelcome intrusion of Su Mu? This led to an embarrassing moment for Ning Yan. From the onset, Yi Wanqiu harbored no fondness for Su Mu, only disdain. However, her grandfather had warned her over the phone that if she expelled Su Mu, she would have to comply with his arrangements and marry into a prestigious family in the capital, thus resigning herself to a life of subservience. Hence, she could do nothing but tolerate the presence of this detestable man in her home. The villa was spacious. Even with 3 occupants, it would not feel crowded, and could easily accommodate 10 more without issue. Su Mu, with a sullen demeanor, was assigned to a servant's room on the 3rd floor by the beautiful landlady. He considered himself a brother to Yi Zhengqiu, and thus regarded his granddaughter as akin to his own kin. After all, why should elders quibble with the youth? In the living room, Yi Wanqiu conversed with Ning Yan. "Sister Yan, are you truly feeling well?" Ning Yan's expression dimmed briefly before she quickly regained her composure and smiled. "Wanqiu, I feel perfectly fine now, quite strangely so." Yi Wanqiu was perplexed. The world's foremost physicians had been at a loss concerning Ning Yan's terminal condition. Living to 30 years old would have been a miracle. The Ning family would never overlook any chance of a cure. Suddenly, an idea struck Yi Wanqiu, and she leaned in closer. "Sister Yan, I believe I know the reason. That rascal must have touched your chest, and that's why you recovered. Perhaps you should let him do it again?" Ning Yan nearly leaped up in a mix of embarrassment and anger, playfully hitting Yi Wanqiu on the head. "Touch your big head. Be quiet." Yi Wanqiu chuckled, retracting her neck while casting a glance at Ning Yan's chest. "That rogue seems to possess some unique skills. You don't know, but just a moment ago, no matter how much I hit him, he held on to you tightly. I thought he was being inappropriate, but then a white mist enveloped you, and you were healed while he nearly fainted." Ning Yan, initially mortified, felt a pang of curiosity and concern. "Is he all right?" Yi Wanqiu rolled her eyes in exasperation. "Are you genuinely worried about him? Or did he actually make you feel good?" Embarrassed to the core, Ning Yan leaped onto Yi Wanqiu, exclaiming, "President Yi, let's duel." After some playful banter, Yi Wanqiu realized that Ning Yan could not engage in strenuous activity, nor could she allow her emotions to fluctuate too greatly. She attempted to halt their play, only to discover that Ning Yan possessed surprising strength, leaving her momentarily stunned. "Wait, Sister Yan, are you truly better now?" Ning Yan, sensing the change in her body, took a deep breath, bewildered. I think I really am." "Fine." Yi Wanqiu immediately took Ning Yan upstairs. "Su Mu, come out here." Upon reaching Su Mu's door, Yi Wanqiu called out haughtily. From within, Su Mu's languid voice replied, "If you command me to come out, Wouldn't that be rather undignified? I must inform you, do not barge in. I am not dressed. Yuanxiu huffed, peering inside to find Su Mu organizing his clothes. She attempted to pull Ning Yin inside, but Ning Yin, blushing, broke free and hid at the door. Su Mu, I need to ask if you were the one who cured Sister Yin? Su Mu grinned, winking at her. Are you no longer calling me a lecher? Ye vanju retorted. How could I know what you were doing at that moment? With a mischievous grin, Su Mu turned to her. Lady Yuanxiu, you do realize that a solitary man and woman in a room together might imply you desire me to massage you as well? Yuanxiu instinctively covered her chest and took a couple of steps back, only to quickly react by seizing a tattered canvas bag from the bed and throwing it at Su Mu. Go to hell, you lecher. Su Mu effortlessly caught the bag without even looking at her. You leave. Yuanxiu, furious, turned beet red, her fists clenched tightly, yet she hesitated to confront him, fearing that this rogue might take genuine advantage of her. Given her grandfather's attitude, it seemed her future was perilously linked to this scoundrel. Bah! Ning Yin entered, stifling her embarrassment, and gently spoke. Su Mu, I haven't thanked you for saving me. May I ask how you accomplished that? Su Mu turned to Ning Yin with a smile. Professor Ning, it was merely a trifling matter. Your heart's development is sound. It is merely the walls of your atrial blood vessels that are too thick. Modern medicine cannot perform such surgery, but I happen to possess a smidgen of ancient martial arts knowledge. After this, it will be difficult for you to suffer from cardiac ischemia. Ning Yin was left astounded, her hands slowly covering her face as tears streamed down her cheeks, overwhelmed with joy. Who could bear to live under the shadow of death daily? What torment that must be! Yet, Su Mu's next words nearly left her utterly mortified. For the sake of caution, I believe it should be solidified. Ning Yin gasped. What? Yuanxiu, incensed, exclaimed, solidify your big head. You just want to take advantage of her. You are a filthy rogue. Su Mu laughed heartily, turning to Ning Yin earnestly. What I meant was, you should visit a doctor. Ning Yin, lowering her head while tears flowed, suddenly burst into laughter. Su Mu was momentarily taken aback. With tears like pear blossoms, she appeared as beautiful as jade. Su Mu, please call me by my name, not Professor Ning. Tonight, I will treat you to dinner and also welcome you properly. Yuanxiu was taken aback. Ning Yin was actually inviting a man to dinner? Goodness. Su Mu shook his head. No need, Professor Ning. I wouldn't want to give certain individuals the impression that I have ulterior motives. Ning Yin hid her tears, her eyes reflecting disappointment, yet she smiled. It's not like that. Well, let us discuss it when you have the time. I'm always available. Yuanxiu, exasperated, pushed Ning Yin toward the exit. Come on, Sister Yin. Why give this scoundrel the time of day? He is just petty. Su Mu chuckled, a glint of mischief in his eyes. Lady Yuanxiu, do you know what is the broadest thing in the world? Yuanxiu scoffed, instinctively asking, what is it? Su Mu's magnetic voice returned, the ocean. As Yuanxiu reached the door, Su Mu continued, do you know what is broader than the ocean? What is it? My heart. Yuanxiu grimaced in disgust, while Ning Yin covered her mouth, smiling gently. As the two beauties exited, Su Mu called out, do you know what is even broader than a man's heart? Silence ensued outside the door for a long moment. Believing they had left, Su Mu lamented softly. That would be your baby food circle. What a failed jest, zero experience, poor reviews. At that moment, two slippers flew in through the door. The two beauties shouted in unison, go die. Chapter 4. Mastering the art of living off others, Su Mu understood that Ning Yan's suggestion for him to treat was a polite gesture, implying that as a newcomer, it was customary for him to host, while the beautiful women would choose the venue. Consequently, Yuanxiu selected the Starry Restaurant, the most prestigious establishment in Dongyang, with a minimum per capita expenditure of 5,000. Ning Yin cast a glance at Yuanxiu and, feeling somewhat bashful, suggested, how about we choose another place? I think Hot Pot would suffice. Yuanxiu shot her a disapproving look, deliberately provoking Su Mu. If you're worried about the expense, that's fine. A bowl of noodles from a roadside stall would do. The essence of hosting lies in the sentiment, not the cuisine. This fellow exuded a roguish charm, not fitting the mold of a virtuous man. She could hardly fathom why her grandfather insisted on introducing him to her, and even insisted he reside there. Su Mu, always one to maintain his composure, chuckled and replied, then let us proceed to the Starry Restaurant. I am eager to broaden my horizons. Ning Yin glanced at him and gracefully stood up, saying, I will go change. Her voluptuous figure resembled a ripe peach. her movement exuding an allure that made Su Mu swallow hard. Yi Wanqiu also rose to her feet and inquired, "Aren't you going to change as well, Su Mu?" Su Mu, regaining his focus, smiled mischievously. "I think I'm fine as I am. I must remind you, Miss Yi Wanqiu, to be gentle later." Ye Danji, feeling a sense of triumph, coldly replied, "That's not possible." Su Mu had unwittingly dug his own grave. As they exited, Yi Wanqiu drove, with Ning Yin in the passenger seat, relegating Su Mu to the back of the Rolls-Royce Wraith. Upon leaving the neighborhood, Yi Wanqiu gazed out the window and coolly remarked, "Su Mu, although it was your grandfather who sent for you, you must also exercise discretion. Understand?" After a prolonged silence, Su Mu remained unresponsive. Ye Yanji, Evitatet, turned to him and noticed his mind seemed to wander. Enraged, she demanded, "Did you not hear me?" With a bewildered expression, Su Mu replied, "Ah? Were you speaking to me? I didn't hear. Could you repeat that?" Yi Wanqiu felt an urge to strangle him, but decided against it, thinking it best to let it go. After more than half an hour, the Rolls-Royce Wraith halted in front of a towering skyscraper in the city center. Su Mu looked up in awe at the magnificent building, illuminated brilliantly, exclaiming, "It's so tall." Yi Wanqiu rolled her eyes and, with Ning Yin, arrogantly led the way inside, nonchalantly muttering, "Country bumpkin." Ning Yin, intrigued, asked, "You don't know where this is?" Su Mu shook his head. "Ning Yan's Milet. The headquarters of the Yi Corporation is right here. Wanqiu is the owner of this building, and being a person arranged by Yi grandfather for Wanqiu. You should strive to impress." Feigning shyness, Su Mu replied, "Living off others? That I excel at." Yi Wanqiu shot him a fierce glare. The three entered a magnificent transparent elevator, ascending directly to the top floor. The elevator doors opened to reveal the starry restaurant. As two attendants swung open the glass doors, a delightful blend of red wine and champagne wafted through the air. Upon entering, Su Mu was astonished by the restaurant's vastness. The entire floor was dedicated to dining, with a ceiling soaring 10 meters high, adorned to resemble the night sky, with twinkling stars and shooting meteors creating a breathtaking spectacle. Within the restaurant, the atmosphere was vibrant with music and laughter, beautiful women and handsome men mingling. A dance floor occupied the center, where a live band performed, and a talented woman in a flowing white dress played a grand piano. The open kitchen and dining area encircled the building's perimeter, offering a view of Dongyang's most stunning nightscape. The arrival of Yi Wanqiu and her companions instantly stirred the entire restaurant. The two renowned goddesses of Dongyang were undeniably the most radiant presence wherever they went. Suddenly, curiosity arose about the identity of the man accompanying them. The atmosphere momentarily froze as the enchanting melodies of piano and violin were drowned out by whispers. Am I imagining things? Who is that guy? The buzz escalated. Is he really joking around with both Yi Wanqiu and Ningyan? One onlooker noted, I distinctly saw Yi Wanqiu glare at him. At a table, by the floor-to-ceiling windows, 2 men and 2 women were dining. Bai Ning, dressed in a sleek black dress, glanced at her brother Bai Zihua and teasingly remarked, Brother, someone has outdone you. Bai Zihua, in his 30s, tall and handsome, exuded an extraordinary presence. He elegantly sipped from his wine glass, smiled slightly, and turned to the equally impressive man beside him, asking, Pei Yang, who do you think brought that guy? Qin Pei Yang grinned, I don't care who brought him. Let us take care of him first. With that, he ripped off the napkin from his neck and stood, striding toward Yi Wanqiu's table. His sister, Qin Yu, eager for excitement, exclaimed, I'm going to see the commotion. Bai Zihua shook his head with a smile, a glint of coldness in his eyes. He harbored feelings for Yi Wanqiu, while Qin Pei Yang was infatuated with Ning Yan. Presently, it seemed that the newcomer was most likely connected to Ning Yan, given that she was notoriously indifferent towards men in Dongyang's elite circles. However, today, from the entrance to their table, Ning Yan had smiled at him no less than 5 times. Yi Wanqiu had secured the finest table at the starry restaurant, ensuring they were the center of attention. As Qin Pei Yang approached, many patrons took notice. Yi Wanqiu and Ning Yan sat side by side, with Su Mu opposite them. Qin Pei Yang strode over, grinning as he proclaimed, It's quite rare to see Dongyang's 2 goddesses together. Ning Yan, why don't you introduce this young master? Before Ning Yan could respond, Yi Wanqiu interjected, Young Master Qin, he is merely my driver, not a young master at all. You may take your leave. Qin Pei Yang's expression shifted slightly. The upper echelon of Dongyang was divided into several circles, each with its own dynamics. These two goddesses were exceptional, possessing the privilege and strength to maintain only the most basic civility with others. Men were enamored, while women felt envy and jealousy. Men fantasized about marrying one of them, while women aspired to join their ranks. Wanchio, it's a rarity to see you both out together. Let me treat you tonight. Qin Peiyong adjusted his demeanor, though his gaze remained fixed on Ning Yan. Behind him, Qin Yu scrutinized Su Mu with disdain, stating, if he is just a driver, he has no business sitting here. This is not a place for you. Qin Yu's words chilled Ning Yan's expression, while Yu Wanchio, clearly at odds with Qin Yu, retorted, Qin Yu, Su Mu is with me. I suggest you be more courteous. Qin Yu, notorious for her rivalry with Yu Wanchio, eagerly awaited a retort and burst into exaggerated laughter. Oh my, Miss Yi, friend of the driver? That's the funniest joke of the year. She then looked down at Su Mu, mocking him mercilessly. Get up, will you? Do you really think you belong here? Your presence lowers the standards of this place. Su Mu lifted his head, grinning. Beautiful lady, are you fond of me? Caught off guard, Qin Yu responded. Why would I like you? Su Mu's expression darkened, and he slammed the table, shouting, if you don't like me, why are you pestering me with your nonsense? Scram. Everyone was stunned. Did this fellow not know when to keep his mouth shut? He dares to make the young lady of the Qin family leave? Chapter 5. A driver also has dignity. Su Mu felt quite perturbed. Previously, he was the one dominating the beautiful women, but today he found himself at the mercy of not one, but two stunning beauties. Yet, someone had to emerge and flaunt their presence. If one must show off, why bring along a sister? Was it a quest for humiliation? Many patrons in the restaurant had instinctively entered a spectator mode. In Danyang, there were 4 prominent families, their power intricately woven and deeply rooted. The Zhao family, the Bai family, the Qin family, and the Mo family. Among the 4 young masters of Danyang, Qin Peiyong ranked 3rd, with Zhao Muting 1st, Bai Zihua 2nd, and the last being Mo Han. Although the Yi family was affluent, it did not rank among the top families and occupied a rather awkward position. Other aristocratic families were flourishing with numerous descendants and vast influence. The Yi family's corporation boasted assets in the billions, yet it was lacking in heirs. With only Yi Zhengqiu, a second-generation disappointment, and a single third-generation descendant, Yi Wanchio. Consider the implications. Whether Yi Wanchio married or brought in a husband, the Yi family's wealth would ultimately belong to another. Even if she bore a son with the Yi surname, what difference would it make? Thus, the wealthier the Yi family became, the more it resembled a prime target. Currently, anyone with a modicum of qualification to pursue Yi Wanchio aspired to win her affection. For whoever married her would inherit the Yi family's fortune. Several prominent families from the imperial capital were covertly pressuring the Yi family. The Qin family, being one of the 4 families, had been in constant rivalry with the Yi family in the business arena. Hence the antagonism between Qin Yu and Yi Wanchio was only natural. Qin Yu had little interest in targeting a mere driver. Her sights were firmly set on Yi Wanchio. However, she never anticipated that a lowly driver would dare to tell her to leave. Just as she was about to lose her composure, Bai Zihua arrived with his sister, Bai Ning. The appearance of Bai Zihua heightened the collective interest of the onlookers. My goodness, 2 young masters ganging up on a mere driver? The pitying gazes directed at Su Mu were palpable. Bai Zihua skillfully shielded Qin Yu behind him and turned to Yi Wanchio, a charming smile gracing his handsome face. Wanchio, please don't mind the rudeness of a child. Yi Wanchio's exquisite visage remained expressionless. She merely glanced at him and let out a soft huff. Bai Zihua then focused on Su Mu, extending his hand with a smile. I apologize on behalf of little Yu. It was her fault. May I know how to address you? All eyes were fixed on Su Mu, utterly astonished. Bai Zihua, a young master, was actually deigning to apologize to a driver? It seemed the anticipated spectacle would not unfold today. However, the next scene left everyone utterly shocked. The driver had the audacity to snub Bai Zihua. With a grin, he leaned back in his chair, refusing to shake Bai Zihua's hand, instead turning to whisper something to the goddess Ning beside him. To everyone's astonishment, Ning Yan burst into laughter. This moment was simply explosive. Qin Peiyong's expression darkened ominously, while Bai Zihua maintained a smile, though a glint of menace flickered in his eyes. He chuckled lightly, naturally withdrawing his hand, shrugging as he quipped, "It appears I've been the impolite one." Bai Ning, witnessing her brother being disregarded, could not hold back. "What do you think you are? Apologize to my brother at once. Otherwise, I will. Before she could finish, Su Mu abruptly raised his hand, splashing a glass of lemonade right onto Bai Ning's face. Everyone was left in stunned silence. Qin Peiyong seethed with fury. You're courting death. Su Mu's actions also startled Yi Wanqiu and Ning Yan. Ning Yan instinctively reached out to pull him back, but the moment her delicate fingers brushed against his hand, they retracted as if burned, her face flushed. This scene ignited a fiery rage in Qin Peiyong's eyes. Su Mu slowly rose, and it seemed that everyone finally took notice of him. Apart from his cheap attire, he was not lacking in height or looks compared to Bai Zihua and Qin Peiyong. In fact, his nonchalant demeanor appeared to be even more appealing, particularly to women. Are you all so despicable? Though I'm merely a driver, I still posse. Su Mu handed the menu to the waiter and said, bring 2 bottles of wine, 1 dry white and 1 dry red. The dry white should be from Le Flay Winery's Mont Hatchet Grand Cru, and for the dry red, let it be the Earl Bailey's Premier Pinot Noir. Oh, and a glass of lemon water, but without the lemon. He ordered with such swiftness that the waiter struggled to keep up. But the final request left the waiter utterly dumbfounded. Sir, we don't actually have lemon water without lemon. Su Mu chuckled. This is something we can arrange. Observing the waiter's conflicted expression, Ning Yan could no longer contain herself and shot Su Mu a sideways glance, instructing the waiter, just bring a glass of plain water. At this, even Yi Wanqiu couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ning Yan looked at Su Mu with admiration, exclaiming, Su Mu, you truly are something else, so knowledgeable. Su Mu modestly smiled. I know a little about everything. It makes life more vibrant. Yi Wanqiu rolled her eyes dramatically, retorting, shameless. Can you even have children? Su Mu shook his head, but I can help you have them. Yi Wanqiu's heart skipped a beat, feeling as if she had been pierced at the core. To mask her embarrassment, she hurled the dinner knife beside her at Su Mu. Before long, the restaurant manager personally came to serve the wine, bringing their banter to a halt. When the appetizers arrived and they were midway through the main course, Ning Yan suddenly turned to Su Mu and said calmly, you shouldn't have been so impulsive earlier. Qin Peiyong is easily angered and manageable, but Bai Zihua is far from the gentle demeanor he presents. Su Mu took a sip of water and smiled at Ning Yan. Young Master Qin is fond of Professor Ning, while that young master Bai seems to be interested in General Yi, right? Ning Yan frowned slightly and shot him a glance. That's his affair, not mine. Just be careful. Su Mu laughed heartily. I'm not afraid. I am General Yi's driver now, and I'll be sticking with her. But first, let us be clear. I will only do what a driver is supposed to do. Don't expect me to assist in buying bras or underwear. I'm truly lacking in that department. He emphasized those last 4 words heavily. Ning Yan's hand trembled, her elegant demeanor shattered, while Yi Wanqiu, sipping wine, coughed violently. She glared at Su Mu, then kicked him hard under the table. The heel of her shoe struck his shin, causing Su Mu to yelp in pain and jump up. The nearby waiter, thinking something was amiss, rushed over. Sir, is there anything you need? Before Su Mu could respond, Yi Wanqiu declared, he wants to perform a piano piece for us. Please take him over there. The waiter, believing her, quickly gestured, please follow me. The piano at the Starry restaurant allows guest performances, but it's reserved for select patrons. However, with Yi Wanqiu's status, everyone in Danyang's elite circle knew her. Moreover, the Starry restaurant was located within her building. Here, Yi Wanqiu truly was the queen. Su Mu was taken aback. He widened his eyes at Yi Wanqiu, stammering for a while before finally giving her a thumbs up. Woman, you're ruthless. Ning Yan, with her eyes squinted in amusement, asked, Su Mu, don't you want to play a piece for us? Su Mu rolled his eyes dramatically. I can play cotton. He wiped his mouth and addressed the waiter. Let us go. Women, you may be underestimating me. Who am I? A genius. If I weren't a genius, how could I have stood out in the nation's premier dragon tamer program and become its leader? Plus, I have a mysterious and formidable mentor behind me. My legacy, beyond martial arts, encompasses a wealth of knowledge. Arts like music and painting, I find them utterly tedious, lacking in challenge, mere basics. The elegant pianist in white and her band halted their performance. To everyone's astonishment, the small driver who had previously outshone Dongyang's 2 prominent young masters gracefully ascended the stage. The spotlight focused on him. What was he about to do? Surely he was going to play the piano? Meanwhile, Ning Yan anxiously glanced at Yi Wanqiu, reproaching her. You should have teased him like that. Yi Wanqiu took a sip of her wine and replied nonchalantly. Some people seem to be truly enjoying themselves. Ning Yan's exquisite face flushed crimson with embarrassment, her irritation evident as she stamped her foot. Are you trying to get us killed? Yet Yuanqiu called out, look quickly. Under the spotlight, Su Mu slowly sat before the piano, and the expression on the white-clad beauty's face went blank. Others also seemed to sense something. Su Mu radiated an inexplicable charm. Then, with elegant finesse, he glided his hand over the keys. A profound and beautiful melody flowed through the restaurant, cascading into the hearts of all present. Instantly, the restaurant fell silent. Su Mu's resonant baritone emerged, imbued with emotion and depth. An Eastern philosopher once said, men, the utmost power and unparalleled beauty may earn you the vanity of an emperor. But do you know, what surrounds you is merely deceitful poison and flattering daggers. Men, when you are entranced by beauty, when you bow to wealth, when you kneel before power, do not forget, I once warned you. Now, I shall sing a song. This song is dedicated to all the women present tonight. Suddenly, all the men felt an overwhelming urge to rush forward and beat up this pretentious fellow. What the hell? You are the philosopher, and we're the despicable men? This was one thing, but then he pulled a twist like that? Even the white-clad beauty, standing beside the piano, couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Yet she was even more astonished by Su Mu's piano skills. Perfect. He outshone her by leaps and bounds. As the melody shifted, his voice sang, who makes your heart flutter, who causes your pain, who occasionally makes you want to hold her in your embrace. Upon concluding the piece, Su Mu stood up with a hint of regret. The performance was executed flawlessly, yet he deemed it worthy of only 99 points. Any more would surely lead to pride. In the restaurant, even several chefs paused their work. Suddenly, a wave of enthusiastic applause erupted, accompanied by sharp whistles. The white-clad beauty pianist could no longer restrain herself. She rushed up to block Su Mu's path, hands over her heart, looking infatuated. The patrons in the restaurant groaned in despair. What kind of rhythm was this? Was there truly a small driver so extraordinary? Countless handsome, wealthy young men had courted this pianist with flowers, yet she hardly acknowledged them. The patrons seethed with jealousy. It's just singing. I could do that too. Oh, well, sir, may I have your contact information? Su Mu grinned widely, looking at the girl's lovely face, shaking his head. Girl, do not be deceived by the so-called art of man. Those who seek only to bed you can offer you nothing of value. With that, he turned and sauntered away, leaving her with a despondent silhouette. Nearby men stood agape. If arrogance were punishable by death, this fellow would be riddled with bullet holes. This level of feigned indifference was nothing short of masterful. The girl stared at Su Mu's retreating figure, and without thinking called out, what about you? Are you one of those men? Su Mu stumbled slightly, turning back, slightly exasperated. You broke the atmosphere I was creating. Goodbye. The white-clad girl giggled, bending over in laughter. Humph. Yuanqiu SD, a resounding clap echoed as a figure emerged from behind the stage, applauding as he walked. A wave of excitement swept through the patrons of the restaurant upon recognizing him. Heavens! Young Master Zhao, how could he be in Danyang? Questions filled the air, yet the return of Zhao Dasha seemed to have caught everyone off guard. Under the spotlight, the young man strolled forward, nonchalantly fastening a few buttons of his meticulously handcrafted shirt. His tailored dark trousers and Italian leather shoes bespoke elegance. His hair was impeccably styled, framing a chiseled face with piercing eyes that shimmered with depth. The straightness of his nose and the precision of his brows created an exquisite harmony, leaving any handsome man in his presence feeling inadequate. In any gathering, he was undeniably the sovereign, Zhao Maoding, the foremost among the 4 prominent sons of Danyang, and the first of the Zhao family across 3 generations, was accompanied by a stoic elder, whose presence was as subdued as a sheathed spear. To think that a mere chauffeur could possess such multifaceted talents and remarkable skills, it was no wonder he dared to confront Peiyong. Zhao Maoting approached Su Mu, his gaze serene and a subtle smile adorning his lips. Your piano skills rival your prowess in seducing women. You deserve my applause. The restaurant fell into an eerie silence once more. Yi Wanqiu's expression shifted as she prepared to rise, but Ning Yan restrained her. Do not be hasty. A grave look flickered in Ning Yan's eyes. The so-called 4 great families of Danyang had the Zhao family as a singular entity. The other 3 families combined barely matched the Zhao family, whose focus had long since shifted beyond Danyang. Their enterprises thrived in the capital, the magical city, and overseas, each ranking among the top 10 in their respective locales. Even in Danyang, The Western king group under the Zhao family was incomparable to the Yi family group. The Zhao family, under the patriarch Zhao Laote, comprised 4 branches in the second generation and nearly 100 members in the third. The aristocracy, too, is stratified. Zhao Maoting's affection for Yi Wanxiu was no secret. If you were to leave here and vanish from Donyang, I could pretend nothing ever occurred. How's that sound? Sumu responded with a faint smile, his gaze drifting past Zhao Maoting to the elder behind him. On what grounds? Zhao Maoting erupted in laughter, pointing to his own face. Because I am Zhao Maoting, the future head of the Zhao family. Sumu's expression turned playful, a sly smile gracing his lips as he inquired, "What if I refuse?" Zhao Maoting stated matter-of-factly, as if discussing an utterly unrelated matter. "Then I shall cast you out from here." The patrons gasped in astonishment. What audacity! Sumu shrugged and turned to leave. The onlookers were momentarily confounded. Was he retreating or merely biding his time? It was remarkable. A mere driver had invoked the ire of the 3 great young masters. This would surely become a legendary tale. Upon returning to his seat, Sumu cheerfully addressed Yi Wanxiu. "Boss, it's your turn to shine. What is this about? Am I fated to clash with these young masters today?" Yi Wanxiu huffed, glaring at Sumu, ready to rise, only to suddenly tremble. Sumu's expression turned icy in an instant, a mocking smile curling at his lips. In all of Huagua, and indeed the world, fewer than 20 individuals dared to speak to him in such a manner. Zhao Maoting? Who was he, really? At that moment, the elder stepped closer to Sumu, the air thick with tension. Ning Yin, who stood beside Sumu, felt a chill sweep over her, her body trembling. "Young master has commanded me to escort you on your journey." Sumu looked up at the elder with a smile, his relaxed demeanor contrasting sharply with the elder's apprehension. In a flash, the elder felt his very soul quiver, his body erupting with sweat as he summoned all his strength into a punch, a force powerful enough to shatter an iron ingot. Yet Sumu merely raised a delicate hand, fingers poised in a teasing manner. With a gentle flick, the elder's attack was deflected, and he was sent hurtling backward, crashing into the restaurant aisle and rolling until he stopped at Zhao Maoting's feet. Sumu smirked, dismissively blowing on his fingers. "Is that all? I expected something more impressive." The elder, sprawled in humiliation, felt a mix of shame and terror at those words. Nearly Yi Wanxiu had never encountered such a mischievous scoundrel, and the earlier scare had left her face flushed with embarrassment. She could only silently vow, "If you dare to scratch or dent my car, just wait and see how I deal with you." Sumu wore a rather lewd expression. "What? A whip and candles? Go to hell." Yi Wanxiu could no longer contain herself and fiercely pinched Sumu's waist. Caught off guard, Sumu could only curse "Damn woman," and slammed his foot down on the accelerator. Yi Wanxiu, taken by surprise, screamed and released her grip, while Ning Yin, pale-faced, shouted, "Slow down." The Rolls-Royce Dawn weaved through the traffic with the grace of a fish, swiftly escaping and turning onto another road. "Yedanji, étremeli displacet, éclamet, Sumu. What are you doing? This is the way out of the city." Sumu glanced at her as if she were foolish. "Sister, haven't you realized? We're being followed." Yi Wanxiu and Ning Yin were taken aback. She immediately looked into the rearview mirror. Indeed, 2 black sedans were closely trailing them. Sumu smiled oddly. "Quite impressive to keep up with me. Looks like our pursuers are not to be trifled with. Yi, have you offended anyone recently? They're clearly after you." Yi Wanxiu's heart raced, but she maintained her composure, scoffing. "I thought they were after you. Who knows what kind of background you have?" Acting all mysterious. Sumu turned to her with a peculiar smile. "Touch your chest." Ning Yan's face turned crimson, but Yi Wanxiu was incensed. "You lecherous scoundrel, shameless wretch." As Sumu accelerated, he disdainfully retorted, "Don't flatter yourself. What kind of chest haven't I touched? If combined, they would wrap around Donyang 3 times. I was referring to the bra. There's a listening device in the right magic cup." Yi Wanxiu trembled, her expression changing. "Don't scare me. I still need a magic cup?" Sumu's nose almost crinkled in disbelief. How could this woman focus on such trivialities at a time like this? Yi Wanxiu soon realized, dismissing other thoughts, and half turned away from Sumu, rummaging through her belongings. When she turned back, her face turned pale. "There really is one." It was a thumb-sized, thin listening device, clearly of the latest technology. Sumu reached out and took it from her hand. It was warm to the touch and carried a faint fragrance. He held it to his nose, nearly inciting Yi Wanxiu's wrath. He quickly clarified, "Don't misunderstand. When I fastened your seatbelt earlier, I accidentally damaged this thing." Yi Wanqiu felt a mix of fear, anger, and an unfamiliar sensation. This scoundrel, he had clearly not touched her, so how could he have damaged the listening device? Moreover, how did he know? Yet, she was not foolish. Recalling how Su Mu had cured Ning Yan's terminal illness and knocked away that expert beside Zhao Muqing, she understood he was no ordinary person. "So what are you smelling?" Su Mu grinned, "Of course, I'm just smelling the scent." Despite the tense atmosphere, Ning Yan nearly burst into laughter. Yi Wanqiu could no longer contain herself. The listening device had just been retrieved from her most private area, still reeking of her scent. She shrieked and fiercely grabbed Su Mu's soft flesh at his waist. Applying all her strength, "Go die, you lecherous scoundrel, you filthy bastard. You're cursing me. So what if I am?" After venting, Yi Wanqiu finally released her grip and realized Su Mu had taken them onto a much less congested road. Having become the general manager of the Yi Group, at just 25, she was no fool. How could there be a listening device in her intimate garments? Suddenly, she remembered how Su Mu had heavily emphasized those 4 words at dinner, and her face turned ashen. "Impossible. Long Hongyue has been with me for 3 years. She is even my college classmate. Why would she do this?" Yi Wanqiu had never doubted Ning Yan and immediately thought of her special assistant, Long Hongyue. Su Mu smirked. "Looks like you have some brains after all." Yi Wanqiu proudly raised her chin, of course. Suddenly, she realized, her heart a swirl of shame and anger. "You lewd scoundrel." Su Mu, uninterested in further banter, kept his focus on the pursuers behind them, driving further out of the city. Ning Yan, feeling a bit awkward, couldn't he help but ask Su Mu, "You knew all along, didn't you? You realized it in the restaurant?" Su Mu nodded, his expression turning serious. "Professor Ning, Ms. Yi, hold onto the handrails. I'm going to accelerate." With that, the Rolls-Royce Dawn roared and surged forward with an intense thrust. The 2 drivers trailing them, skilled in their own right, initially planned to sandwich Su Mu, but upon realizing their intentions were uncovered, they could only watch helplessly as the Rolls-Royce disappeared from view. "Damn it, that brat got away. What'll we do, boss?" The young master said, "If we don't break that brat's legs today, ours won't be safe." "I damn well know what to do." Chapter 9. Half for you, what is the feeling of a heart fluttering? It is when a woman sees a man and suddenly forgets everything, realizing she has fallen in love with him. Status, wealth, and even her own life become inconsequential. The girl in white playing the piano at the starry restaurant, after settling her bill with the manager, smiled sweetly. "Manager Liu, thank you for your care during this time. I won't be coming back starting tomorrow." Manager Liu was taken aback and quickly replied, "Miss Liu Su, why? Is the price too low? We can negotiate. I can offer you an extra 500 for a song." Mo Liu Su shook her head with a smile. "It's not about the money. I received a setback today and need to go back to study hard." Manager Liu cursed Su Mu under his breath. "Son of a gun, look at the mess you've created." "All right then, Miss Liu Su, if you wish, you're always welcome back." Mo Liu Su bade farewell with a smile, leaving through the back door as usual. In the dim light, a black Maybach S65 sat silently. 2 middle-aged bodyguards, standing like javelins at the car door, exuded a strong aura of elite soldiers. She entered the car and quietly sat in the back, not instructing the driver, seemingly lost in thought, her face flushing slightly, appearing a bit bashful. The bodyguard in the front seat observed her through the rearview mirror, exchanging a knowing glance with his partner. The female bodyguard frowned slightly and turned to her, "Miss you." These 2 bodyguards were descendants of the previous generation of the Mo family's protectors, super strong members of the family's secret guard, and had watched Mo Liu Su grow up. The entire scene in the restaurant had been witnessed by the female bodyguard, who nearly rushed in to deal with Su Mu. When had their young lady ever asked a man for his contact information? Any man who could win her favor must be exceptionally lucky, yet that fellow had rejected her. "Shui, I want that guy's information. The more detailed, the better." Shui was taken aback. "Miss the old master." Mo Liu Su shook her head lightly, her attitude resolute. "Arrange it, we're going back to school." Shui could only comply and started the car. The Maybach S65 glided into the traffic like a phantom. After shaking off their pursuers, Su Mu returned to the Guanyue Villa area. Achoo! Achoo! Upon exiting the car, he suddenly sneezed twice. "Who the hell is cursing me?" And so fiercely? He cast a glance at Yi Wanqiu, only to find her looking at him with a disdainful expression. "Are you catching a cold? Stay away from us, lest you infect us," she said. Su Mu chuckled. "Miss Yi, I did, after all, rescue you from a dire situation. Is this how you treat your savior? Yi Wanqiu snorted indignantly. You have the nerve to call yourself my savior? In one night, you managed to offend 3 of the 4 major families in Danyang. Do they even know who you are? You're my driver, and all the blame will fall on the Yi family. Who is the savior here, really? Unable to contain his laughter, Su Mu feigned a grateful demeanor. Indeed, Miss Yi, you are farsighted. To repay your kindness, allow me to alleviate some of your worries. Let me search your room for any hidden listening devices. Don't worry, this time I will only touch, not smell. Yi Wanqiu's delicate eyebrows furrowed in anger as she lunged at him, her sharp nails nearly scratching his face. Su Mu instinctively raised his hand to block her. In a twist of fate, Yi Wanqiu slipped and fell, screaming, directly into Su Mu's arms. What is this? He thought, feeling something soft and bouncy. Damn it! Su Mu shivered, while Yi Wanqiu, recovering from her shock, was seething with rage. Su Mu, you're dead. Ning Yan, who had been watching, was stunned. She trembled, remembering the bruises on her chest. A woman in a fit of rage is beyond reason. Su Mu, unwilling to be scratched, quickly reached out and gently tapped Yi Wanqiu's graceful neck, rendering her unconscious. Feeling guilty, Su Mu smiled sheepishly at Ning Yan. Professor Ning, you saw that, right? Missy lost her balance. I didn't mean to take advantage. Where's her room? I'll take her up to calm down. Ning Yan's face flushed, and she lowered her head. I'll show you the way. As Ning Yan, like a frightened rabbit, hurried up the stairs without offering any help. Su Mu had no choice but to carry Yi Wanqiu in a princess hold. Ning Yan pushed open a door, stepping aside, and in a low voice said, "Come in." Upon entering, Su Mu felt a sudden warmth in his nose. On the large, white bed, a set of black undergarments lay scattered. Clearly, they did not belong to Miss Yi. Could it be? No wonder Professor Ning looked so guilty. They must have shared the room. Su Mu hastily set Yi Wanqiu down and fled. Professor Ning, Miss Yi will wake up in 10 minutes. I'll leave her to you. Only after Su Mu left did Ning Yan realize that the undergarments on the bed were her own from earlier. Oh, how embarrassing. I can't face anyone now. Ning Yan covered her face, wishing she could disappear into the floor. The tingling sensation from earlier resurfaced, and her exquisite face turned crimson. A few minutes later, Yi Wanqiu awoke, her scream nearly tearing the roof off. Su Mu, you shameless scoundrel, you just wait. She leaped off the bed, her expression terrifying. Then, she noticed Ning Yan sitting at the foot of the bed, looking lost and distracted. Sister Yan, what's wrong? Did that scoundrel do something to you? Ning Yan started, waved her hands. No, he didn't do anything. Yi Wanqiu, relieved, then gritted her teeth. Sister Yan, you're full of ideas. Help me think of a way to get back at that scoundrel. Ning Yan, feeling a bit sorry for him, advised, he's just a bit mischievous, but he's a good person. Yi Wanqiu looked at Ning Yan in shock. Mischievous? Good person? Sister Yan, you must be mistaken. He's a scoundrel. Ning Yan glared at her. Don't say such things. He is, after all, my savior. Yi Wanqiu, with a look of disappointment, said, You're done, Ning Yan. You wouldn't be thinking of repaying his kindness with. Ning Yan, flustered, slapped Yi Wanqiu. Please, that's your grandfather's choice for you. I don't have such a taste. Yi Wanqiu huffed, her face turning red. We're like sisters. We share everything. Why not split him in half? Ning Yan, furious, kicked her. Get out. Chapter 10. Husband Su Mu rose early. As a driver, he must be dedicated. When Yi Wanqiu and Ning Yan came down after freshening up, the table was already laden with a steaming breakfast. It looked delicious. Clearly, Miss Yi and Professor Ning had not slept well, given the unexpected presence of a large baby in their home. Where's he? Yi Wanqiu, seeing no one in the living room, opened the door to find Su Mu diligently cleaning the car. Upon seeing her, Su Mu bowed and greeted her with a strong voice. Good morning, Miss Yi. Startled, Yi Wanqiu scolded. What are you shouting for so early in the morning? Su Mu, with a smile, said, Miss Yi, did you not sleep well last night? At this, Yi Wanqiu's face turned cold, and she turned and slammed the door. Come in and eat. Last night, she had searched through her undergarments, horrified to find that 1/3 of them had hidden listening devices. The thought of the secrets they might have overheard was chilling. If not for Su Mu, she might have been betrayed without even knowing it. The realization that her closest and most trusted person was a traitor left her feeling not only angry, but also deeply hurt and disappointed. Was she such a failure as a person? After washing his hands, Su Mu entered and ate, while Yi Wanqiu ignored him completely. Ning Yin could only offer him a sympathetic look. After serving the meal, Su Mu cleaned the kitchen and asked, "Miss Yi, should I take you directly? Or should I drop Professor Ning off at the university first?" Ning Yin shook her head. "Su Mu, I can drive myself. You should help her more today." Su Mu, with a smile, nodded. "Professor Ning, I won't let anyone bully Miss Yi. However, Miss Yi, I'm just a driver. But I'm doing the work of a personal assistant and bodyguard. Shouldn't my salary be adjusted?" Yi Wanqiu gave him a calm look. Su Mu immediately understood. "Forget I said anything." 10 minutes later, Su Mu drove out, arriving at the restaurant from the previous night. He parked in Yi Wanqiu's designated spot and walked beside her. But her cold stare made him fall back half a step. Upon entering the company, Yi Wanqiu's secretary, Long Hongyue, was waiting at the door. "Good morning, Miss Yi." "Who is?" Yi Wanqiu glanced at Long Hongyue, who, sensing something, looked slightly flustered but remained composed. "He is Su Mu, my assistant. Have the HR director process his onboarding and pay him at the deputy manager level." Long Hongyue, surprised, glanced at Su Mu, understood. "Miss Yi, your mother is waiting in your office." Yi Wanqiu's eyes flashed with a hint of disdain as she coldly addressed Secretary Long. "Have I not made it clear that no one is permitted to enter my office without my consent?" Long Hongyue, with her head bowed, dared not utter a word. Yet a glimmer of mockery and malice flickered deep within her eyes. At this moment, Yi Wanqiu, do you still believe you can maintain your position as the general manager of the Yi Group? Ever since she received a phone call from Lin Wenlan last night, informing her that the listening device had been discovered by Yi Wanqiu, she knew the matter was out in the open. But so what? In the future, she would ascend to the role of vice president of the Yi Group, while Yi Wanqiu would be ousted. The entire scheme had been meticulously crafted by Yi Wanqiu's mother, Lin Wenlan, with the sole aim of seizing power. Lin Wenlan had already grasped all the insider dealings of the Yi Group over the past 6 months. If Yi Wanqiu did not step down, she would expose these secrets, leading to the inevitable downfall of the Yi Group. One must admit, this maneuver is ruthlessly clever. At that moment, a commanding female voice echoed from within Yi Wanqiu's office. "I truly have a remarkable daughter, even when her own mother arrives. She treats her like an enemy, forbidding her entry into her office." Yi Wanqiu cast a flustered glance at Su Mu, saying, "Come with me." Someone nodded playfully. Yi Wanqiu exhaled deeply and led Su Mu into her office, where 3 individuals awaited. One was a middle-aged man who, in his youth, must have been quite the handsome figure, yet now appeared somewhat worn and dispirited due to indulgence. The other was a mature woman, fair-skinned and beautiful, still exuding charm. Had one been unaware of her identity, they might have guessed her to be in her early 30s. The man was Yi Zuan, Yi Wanqiu's father, while the woman was Lin Wenlan, a renowned beauty in Danyang during her youth, who had many suitors. Yi Wanqiu had inherited her looks from her mother. Lin Wenlan's hair was elegantly styled atop her head, dressed in a meticulously tailored long gown, draped with a cape, exuding an air of immense wealth. Behind her stood a young man, taller than Su Mu, radiating a mature allure, with a sincere expression and an appropriately charming smile, undeniably handsome, truly a quintessential bachelor. Upon seeing this young man, Yi Wanqiu's eyes filled with profound disdain. Yi Wanqiu approached Lin Wenlan and coldly inquired, "What brings you here?" Lin Wenlan's gaze fell directly on Su Mu, her stern voice piercing the air. "Who is he?" Just as Su Mu was about to speak, Lin Wenlan interrupted sharply. "Silence. Who do you think you are to speak to me?" She then looked down her nose at Yi Wanqiu, saying, "You truly are my good daughter," casually bringing a man around, devoid of any shame. Yi Wanqiu retorted coolly, "If you had any shame, you wouldn't be switching young lovers every few days." A heavy silence enveloped the room. Long Hongyue stood in shock. Yi Zuan, enraged, pointed at Yi Wanqiu, bellowing, "How dare you speak to your mother like that? This is sheer insubordination." Yi Wanqiu smiled faintly. "I'm not as bold as you. Who dares to confront the husband of your mistress after being caught in bed?" Yi Zuan's face shifted from pale to red, sputtering in indignation, yet unable to articulate a single word. Su Mu was left bewildered. Although he had learned many secrets of the Yi family before his arrival, there is an adage that says family shame should not be aired publicly. He never anticipated Yi Wanqiu would take such a drastic step, tearing off the mask in front of everyone, an act that was akin to a fatal blow. Lin Wenlan's expression darkened considerably. Her purpose in coming today was to mount a coup, yet she found herself thoroughly humiliated instead. In her rage, she pointed at Su Mu, hurling insults at Yi Wanqiu, You ungrateful daughter. How dare you humiliate your parents in front of an outsider? I should have suffocated you at birth. Yuanqiu merely smiled lightly. There are no remedies for regret in this world. Besides, Su Mu is not an outsider. He is my husband. Husband. Lin Wenlan, Yi Zian, Long Hong Yue, and the young gentlemen were all left aghast. Mouths agape. Husband? Yuanqiu actually has a husband? The office fell into a profound silence as everyone stared at Su Mu in disbelief. According to Lin Wenlan's calculations, since Yi Wanqiu had discovered the listening device, she should be in a state of utter disarray, complying with her threats and begging for mercy to protect the Yi family. Unexpectedly, she remained fiercely resolute. Lin Wenlan, incensed, laughed in anger. Yi Wanqiu, you shameless wretch, who found you a husband? A commanding voice suddenly boomed from the entrance. Of course, it was me. Chapter 11. The scorned woman. The office door swung open, revealing an elderly man clad in traditional Chinese attire, leaning on a cane, exuding an air of authority without raising his voice. Behind him followed a robust middle-aged man, who upon seeing Su Mu, immediately bowed respectfully. Young Master Su. Su Mu nodded at Chen Lei, then turned his gaze to Yi Zhangqiu. Upon seeing her grandfather, Yi Wanqiu's eyes brimmed with tears, yet she fought to keep them at bay. Su Mu smiled warmly at Yi Zhangqiu. Old man, what game are you playing? Yi Zhangqiu chuckled softly. Little brother, how did you know I was aware? Su Mu scoffed lightly. You old fox, how could you possibly be oblivious? Ye Zhangqiu, similit shipipish. Let me handle this matter before we chat further. With that, he strode purposefully towards Yi Zuan, raising his cane and striking down with great force. Crack! Yi Zuan let out a pained cry as his arm was brutally broken. Yi Zhangqiu bellowed, Chen Lei, if this wretch dares to utter another sound, break his legs and let him spend his life in a wheelchair. Chen Lei bowed in compliance, approaching Yi Zuan with a cold glare. Terrified, Yi Zuan immediately clamped his mouth shut, yet the agony was unbearable, beads of cold sweat streaming down his forehead. Yi Zhangqiu did not even glance at Lin Wenlan, instead turning his dark gaze towards Long Hongyue. Chairwoman, have I wronged you in any way? You are still Wanqiu's classmate, her most trusted confidant. Yet you conspired with outsiders to seize my family's enterprise. If I were to call the police, you know all too well the consequences. Long Hongyue finally broke down. Casting a pleading look, Yi Zhangqiu reached into his pocket and produced a bank card, presenting it to Long Hongyue with a calm demeanor. This card contains 2 million. Take it, leave Danyang, and refrain from such actions in the future. Ye danji gazet at ye Zhangqiu in shok. Grandfather, she is committing a crime. Yi Zhangqiu shook his head and replied coolly, do not interfere. Long Hongyue, equally stunned, hurriedly stood up, accepted the card, and dashed out. Upon reaching the office door, she paused, turned back, and bowed deeply to Yi Zhangqiu. Chen Lei, close the door. Chen Lei complied, shutting the office door and taking position at the entrance. Only then did Yi Zhangqiu sit down and address Lin Wenlan, saying, Yi Zuan is a failure, and I accept my misfortune. However, the greatest misfortune for the Yi family is marrying you. Lin Wenlan showed no respect to Yi Zhangqiu. Old man, stop pretending to be noble and listen to me. 1 phrase, 2 conditions. I want 40% of Yi Group S shares and the position of general manager. Otherwise, I will expose everything I have, and we will all face ruin together. Lin Wenlan believed she had seized the lifeblood of the Yi family, convinced of her victory. Who would willingly forfeit billions in assets? Bankruptcy? The mere thought was agonizing. Once she acquired 40% of Yi Group S shares and secured the general manager position, the entire company would soon belong to her. Yi Wanqiu trembled with rage. Lin Wenlan, how shameless can you be? Lin Wenlan sneered, enough talk. My conditions are laid out, choose wisely. To be frank, over the past year, I have secretly met with all of Yi Group S partners. I can reduce the prices in your contracts by 1/3. Tell me, will they support me or continue their agreements with you? Yi Wanqiu's face turned pale. That's a breach of contract. Lin Wenlan laughed coldly. If I publish these contracts online, you will be the one to be exposed, and then who will be in breach? A wave of profound pain and fury flashed in Yi Wanqiu's eyes as she glared at Lin Wenlan. How could I have a mother like you? Utterly shameless. Lin Wenlan suddenly smiled seductively at Yi Zhangqiu. Old man, the choice is yours. I trust you understand the consequences of choosing poorly. Yi Zhangqiu maintained a calm demeanor, leaning on his cane and gently rubbing it. Lin Wenlan, I wish to know why you're doing this. Do you harbor such hatred for your husband and daughter? Lin Wenlan's expression darkened, her teeth grinding audibly. Why? Ha ha, how dare you ask me why? In my youth, I had suitors aplenty, yet I chose that scoundrel Yi Ziyuan. Less than a month into our marriage, he cheated on me while I was pregnant. That year, I caught him cheating no less than 10 times. I was furious. If he wants to play, why shouldn't I? We all play our parts, as long as I have my share of the family fortune. Yet you, old man, deprived him of his inheritance, leaving me with nothing. I will not stand for it. I seek revenge. Either Yi group belongs to me, or I will drag the Yi family into hell with me. Her voice resonated loudly, clearly audible outside the office, causing a stir among the hundreds of employees in the vast office area. The security personnel rushed in, surrounding the general manager's office. Yi Wanxiu felt weak, tears streaming down her face as Su Mu quickly supported her. Yi Ziyuan, pale and pained, could no longer contain himself and shouted at Lin Wenlan, "Wretched woman. Didn't we agree not to bring this up again?" Lin Wenlan laughed maniacally, raising her chin defiantly. If not now, when? I intend to crush the Yi family's reputation underfoot. Chapter 12. The Chu family of the imperial capital. Suddenly, a round of applause echoed in the office, drawing everyone's attention to the source. A tall, handsome young man stood behind Lin Wenlan, resembling a diamond bachelor. How amusing. Truly too amusing to interrupt. The young man stepped forward, bowing slightly to Yi Zhengqiu, and politely introduced himself. Elder Yi, I am Chu Nan, a descendant of the Chu family of the imperial capital. Before Yi Zhengqiu could respond, Lin Wenlan shrieked, "What did you say? Aren't you Nan Chu? You shameless gigolo, how dare you deceive me?" Chu Nan turned to Lin Wenlan with a smile, his gaze sending a shiver down her spine. Ah, the elder is indeed extraordinary. I initially thought my plan to exploit Lin Wenlan's hatred to easily acquire Yi Group was foolproof, but it seems Elder Yi was already prepared. Furious, Lin Wenlan lunged at Chu Nan, screaming, "I will kill you." Su Mu's eyes narrowed slightly, a wry smile creeping onto his lips as he subtly positioned himself in front of Yi Wanxiu, placing the greatest distance between himself and Yi Zhengqiu. Chu Nan stood precisely between them. Su Mu cursed inwardly, realizing he had underestimated Chu Nan, who had concealed his true strength. Without any visible movement, Chu Nan merely flicked his left hand, sending Lin Wenlan flying several meters before crashing onto the floor, rolling multiple times before coming to a stop. Lin Wenlan screamed, her eyes wide with terror as she regarded Chu Nan in disbelief. She never expected the gentle, obedient man she often commanded would possess such formidable power. Chu Nan did not turn to acknowledge Lin Wenlan, but focused on Yi Zhengqiu, smiling as he stated, "Elder Yi, unlike Lin Wenlan, I do not destroy what I cannot have. If you agree to a single condition, Yi Group will remain under your control. Should you refuse, within half an hour, all the secrets Lin Wenlan holds will be exposed online, and the Yi family will face overnight bankruptcy." Yi Zhengqiu was taken aback, realizing the situation had spiraled beyond his control. He had believed Lin Wenlan was the ultimate adversary, but now Chu Nan had emerged. The mention of the Chu family from the imperial capital struck him like thunder. He had escaped for 50 years. How could they have found him? Was it mere coincidence or something more? Deep within, Yi Zhengqiu harbored a well-guarded secret. His true name was Chu Jingya, and he too hailed from the Chu family of the imperial capital. His heart began to sink, and he narrowed his eyes at Chu Nan, a faint smile gracing his lips as he replied, "Ah, how fortunate I am that a humble entity like Yi Group can attract the attention of one of the 9 prestigious families of the imperial capital. I wonder whether this is a blessing or a curse for the Yi family. Speak, what is your condition?" Chu Nan smiled faintly. Old Yi is indeed straightforward. My conditions are quite simple. The Yi Group shall henceforth pledge allegiance to me, and Yi Wanxiu will become my woman. Yi Zhengqiu nearly crushed his cane in fury. The fallen Lin Wenlan was stunned, shouting at Chu Nan, "Nanchu, you despicable pretty boy, you. Yet Yi Zhengqiu merely regarded Chu Nan with an expression devoid of emotion. The Yi Group pledging allegiance to you? I can understand that. For I have heard that the so-called 9 young masters of the inner sea in the imperial capital are each striving to establish their own power in contention for the position of family head. You targeting the Yi family is, in fact, an honor for us. However, as for you wanting my granddaughter as your woman, I'm afraid you must consult my grandson-in-law about that." With that, Yi Zhengqiu pointed to Su Mu. Chu Nan turned his gaze to Su Mu and smiled slightly. "Su Mu?" Su Mu grinned and nodded. "Indeed, It is I, just a humble individual. Chunin shook his head, a mocking glint in his eyes. There is something about you that I find quite detestable, thus. In an instant, Chunin lunged towards Sumu, but soon his eyes narrowed, disbelief washing over his features. Sumu, wearing a smile, looked at the immobilized Chunin and smugly shook his head. What do you find detestable about me? Can't I change? Chunin's composure had vanished, replaced by shock and incredulity. You know, impossible. How could someone like you be here? Sumu burst into lit. I was dismissed for not taking my job seriously. Chunin felt as though he had heard the greatest joke, his raised hand nearly cramping, caught between action and inaction. A chill coursed through him as he shouted at Sumu. I did nothing wrong. This is permitted by the rules. You cannot kill me. Everyone in the office, except for Yi Zhengqiu, was utterly dumbfounded, especially Yi Ziwan and Lin Wenlan, who were in a daze. The once imperious Chunin was reduced to a quivering wreck by the nondescript Sumu, which was utterly bizarre. Sumu vor a cheerful smile, yet his eyes were devoid of emotion, cold as ice. Indeed, you have not violated any rules, but your methods are too despicable. My hands are itching to deal with you. Do you have any objections? A flicker of terror crossed Chunin's eyes, and he shouted back, Do not be too overbearing. I am not afraid of you. He then quickly relinquished his stance, declaring loudly, I am willing to admit my mistakes and compensate the Yi family. I vow to withdraw from Dongyang. Lin Wenlan, in a fit of rage, snarled at Chunin, You wretched creature, what right do you have to say such things? The Yi group belongs to me. She lay on the ground, flailing her arms, yet dared not rise to confront him. Sumu turned to glance at the astonished Yi Wanqiu and then retreated behind her, cheerfully stating, Since you were so sincere, I shall grant you an opportunity. 50 billion for your life. Quite a bargain. Wouldn't you agree? Chunin appeared to exhale a long breath before bitterly smiling and wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, nodding, Not expensive, but please grant me a few days. I cannot produce 50 billion in cash at this moment. Sumu shrugged. You can negotiate with my boss. I shall not be involved. With that, he shot Yi Zhengqiu a glance and winked at Yi Wanqiu before exiting the office. Chapter 13. The Dragon Tamer, though inexplicably thrust into the role of another's husband. Sumu had no intention of meddling in the affairs of the Yi family. He had learned that a woman's words could be deceptive. When she needed you, you were her husband, and when she did not, you were nothing. On the first floor of the Yi headquarters, there was a CAF named encounter. Sumu chose a window seat, ordered the cheapest Americano, and feigned deep contemplation while his eyes discreetly scanned the passing legs outside. He sat for over an hour, nearly licking the cup clean, yet he couldn't bring himself to order another, drawing disdain from the waitress. After a while, a beautiful waitress approached with a tray. Sir, someone has sent you a coffee. As she set down the cup, a note was pressed beneath it. Sumu's heart swelled with pride as he picked it up to read a delicate script. You, quiet and sorrowful, what troubles weigh upon you? He couldn't help but smirk. Quiet and sorrowful. Well, he had no troubles, merely been entranced by the lovely legs. Suddenly, he jolted. Oh no, what if this note is from a man? That would be mortifying. He was aware that many men nowadays could outdo women in both makeup and penmanship, leaving his mocha tasting bland. Suddenly, a soft giggle erupted from behind him. Sumu turned to find a serene girl in white, beaming at him. Is it you? He immediately recognized her as the piano girl from the rooftop restaurant the previous night, who had pursued him for his contact information. Montaka Yuzu, with her flawless complexion and flowing hair, emanated tranquility. A slight blush graced her cheeks as she boldly met Sumu's gaze. It is I. After saying that, Emoliosu picked up her coffee and courageously sat down across from Sumu. Outside in the parking lot, two bodyguards by her side were closely monitoring the CAF with high-precision binoculars. Upon witnessing Emoliosu approach Sumu, the female guard, Chui Yi, gritted her teeth and muttered. This boy somehow made the young lady take the initiative. How infuriating. Her husband, frowning slightly, lowered the binoculars and remained vigilant. Do not underestimate him. He is not simple and surely has a story. Sumu appeared ordinary, yet his strikingly handsome face and unique charm exuded an alluring air that was irresistible to women. Had they met on the street, Emoliosu might have only glanced at him once. However, as the youngest pianist in the country, being effortlessly outperformed by a man in her field sparked her curiosity. The moment Sumu played the piano, she was smitten. Thus, she had employed her family's covert operatives to investigate him, leading to this serendipitous encounter. The four prominent families of Danyang were the Zhao, Bai, Qin, and Mo families. Though she bore the surname Mo, she was not from the Mo family. Few knew that there was another Mo family in the imperial capital, a lofty existence. She was the only princess of the third generation of that Mo family. Mo Liosu gazed at Su Mu, gathering her courage to ask, "May I have your contact information now?" Su Mu chuckled. "Little sister, have you forgotten what I told you?" Mo Liosu blushed again, shooting him a glare, and playfully huffed. "Big brother, did you forget what I asked you?" Su Mu laughed heartily, shaking his head. He beckoned a waitress for a pen and swiftly wrote down a line of numbers. Raising his coffee, he drank it down in large gulps, much to Mo Liosu's astonishment. After placing the cup down and wiping his mouth, he stood up to leave. "Little sister, remember, you're playing with fire." Watching Su Mu depart with such nonchalance, Mo Liosu felt a mix of anger and delight, but mostly disappointment. Was she not attractive enough? Why did he avoid her twice? Picking up the note she had previously given him, her eyes brightened once more. The elegant script displayed a string of phone numbers alongside a phrase. "Love is fragile, but happiness endures." The girl playfully remarked, "All those who approach you with ulterior motives seek only to seduce you. They cannot offer you any genuine help." Suddenly, Mo Liosu burst into laughter, her mirth causing her to notice the curious gazes of those around her. With a playful gesture, she tucked away the note and extracted her phone to send a message to Su Mu. "Remember, I am Mo Liosu, a student at Danyang University. I will message you daily to pester you." At that moment, Su Mu had already entered taxi. Upon receiving her text, he quickly replied, "Pester me all you want. If you can't annoy me, just wait for me to annoy you." After sending his response, he handed the driver 500 yuan and instructed, "Follow that car ahead." Meanwhile, Yizi Yuan and Lin Wenlan awkwardly climbed into a vehicle, while a certain Chu Nen took a separate taxi alone. Once in the back seat, Chu Nen leaned back with a grim expression, his mind haunted by the encounter with Su Mu. He never anticipated that he would falter in Danyang. The mere thought of the organization Su Mu represented sent shivers down his spine. The dragon tamer, mysterious, powerful, with unparalleled authority. No descriptor could do justice to the dragon tamer. To be more explicit, the dragon tamer was akin to the elite cavalry of the Tang dynasty, the royal guards of the Song dynasty, and the Jinyui of the Ming dynasty. They were formerly known as the Inner Sea Guards. Once a member joined the dragon tamer, retirement was not an option. The audacity of claiming to be expelled was nothing short of an insult to one's intelligence. Nevertheless, to be bested by such an individual left Chu Nen begrudgingly admiring his opponent. 50 billion for a life was a fair exchange. Yet, he was unwilling to accept defeat. How could he possibly lose? Losing was tantamount to death, whether early or late. Thus, through gritted teeth, Chu Nen murmured a few words. His handsome visage contorted with rage. The driver, sensing the tension, glanced nervously at the rearview mirror and said, "Seventh young master, we are being followed." Startled, Chu Nen seemed to grasp the situation, forcing a wry smile. "Let them follow. We want to head to South City. Instead, take me to Tianming. You will greet him at the entrance and be respectful." The driver furrowed his brow but refrained from questioning, respectfully acknowledging the order. Tianming was one of the 3 premier clubs in Danyang. As Su Mu exited the taxi, a robust man with an air of authority approached him, bowing slightly and respectfully stating, "Sir, my young master requests your presence." Su Mu nodded with a smile. "Lead the way." Chapter 14. Assistant Su Chu Nen's bodyguard ushered Su Mu into the top suite of the Tianming Club. "Please come in." Su Mu entered with a smile, finding only Chu Nen within the room. Upon seeing Su Mu, Chu Nen remained seated, his expression a complex blend of tension and resignation. "I concede. Why have you sought me out?" Su Mu maintained an air of ease. 50 billion is merely your apology to the Yi family." Stunned, Chu Nen sprang to his feet in indignation. "Su Mu, don't think the Chu family fears you." Su Mu shrugged with a playful grin. "The Chu family may not fear me, but what about you?" Chu Nen glared fiercely before collapsing back onto the sofa, appearing resigned to his fate. "Just get to the point. What do you want? With your resources, you could uncover my secrets. If it exceeds my limits, I will fight back with everything I have." Su Mu remained cheerful, sitting across from Chu Nen. "I am not interested in your possessions. I seek you for one specific reason." His smile radiated brightly. You have never met me, understand? A chill ran through Chu Nan, yet he feigned composure, narrowing his eyes at Sumu. Why should I keep your secret and not someone else? Sumu replied with a smile. Only you are aware of my true identity. Junan Seko. I am curious how the dragon tamer can detach from the inner sea. Don't feed me childish excuses about being expelled. You wouldn't be a defector, would you? Sumu chuckled playfully. What do you think? Chu Nan fell silent. How could he possibly be a defector? The initial selection for the dragon tamer was a brutally rigorous test. Many so-called geniuses failed to pass it. Encountering Sumu was his misfortune. He had no desire for anyone to witness his current plight in Danyang, yet he had no choice. With a hint of resentment in his gaze, Chu Nan declared, I am merely the seventh heir of the Chu family's third generation. I drew the short straw and must present a satisfactory performance. Sumo casually suggested. I have a proposition. I can offer you a choice. Chu Nan's brow twitched slightly, yet he warily regarded Sumu. Don't say you want me to partner with you. My modest wealth cannot withstand your whims. Sumu grinned mischievously. It's not a partnership. Chu Nan was taken aback, then boasted, You don't expect me to be your lapdog, do you? I advise you to abandon that thought. Sumu laughed. How about this? I will help transform the 4 great families of Danyang into your allies. Chu Nan's jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. Sumu gradually withdrew his smile, his earlier levity replaced by a calm demeanor, his eyes sharp as blades. Furthermore, I can assist you in ascending to the position of head of the Chu family. Chu Nan stared at Sumu, unable to process his words, and after a long pause, he swallowed hard. What? What must I give in return? Sumu leaned back on the sofa, raising a hand and pointing to Chu Nan's heart. I require your unwavering loyalty. Betrayal is not an option, or else. Chu Nan gazed at Sumu in shock, his face gradually flushing with an unnatural hue, his muscles trembling uncontrollably. Are you certain you're not deceiving me? Sumu's penetrating gaze seemed to see through him as he chuckled. What do I have to gain from deceiving you? Chu Nan fell silent. Time ticked by, and after more than 10 minutes, he finally said through gritted teeth, Damn it, let us do it. I refuse to willingly become a stepping stone for my family. Sumu chuckled. Very well. I will assign you 3 tasks, and upon completion, you will realize how wise your choice was today. A little over 10 minutes later, Sumu exited the club and took a taxi back to the Yi group. Yi Zhengqiu was still in Yi Wanqiu's office. As Sumu entered, Yi Wanqiu was about to reprimand him, but Yi Zhengqiu quickly interjected, Wanqiu, step out for a moment. I need to discuss something with Sumu. With a cold expression, Yi Wanqiu left the office, allowing Sumu to collapse onto the sofa, crossing his legs and grinning at Yi Zhengqiu. Old Yi, you're quite cunning. Not only did you paint a rosy picture for me, but now I've become your granddaughter's chauffeur. What about my villa? My dream life? Yi Zhengqiu chuckled slyly, resembling a wily old fox. My dear brother, don't act coy. You've seen the true nature of the Yi family. If it weren't for you today, the Yi family would be facing disaster. You saved them once again. A peculiar smile crept across Yi Zhengqiu's lips. Though my granddaughter can be a bit headstrong, she is not lacking in looks. She has publicly acknowledged you as her husband. Don't let me down. Rest assured, the Yi group will serve as her dowry. Sumu chuckled lightly. Do you really think I would regard your pathetic company? Yi Zhengqiu's mouth fell agape, his eyes wide with disbelief as he struggled to contain his indignation. Pathetic company? With my 100 billion assets, how many would envy me? Yet you dare to label it as such? Young man, you are quite audacious. Regardless, I have entrusted my granddaughter's safety to you. I just personally announce your appointment. From this moment forth, you shall serve as the assistant to the general manager, on par with the vice president, with an annual salary of 5 million plus bonuses. After finishing his words, Yi Zhengqiu leaned on his cane and departed with Chun Lei. There is no need for Mr. Yi to give orders. The group's HR director personally arranged Sumu's office right beside the general manager's office, which was originally designated for the vice president. The HR director also took the time to familiarize Sumu with the company's environment and assisted him in completing his onboarding paperwork before courteously escorting him back to his office. The identity of Mr. Ye's fiancé was thus firmly established. Although Sumu dressed modestly, his handsome features could not be overlooked, especially since even the old chairman tacitly approved, and Ms. Yi herself referred to him as husband. There was no denying this matter, even if Sumu wished to. Instantly, he became the subject of hushed discussions among the company's women. Adjacent to his office was the administrative department's workspace. where several professionally attired ladies feigned diligence while whispering gossip. Sister, that assistant Sue is truly handsome. Handsome, indeed, but regrettably lacking in taste. Just look at his attire. All from street vendors. What do you know? This must be Ms. Ye's intention. Think about it. Assistant Sue is so dashing. If he dressed up, he'd surely captivate countless infatuated women. I see you are one of those infatuated women. Though Sumu's office door was closed, his keen hearing allowed him to catch every word. Just as he became engrossed in their conversation, a cold voice barked, "Aren't you all supposed to be working?" The ladies were startled into silence. Yi Wanxiu cast a cold glance at everyone before pushing open Sumu's office door and striding in. "Assistant Sue, come with me." Chapter 15. Slow down. I get motion sickness following Yi Wanxiu. Sumu entered a private kitchen. The morning had been tumultuous, and it was clear that Ms. Yi was famished. Unlike her assertive demeanor from the previous day, today she was notably quiet, devouring her meal with haste. Sumu understood that this was not the time for idle chatter and also buried himself in his food. After setting down her chopsticks, Yi Wanxiu wiped her mouth, gazing intently at Sumu, and said, "You went to meet that Mr. Chu, didn't you?" Sumu could not help but smile ingratiatingly. "I did it for you. After all, I am now a senior executive at the vice president level. It's everyone's responsibility to care for the company." Yi Wanxiu huffed, suddenly wearing a grim expression. "Go ahead and laugh. With such parents, I am nothing but a joke." Sumu promptly fell silent, unsure how to respond. It was a delicate situation where even a clever person would refrain from offering consolation. Noticing his silence, Yi Wanxiu huffed again, summoning the waiter to settle the bill. In truth, she felt grateful towards Sumu, as she recognized that without him today, even her grandfather's intervention would have culminated in disaster. The thought of such a consequence sent chills down her spine. After paying, Mizzy looked at Sumu earnestly. "Thank you, Sumu. If it weren't for you, the Yi family would have faced dire straits today." At last, Sumu smiled mischievously, his expression slightly cheeky. Then, "Ms. Yi, how do you plan to reward me?" Upon witnessing his expression, Yi Wanxiu promptly set aside her earlier frustrations, feeling an urge to pinch him. "What kind of reward do you want?" Sumu cleared his throat, adopting a grandiose demeanor, speaking passionately. "Having Ms. Ye's gratitude is my greatest satisfaction. I am not one who values money excessively." "What is money, after all? It is but a fleeting thing." Yi Wanxiu coldly interrupted. "Very well then, your annual salary of 5 million will now be reduced to 500,000. Sumu was taken aback. Was that not too harsh? It felt as though his salary was not merely halved, but slashed down to 1/10. "No, no, no. Sumo quickly done da pleading small. Emesse, irreconciled. While money may not be everything, lacking it is utterly untenable. I promise to work diligently and justify every penny you bestow upon me." Yi Wanxiu remained silent, turning to gaze out the window, lost in thought. "Messe ye, messe ye." Sumu called out a couple of times before Yi Wanxiu finally rose, softly saying, "Let us go. This afternoon, accompany me for a walk. I don't wish to return to the office today." Sumu promptly stood, eagerly taking her coat and handbag. Yi Wanxiu, clearly unaccustomed to such attentiveness, paused momentarily, but refrained from commenting. They descended directly to the underground parking garage, where Yi Wanxiu led Sumu to a red Mercedes G65. Perhaps due to her poor mood, she drove aggressively, the engine roaring as they sped into the traffic, heading directly towards the North City Forest Park. North City, Donyang, boasts a vast forest covering hundreds of square kilometers with numerous intersections along winding mountain roads, making it a renowned dating spot and a famous battleground for outdoor activities. As soon as Yi Wanxiu exited the city, Sumu sensed he was being followed. A cold smile crept across his face. Yi Wanxiu's driving skills were impressive. As a Mercedes G65 entered the forest park's winding roads, she accelerated with a furious roar. Two black sedans clumsily pursued them. "Boss, this kid won't he escape today, right?" One of them with half a swollen face replied, "Shut your mouth. My teeth are loose. Just follow me. If we don't deal with this kid today, we might as well not go back." The Mercedes G65 sped up, and Sumu's face turned pale. "Mizzy, slow down. I get motion sickness." The moment he spoke, Yi Wanxiu, seemingly venting her frustration, slammed down on the accelerator once more. Sumu clung to the armrest, his body trembling, eyes shut tight, as he dared not look at the mountainous road ahead. Yi Wanxiu glanced at him, feeling a wave of satisfaction wash over her. and gradually decreased her speed. I didn't expect you to be so timid. Just a car ride has you screaming like a child. You're hardly a man. Sumu glared at her, irked. Your courage is commendable, bringing me to this notorious battleground. Yi Wanqiu paused, immediately grasping the implication of his words, her brows furrowing in anger as she swung her hand at him. Get lost. Ms. Yi, it was a slip of the tongue. I meant the dating spot. Am I not your husband? He chuckled. Now. Don't take it to heart. This is a relationship you yourself acknowledged, certified by old Yi. If you continue to be so willful, I might just have to exercise my rights as your husband. As the Mercedes G65 twisted along the mountain road, the pursuers in the trailing cars began to speculate. Boss, what do you think they're doing? A lonely man and a woman. What else could they be doing but kissing? Impossible. It must be. One of them made an indecent gesture, only to have the boss deliver a fierce punch, nearly giving him a concussion. Shut your filthy mouths. Don't get too close. If that brat escapes again, I'll make you two kiss. Yi Wanqiu had pinched Sumu until one side of his body went numb before her anger subsided, her expression returning to a stony silence. Sumu casually glanced in the rearview mirror, a peculiar smile forming. Ms. Yi, didn't you notice? We've been followed for quite some time. Mr. Yi, now a bird startled by the bow, was so frightened that his hand trembled, causing the steering wheel to veer. If not for Sumu's swift intervention, the Mercedes G-Class would have crashed into the roadside ditch. Who is it? Mr. Ye's voice quivered. Sumu smiled and gently said, Come over, I'll drive. Yi Wanqiu instinctively agreed, but her face flushed, and she glared at him, scolding, You're just a scoundrel. Sumu looked at her innocently, though a sense of triumph welled up in his heart. You mustn't touch me. Sumu chuckled, unbuckled his seatbelt, and swung his leg over. As soon as Yi Wanqiu's shapely bottom left the seat, he swiftly squeezed in. Yi Wanqiu felt a warm, powerful body press against her back, causing her heart to skip a beat, and she nearly fell into Sumu's arms. Sumu supported her waist with both hands, and as she swung her long leg over, he took the steering wheel with one hand and guided her with the other. Sit down. It's my turn to perform now. Sumu cackled, fastened the seatbelt, and the Mercedes G-Class roared like a wild horse, its speed multiplying. The two cars following behind were increasingly desperate. Damn, is this guy on some kind of drug? He's too fast. We can't keep up, boss. We can't even see the rear of the car. Should we still follow, boss? The boss watched helplessly as his target vanished again, his heart filled with 1,000 raging horses. He felt the unswollen half of his face begin to swell. Chapter 16. Scrap paper. Just as the trailing car was about to turn back, a subordinate shouted, Look, boss. As if he had discovered a new continent. That Mercedes G-Class is reversing. Damn it, brothers, get him. The boss was furious. If he couldn't see through this, he wouldn't be worthy of being the boss. The other party was clearly toying with them. Tianji, if you lose him again, I'll make sure you never drive again. The driver, Tianji, used all his skills to try to overtake the Mercedes G-Class and box it in. Unfortunately, the other party never gave him a chance, always predicting and blocking his moves. The boss was so enraged that he almost smashed the dashboard. You little bastard, if I ever catch you, you'll wish you were dead. Tianji, ram him hard. Tianji, also furious, floored the accelerator. But the Mercedes G-Class suddenly accelerated. Boom! A cloud of black smoke erupted, and the Mercedes G-Class left only its rear to the trailing car. Tianji lamented, Boss, our car isn't good enough, and it's full of people. That's a 6.0-liter engine, and that bastard's driving skills are top-notch. We can't keep up. The boss punched Tianji's head, snarling, Why don't you just die? Damn it. Another subordinate shouted. Boss, look. The boss looked ahead, and his anger turned to joy. He burst into laughter. Heaven has a path, but you don't take it. Hell has no door, but you barge in. Haha, now where will you run? The Mercedes G-Class had suddenly turned onto a side road. This forest park had many side roads, but almost all of them were dead ends. The side roads were for hikers, and many people would park their cars and then hike for hours or camp in the forest. Tianji followed fiercely, and soon he saw the Mercedes G-Class parked by the roadside. The boss excitedly punched the dashboard. Now, see how you escape. As they drew closer, the boss was once again consumed by rage. Sumu, smiling, leaned against the spare tire of the Mercedes G-Class, one hand on his chest, the other beckoning them. Come here. Two cars screeched to a halt, and the boss, leading 7 burly men, charged forward with steel pipes. Run, you little bastard. Sumu, still smiling, said, "Gentlemen, have you been following for a long time? Are you tired? Do you want some water to quench your thirst before we start?" The boss raised the steel pipe and brought it down. "Quench your grandmother's thirst, you little bastard." Sumu grinned, and with a flick of his foot, the boss felt a powerful force, and the pipe was wrenched from his hand. The other men, dazed, felt a sharp pain in their wrists. As the boss stood in shock, his 7 men were already writhing in pain on the ground. Suddenly, snap, the boss's arms were broken. Before he could scream, his legs were also broken. The boss fell, screaming and rolling away. Sumu, still smiling, stepped on the boss's throat. "How does it feel? Refreshing? I told you to drink some water, so your screams would be more melodious. This is too raw, not perfect." The boss, terrified, pleaded, "Brother, spare me. We were just hired. We won't do it again." Sumu, with a casual motion, bent a thick steel pipe into a U shape. The boss, seeing this, was terrified. "Damn, this guy's strength. Tell me, who sent you?" The boss confessed, "It was Qin Pei Yang and Bai Zihua. They promised me $1 million. Brother, I have an 80-year-old mother and an 18-year-old child. Spare me. I'm truly sorry." Throwing the pipe aside, Sumu lifted his foot. "Good. If you can correct your mistakes. You're a good boy. Go back and tell Mr. Qin and Mr. Bai that I'll remember this, and I'll repay them in due time. Get out, and don't ruin my mood." Yi Wanxiu, who had been worried, wanted to kick him out of the car. "You scoundrel, who do you think you're trying to seduce?" After dealing with the thugs, Sumu, feeling elated, spread his arms and shouted, "Ah, spring has come, and it's the season for animals to mate. In the forest." Ouch! Sumu almost tumbled down the hill. Turning to see Yi Wanxiu's cold face, he smiled awkwardly, patting his back. "A hit is a kiss. A scolding is love. Miss Yi, you're showing affection." Yi Wanxiu kicked him again. Sumu dodged, laughing, and got back into the car. After a while, he noticed that Yi Wanxiu was still standing where he had been, arms crossed, looking forlorn. He didn't disturb her, quietly admiring her beautiful profile. Clearly, the shock and hurt from Yi Ziyuan and Lin Wenlan that morning were still fresh. Just thinking of Chu Nin made Yi Wanxiu shiver. She had thought he was just Lin Wenlan's toy, but he was the real mastermind, and he even wanted her. What kind of twisted arrangement was this? Mother and daughter sharing a man? The thought filled her with rage. After a while, Sumu rolled down the window and called, "Wanxiu, are you going to stand there like a cool breeze, or get in the car like a steady old dog?" Yi Wanxiu glared at him and, without a word, got into the car, closing her eyes. Sumu, smiling, remarked, "This is truly a lover's paradise. The scenery is beautiful, but there's one thing that's not so good." Yi Wanxiu finally looked at him, asking coolly, "What's not good?" Sumu, suppressing a laugh, said solemnly, "Toilet paper." Yi Wanxiu, puzzled, frowned. "What do you mean?" Sumu laughed heartily and said, "Figure out yourself. It's getting late, and I must criticize your work attitude. You are not diligent or serious at all." Yi Wanxiu huffed and leaned her head against the car window, gazing outside. As Sumu turned the car, she saw the roadside ditch filled with crumpled tissues, torn condom wrappers, and even used balloons. She instantly understood Sumu's meaning. Disgusted, she blamed him for everything. Her face flushed, and she suddenly burst out, "You rascal. Always bullying me. I'll beat you to death." Just as Sumu turned the car, he was caught off guard and was firmly pinched at the waist by Yi Wanxiu. "Ouch! You crazy woman, you really. Stop it." The Mercedes G-Class roared and charged towards the drainage ditch. With a loud crash, the front wheels plunged into the ditch, causing the car to bottom out. Yi Wanxiu screamed in fright, and without thinking, she clung to Sumu's arm, curling into a trembling ball. Sumu's right arm was enveloped in a soft warmth. Comfortable, stimulating. Chapter 17. A pure embrace. What now? Yi Wanxiu, finally shedding her domineering facade, tremblingly asked, You won't leave me, will you?" Sumu was taken aback. He then smiled bitterly, gently wrapping his arm around her shoulders and pulling her close. "I won't leave you. Don't worry. Just sit quietly for a moment. I'll find a solution." Yi Wanxiu clung to Sumu's arm, and the atmosphere in the car gradually became intimate. Just as Sumu was about to say something, he noticed that Yi Wanxiu had fallen asleep in his arms. He remained still, not wanting to disturb her. When Yi Wanxiu opened her eyes, she found herself in complete darkness. "You're awake?" Sumu turned on the car lights, rubbed his numb arm, and said with a smile, "President Yi, were you dreaming?" Yi Wanxiu's face turned panicked, and she glared at Sumu before hesitantly asking, "Did I talk in my sleep?" Sumu smiled without answering. Ye Vanji, Anoyet, punched him and said, "Did I or didn't I?" Sumu's eyes twinkled as he replied, Why don't you tell me what you dreamed about first? Yi Wanchio's face turned even redder, but the dim light in the car hid her blush. However, she underestimated Su Mu's night vision. Was it a dream of passion? Hee, your face is all red. Yi Wanchio was about to lash out, but she realized he was trying to trick her. She huffed, I won't tell you. Anyway, you said you had a way to get out. What's your plan? Su Mu reluctantly got out of the car. After checking the situation, he found it was just a simple bottoming out. He could lift the car with one hand. Although the Mercedes G-Class weighed at least 2 tons, it was nothing to him. It was already past 7 in the evening, and the forest was much darker than the city. There was no light except for the car's headlights. Yi Wanchio, sitting in the car, realized Su Mu was gone and was terrified. She didn't dare to get out, as the dark wilderness was terrifying. Su Mu, where are you? She called out several times, but there was no response. Yi Wanchio, angry, anxious, and scared, shakily opened the car door. A gust of night wind blew, and the sound of the forest seemed like a monster's roar. There was no sign of Su Mu. Su Mu, you rascal, you left me. You. Yi Wanchio burst into tears. At that moment, she felt a gentle tap on her shoulder. Already terrified, this almost made her faint. Her scream echoed through the night. Turning around, she saw Su Mu standing behind her, smiling. Normally, he would have been beaten, but now, she threw herself into his arms, sobbing, You rascal, you always bully me. After holding Su Mu for a while, Yi Wanchio suddenly pulled away and began punching him. I'll beat you, you rascal. Su Mu was frustrated. I just had to pee. If I had peed nearby, wouldn't that have made me even more of a rascal? Besides, with such a beautiful woman hugging me, can I not have a natural reaction? Don't say more. It's all tears. I've endured too much at this age. Hit me, go ahead, but I must apologize. President Republika del Yemen, Im Suri, Im Gili. I think you gave me a pure embrace, and I should give you a pure salute. A sharp pain shot through his leg. Yi Wanchio had kicked him with her high heel. You're trying to kill me? Su Mu, grimacing, bent to rub his leg. When he stood up, Yi Wanchio had already locked herself in the car. Damn! Su Mu was dumbfounded. He grinned and leaned against the window, saying, President Yi, do you have to be so harsh? I've already apologized. Besides, you were the one who hugged me. Technically, you took advantage of me. I'm still a pure, innocent virgin. You know, Yi Wanchio almost vomited. You pure? You a virgin? Have some shame. Why should I have shame? I want a red envelope. Transfer it quickly. You took my first embrace. Shouldn't you show some appreciation? Yi Wanchio was furious. If not for the car window, her claws, honed for 20 years, would have been used on Su Mu. Suddenly, she shivered and blushed. Her face turned even redder. Damn, how could I? But some things are inevitable. Nature calls, and it's time for you to go. Su Mu, who was about to argue, saw her sudden silence and understood. He laughed and walked to the front of the car, jumped into the ditch, and slowly lifted the car, pushing it back. With a loud bang, the Mercedes G-Class was pushed out of the ditch. The landing was rough, and Yi Wanchio almost lost control. She finally couldn't hold it any longer and opened the car door, her face red. You. Come with me to that tree over there, okay? Su Mu laughed, just hold it. It won't kill you. Yi Wanchio, furious, turned and ran. I don't need you. Go away. She ran a few meters, but didn't dare go further. Finally, she squatted behind a tree. As she was about to get up, she heard rustling in the bushes. Turning around, the dark forest seemed like a gaping maw. Här skrev startlet Su Mu. Oh no, did she encounter a beast? Su Mu dashed at an incredible speed. By the time her scream ended, he was already in front of her. What's wrong? Seeing Su Mu, Yi Wanchio felt relieved, but then screamed even louder, Turn around. But Su Mu had already seen everything. Yi, in her current state, was nothing short of exhilarating. Su Mu quickly covered his eyes and exclaimed, I saw nothing. Yi Wanchio stood there, bewildered, her pants in hand, consumed by anger, frustration, and utter humiliation. You, she stammered, frantically pulling up her trousers and clawing at Su Mu in a frenzy. Whoa, you filthy rogue. Su Mu sighed, wrapping his arms around her. Calm down. Let us first get your pants on. A breeze on your bare skin could lead to a chill. Chapter 18. The consequences of peeping at the boss's urination. What are the repercussions? Quite severe indeed. Assistant sufas tagarimfat. That evening, upon returning home, Yi Wanchio locked herself in her bedroom, not emerging again. Ning Yan, who had prepared dinner, observed the sneaky, face-covering Su Mu and curiously inquired, Su Mu, what happened? Reluctantly, Su Mu lowered his hands, and Ning Yan's jaw dropped in disbelief. This is With a pained smile, Su Mu rubbed his stomach. Professor Ning, could I have something to eat first? I'm quite hungry. Seeing Su Mu, whose face resembled a patchwork of scratches, Ning Yin could no longer suppress her laughter. You poor thing. I made porridge and various side dishes to help you recover. She entered the kitchen, serving him a bowl of porridge before sitting across from him, observing the crimson scratches on his face with a suppressed giggle. What exactly did you do to her? Fuming, Su Mu shot her a glare, but the movement aggravated his wounds, causing him to grimace. Professor Ning, open those little eyes of yours and see who is bullying whom. Ning Yin slapped the table, declaring, Who are you calling small-eyed? Su Mu responded with a cheeky grin. You're a professor. Cultured individuals should refrain from violence. He stuffed a piece of side dish in his mouth, his eyes lighting up. Professor Ning, this is absolutely delicious. I can't fathom which fortunate fellow will get to marry you. Truly enviable. Ning Yin blushed, giving him a fierce glare. Your mouth can't be stopped even while eating. No wonder you ended up looking like a cat with its face scratched. With that, she angrily headed upstairs. Moments later, she returned carrying a first aid kit, producing a bottle of antiseptic and a pack of cotton swabs, placing them on the coffee table. After dinner, treat your wounds. Remember, keep them dry. With that, she swayed back upstairs. Pushing open the bedroom door, she found Yi Wanxiu, freshly bathed, curled up at the head of the bed, hugging her knees in a daze. Wanxiu, what on earth happened? Yi Wanxiu recalled the earlier scene, nearly dying of embarrassment. How could she explain this to her best friend? That she had an urgent need to relieve herself and was caught in the act? It was mortifying beyond belief. Unconsciously, she murmured, That filthy rogue bullied me. Ning Yin gasped, What? How'd he bully you? Did he take advantage of you? Yi Wanxiu, infuriated, punched Ning Yin lightly, retorting, What are you implying? It wasn't that kind of bullying. Ning Yin sighed in relief, then playfully punched her back. Then why didn't you clarify? I saw his face was scratched all over. It seemed like you were the one bullying him. Yi Wanxiu shot Ning Yin an incredulous look. Are you concerned for him? Ning Yin, annoyed, kicked her playfully. Get lost. Yi Wanxiu's mood seemed to lighten, and she began recounting the events from that morning at the office to Ning Yin. After hearing the entire story, Ning Yin was left dumbfounded. The tale had its twists and turns, but thankfully, it concluded satisfactorily. So, Su Mu has done a great service, hasn't he? Tell me, what on earth happened to his face? Yi Wanxiu's heart raced, feigning calmness as she brushed her hair back and recounted the afternoon and evening's events in detail. Upon finishing, Ning Yin erupted into laughter, shaking uncontrollably. Ha ha ha. You're going to kill me with laughter, Yi. You truly are going to be the death of me. Yi Wanxiu covered her face with her hands, kicking her legs in despair. I can't face that rogue again. I've never been this humiliated in my life. Ning Yin chuckled. Well, you've admitted he is your husband. What's the big deal if he saw you without your pants? Just think of it as a future anecdote. Yi Wanxiu retaliated with a playful clawing motion. I'm going to make that rogue come up and enhance your treatment. Ning Yin blushed fiercely, and the two of them immediately started wrestling on the bed. After a while, Ning Yin lay back, stating, I went to the hospital this afternoon for a checkup. And lo and behold, I am fully healed. Even the director was astonished, claiming it to be a medical miracle and insisting on meeting the miraculous doctor. Yi Wanxiu turned to Ning Yin, her eyes sparkling. Why not open a clinic for this fellow? We can make a fortune. Ning Yin's interest peaked instantly. That's a splendid idea. I happen to have an idle storefront. I'll contribute that as my share, and you can handle the renovation costs. We'll divide the profits 3 ways. You, me, and him, 1 share each. Yi Wanxiu, however, narrowed her eyes. No, it should be 2 shares for us. We split it equally. Ning Yin paused. Then what about Su Mu? Yi Wanxiu scoffed, narrowing her eyes dangerously. He is merely an employee, earning a salary as our hired help. Ning Yin was taken aback. You capitalist, that's rather harsh. Isn't it? Yet idanji gritit hertit. That's the price he pays for witnessing my embarrassment. Ning Yin rolled her eyes. Isn't the price you paid, scratching his face? That's merely interest. Fine, you win, she relented. Su Mu, having consumed 2 bowls of porridge, was about to pour himself another when a sudden chill crept up his spine. What is going on? Is there a ghost? No, someone is plotting against me. His sixth sense was remarkably acute, detecting any disturbance within 100 meters. It seemed the 2 ladies upstairs were scheming how to deal with him. Su Mu was furious. Women, your name should be unreasonable. I rely on my looks for a living, and you've ruined everything. This one do. I must be more cautious from now on. After downing another bowl of porridge, he tidied up the kitchen and prepared to head upstairs with the antiseptic and cotton swabs. Yi, dressed in her nightgown and holding a stack of documents, descended with a stern expression. With a sharp motion, she tossed the items onto the coffee table, coldly commanding sign. Su Mu was bewildered, his caution heightened. Sign what? What is this? Did he not have eyes? He picked it up, nearly choking in disbelief. What on earth? The tenant's 21 clauses. The first, the second, the third, the 11th, the 19th, the 21st. The above clauses may not be contested by the tenant. The landlord reserves the right to amend them at any time. Any violations will result in a rent increase. At the bottom, there was a signature and seal from the landlord. Su Mu was at a loss, feeling as though he could weep. Indeed, I was too naive. Yi Wanqiu, you are not the kind of woman to be trifled with. Sign, she insisted, her demeanor imposing. Faced with the intimidating Yi, Su Mu reluctantly penned his name, enduring the humiliation. No, here, and here, you need a sign and fingerprint. Grinding his teeth, he nearly snapped the pen in half. A man lives by his reputation. I will sign. I will sign. Wait, why am I signing these blank sheets of paper? Before he could grasp the situation, Yi Wanqiu snatched the paper and pen from his hands, shooting him an enigmatic smile before swaying her way upstairs. Suddenly, a chill ran down Su Mu's back. This was not good. He had been deceived. Chapter 19. Dare you, President Yi, in a rare display of compassion, granted Su Mu a few days of leave. During these days, Su Mu was permitted to recuperate at home. His recovery rate was significantly faster than that of an ordinary person, and the scratches on his face were nearly healed within 3 days. However, he was plagued by an overwhelming sense of trepidation, as if an invisible sword hung over his neck, poised to strike at any moment. Accepting fate was not Su Mu's style. He resolved to take the initiative. After resting for 3 days, he awoke on the 4th day with the sun high in the sky and prepared himself to return to the office. As he stepped into the office, he encountered Ning Yan. Professor Ning, what brings you to the company? Su Mueft. Ning Yan, taken aback by the unexpected encounter, blushed and stammered. Su Mu, aren't you supposed to be resting at home? Why are you here? Su Mu discreetly glanced at President Ye's office, noticing the door ajar, and boldly declared, loving what I do is my guiding principle. As a new employee, how could I let a minor injury keep me from work? Ning Yan chuckled softly. Go on in. Wanqiu is in the office. I must return to the university. Su Muvain di innocence. Ning Yan saw through his act and replied, sure. But you have a car, don't you? It's better not to waste it. I'll just take a taxi back. Ning Yan shot him a sidelong glance before walking away. Su Mu approached the door to President Ye's office and gently knocked 3 times. No response. He knocked again, yet silence persisted. What was going on? Was she still angry about that night? Women, do they really hold grudges for so long? Gritting his teeth, he pushed the door open and entered. President Yi sat behind her desk, her expression calm and unyielding. Hey boss, I'm back to work and here to report for duty, he said with a grin. Upon seeing his cheerful demeanor, Yi Wanqiu felt a familiar itch in her fingers. Struggling to maintain her composure, she stood and asked, Assistant Su, what is your annual salary? Feeling uneasy, Su Mu quickly replied, 5 million. Maybe? President Yi, although I work hard, there's no need for a raise. 5 million is sufficient. Yi Wanqiu silently gritted her teeth. A raise? In your dreams. I want to rest until I've squeezed every last penny from you. Emotionless, she retrieved a document from her drawer and handed it to Su Mu. When he looked at the document, his eyes nearly popped out. It was a salary reduction agreement. I, Su Mu, acknowledge my lack of merit and willingly agree to reduce my salary to 490,000. Below it were his signature and thumbprint. Su Mu was incensed. He had indeed been duped that night. Wait, hadn't he signed several blank papers? President Yi, this is too harsh. Leaving me with only 100,000, I might as well be a janitor. Why not just make me a security guard? Yi Wanqiu smiled faintly. I am considering that option. Furious, Su Mu glared at her. Is it really worth this revenge just because you caught a glimpse of your backside? Ye Vanju's anger faded, and she abruptly stood, feeling dizzy from the sudden movement. After sitting for too long, coupled with her anger, the dizziness hit her hard. As she began to topple, Su Mu rushed forward and caught her by the waist. President Yi, don't scare me. Do you have a heart condition? I'm quite skilled at treating ailments. Unintentionally glancing down, he quickly turned away. Oh dear, that is too distracting, not suitable for minors. Feeling her long legs press against him, Sumu nearly faltered. Damn it. The word endure becomes a knife over my head. Should I cut myself? Now is not the time to provoke this fiery woman. 100,000 is still 100,000. In the future, the Yi Corporation will be mine. Patience will yield greater rewards. Yi Wanqiu regained her composure and realized she was leaning against Sumu, which only infuriated her further. With a swift motion, she attempted to push him away, but Sumu was prepared, dodging like a slippery eel. Still coming for more? He exclaimed, his heart racing. Ye Vanji, teeth kunenchet, grabbed a pen and hurled it at Sumu. He caught it with a mischievous grin, a golden pen from the esteemed President Yi. Wishing you a joyful evening at Honglingman. Yi Wanqiu's fingers turned white from the strain as she stared at him for a long moment before finally sitting down and gesturing to the chair opposite her. Take a seat. I have something to discuss with you. Sumu eagerly sat down, gazing at her exquisite face. This was a delightful life. Teasing a beautiful boss every day. Yi Wanqiu tossed a stack of documents onto the desk. As Sumu glanced at them, a chill ran down his spine again. This was not just an investment proposal. It was a trap laid for him. Yi Wanqiu planned to invest 50 million in opening a clinic, with Ning Yin contributing a storefront in the city center. Both would hold 50% of the shares, targeting wealthy clients with an appointment-only system. Sumu was furious but knew he had to restrain himself, as he was aware of the leverage she held over him with those signed documents. President Yi, this plan seems excellent. However, I lack a medical license, so I fear I cannot participate as a barefoot doctor. Yi Wanqiu looked at him calmly. Since you're so eager to be this doctor, I will take care of the medical license for you. Sumo, intending 33, found himself cornered by her straightforward response. Yet surrender was not his style. He thrived on turning dire situations into opportunities. President Yi, you've been planning this trap for quite some time, haven't you? Yi Wanqiu's cheeks flushed slightly, yet her demeanor remained steady. What do you mean by trap? This is a mutually beneficial arrangement. Once those affluent families owe you a favor, you will gain much goodwill. Sumusimillet, leving yedanji inja singli furusteret. Finally, she slammed her palm on the desk, her brows knitting in anger. You will agree to this, whether you want to or not. Sumo grinned, then he showed his thieves. Yi Wanqiu's face darkened. You dare? Sumu laughed heartily. I've already seen your backside. What else is there to fear? In the general manager's office, a sudden scream echoed, sending employees outside into a frenzy. I will kill you. Chapter 20. He is my boyfriend sneaking out from President Ye's office. Sumu returned to his own. Lunch was taken care of at the company, and the work meal wasn't half bad. With his annual salary plummeting from 5 million to a mere 100,000, even paying rent was becoming a challenge. This was dire. He needed to find ways to increase his income. Was there anyone else in such a dire situation as a vice president? If things continued this way, even dining would become a luxury, let alone dating. Just as he pondered this, his phone vibrated. He picked it up to read a message. Will you join me for a drink tonight? He casually typed back 2 words. Not interested. The reply came swiftly. Stingy. I was even going to treat you to coffee. Sumu shot back with another 2 words. Thanks. The ink-drenched tresses of Lu Su bristled with indignation. Yet she found herself powerless. She sent another message. Then I shall invite you. This time, Sumu added 2 more words. Time, place. Lu Su covered her mouth and giggled. Then after a moment's thought, replied. As the play neared its end, Sumu quietly left the company, hailing a taxi and departing with a flourish. Yi Wanqiu, waiting in her office, fumed as she realized Sumu had not arrived. When she stormed to his place, she found he had already fled. The president gritted her teeth and dialed his number, only to find it powered off. Her anger flared. If you have the nerve, don't come home tonight. Meanwhile, Sumu arrived at the bar district near Dongyang University. After a long search, he found the bar Lu Su had mentioned, Class 3, Year 1. Upon entering, Sumu felt as if he had been transported back to high school. The bar was arranged like a classroom with a podium at the front, a blackboard at the back, and a wall of rules. The seats were made of worn-out desks. The bar itself was the podium, lined with rows of foreign liquors. And a bartender was performing a flair bartending show, drawing applause from the audience. Sumu immediately spotted the girl in white, playing the piano. Liu Su, with her hair cascading over her shoulders, sat at the bar, smiling at him. Sumu walked over and unceremoniously took a seat beside her, grinning. I'm truly sorry for the trouble, making you spend on me. Liu Su glared at him, clenching her delicate fist and playfully punching his shoulder. From now on, I'll call you Stingy. Hee hee, being stingy is good. I need to save money to get married. I'm single, no house, no car, no money, no girlfriend. If I don't work hard, I'll be stuck with the fifth lady for the rest of my life. Lu Su blushed at the reference and punched him again. Shameless. She naturally linked her arm with Su Mu's, pulling him to sit beside her. The bar, though seemingly simple and retro, was actually quite high-end. The drinks and decor were of the highest quality, though the decor was intentionally aged. Su Mu glanced at the menu puzzled. The most expensive cocktail was only $58, and many imported beers were sold at a loss. Su Mu casually scanned the bar and noticed something odd. The two waiters were no ordinary staff. They were well-trained bodyguards. Lu Su, with Su Mu's arm linked, smiled at the bartender. Brother Chung, give us 2 of your best cocktails, please. Brother Chung, smiling, replied, of course, Miss Lu Su. You never bring anyone here. Is this gentleman your? Lu Su, glancing at Su Mu, smiled. He's my boyfriend. Su Mu nearly stumbled off his stool. Brother Cheng's eyes narrowed, but his smile remained. Is that so? I didn't expect Miss Lu Su to have a boyfriend. Congratulations. Lu Su leaned her head on Su Mu's shoulder, looking very intimate. Brother Chung, my boyfriend is a fantastic pianist, even better than I am. A subtle coldness flashed in Brother Cheng's eyes as he looked at Su Mu. Is that so? A true talent, then? Su Mu's heart skipped a beat. He felt as if he were in the wilderness, surrounded by hungry wolves. This bartender was a formidable martial artist, one that even he had to be wary of. Though he appeared lean, Su Mu could tell he was a fellow martial artist. Walking into a bar and finding a martial artist as a bartender was unsettling. A wealthy family would spend billions to hire a martial artist. How many drinks would he have to mix to earn $1 billion? A 30-something martial artist working as a bartender was indeed peculiar. The 4 great families of Danyang, the Zhao, Bai, Qin, and Mo, was Lu Su from the Mo family? But even the Mo family couldn't be this extravagant. This girl, who texted him daily, was clearly not simple. Soon, Brother Chung served 2 cocktails to Lu Su and Su Mu. Liu Su sipped delicately, while Su Mu downed his in one go. Brother Cheng's eyes flashed with a strange look, and he smiled at Su Mu. Sir, that's not how you drink a cocktail. Su Mu wiped his mouth, grinning. Please, another 10. Your performance was quite impressive. Brother Chung nearly crushed the cocktail shaker in his hand. This boy was infuriating. Did he really think he was just a bartender? You dare to have designs on the young lady? You don't even know how you'll die. Fine. Since your days are numbered, I'll give you 10 more as a final gift. In a corner of the bar, a camera zoomed in on Su Mu, transmitting the feed to the capital. In the Mo family's old mansion in the Western Hills, a place known as one of the 3 forbidden zones in the capital. The old mansion was a relic of the Imperial Summer Palace. The materials used in its construction were of the highest quality. The study, in particular, was a marvel. The floor was made of gold and golden nanmu, and the furniture, crafted from yellow rosewood, exuded a sense of history. The shelves held several large blue and white porcelain jars, all from the Yuan dynasty. A few years ago, a similar jar had sold for $3 billion at Sotheby's. The jars here were larger and in better condition. A handsome young man in his 30s, reclining in a yellow rosewood chair, watched the computer screen, which displayed Su Mu. The young man, Mo Zongheng, Lu Su's brother, watched Su Mu with a darkening expression. Su Mu, you dare to have designs on my sister. You're a dead man. Chapter 21. Taste this in the Mo family study. Mo Zongheng had a file in front of him. It was Su Mu's dossier. Even Yi Zhengchu and Danyang might not know Su Mu's true identity, but Mo Zongheng had a detailed record. Name, Su Mu, age, 25, height, 185 centimeters, weight, 80 kilograms. Su Mu, of unknown origin, entered the Inner Sea Guard at 16 and became the strongest dragon rider at 20. The dossier detailed his numerous achievements and punishments. This confidential file was in Mo Zongheng's possession, a testament to the Mo family's power. In the shadows, a middle-aged man stood behind Mo Zongheng, almost invisible. Uncle Yuan, what do you think of this boy? Uncle Yuan, one of the Mo family's aces, was Mo Zongheng's closest guard. Few knew his true strength. Uncle Yuan, after a moment's thought, spoke. A dragon rider cannot be expelled unless on a special mission. And it was the young lady who approached him, not the other way around. Mo Zongheng let out a faint snort and said, "This is not a matter I should concern myself with. Anyone daring to approach Lu Su deserves death. That fellow is a dragon tamer, and it is impossible for him to have any outcome with Lu Su, especially since he is also flirting with that woman from the Yi family and is rumored to have unclear ties with the Ning family girl, truly deserving of punishment. Uncle Yuan chuckled and remarked, "Young master, the young lady is also a grown woman. She knows her own limits. She will eventually marry. Your overprotection may not necessarily be a blessing." Mo Zongheng furrowed his brows. Had anyone else said such a thing, their fate would have been dire. Yet, since it was Uncle Yuan, he felt compelled to ponder it, slowly setting down the documents in his hands. Mo Zongheng replied calmly, "It's not that I mind Lu Su liking him. I am merely concerned about her being hurt. That guy is a fickle heart, not someone Lu Su can manage. I suspect his trip to Danyang may have ulterior motives. As you know, in the imperial capital, everyone is mutually restrained. No one dares to act recklessly. A single move could have far-reaching consequences. What if that fellow? Shall I probe him then? If Mo Zongheng quickly interjected, forget it. You personally intervening would be too much of a concession to him. Let Chung get a try." Understood. Silence fell in the study as Mo Zongheng continued to gaze at the screen in front of him, while Uncle Yuan remained standing straight, motionless. At that moment, Brother Chung had already prepared 10 cocktails, which Su Mu downed one after another. Lu Su had also consumed 3 glasses, her cheeks flushed, and when she smiled, she was breathtakingly beautiful. "Su Ge, would you dare to drink 10 more?" Su Mu laughed heartily, finishing the last 2 glasses in front of him, then declared boldly, "Little girl, you have no idea of my drinking capacity. 10 more glasses? What if I were to drink 100? Brother Chung smirked inwardly, discreetly mixing another drink and handing it over. "Try this." Su Mu raised it to his lips and gulped it down. To his astonishment, his face turned crimson, as if fire was erupting from his nose and ears. An intense burning pain surged in his throat, nearly causing him to spit it out. The bartender, Brother Chung, watched Su Mu with a knowing smile, saying nothing as he silently prepared 2 more drinks, one for Lu Su and one for Su Mu. Seeing Su Mu's defeated expression, Lu Su burst into a fit of giggles, nearly collapsing against him. Su Mu exhaled deeply before addressing the bartender. "Brother, that concoction from earlier, give me 5 more. Brother Chung was taken aback. That drink was his special mix. Even the strongest drinker would be thoroughly intoxicated after just one. The cocktail was named God of Wine. For the first time, Brother Chung regarded Su Mu with seriousness. This chap was unexpectedly formidable. 5 glasses were soon mixed, and, under Brother Cheng's astonished gaze, Su Mu downed them one after another. What a kick! With his face beet red, Su Mu shook his head vigorously, finally managing to quell the swirling effects of the alcohol. At this moment, Lu Su had also had her fill and was beginning to show signs of intoxication. Leaning heavily against Su Mu, her smile grew ever brighter, her movements more animated, until she nearly became a koala clinging to his neck. In a typical scenario, Su Mu would have welcomed such an embrace from stunning beauty. However, today was different. The bartender, Brother Chung, was watching him with hawk-like intensity, accompanied by 2 waiters who were equally vigilant, and the cameras above were trained on him. Clearly, Lu Su's identity was far more complex than he had initially assumed. The Mo family? Could it be the Mo family of the imperial capital? A shiver ran down Su Mu's spine. He quickly attempted to backtrack, saying, "Little Lu Su, stop drinking. I need to prepare to head home. You should return to school." Lu Su kicked him playfully, her flushed face filled with feigned anger. "You must take me back." "Impossible." Lu Su seized his arm, pouting, "You must. I've treated you to so many drinks. If you dare not take me back, I'll tell others you abandoned me." Su Mu shivered at her words, sensing the bartender's piercing gaze. "Little girl, do you know what abandoning means? Don't throw such accusations at me. If you truly are from the Mo family, then I need to steer clear." The Mo family of the imperial capital? Su Mu felt a chill run down his spine. "Su Ge, you can't leave. I'm very happy, so very happy. Cool me. Let me show you my custom piano. You teach me to play. I'll teach you romance, and you teach me to express love." Su Mu felt as though he were being tricked by a little girl. Supporting Lu Su as they exited the bar, she was already intoxicated, her arms clinging tightly to him. He decided to scoop her up in a princess carry. Though Lu Su stood at least 7 meters tall, she felt light as a feather, weighing barely over 100 pounds. Lu Su wrapped her arms around his neck, her head bobbing in his embrace, softly murmuring, "Su Ge, please, don't take advantage of me. Don't be a lecher." Su Mu scoffed. "Is there no trust left between people? Let us go." Watching Su Mu leave with Lu Su, Brother Cheng's hawk-like gaze remained fixed on Sumu's back. Master, the young lady. On the other end of the phone, Uncle Yuan's calm voice replied, do not concern yourself. Find an opportunity to test him. Understood. Chapter 22. I want to be alone. Lu Su was a third-year student at Danyang University, living alone in an apartment nearby. It was a high-end community, home to the affluent. As Sumu carried her inside, he was nearly taken aback by the sheer opulence of her residence. Wow, little girl, you should be called Mo, truly rich Lu Su. Upon entering, he was greeted by an expansive living room, no less than 200 square meters. The space was mostly empty, save for a grand piano placed in the center. The room's minimalist design exuded cleanliness and order. Clearly, it was maintained by someone. With central air conditioning and a fresh air system running 24 hours a day, keeping temperature and humidity at optimal levels. As if one floor wasn't enough, there was a second level. The first floor alone surpassed 500 square meters, containing only a living room, an open kitchen, a dining area, and a massive bathroom. Girl, I'm home. I should be going. Sumu looked down to find Lu Su had fallen asleep in his arms. He took her upstairs, wandering until he found her usual bedroom, then gently pushed the door open. The bedroom was equally astonishing, featuring a walk-in closet, a makeup area, and another spacious bathroom. With a chuckle, Sumu carefully placed Lu Su on the bed and dimmed the lights to a soft glow. He gently pinched her cheek, saying, little girl, I don't want to be accused of abandoning you. Rest well. I must leave. Turning to go, he hesitated at the door, then returned to cover her with a light blanket before quietly descending the stairs, securing the door behind him and checking the lock before leaving the community. As he reached the entrance, he couldn't help but smile oddly, sensing that two separate groups were tailing him. One of them exuded a sharp aura that locked onto him directly. It is evident that the figure beside Mo Liuxiu is a bodyguard. Could she be the illegitimate daughter of the Mo family in the imperial capital? That seems implausible. An illegitimate child would not receive such preferential treatment. The bartender who rotates every 3 years is certainly not someone an ordinary wealthy family could afford as a servant. As for the other fool, he is well aware that his presence has been revealed. He is hiding in a car, armed with a night vision camera, incessantly snapping photos of Sumu. Sumu, uninterested, simply hailed a taxi and departed. Upon returning to the moon viewing villa, he found the door securely locked. The third floor was as accessible to him as solid ground. He climbed in through a window, quietly took a shower, and fell into a deep slumber until 6:30. He dutifully rose to prepare breakfast, managing to lay out a splendid spread just in time. Clearly, Mr. Yi had not rested well the previous night, sporting dark circles under her eyes as she descended the stairs while stifling yawns. Upon seeing Sumu, she momentarily froze before choosing to ignore him, treating him as if he were invisible. Hey, Mr. Yi, come have some breakfast and sample my culinary skills. Everyone who's tried it says it's delightful. Yi Wanqiu cast a contemplative glance in his direction and replied coolly, you can cook? Sumu quickly smiled and replied, it's just basic skills. Seeing his cheerful demeanor, Mr. Yi recalled his refusal to answer her calls the previous day, gritting her teeth in frustration while maintaining a facade of calm. You left the office early yesterday, without clocking out, and your phone was off. Did something happen? Sumu shook his head vigorously. Nothing at all. I've just been through quite a bit lately and wanted some peace. Yi Wanqiu's expression turned icy. Who is this peace you speak of? Sumu appeared momentarily dazed, realizing that she genuinely did not grasp the joke. He chuckled. I don't know who she is, but when I feel lonely, I think of her. Feeling nauseated, Yi Wanqiu lost her appetite entirely, setting down her chopsticks and coldly rising to leave. Sumu laughed heartily. Mr. Yi, while I do desire peace, I desire you even more. Suddenly enraged, she grabbed a plush toy from the sofa and hurled it at Sumu. Do not compare me to that kind of lowly woman. Go to hell. Unable to contain his laughter any longer, Sumu retorted, Mr. Yi, what are you thinking? When I said I wanted peace, I truly meant I wanted quiet. You insisted on asking who this peace was. Yi Wanqiu stood frozen in shock, then turned crimson with embarrassment, retreating upstairs. Upon entering her bedroom, she found Ning Yin applying makeup, startled by Yi Wanqiu's furious expression. Who has angered you so early in the morning? Through gritted teeth, Yi Wanqiu recounted the peace joke, prompting Ning Yin to nearly tumble off her vanity in laughter. What is wrong with you lately? Are you experiencing jealousy? You wouldn't have fallen for that guy so quickly, would you? Were you not both indifferent to each other? Yi Wanqiu's heart skipped a beat but she feigned disdain. Jealous? Please. I am stunning and worth billions. How could I possibly like him? Ning Yen abruptly ceased her facial routine, turned to look at her seriously, and said, Yi Wanqiu, you are finished. You may not realize it, but when you mention Su Mu, despite your words of disdain, there is a glimmer of affection in your eyes. Yi Wanqiu gasped in shock. Is that true? I would never show such feelings. I hide suddenly, she realized and screamed, lunging at Ning Yen. You deceitful woman, how dare you trick me? Hearing the commotion upstairs, Su Mu glanced at the lavish breakfast spread before him, feeling a tinge of annoyance. If you want to eat, then I shall. Wasting food is shameful. Midway through his meal, Professor Ning entered the dining room, wearing a motherly smile, while Mr. Yi appeared somewhat uneasy, her gaze drifting when looking at Su Mu. Su Mu, you made all this? Quite impressive. I wonder who'll be fortunate enough to marry you. Ning Yen shot a knowing glance at Yi Wanqiu, who seemed dismissive. Su Mu rubbed his stomach and let out a satisfied burp. You two enjoy. I'm full now. I'll go prepare the car. Oh, Mr. Yi, which vehicle would you like to take today? Mr. Yi had 5 vehicles at her disposal, allowing her to switch according to her mood. The Mercedes-Benz G-Class was in for repairs, leaving a Bentley Continental, an Aston Martin, and 2 Rolls-Royces at her disposal. Yi Wanqiu replied curtly, bring out the Aston Martin. I haven't driven it in a while. Be sure to clean it. If there's even a speck of dust, I'll deduct it from your salary. Su Mu immediately responded, then I'll take it out to wash it. Ye vanju retorted sharply. Wash? What a waste of water. Just wipe it down. Su Mu recognized that she was retaliating for his phone being off the previous night and chuckled. Apologies, Mr. Yi, but I happen to be feeling unwell these days and can't touch cold water. Yi Wanqiu nearly snapped her chopsticks in half. What is wrong with you? Do you need treatment? Feigning discomfort, Su Mu rubbed his stomach. It's nothing. Being a man means there are days when one feels under the weather. Just drink some warm water. Ning Yen could no longer suppress her laughter, but Mr. Yi erupted in anger, flinging her chopsticks away. Go to hell. How does this jerk know it's been me feeling this way? Ugh, perverted scoundrel. Chapter 23. Set up after cleaning the car. Su Mu departed from home promptly at 8, dropping Mr. Yi off at the office by 8:30. Before leaving, he thoughtfully poured her a cup of warm water. I'm heading out for errands. Remember to drink warm water. Don't catch a chill. If your stomach hurts, massage it clockwise, and if it gets unbearable, call me. Mr. Yi remained silent, merely gesturing coldly towards her office door. Su Mu understood instantly, exiting the office and heading down to the garage to leave. After being followed the previous night, he was determined to uncover the identity of his pursuer. Among the 4 prominent sons of Danyang, he had already offended 3. Bai Zihua and Qin Peiyang had attempted to break his legs, only to have their plans thwarted. It was unlikely they would retaliate so soon. Was it possible that it was Chunan? This fellow, terrified after their encounter, might have chosen to align himself with others, but his loyalty was dubious. Loyalty necessitates incentives. Relying on coercion and threats would not yield true allegiance. Only through substantial benefits could one eliminate any thoughts of betrayal. However, given that Chunan hailed from the imperial capital, his methods would not be so crude. That left only one possibility, Zhao Muqing, the foremost among Danyang's 4 heirs. That night at the Xingchen restaurant, Zhao Muqing had endured the brunt of Su Mu's wrath. Given his status, he would not act impulsively. He would strategize before taking action. He was likely monitoring developments within the Yi Corporation closely. Su Mu had a sense that a hidden undercurrent flowed through Danyang, intricately linked to the imperial capital. A misstep could easily ensnare him in the massive vortex of the imperial capital. After narrowly escaping, he had no desire to be ensnared again. Thus, he resolved to quash any potential crises at their inception. The trees must be pruned to grow straight. One must not strike without reason. Zhao Muqing, the eldest scion of the Zhao family, was the perfect candidate to establish his authority. Cruising through the streets of Danyang in Mr. Yi's Aston Martin for over an hour, Su Mu parked in an underground garage just before 11. Ensuring he was out of sight of the cameras, he stealthily ascended via a secure passage. Upon reaching the 38th floor, he paused, heart steady. Entering the hallway, he opened the electrical box for that floor and switched off the power. After a 2-minute wait, he pulled out his phone, entered a lengthy sequence of numbers, and dialed. Completing these actions, he restored the power, quietly made his way downstairs, and returned to his car. A few minutes later, within a prominent building in Danyang's core business district, Zhao Muqing reclined comfortably on a sofa, deep in thought. The Shiwan Group, with assets exceeding 100 billion, stood as an undeniable titan of commerce in Danyang. Zhao Muting is the heir of the Shiwan Group and currently serves as the company's vice president. The young master Zhao has always been accustomed to having everything he desires, yet he has repeatedly failed in his pursuit of Dongyang's most esteemed goddess. This only fuels his desire for conquest. A woman of such allure would provide a profound sense of achievement once won. Unfortunately, this coveted flower has been prematurely plucked by a scoundrel named Su Mu, who has brazenly stepped over the faces of Dongyang's 3 prominent young masters. How could Zhao Muting possibly endure such humiliation? His restraint stems from a desire to ascertain the identity of this unexpected rival. The ability to vanquish the personal bodyguard assigned by his grandfather merits his attention. Unlike Qin Peiyong and Bai Zihua, who resort to hiring thugs, he intends to engage in a game of cat and mouse. Perhaps Su Mu would make for an intriguing opponent. Feeling his spirits lift, Zhao Muting rose from the sofa just as his phone vibrated softly. Upon checking, a contemplative smile crept upon his handsome face, lending an enigmatic air to his charming features. Moments later, he descended directly to the basement via the private elevator, driving away in an unremarkable black Mercedes. After half an hour, he arrived at the underground parking lot where Su Mu had parked. Not far away, Su Mu sat in his car, quietly observing Zhao Muting's furtive entrance into the elevator. A grin spread across Su Mu's face, revealing a set of bright white teeth. Zhao Muting ascended to the 38th floor and pressed the doorbell at the far left. Seconds later, the door swung open, revealing a stunning young woman in her late 20s, exuding an aura of elegance. Dressed in a delicate camisole, her petite figure boasted exquisitely graceful lines and velvety skin. "You're here?" she cooed, her voice sweet as honey, breaking into a radiant smile upon seeing Zhao Muting. He promptly lifted her into his arms and strode toward the bedroom. After a little over half an hour, the enchanting woman lay curled in his embrace, her cheeks flushed. Zhao Muting, however, stared at the ceiling, seemingly lost in thought. This woman, he mused, ought to be addressed as Little Mother, for she was his father's mistress. The kind of woman chosen by Zhao Haod, chairman of the Shiwan Group, must be a rare beauty indeed. The woman hailed from the picturesque waterways of Jiangnan and had been with Zhao Haod for less than 3 years before secretly becoming entangled with Zhao Muting. As the first son of Danyang, he could have any woman he desired, yet he had willingly delivered a piece of verdant grassland to his father's head. "Are you troubled by something?" The woman affectionately caressed Zhao Muting's handsome face, her tone tender. Zhao Muting smiled faintly, his hand gliding over her satin-like skin as he softly replied, "What could trouble me? By the way, my father is eager to keep you close. How did you manage to sneak out?" The exquisite woman assumed he was jesting and playfully punched him. "Nonsense, didn't you invite me out?" It was as if a thunderclap struck Zhao Muting's mind. He leapt from the bed, his face pale as he fixed a penetrating gaze on the enchanting woman. "What did I invite you? Was it you who messaged me? You, shameless wretch, what are you up to?" The charming woman was rendered speechless. Zhao Haod was no benevolent soul. Should he discover the affair with his son, her fate would be nothing short of tragic. He had threatened her on multiple occasions, warning that if she dared to betray him, she would be sold into prostitution in Africa. The Shiwan Group had invested heavily in various businesses there, and dealing with her would be a mere trifle. I sent this message from you," the woman stammered, trembling as she fished out her phone and handed it to him. Upon seeing the message, Zhao Muting's complexion darkened ominously. He had been ensnared in a trap. Someone had used his phone to message this woman while simultaneously messaging him from her phone. Thus, the implications of this room. Someone had definitely tampered with it, and everything that had just transpired was likely recorded. If it were his father, Zhao Haod, he would have no reason to orchestrate such a scheme. So, who could it be? Suddenly, a knock echoed from the door, and Zhao Muting felt as though his heart had turned to ash. What was destined to come would eventually arrive. Chapter 24. Kneel down and be my dog. After opening the door, Zhao Muting surprisingly found himself calm. If it were his father Zhao Haod, the situation would be irreparable. The person standing before him was Su Mu, and there was still a chance to salvage the situation. Well, young Master Zhao, what a delightful interest you have," Su Mu remarked with a smile. "Indeed, it's you." Zhao Muting glared at Su Mu, gritting his teeth in fury. He understood that the woman Yuanxio would likely remain out of his reach for the rest of his life, unless he resorted to extreme measures. Zhao Muting realized he had made a grave error in underestimating Su Mu. What do you want, Su Mu? Money? Beauty? Power? Speak up. There are few things in this world I cannot procure. Zhao Muting quickly took the initiative, lounging casually on the living room sofa with his legs crossed, studying Su Mu. Su Mu, however, seemed to glance intentionally at the bedroom before wearing a strange smile and casually inquiring, "You're right. In this world, there is no deal that cannot be struck, but how do you intend to handle this woman?" Zhao Muting scoffed, but remained silent, his eyes betraying a glint of murderous intent. The enchanting woman in the bedroom had clearly overheard their exchange and was now trembling in fear, fully aware that her best fate would likely be to end her own life, thus escaping unimaginable humiliation. Su Mu regarded Zhao Muting with disdain. Was this truly the first son of Dongyang? Let us talk, young Master Zhao. Show me your utmost sincerity. I will not offer a second chance. Zhao Muting frowned slightly, narrowing his eyes at Su Mu. Who are you, really? Whom do you represent? I refuse to believe that someone of your caliber would degrade himself to be a mere chauffeur for the Yi family. Yi Zhengshu isn't worthy of someone like you. Sumo chuckled lightly. Why must I be someone's puppet? Can I simply be myself? Zhao Muting scoffed, regarding Su Mu as a fool. Sumo, spare me the nonsense. I know you are formidable, but do not forget that my Zhao family is not to be trifled with. If you represent only yourself, then I offer you 1 billion. We'll bury the hatchet, and you can leave Dongyang with this sum, sufficient for a lifetime. Su Mu shook his head with a smile. Zhao Muting clenched his teeth. 2 billion. Su Mu continued to shake his head. 3 billion? Again, Su Mu declined. Enraged, Zhao Muting slammed his fist onto the coffee table, shouting, 5 billion, kid. Aren't you afraid of bursting your own bubble? Su Mu slowly raised a finger. Zhao Muting nearly leapt from his seat. Are you dreaming? 10 billion? Do you think you can blackmail me just because you possess a bit of leverage? Worst case scenario, I'll plead with Zhao Haod. I am his only legitimate son. Do you believe he would turn against me for a woman? Sumo erupted into later, unvazed. Who said I intend to hand the footage to your father? I'll ensure it's posted online. And then congratulations to young Master Zhao for winning this year's Best Entertainment News Award. Who knows? You might even break into the film industry and become the next big star. As Su Mu's smile faded, he added, at that point, who would dare marry their daughter to you? The heir of the Shi Wang group without a matching marriage alliance. Tell me, do you think you can still maintain your position? Zhao Muting's nostrils flared with rage. How poisonous. Indeed, the illustrious first son of Dongyang would be utterly ruined if his affair with his father's mistress were to be exposed. At that moment, not only would the Zhao family be implicated, but he himself would undoubtedly face a dismal fate. Zhao Mothan no longer felt the earlier sense of relief. He wished fervently that this predicament had been orchestrated by his father. After all, family shame should not be aired publicly. At worst, it was merely the death of a woman. 1 billion, I will give. Zhao Mothan gritted his teeth, acquiescing to Su Mu's demands. However, Su Mu shook his head. Not 1 billion. Zhao Mothan was taken aback, staring at Su Mu in horror, and then suddenly burst into laughter. You want 100 billion? Ha ha ha. Su Mu, do you even realize what you're asking? 100 billion. Do you comprehend the magnitude of such an amount? You must be out of your mind. Su Mu wore a knowing smile, observing Zhao Mothan without uttering a word. Gradually, Zhao Mothan's expression darkened as he comprehended that the situation was entirely different from his expectations. What did this fellow truly mean? What do you mean? Su Mu finally began nonchalantly. I offer you an opportunity. An opportunity? What sort of opportunity? Su Mu smiled and replied, kneel down, lick the back of my foot, and become my dog. Zhao Mothan's eyes suddenly flashed with 2 ominous glimmers. Dream on. Su Mu shook his head gently, saying, the Zhao family has some reputation in the capital. You must be aware of the Chu family, right? Zhao Mothan was momentarily stunned. What do you mean? How could he not know the Chu family? They surpassed the Zhao family in status, power, influence, and wealth, being one of the 9 prominent families in the inner sea of the capital. The Zhao family was merely affluent. Su Mu took out his phone, made a call, and uttered a single phrase, you may come up. Before long, there was a knock at the door. Su Mu gestured for Zhao Mothan to open it, suppressing his resentment. Zhao Mothan opened the door. Who are you? A young man, even more refined than himself, entered with a faint smile. Chu Nan, from the capital. Zhao Mothan was taken aback, his eyes widening in shock. Chu Nan, a member of the Chu family. He stared dumbfounded as Chu Nan approached Su Mu and respectfully bowed. Boss. The term boss shattered all of Zhao Mothan's defenses. He felt as though he was losing his mind. How could this be? Even among the elite in the capital, the scion of the Chu family was at the pinnacle of privilege. Even a branch of the Chu family was someone he would have to look up to. Yet here was this young master bowing to a mere driver, referring to him as boss. Zhao Mothan felt his worldview collapsing. As he watched Chunan stand behind Su Mu like a subordinate, his legs began to tremble. He even questioned his own existence. What kind of divine being was this Su Mu, capable of commanding such respect from someone associated with the Chu family? To think he had provoked such a formidable entity over a woman. At this moment, Zhao Mothan dared not entertain any other thoughts. Chunan looked down at him and said coolly, "Kneel, young Master Zhao. Believe me, this is undoubtedly the greatest opportunity of your life. Kneel, and you shall become the head of the Zhao family." Zhao Mothan was horrified. After a lengthy hesitation, he finally knelt before Su Mu, drenched in sweat. Su Mu smiled and affectionately patted his head as one might a small dog, then stood up and addressed Chunan. "You handle the rest. By the way, I quite like the woman in the room. Give her some money and send her abroad. When I have the time, I will call her back." With that, he strode out. That last statement effectively safeguarded the woman's life. Upon returning to the Yi group, Su Mu barely settled into his seat when General Yi coldly knocked on the door. "Assistant Su, come here." Entering the office, General Yi regarded him sternly, saying nothing. Assistant Su grinned. "Boss, what can I do for you?" Yi Wanqiu extracted a document from her drawer and handed it over. Su Mu sensed trouble as he took it, and, indeed, it was an employment contract with a bizarre duration of 10 years. His signature was still on it. The key detail was that there were two employers, General Yi and Professor Ning. This was not merely employment. It was a forced contract of servitude. The term stated that he would serve as a driver on odd days and a bodyguard on even days, with Sundays reserved for joint use. This was more ruthless than any betrayal from the Qing dynasty. "What do you intend to do with me?" Su Mu seethed. "Yi Wanqiu, don't push your luck. Look at the predatory language you're using. Explain to me what joint use means. I'm a person, not an object, not a tool." Yi Wanqiu's face flushed, yet she retorted defiantly. "In our eyes, you are not a person at all. Why? Being regarded as a tool is your honor. Many wish to serve as my tool, yet I'm not interested." Su Mu reached out to rip the contract. "Yevanji gulerit fiersi, eudin tirots." Su Mu felt utterly frustrated. "Old Yi, what kind of job have you found for me? This is not the luxury villa you promised, nor is it the leisure you described. This is a sheer tyrant. One with wings at that." Su Mu thought fiercely. If he did not gain some advantage, it would be a disservice to this contract of servitude. "General Yi, may I ask you a question?" "Ask. Do you have feelings for me?" Yi Wanqiu stomped her foot, disdainfully spitting, yet unbeknownst to her, her ears reddened. With a dramatic flair, she slammed her hand on the table, adopting a domineering demeanor. "Assistant Su, I wish to inquire what you were doing when you took your leave earlier. Why did you not report back?" Su Mu, brimming with pride, replied, "I was, of course, working, General Yi. I was doing this for the company. What does taking leave matter? Don't even think about docking my pay. I will retaliate." Yi Wanqiu smirked. "What about the results of your work?" Su Mu produced a USB stick and tossed it over. "See for yourself." Yi Wanqiu, suspicious of his actions, elegantly took the USB stick, examining it with a raised brow. "What is this?" Su Mu suddenly burst into a raucous laugh, adopting an impudent expression. "Hey, General Yi, I must warn you, you'd best put that away and not look at it. Otherwise, the consequences are on you." General Yi was no fool. She regarded Su Mu as her greatest adversary. "I must see what the consequences are." With that, she plugged the USB into her computer's USB port. This USB had an autoplay feature, and Su Mu, frightened like a rabbit, bolted from General Yi's office without even closing the door behind him. Outside her office was the administrative department, where over a dozen young women were diligently working. A series of peculiar sounds emanated from General Yi's office. The ladies simultaneously looked up in shock, exchanging glances before hastily covering their ears, their faces flushed. General Yi actually had a penchant for such content. Even the proudest beauty could not resist her physiological needs. The employees' perception of General Yi as a domineering female CEO crumbled instantaneously. Inside the office, Yi Wanqiu was left utterly distraught. The video was in high definition, with an angle that could be deemed the pinnacle of human art. One could not deny that Su Mu had the potential to become the world's foremost paparazzo. The man in the footage was none other than Zhao Mothan. "Su Mu, you bastard. Her shriek nearly shattered the office glass. Enraged, President Yi yanked the USB drive and leapt from her chair. She snatched a crystal ornament and stormed towards Su Mu's office. "You scoundrel! You scum! You shameless creature!" she cried, tears streaming down her face. With one hand clutching her chest and the other brandishing the crystal, she hurled it at the grinning Su Mu. Faced with a raging tigress, Su Mu could only dodge and evade, not daring to retaliate. "I'll kill you, you wretch!" she screamed. "If you have the guts, don't run. Stand still." Outside, over a dozen women perked up their ears. Soon, wails of agony echoed from Su Mu's office. "Ouch! Don't hit the face, you!" "Enough, President Yi! Don't tear my clothes. This is a high-end brand band." "Woman, I'm turning serious now. I really am. Help! President Yi is killing me." After more than 10 minutes, the tightly shut door of the assistant's office creaked open, revealing a bloodied head. Hell. Another 10 minutes later, President Yi, now refreshed and invigorated, strode out of Su Mu's office with a haughty gait. Noticing the prying eyes, she roared, "Do you want to work or not? If not, go to HR and resign." The women, cowed, lowered their heads like quails. Oof. Returning to her office, President Yi turned and declared, "If a single word of this gets out, you'll all resign." With that, she slammed the door, only to burst in a laugh the moment it closed. "Do you think I can't handle you? I'll keep you in check, and you'll make me money. That video will be my trump card. Zhao family? Zhao Mutian? See if you dare to bother me again." Oof. Little did she know, Zhao Mutian had already become a lapdog to her assistant, too cowed to bother her. The atmosphere in the company remained tense for the rest of the afternoon. At the end of the day, Su Mu, plastered with bandages, followed President Yi out, under the sympathetic gazes of the women. In the car, the frost on President Yi's face melted, and she asked with some concern, "Does it still hurt?" Su Mu shook his head, no. Amused and exasperated, she gestured, "Come here, let me see." Su Mu, covering his face, looked terrified. "What are you going to do?" Her hand itched with the urge to strike. "Give me your head." Seated in the passenger seat, Su Mu reluctantly leaned over. Glancing down, he caught a glimpse of her chest, blushing and quickly closing his eyes. Unaware of her exposure, she gently pressed the bandages, filled with guilt and tenderness. "No more fooling around, understand?" Su Mu mumbled, "Yes," and peeked through a slit. "President Yi smells so nice." Chapter 26. Rescue back home. Professor Ning, seeing the bandages, was incredulous. "Did you scratch your face again?" President Yi, uncharacteristically bashful, stuck out her tongue. Su Mu shrugged. "Professor Ning, you know me. If I'm not disciplined, I'll be up to no good. I deserved it." Professor Ning laughed. "Good. The red medicine is still here. Let's use it." President Yi, feeling guilty, poured a glass of water for Su Mu but placed it on the table, giving him a meaningful look. Professor Ning, noticing this, smiled and asked, "What do you do this time?" Recalling the afternoon, President Yi blushed, pinched Professor Ning, and said, "Don't ask, I won't tell." Professor Ning, with a knowing look, teased, "Do you know what happens when someone falls in love?" President Yi's heart skipped, but she retorted, "What happens?" Professor Ning giggled. "Remember, when you first met?" he said. "Your face turns red, your chest swells." President Yi, mortified, exclaimed, "How do you know that?" Professor Ning, with a mischievous smile, didn't answer, leaving President Yi tantalized. The phone rang. Professor Ning, seeing the caller, beamed, "Cousin, how nice to hear from you." "What?" She leapt up. "Yi, what happened? Don't cry. Tell me slowly." "I'm coming, don't worry. She'll be fine." Hanging up, she was in a panic. "Wanchio, Yi's in a car accident. I have to go now." President Yi, alarmed, agreed, "I'll go with you." Turning to Su Mu, she shouted, "What are you waiting for? Start the car." Su Mu, startkald, nashtaut. Half an hour later, they arrived at Donyang Hospital. Professor Ning, rushing ahead, finally found the location. Outside the operating room, a group of well-dressed men and women stood, including a stunning woman sobbing in the middle. "Cousin." Professor Ning rushed to her. The woman, Xie Yutong, embraced her, crying, "It's all my fault. If I hadn't insisted on coming back, Yi wouldn't have been in the accident." President Yi, whispering to Su Mu, "She's Xie Yutong, Professor Ning's cousin. Don't you recognize her?" Su Mu, recognizing her, was surprised. The famous actress, singer, and model, Xie Yutong, is Professor Ning's cousin. But how could she have a child if she's not married? Professor Ning, holding Xie Yutong, could only cry with her. President Yi, with Su Mu, approached. "Sister Yutong, Yi will be fine. Let me introduce Su Mu, my assistant. Ji Yutong, Noin Presidente, Nodit, Gananjink Atsumu. Professor Ning, with a glint in her eye, said, Cousin, wait. Sumu, you can save me, right? You cure my terminal illness. Xie Yutong and the group were shocked. Is it true, sister? Professor Ning nodded. Xie Yutong, trembling, knelt before Sumu, Dakesu. Please save my daughter. I, Xie Yutong, swear to serve you for the rest of my life if you save her. Sumu, at a loss, stepped aside Professor Ning. Help her up. I'm not a doctor, and I don't know the child's condition. Let's wait for the doctors. Just then, the operating room lights went out. The door creaked open, and 3 elderly experts, their hair as white as snow and their expressions weary, emerged. Behind them trailed a dozen doctors and nurses, all wearing faces of despondency. The one at the center, Dr. Lin Goen, was a renowned cardiology expert, the foremost specialist at Donyang Hospital. Ning Yin rushed forward, exclaiming, Grandpa Lin, Yi. Dr. Lin, his face heavy with sorrow, shook his head slowly. Xiaoyan, we have done all we could, but it is. Xie Yutong fainted, causing a stir. Ning Yin cried out, suddenly turning to Sumu. Sumu, please save it. He must have a way, right? Sumu, taken aback, could only support her while forcing a smile. Sister Ning, if the experts cannot help, how could I? Without warning, Ning Yin knelt before Sumu, pleading, please just try. Dr. Lin seemed to understand something and strode toward Sumu, fixing him with a piercing gaze. You were the one who cured Xiao Yan's terminal illness? How did you accomplish that? Who was your mentor? Young man, come with me to take a look. With that, Dr. Lin seized Sumu and dashed toward the operating room. On the surgical table lay a small girl, the ECG displaying a straight line. Xie Yutong, regaining consciousness, rushed into the operating room like a wild tiger. Dr. Lin turned sharply, bellowing everyone out. Ning Yin quickly pulled Xie Yutong back as Dr. Lin slammed the door shut. As he turned back, he was astonished, nearly dropping his jaw. Sumu stood before the operating table, his hands placed on the lifeless girl's chest, as if a shock wave emanated from him, causing the very air to tremble. A white mist began to envelop the girl. Seconds ticked by. Suddenly, the ECG emitted a beep. Beep, beep. Dr. Lin gaped in disbelief. The girl's heartbeat and pulse were gradually returning. Tears of joy streamed down his face as he flung open the door. Shouting, she's stabilized. Prepare for surgery. Continue. Outside, Ning Yin and the others were nearly fainting from joy. A flurry of doctors and nurses sprang into action, while Sumu, feeling overwhelmed, struggled to maintain his composure. This transaction had cost him dearly. However, saving a life outweighed any monetary loss. Surely, he had earned some merit. The astonishment of the doctors and nurses was palpable. A person declared dead could miraculously revive? How could this be? Yet, it was unfolding right before their eyes, leaving them no room for doubt. Who exactly was this young man? After more than 10 minutes, Sumu emerged from the operating room, drenched in sweat. Xie Yutong approached him, her face full of gratitude. Bowing deeply, Dr. Su, thank you. She had previously harbored a poor impression of him, his face plastered with band-aids and his shifty eyes. Who would have thought he was a miraculous healer? She felt a deep sense of shame for her superficial judgments, especially when all the top experts had been powerless. Yet this man had defied the odds. What sorcery was this? Sensing Xie Yutong's gratitude and embarrassment, Sumu shook his head, his band-aids now in disarray. Yi Xiu, witnessing his weakened state, rushed to support him. Are you all right? Sumu flashed a smile, leaning against her, resting his head on her shoulder. Hey, President Yi, are you so concerned for me? Ye van yus cheeks flushit, and she playfully pinched his side, only to turn it into a supportive gesture. You'd be better off dead than to irritate me. Sumu closed his eyes, exclaiming, I'm dead. With that, he slumped to the ground. Yi Xiu gasped, nearly in tears, and hurriedly caught him. Sumu, what is wrong? Ning Yin and Xie Yutong quickly helped him to sit. I'm exhausted. Xiu, please get me some glucose water. I think I'm experiencing low blood sugar. Xie Yutong promptly instructed an assistant to fetch 2 boxes of glucose injections at top speed. After consuming them, Sumu felt significantly better. As time passed, he was finally stabilized. Observing the data before them, Dr. Lin and the seasoned doctors exchanged incredulous glances. The girl's pulse, heartbeat, and even her breathing were more robust than normal, despite having undergone major surgery. What on earth was happening? The most shocking revelation was that a person who had been declared dead could astonishingly come back to life. If this news were to leak, it could potentially reverberate throughout the global medical community. The operating room was under constant surveillance. The key to this miracle lay with the Band-Aid-clad young man. The operating room door swung open again, and Dr. Lin, along with a group of doctors and nurses, stepped out. They regarded Sumu, who was slumped on a chair in the corridor, with a mixture of astonishment, admiration, excitement, and trepidation. Xie Yutong, anxious, grasped Dr. Lin's hand, asking tremulously, "Uncle Lin, how is he?" Dr. Lin, with a complex expression, replied, "The surgery was a resounding success. All of Yi's data is excellent, and she will suffer no aftereffects." All of this, he gestured towards Sumu, unable to conceal his astonishment, is thanks to this young brother. Xie Yutong, overwhelmed with joy, turned to Sumu and bowed deeply once more. "Divine Dr. Su, I cannot express my gratitude enough. I will keep my word." Sumu, startled, waved his hand in response, chuckling, "Sister Yutong, it was nothing really. Since you are Ningyan's cousin, I'll just call you sister. And you can call me Sumu." Xie Yutong, her heart finally at ease, smiled radiantly at Sumu, resembling a blooming peony, captivating all who beheld her. Sumu almost found himself mesmerized. She and Ningyan were cousins, sharing similar height and curvaceous figures. Ningyan was akin to a ripe peach, while Xie Yutong was even more captivating. "All right, from now on, I'll call you brother. You are my dear brother." As she spoke, she audaciously reached for Sumu's phone, saving her private number, and called herself, "Brother, if you ever need anything, don't hesitate to call. I'll take care of it. By the way, what happened to your face?" Sumu awkwardly glanced at Yuanxiu, who blushed and huffed. Xie Yutong's expression darkened as she shot Yuanxiu a glare. "Yuanxiu, how many times have I told you? You need to change your attitude. My brother is such an exceptional young man. You must not bully him, or else you will regret it." Yuanxiu felt a surge of frustration as a sour feeling welled up within her. Xie Yutong's enthusiasm for Sumu ignited a sense of competition. Ningyan watched in astonishment. Her cousin had never shown interest in men, had only engaged in serious acting, and avoided romantic scenes altogether. Xie Yutong gently told Sumu, "Just sit tight. I'll escort Uncle Lin and the others out. You mustn't leave." Dr. Lin and the other doctors were reluctant to depart. They wanted to familiarize themselves with Sumu and perhaps learn a few tricks. However, Xie Yutong, accompanied by a large entourage of bodyguards and assistants, politely but firmly ushered them away. The doctors turned back repeatedly, creating a rather comical scene. Afterward, Yi was placed in the finest intensive care unit. Seeing her vital signs stable, Xie Yutong finally felt relieved. Dismissing the bodyguards and assistants, she returned to Sumu, producing a card and a key, handing them to him. "Please keep this card safe. If you encounter any issues that you cannot consult me about, you can call the number on it. Additionally, here is a key. I have a vacant property at the Guanyue Villa, which will now be yours." Sumu was taken aback. What is happening? Out of nowhere, a sister of extraordinary grace has appeared, along with a gift of a villa worth over 100 million. This is undoubtedly an unbeatable start. "Sister, I cannot accept your house. I am capable of earning my own living. I am currently the assistant to the vice president of the Yi Group, with an annual salary of 100,000. Xie Yutong gasped in surprise. "How much?" Sumu felt a wave of hostility emanating from Xie Yutong, directed squarely at Yuanxiu. Normally, the domineering Yi resembled a quail, trembling in fear at that moment. "Yuanxiu," Xie Yutong spoke with a hint of sternness. "If I recall correctly, the annual salary for the vice president in your company is 3 million, correct?" Yi Yuanxiu seethed with resentment towards Sumu internally, but dared not retort. "Yes, I will immediately arrange for his salary to be increased. He is my brother, and his annual salary must be 10 million, not a cent less." The CEO could only acquiesce with a reluctant "oh." Ning Yen, whose makeup had previously been ruined by tears, could no longer suppress her laughter. Everything has its match. Sumu had no choice but to accept the card in the house. Xie Yutong treated him like a younger brother without any pretense, with a decisive manner. Upon taking the card, Sumu's heart jolted. What on earth? Who exactly is this sister of mine? It was a purple gold card, surrounded by a circle of diamonds, with only an ancient script emblem on the front. Han Wu family. The back bore a phone number. Upon seeing these 4 characters, Sumu's mind bust. The Han Wu family was the lineage that once established a dynasty, where emperors guarded the nation and rulers died for their land. Centuries ago, this royal family was profoundly influential, reigning supreme among the secular families of the East. The so-called 9 great families of the Inner Sea would have to bow down before the Zhu family. My cousin Ning, I have suddenly gained a sister with an incredibly formidable background. My position, which once felt like a soft life, is now becoming increasingly solid. Chapter 28. So, let us proceed. Ning Yin stayed at the hospital to accompany her cousin and care for the child, while Yi Wanxiu took Su Mu home to rest. Xie Yutong continued to see Su Mu off until he was out of sight, turning away with a hint of reluctance. Ning Yin could no longer contain her curiosity. Sister, why do you treat Sumo so differently? Xie Yutong glanced at Ning Yin, whose gaze was somewhat evasive. After your brother-in-law passed away, Yi became my everything. He saved Yi. He is a benefactor of the Zhu family, and I would grant him anything he desires. Now he is my brother. My dear brother. Yin, you like him, don't you? Ning Yin was taken aback, her heart racing. Her face flushed as she retorted playfully. Sister, what are you saying? Xie Yutong's beautiful eyes seemed to pierce through Ning Yin. He's the one you called me about that night. The one who bullied you, right? Ning Yin blushed with embarrassment, lowering her head and daring not to speak. Xie Yutong smiled slightly. Now I understand. He was saving you, wasn't he? Ning Yin quietly affirmed. Yet, Xie Yutong leaned closer, softly asking, did he really touch you? Ning Yin trembled all over, her face burning, stamping her foot. Sister. Xie Yutong quickly laughed. All right, no more questions. Just stay with me at the hospital tonight. On the other side, Yi Wanxiu wore a cold expression, her face filled with displeasure, leaving Su Mu utterly bewildered. What is going on? Is she jealous? Seeing him grin foolishly at her, Yi Wanxiu grew even angrier, coldly stating, Isn't Xie Yutong beautiful? Are you not moved by her? Su Mu feigned seriousness. Wanxiu, what kind of talk is that? She's my sister. Yi Wanxiu's jealousy deepened, feeling possessive. She is not your biological sister. Her husband passed away 5 years ago, and she is a big star, more gentle and beautiful than me, a fierce woman. You're truly not moved? Su Mu understood that if he dared to be cheeky now, Yi Wanxiu would certainly kick him out of the car. He chuckled to himself, thinking, no matter how beautiful Sister Yutong is in my heart, she cannot compare to a certain fierce woman. A smile momentarily flickered across Yi Wanxiu's stunning face before it turned cold again. Men are always full of empty words. Then, she glared at him fiercely, commanding, if you dare to have even a fleeting thought about her, I will cut you off. Do you understand? Su Mu laughed. You're not a mind reader. Why should you care what I think? Yi Wanxiu's expression darkened suddenly. She was about to explode when Su Mu grasped her hand. All right, Co. Yi, I promise, when I am with you, my heart will only belong to you. Yi Wanxiu's face instantly flushed, her sourness transforming into sweetness. However, she suddenly realized, when I am with you, my heart belongs to me. When I am with you, Professor Ning, my heart belongs to her, right? Yeah. What nonsense. Su Mu almost fell into the trap. Fortunately, he reacted quickly, altering his words at the last moment. He firmly squeezed Yi Wanxiu's delicate hand, wearing an expression that suggested he would jump out of the car if she did not believe him. Ms. Yi, I would like to ask, why should I think of you? What are you to me? Yi Wanxiu was momentarily taken aback. Right? What exactly is her relationship to him? Why? She suddenly felt a wave of anxiety. Having lived for 25 years, she had always harbored a natural disdain for boys due to her parents' actions. Growing up, suitors in her eyes were as bothersome as flies. No matter how outstanding the man, she could never see them. Yet, she had coincidentally encountered a rogue named Su Mu, a scoundrel. They had known each other for only a few days. The experiences they shared during this time were perhaps more intimate than that of newly dating couples. Especially that night on the mountaintop at Forest Park, the embarrassment of which would last a lifetime. Is falling for someone really that easy? A hint of sorrow flashed in Yi Wanxiu's eyes as she glanced at Su Mu, then forcefully pulled her hand away from his grip, calmly stating, You are right. I am nothing to you. Now it was Su Mu's turn to be stunned. What a blunder. Before arriving in Danyang, he had gathered much information about Yi Wanxiu as a part of his professional habit. She appeared to be domineering and indifferent, yet internally she was soft, sensitive, and even insecure. The disgrace of her parents' actions was a deep-seated shame for her. At this point, any words would be superfluous, perhaps even counterproductive. Thus, let us proceed. Su Mu suddenly leaned forward, cupping Yi Wanxiu's face with both hands, roughly turning her to face him, his bandaged face inches away. Then, He fiercely pressed his lips against her rosy ones. After the kiss, he released her and smugly declared, "Now, you are mine." Yuanchio's mind went blank. Her foot pressed the accelerator without her control, and with a loud crash, the Rolls-Royce Wraith slammed into the car ahead. The driver of the front car was left in tears. What the hell? Who did I offend? He had been careful to maintain distance, fearing an intimate encounter. And now, despite keeping his distance, the trouble had still caught up with him. What now? Sell the car? Wait. No, it's you tailing me. Sumu was left in a daze. Meanwhile, Yuanchio remained utterly stunned. After the collision, she sat rigidly, motionless, her mind completely blank, her body tingling as if electrified. Thunderous thoughts swirling in her head. Where am I? What is my name? What just happened? That rogue, he kissed me? He forcibly kissed me? But he actually kissed me. Yuanchio felt her entire body go limp, collapsing against the seat. Suddenly, a loud crash sounded from behind as the Rolls-Royce Wraith was violently rear-ended again. Yuanchio suddenly came to her senses, swiftly covering her mouth with her hand, her eyes resembling those of a pitiful lamb, gazing at Su Mu in terror. This expression struck Su Mu's heart fiercely. Indeed, it was her. His gaze transformed into an overwhelming tenderness as he gently embraced Yuanchio, whispering softly in her ear, "Do not be afraid. I am here. I will protect you for a lifetime." After speaking, he unfastened his seatbelt, opened the car door, and stepped out. The drivers of the cars in front and behind had already encircled him with menacing attitudes. The driver from the rear began to curse violently. "Do you think driving a Rolls-Royce makes you special? Is the road your home? You shameless couple, kissing in public. Are you in such a hurry to check into a hotel?" The driver in front remained silent, wearing an unhappy expression. 3 aggressive young men emerged from the rear vehicle, their eyes glinting with malice, clearly not benign characters. Yuanchio, still in a daze, also exited the car, her expression vacant. The 3 men nearly drooled at the sight of her. When they glanced at Su Mu, whose face was covered in band-aids and hair plastered to his forehead, they couldn't help but curse again. What a beautiful flower planted in dung. The one who had been cursing suddenly grinned at Yuanchio. "Beautiful lady, you're quite adventurous. Aren't you? Want to have some fun with us?" Yuanchio's expression darkened instantly. "Go play with your mother." Chapter 29. Who sent you here? Sumu cast a glance at the 3 men from the rear. It was now past 9 in the evening, and the dim interior of the Rolls-Royce made it impossible for anyone to see what was happening inside through the rear window. So, how did they know I was kissing? Moreover, there was at least a 5-second gap between the rear and front car collisions. What does this indicate? They were tracking me and deliberately crashed into us. Sumu silently reprimanded himself. As a dragon tamer, he should not have made such a foolish mistake. Perhaps he had exhausted all his energy while saving lives at the hospital earlier. Now the question arose, who were these 3 men, and who sent them to stalk him? The driver in front, noticing the unsavory demeanor of the 3 men from the rear, quickly stepped back, distancing himself. After all, the rear driver was entirely at fault for the collision, and since they drove a Rolls-Royce, he had nothing to fear. Sumu smiled gently at Yuanchio, saying, "You should get back in the car." Yuanchio frowned slightly, but obediently climbed back inside. Sumu closed the door for her and turned to face the 3 men, grinning as he asked, "Gentlemen, are we settling this privately or through official channels?" The man in the middle, with slanted eyes, grinned sinisterly. "Kid, if you let your girl spend a few days with us, we'll let this slide. How about that?" Sumu glanced at the car that had crashed into them, shaking his head. "Who sent you here?" The 3 men were momentarily taken aback, the slanted-eyed man flashing a hint of astonishment before quickly masking it. He smirked. "Kid, we don't know what you're talking about. One thing is for sure, whoever Wang Dongqiang has his eyes on, nobody escapes." The other 2 men nodded in agreement. "Yeah, you should find out who our boss is. If he has set his sights on your girl, consider yourself lucky. He'll take care of you." Sumu looked back at the long line of cars that had formed on the road, and the crowd of onlookers was growing. With a top-tier luxury car involved in an accident, many were eagerly taking photos. Sumu regarded the 3 oblivious men in front of him, speaking leisurely. "I'm in a good mood today, so I'm willing to chat with you for a bit. Tell me who instructed you, and I want to pursue the matter of your deliberate rear-end collision. I'll even cover your repair costs." Wang Dongqiang narrowed his eyes, stepping forward with a mocking smile, slapping Sumu's face in a humiliating manner. "Kid, even if someone sent us, what can you do about it?" He laughed arrogantly and proudly. Sumu grinned. Do you know what happened to the last person who slapped my face? Wang Dongxiang laughed heartily and suddenly swung a slap at Su Mu's face. Not only am I slapping you. Before he could finish, he found the scenery before him blurring. The band-aid-covered face rapidly shrank from his view, followed by a loud crash. The onlookers barely registered the scene as Wang Dongxiang collided forcefully with a roadside advertising board, toppling it over. This shocking moment left everyone stunned. Sumo, however, paid no mind to the crowd. With his face adorned in band-aids, it was as if he wore a mask. He cheerfully approached Wang Dongxiang, who was bleeding from the mouth, unable to rise from the ground. Su Mu lifted his foot and stomped down on one of Wang Dongxiang's hands. Crack! A piercing scream shattered the night air, sending the onlookers into a frenzy. Wow, this young man is ruthless. Call the police. The two men beside Wang Dongxiang finally realized the gravity of the situation and lunged at Su Mu in a fit of rage. Su Mu didn't even turn around, swiftly kicking backward. The two men screamed as they were sent flying 4 to 5 meters away, crashing heavily onto the road. The crowd stood in stunned silence. Wow, this kid's fighting prowess is incredible. 3 grown men were dispatched with a mere kick. Su Mu smiled as he placed another foot onto Wang Dongxiang's other hand. It appears that he is the bodyguard of the luxurious car and the beautiful woman. This bodyguard is quite ruthless. The middle-aged man in the car ahead also wore an expression of lingering shock and silent relief. Fortunately, after getting out of the car, his attitude was not as terrible. Otherwise, amidst the shocked gazes of all, Su Mu, with a smile, approached the bald man. I've seen people deliver money, but never someone delivering their own death. With that, he grabbed the other's wrist, and with a fierce twist, there was a crack. The bald man let out a wail of agony, writhing on the ground in pain. Several police cars screeched to a halt. 7 or 8 police officers immediately drew their guns and pointed them at Su Mu. Don't move. Chapter 30. The chilling confession. The lead officer was a middle-aged policeman who stared coldly at Su Mu. Public assault, cruel methods, cuff him. At this moment, Yi Wanxiu, with a stern face, jumped out of the car and shouted, I'll see who dares. The middle-aged policeman turned back, his dignified gaze fixed on Yi Wanxiu. Do you think you're above the law because you're rich? If you interfere, I'll arrest you too. The CEO of Yi Corporation, enraged. Suddenly a police officer shouted, There are drugs in the car. At these words, several police officers immediately pounced on Yi Wanxiu, brandishing handcuffs. Yi Wanxiu trembled with rage. She knew she had been framed. Who did this? Su Mu smiled, a radiant and brilliant smile. CEO Yi, do not resist in vain. Let us follow them. The middle-aged policeman looked coldly at Su Mu. You have some self-awareness. Cuff them all and confiscate their phones. The onlookers, seeing the police intervene and find drugs, felt that the spectacle was worth the price of admission. They were all agog with excitement and astonishment. In the shadows, a few men in the crowd were recording the entire scene on their phones. Sumo sneered inwardly. Such tactics were indeed hard to guard against. In the age of the internet, these videos, once uploaded, would soon expose Yi Wanxiu's identity. At that point, the sordid affairs of Yi Ziyuan and Lin Wenlan would also be revealed. The Yi Corporation would be plunged into a maelstrom, and it might even go bankrupt. A wealthy and beautiful CEO, a car accident, a bodyguard assaulting someone, and the possession and possibly trafficking of drugs. These elements combined would incite a frenzy on the internet. Even if it was later proven that these were all baseless, the Yi family would already be irreparably damaged. What a ruthless and venomous move. Is this aimed at me or the Yi family? Su Mu discreetly sent a message from his phone. Just as he sent it, a police officer cuffed him, confiscating his phone and the purple gold card given to him by Xie Yutong. Yi Wanxiu, arms crossed with a cold expression, was escorted into the police car by 2 officers. Su Mu glanced at the middle-aged policeman and, with a smile, said, We have been framed. If you are involved, I assure you, you will regret it. The middle-aged policeman was furious, a sneer flashing his eyes. You dare to threaten a police officer? You'll rot in jail, boy. Su Mu and Yi Wanxiu were taken away by the police. The accident scene was handed over to the traffic police, and over a dozen ambulances arrived to take away the more than 10 injured thugs. The doctors were astounded by the severity of the thugs' injuries. All had comminuted fractures, and even if they were treated, it would affect their lives, leaving them either crippled or lame. So many cripples gathered together, truly a case of cripples begetting cripples. The one who did this was truly ruthless. How much would it cost to compensate for all this? The police arrived and left quickly. Half an hour later, Su Mu and Yi Wanxiu were taken to separate interrogation rooms. Su Mu's message was to Yi Zhangqiu, for words, framed, arrested. Yi Zhangqiu, in a fit of rage, immediately mobilized all his resources to gather information. The old man, unable to reach his granddaughter or Su Mu, called Ning Yan. Ning Yan, upon learning of the situation, was also shocked and informed Xie Yutong. The person who set up the trap had no idea what he had provoked. If it had been before tonight, the trap would have likely succeeded. Unfortunately, a hospital emergency had brought Xie Yutong, the eldest granddaughter-in-law of the Hongwu Zhu family, into the picture. What? Xie Yutong, her eyebrows raised in anger, a flash of malevolence in her eyes, coldly laughed. How dare they frame my brother? I'll make a call. Ye Vanji, fixed in the interrogation room, no longer had a trace of her usual domineering and cold demeanor. Instead, she sat in a daze, a hint of a shy smile occasionally flickering in her eyes. Two police officers, a man and a woman, entered to interrogate her. The male officer, seeing her exquisite and alluring face, was dumbstruck, unable to regain his composure for a long time. The female officer, who clearly had feelings for the male officer, was furious at his infatuated expression and slammed the interrogation record book on the table, shouting, "What are you smiling at? Be serious. A drug trafficker still smiling here. Utterly shameless." Yi Wanxiu smiled sweetly. "Your whole family is shameless." The female officer, enraged, said, "So arrogant. It seems we need to show you the power of the police." Yi Wanxiu, with a disdainful smirk, said, "If you don't, I'll look down on you." The female officer, fuming, was restrained by the male officer. "Let go. No need to stoop to her level. Let's start." Yi Wanxiu cooperated fully, answering every question. The female officer grew increasingly angry, while the male officer became more and more uneasy. According to Yi Wanxiu, she deserved to be executed 10 times over. Who would believe this confession? It was clearly a fabrication. He looked at Yi Wanxiu, suppressing his unease, and said sternly, "Yi Wanxiu, I hope you understand that you are responsible for what you say." Yi Wanxiu, with a seductive smile, said, "Of course, I will sign and fingerprint it." Seeing her so straightforward, the male officer hesitated to let her sign. The female officer, seething, glared at the male officer and said coldly, "What are you doing? Let her sign." The male officer, uneasy, whispered in her ear, "Something's not right. She's clearly lying. Wait, I'll go ask for instructions." He left the interrogation room. The female officer, standing up, handed the interrogation record and pen to Yi Wanxiu. "Sign and fingerprint it." Yi Wanxiu immediately took it, quickly wrote her name, and pressed her fingerprint. The male officer, rushing back in, saw this and was shocked. "No, you can't sign." The female officer, nearly fuming, shouted at the male officer, "What do you mean? You've been eyeing this female drug trafficker all night. Do you have any sense of justice as a police officer?" The male officer, his face turning pale, glared at the female officer and stormed out. On the other side, Su Mu's interrogation was also swift. His confession was even more terrifying. The interrogating officer was nearly scared out of his wits. According to his confession, he was a ruthless killer with at least 800 lives on his hands. The two interrogation records, when placed together, shocked the entire police station. The news of capturing 2 supercriminals quickly spread through the Danyang police force. The middle-aged policeman, however, was sweating in fear. He knew he had been set up. This was a trap, aimed at the pair he had arrested. Someone had made a false report, severely misleading him. The experienced middle-aged policeman immediately realized that this incident would be exposed, possibly even on the internet. The police would be in a very passive position, and the reputation of the pair would be destroyed by a wave of online outrage. The ultimate objective targets their family, employing ruthless tactics. As for online harassment, the law does not hold the masses accountable, and in the end, it will simply fizzle out. You cannot possibly go in and claim this is all a misunderstanding. Brushing it aside, if these 2 interrogation records were to leak online, what kind of tumultuous waves would that stir? The middle-aged officer shuddered at the thought. As for Su Mu, that was one thing, but Yi Wanxiu is the most revered goddess of Danyang. Who would dare to believe she is a notorious drug dealer? Which scoundrel reported false allegations? Chapter 31. The elder servant of the Zhu family in a private club in Danyang. Qin Peiyong gazed at by Zihua, his concern evident as he asked, "Zihua, is this plan of yours truly viable?" A faint smile graced by Zihua's handsome face as he reassured, "Peiyong, fear not. Once this matter escalates, and the Yi family finds itself in turmoil, I will step in personally to assist them in navigating this crisis. At that time, will Yi Wanqiu not obediently submit to my wishes? Qin Peiyong's affections lie with Ning Yan, although he harbors disdain for Su Mu. He does not wish to escalate matters to an irreparable state. I can't shake this uneasy feeling, he admitted. Among the 4 young masters of Danyang, Mo Han remained low-key. Qin Peiyong impulsive, Bai Zihua cunning, and Zhao Muxing domineering. Tonight's scheme is orchestrated by Bai Zihua. Casting a glance at Qin Peiyong, Bai Zihua smiled lightly, rest assured. Everything is under control. Qin Peiyong managed a strained smile, shaking his head. I too wish to deal with that brat, but if the Yi family faces bankruptcy, it will be disastrous. Do not let this backfire. Bai Zihua scoffed, pride radiating from him. My plan is flawless. How could it possibly fail? Do you still doubt me? Qin Peiyong shook his head, choosing silence. In truth, neither Bai Zihua nor Qin Peiyong are inherently malicious, but Bai Zihua possesses a truly insidious nature. A cold smirk emerged on Bai Zihua's face as he continued. Even if complications arise, who would suspect my involvement? All of this is orchestrated by that fool Sun Huai, who believes himself the underground emperor of Danyang. Having taken my money, should he report falsehoods and frame others, he deserves his misfortune. As for us, we have never revealed ourselves. By the way, is the person who contacted Sun Huai still in Danyang? Qin Peiyong nodded. He will leave tonight to hide for a while and return once this matter concludes. Bai Zihua's demeanor darkened suddenly. Did I not instruct him to leave yesterday? Why is he still here? Qin Peiyong looked at him with dissatisfaction. You must allow people some time to arrange their affairs at home. Bai Zihua quickly nodded, smiling. I am not blaming you, Peiyong. You simply lack the necessary ruthlessness. In our positions, mere courage is inadequate. We require this. He tapped his temple. Qin Peiyong retorted. If I can think, I shall not play your game. At that moment, Bai Zihua's phone rang. A strategic smile crept across his face. See, the situation is falling into place. However, upon answering, his expression shifted abruptly. The voice on the other end was unfamiliar and slightly aged. Are you Bai Zihua? Bai Zihua hesitated. Who is this? The voice remained calm, as if discussing an inconsequential matter. Presumptuous young man, I am a servant of the Hongwu Zhu family. There are certain matters that can be pursued, and others that cannot. Otherwise, prepare for your Bai family to vanish from Danyang. With that, the caller hung up. Bai Zihua froze, his entire being stiffening, the phone slipping from his grasp and crashing to the ground without a trace of his usual composure. Qin Peiyong had never witnessed such panic in Bai Zihua before and was equally startled. What happened? What is going on? Bai Zihua suddenly leaped up, glaring at Qin Peiyong with a fierce intensity, gritting his teeth. Was it you? Qin Peiyong was bewildered. What do you mean, was it me? Bai Zihua's handsome features twisted into a grimace. Qin Peiyong, did you disclose my plan to anyone? Do not forget, you were involved. Those ruffians causing chaos were all recruited by you. Fury ignited within Qin Peiyong. Bai Zihua, is that truly how you see me? Bai Zihua trembled, collapsing onto the sofa, his chest heaving as if he were gasping for air. The Hongwu Zhu family? How could they be involved? Upon hearing the name, Qin Peiyong's expression morphed from shock to a ghostly pallor, his limbs icy and trembling uncontrollably. What? What did you say? The Hongwu Zhu family? Good heavens! How could they be drawn into this? Bai Zihua, you have doomed me. Both men exchanged glances, their bodies shaking uncontrollably from sheer terror. Bai Zihua finally understood the meaning of fear. The Bai family, indeed a powerful entity in Danyang, is worth nearly 100 billion. Yet in comparison to the top-tier families of the capital, they are merely a third-rate clan. The true elite are the 9 families of the capital, while the Hongwu Zhu family exists above them all, a hidden aristocracy. The Hongwu Zhu family remains obscure, and only the heads of Dongyang's 4 families are privy to their existence. When did the Yi family entangle themselves with the Zhu family? If that were the case, even with 1,000 times more courage, Bai Zihua would never dare to scheme against the Yi family. The casualness of the caller's words sent chills down his spine. What should they do now? Bai Zihua gazed at Qin Peiyong, who mirrored his expression of dread. That profound terror shattered their self-assuredness. Do we still have a chance to salvage this? Qin Peiyong finally stammered. Bai Zihua jolted upright, a sudden fervor overtaking him as he rushed outside, shouting, "We must seek out Su Mu and plead for mercy." As Bai Zihua dashed out like a frightened dog, another call reached the personal number of Bai Qiming, the head of the Bai family. It was the same aged voice. Is this Bai Qiming? I am Zhu San, a servant of the Hongwu Zhu family. In Danyang, Bai Qiming is a truly formidable figure. The only one who can match him is the head of the Zhao family. His private number is highly confidential and encrypted. However, receiving an unknown call at this late hour ignited his fury. But just as he was about to express his anger over the leak of his number, he jumped up from his study, holding the phone with utmost reverence, adopting a gentle tone as he inquired, "How may I serve you?" The elder servant replied, coolly, "Your grandson has conspired to frame Su Mu, the brother of my young mistress. Do you wish for your family to be extinguished?" Upon hanging up, Bai Qiming was left in a state of near panic. Meanwhile, in the hospital, Xie Yutong received a call from the elder servant. "The young mistress has been taken care of, rest assured." After hanging up, Xie Yutong still felt uneasy and turned to Ning Yin, stating, "I must go and support my brother." Bai Qiming was nearly consumed by a raging fury, making a dozen calls. The first was to Yu Yangda of the Danyang Police Department. "Yangda, has your uncle been treating you well? I require your utmost assistance in investigating a matter. A young friend of mine has been apprehended by your officers under a misunderstanding. If a single hair is harmed, we shall never meet again." Yu Yangda stared at his phone in shock, momentarily dazed, before frantically beginning his inquiries. Without inquiry, all seemed well, yet upon questioning, fury nearly erupted. "Old Lu, are you insane? How dare you recklessly arrest someone based on a false report?" Soon, several groups hastened towards the police station where Su Mu was detained. Chapter 32. How do you intend to handle this matter? When Xie Yutong arrived, Bai Qiming and Yu Yangda had just arrived as well. Following them was Yi Zhangchu, accompanied by the entire legal department of the Yi Group, all lawyers recording the proceedings. Bai Qiming maintained a semblance of composure before Yi Zhangchu, but upon learning of Xie Yutong's identity, he could only tremble in fear. Xie Yutong dismissed him with a cold remark. "If my brother suffers even the slightest grievance, I demand 100-fold retribution." This statement nearly caused Bai Qiming to faint from shock. The identity of the grand matriarch of the Hongwu Zhu family was immensely intimidating. Yu Yangda, drenched in cold sweat, stormed into the police station, shouting, "Where's old Lu? Tell him to get out here." The police station was in chaos. After the testimonies from Su Mu and Yi Wanqiu were delivered, many realized the gravity of the situation. It was absurd. If these statements were leaked, it would be catastrophic. A super assassin and a notorious drug lord had brazenly operated in Danyang, one of whom was a local celebrity. Was this not a dereliction of duty on the part of the police? The implications were dire, and many would be held accountable. If the testimonies were fabricated, it would lead to further complications, torture, wrongful convictions, and the dire consequences of framing someone with such heinous charges. In short, regardless of the outcome, everyone involved would face misfortune. Not only Yu Yangda, but even those within the police department harbored resentment towards their superior for this debacle. While others were busy lending a hand, their leader had entangled them in such a predicament. What a pitiful situation. Old Lu emerged, drenched in sweat. As Yu Yangda seethed with rage, his hands trembling, he shouted at old Lu in front of everyone, "You can retire now." Old Lu stood there, blank-headed but feeling wronged. Someone reported. I responded. "What was my fault? I refuse to accept this." "Refuse to accept? Are you serious?" Yu Yangda nearly kicked him in frustration. He bellowed, "Speak. What have you all done? If there's even a word of concealment, you'll regret it." Old Lu, a stubborn man, retorted, "My procedures were all lawful. That kid, Su Mu, injured someone publicly. Was it wrong to arrest him? And that Yi Wanqiu? We found drugs in her vehicle. Should I not have apprehended her?" Yu Yangda's head buzzed. He was momentarily at a loss. "Old Lu, you must choose your battles wisely. Regardless, this was a case of a false report. Yet you produced two terrifying testimonies. Both were documented, and the very existence of these statements sent chills down Yu Yangda's spine. Under normal circumstances, he could minimize the fallout, even with the involvement of any of the four esteemed families. Yet, they were entangled with the Hongwu Zhu family. The grand matriarch stood silently, her icy gaze fixed upon the scene, as if watching a play unfold. Just her presence was enough to chill Yu Yangda to the bone. Taking a deep breath, he composed himself and commanded, "Deploy all resources. No matter the cost, we must capture the true culprits. As for you all," Yu Yangda's eyes scanned the quaking group before him, and he gritted his teeth, "you will all write self-criticisms." Su Mu and Yi Wanqiu were released, and Bai Zihua and Qin Peiyang arrived. Upon seeing his grandfather, Bai Zihua felt a wave of dread. If even his grandfather stood obediently, the striking woman at the center must possess a formidable identity. Su Mu was, astonishingly, her brother? Bai Qiming narrowed his eyes at Bai Zihua, a sinister smile creeping onto his face. Good grandson, you truly are my excellent grandson. Splendid. Qin Peiyong dared not speak, while Bai Zihua struggled to suppress his fear, stammering. Grandfather, I. Bai Qiming roared. I'm not your grandfather. From this moment, you are disowned. Xie Yutong cast a cold glance at him. No need for theatrics in my presence. Bai Qiming immediately fell silent, lowering his head in submission. Xie Yutong approached Su Mu, frowning as she adjusted his clothing, scolding him. Why were you so careless? You could have called. Yi Wanxiu, feeling envious, huffed, Sister Yutong. Xie Yutong shot her a glare, be quiet. The domineering Yi silenced. Su Mu felt a sense of triumph. Indeed, there was a balance to all things. If he were ever bullied by the Yi group, he now had a formidable ally. What do you intend to do about this? Xie Yutong asked Su Mu. He grinned sheepishly, scratching his head. Sister, if I were to go too far, would that be acceptable? Xie Yutong coldly smiled, her pride evident. Even if you were to poke a hole in the sky, I would shield you. Yi Wanxiu rolled her eyes again, jealousy bubbling within her. Ning Yin chuckled, playfully pinching Yi Wanxiu's arm, who stubbornly twisted away. Su Mu pondered for a moment before turning to Bai Zihua and Qin Peiyong with a grin, then addressed Bai Qiming. I would like to have another word with those who tried to assault me on the street. Would that be convenient? Bai Qiming quickly smiled, of course, very convenient. Su Mu beamed, revealing a set of pearly whites. Then let us bring them all to the Bai family's old residence. Sister, would you like to join me for the spectacle? Xie Yutong smiled charmingly, sure. Su Mu then turned to Yu Yongda, his demeanor warm. I apologize. This is not your fault. Old Lu is a good comrade. You should award him a medal. Yu Yongda nearly stumbled in disbelief. However, the tension in his heart finally eased. Not everyone from a prominent family is a wastrel. Look at this young master, so approachable. Yet, young master, surely you weren't being sarcastic? Su Mu drove, and upon reaching the Bai family mansion, the gangsters who had been lying in the hospital were brought over in full force. Without wasting words, Su Mu approached the bald man before him. Brother, what is your name? The bald man, still unaware of the situation, puffed up. Kid, you're finished. You've messed with me. Before he could finish, Su Mu delivered a resounding slap, sending the bald man reeling back. Cradling his injured arm, he stared at Su Mu in disbelief. You dare hit me? Su Mu nearly laughed aloud. On a rainy day, it's a fine time to discipline a child. Just passing the time, you know? The bald man, enraged, shouted. You brat, don't get cocky. I guarantee you won't leave here unscathed today. If you're capable, let me make a call. Su Mu chuckled. Turning to the others, can someone lend me a phone? Chapter 33. As long as my brother is happy. The Bai family was already in an uproar. Upon hearing the news, the family head was terrified, and the entire household felt as if the sky were collapsing. As Su Mu spoke, the family steward standing nearby hurriedly and respectfully handed over a phone. The bald man took the phone and dialed. Boss, things have gone awry. Yes, my brothers and I have been injured. This kid is formidable. We are currently being taken to. Wait, you dare to ask where this is? Su Mu chuckled. The Bai family mansion. The bald man sneered. Boss, bring your men over immediately, and bring more. We need to finish him off. After hanging up, the bald man looked at Su Mu with a smug expression. Just wait, kid. When my boss arrives, you're as good as dead, hee hee. Su Mu shook his head with a smile and turned to Bai Qiming, speaking softly. Is it not disrespectful to kill someone at your doorstep? The myriad of emotions on Bai Qiming's face were a clear sign of the blow to his pride. A blatant slap in the face. This was a textbook example of killing the chicken to scare the monkey. As the head of the Bai family, he was now in a position of awkwardness, humiliation, and anger, all while having to tread carefully. Killing? In front of him? A sudden unease crept into his heart. Could it be that he also intended to kill Bai Zihua? Time ticked by, and after nearly half an hour, several SUVs sped into the old Bai residence. With a clatter, more than a dozen fierce and ruthless men stormed in. What's going on, Baldy? Why are we at the Bai family's doorstep? Who the hell is so bold? Who dares to mess with my men? The leader, known as Big Brother Zhu, had a long scar on his face and a menacing gaze. He strode in arrogantly. The bald man quickly pointed at Su Mu. Boss, it's this punk. He's really strong, and all the brothers are injured. Boss, avenge us. Big Brother Zhu turned, his sinister gaze not yet landing on Su Mu, when his expression suddenly changed. He stared dumbfounded at the person in front of him, Bai Qiming. Big Brother Zhu felt as if a bolt of lightning had struck him, leaving him numb all over. Even as a dominant figure in Donyang, he felt his legs weaken, and he stumbled, collapsing to the ground. The bald man hurried to help him up. Boss, did you just get up from a woman's bed? How many did you sleep with today? How about those 2 high school girls? If they're broken in, let the brothers have some fun. Big Brother Zhu trembled, almost stabbing the bald man. It was over. This time it was truly the end. There's a strict hierarchy in every place. Big Brother Zhu, known for his ferocity and brutality, had encountered Bai Qiming today. The 4 major families of Donyang were the true rulers. At this moment, the expression on Big Brother Zhu's face was a mix of shock and horror. He was not stupid and could tell from Bai Qiming's face that his men had caused a major disaster. Shut up. You shut up for me. Big Brother Zhu, with a sudden burst of strength, leaped to his feet and slapped the bald man hard. The bald man was stunned. In his eyes, his boss was the most powerful, lawless, and respected even by many big bosses. But this slap left him utterly bewildered. What the hell was happening? Why was his boss hitting him? Bai Qiming suddenly snorted, stepped closer to Su Mu, and leaned in, his tone light but decisive. Young Master Su, whom do you wish to kill? The old man knew that today, and from now on, he should not expect to regain his dignity from this young man. Since he had already lost face, he might as well offer it up for another slap. If you're satisfied, everyone can breathe a sigh of relief. Bai Qiming, in Donyang, did not need to give anyone face, and even some officials had to obey him. But his grandson had offended the Zhu family of Hongwu. The Zhu family, though not widely known, had transcended the traditional concept of power. Even with his powerful backing in the capital, he knew that his benefactor would also have to be respectful to the young madam of the Zhu family. This was the Zhu family's heritage. Su Mu glanced at Bai Qiming with a half-smile. Old man, are you not troubled? Bai Qiming gritted his teeth and firmly said, these scum deserve to die. Call me Old Bai. I will ensure you are satisfied with the outcome of today's events. Su Mu grinned, his tone light and teasing. Even if I want to kill Bai Zihua, you won't object? Bai Qiming was taken aback. Without waiting for a response, Su Mu walked to Big Brother Zhu and said calmly, cut off 3 fingers from each of your men, then you can leave. Big Brother Zhu's expression changed, and he pleaded, young master, Su Mu chuckled, don't force me to act. Otherwise, Big Brother Zhu fell to his knees, young master. Spare us. This whole thing was set up, and we were just following orders for money. The more than a dozen men, all ruthless and violent, were horrified at the thought of cutting off 3 fingers, which would leave them permanently disabled. Seeing their boss cower, a few of them exchanged glances, drew their knives, and lunged at Su Mu. Su Mu grinned strangely and moved like a gust of wind. A few seconds later, a thick stench of blood filled the air. The attackers, now clutching their throats, stared in terror as blood gushed from their necks. Bai Qiming was dumbfounded, while Bai Zihua and Qin Peiyong were as pale as paper. Killing in broad daylight, Big Brother Zhu, reacting quickly, pulled out a sharp knife and cut off 3 fingers from his left hand. The bald man was already in a panic, as was Wang Dongxiang, who had deliberately crashed into Yi Wanqiu and then harassed her. Su Mu did not spare him. Holding the bloodied knife, he approached the 3 men and smiled brightly. I said, if you tell me who the mastermind is, I will spare you. Wang Dongxiang, terrified, pleaded. I'll tell, please spare me. Su Mu shook his head, slowly placing the knife on Wang Dongxiang's heart and piercing it. Wang Dongxiang died without understanding what he had provoked. Releasing the knife, Su Mu stood up and walked to Bai Qiming, smiling, Old Bai, for your sake. I'll let this go, but there must be no next time, or else. He glanced at the Old Bai residents, grinning. Bai Qiming hurriedly smiled. Young Master Su, rest assured, I will handle this beast. Su Mu nodded and walked out, not even glancing at Bai Zihua and Qin Peiyong. Yi Wanqiu and Ning Yin, in the car, averted their eyes from the bloody scene, while Xie Yutong watched from a distance, her face calm. Behind her, a black-clad elder bowed and said, Young madam, isn't Su Young Master a bit too ruthless? You recognized him as your brother so suddenly. Xie Yutong glanced at the elder, who immediately knelt, trembling. Young madam, I was wrong. Xie Yutong continued to look out the window. Remember, he saved Yi, so he is my brother. Tell everyone, anyone who dares to harm him will be at war with me. Ruthless? I don't think so. As long as my brother is happy, that's all that matters. Chapter 34. Monumental merit. After leaving the Bai residence, Su Mu first sent Yi Zhengqiu away, and Xie Yutong and Ning Yin returned to the hospital. Before leaving, Xie Yutong sternly reprimanded Su Mu. Next time, contact me immediately. Yi Wanxiu, though she did not dare to lash out in front of Xie Yutong, said coldly in the car, "Don't ever ask for Yutong's help again." While driving, Su Mu laughed and said, "President Yi, if you admit to being jealous, I won't look for her anymore." This car was left by Yi Zhengchu's bodyguard, Chun Lei, as the Rolls-Royce Dawn had been badly damaged and needed to be sent back to the factory for repairs, which would take at least half a year. Me, jealous? Yi Wanxiu's eyebrows shot up, but her heart was pounding. No matter how she compared, she seemed to be only a few years younger than Sister Yutong. Don't men prefer mature, older women? At this thought, Yi Wanxiu bristled. If you dare to speak nonsense again, get out and walk home yourself. Do you understand? All right. Sumo quickly said ended. Yi Wanxiu's face softened, and she asked, "Where's the card Sister Yutong gave you? And the house key? Hand them over. I'll keep them for you." Reluctantly, Su Mu handed over the key and the card. "Little Yi, can you raise my salary? 100,000 is really too little." Hearing the term little Yi, Yi Wanxiu's heart was filled with sweetness, her beautiful face melting into a faint blush. She let out a soft hum, shot Su Mu a quick glare, and said in a low voice, "If you promise not to meet Sister Yutong alone, I'll raise your salary." At the same time, in the eastern suburbs of Danyang, in an abandoned, weed-infested factory, a dim light flickered in the gloomy building. On a rusty chair, a man was bound. If Zhu Laodao were here, he would recognize him, Sun Huai. Next to him lay a corpse, and Sun Huai, terrified, stared at it, his fear palpable. The dead man was the informant who had contacted him. Sun Huai, the most influential broker in Danyang, was responsible for making connections, and he had orchestrated the events of that night. However, he did not know that Bai Zihua was the mastermind. The iron door of the factory creaked open, and a man in black entered. He looked at Sun Huai with a gentle smile, but his eyes were cold. He approached, pulled out a white handkerchief, and coughed lightly. "A worm like you. How could I bother with you? But you have offended my young mistress, and it is your good fortune indeed." Sun Huai, pale with fear, tried to speak, but his mouth was gagged, leaving him no chance. "You have wasted my time, so I will grant you a painful death." The man in black took out a small box, revealing 3 syringes. Just as he was about to pick one, Sun Huai struggled fiercely, his eyes filled with desperate pleading. The man in black paused, covering his hand with the handkerchief, and pulled the towel from Sun Huai's mouth. Don't kill me. I have information that can save my life." The man in black chuckled. "How amusing. What information could a worm like you have that would make me spare you?" Sun Huai, eyes wide with terror, shouted, "I know the car accident tonight was not an accident." The man in black's eyes narrowed, a chilling light in them. The young mistress and the young lady had just arrived in Danyang, and a serious car accident had occurred. Despite the young mistress's resources, no trace of foul play had been found. This small worm dared to say such a thing? Sensing the gravity of the situation, the man in black frowned, closed the box, and took out a smaller one, revealing another syringe. His gaze became fervent, yet reluctant. "Do you know what this is? Each vial costs 20 million. And even the top intelligence agencies use only the 3rd-generation version. Those who have a right to use it are the world's elite." The man in black looked at Sun Huai with a strange smile. "So, for you, it is a blessing. You will die with no regrets." Sun Huai struggled, but the needle was already in his neck. The man in black watched him, sighing. "If it were not for the gravity of the matter, I would not have used it." Sun Huai felt a tingling sensation, like a mild electric current. It spread through his body, making him feel incredibly comfortable. It spread to his organs, and he felt as if he were floating. He understood what it meant to have an out-of-body experience. The man in black, in his eyes, became the most trusted and beloved woman. The man in black began to ask questions, and Sun Huai answered without hesitation. After 50 questions, the man in black asked, "Tell me about the car accident tonight." Sun Huai immediately said, 3 days ago, one of my brother's men, a habitual thief, stole a safe containing a large amount of cash and a letter. When I met my brother, I heard him boasting that no matter what he did, someone would bail him out the next day. When others didn't believe him, he, drunk and proud, said he had a secret that, if revealed, would cause many to die. They asked what the secret was, and he said that in 3 days, a car accident would kill a noble girl from the capital, made to look like an accident. The man in black's aura turned icy, but his smile was gentle. "And how did you know the girl from the capital?" Sun Huai said seriously, "I had people follow Yi Wanxiu, and I knew Su Mu, and she went to the hospital to save a girl who was declared dead in a car accident. The man in black laughed, a night owl-like laugh. Truly, no coincidence is too small. Su Mu, is he that capable? Seeing the strange smile on Sun Huai's face as he slowly died, the man in black turned and left, knowing he had achieved a great feat. Someone had dared to target the only legitimate heir of the Han Wuzhu family. The sky was about to fall. Chapter 35. No humanity for the opposite sex. Xie Yutong sat in the car, her eyes closed. The car was filled with a faint, natural fragrance. Not from perfume, but from human scent. The events of the day had left her exhausted. Her daughter had been in a car accident, and the investigation concluded it was an accident, but she had a feeling it was not. When her daughter was declared dead, Xie Yutong was on the brink of losing control. Su Mu's appearance had saved everything. Her daughter, Yi, was saved, and she did not have to face the worst. Thus, she developed an unprecedented trust and closeness with Su Mu. Gaining her trust was nearly impossible, but she trusted Su Mu unconditionally. Ning Yin sat beside her, lost in thought, her face showing a hint of weariness. Suddenly, Xie Yutong's phone vibrated. Her eyebrows furrowed, clearly displeased at being disturbed. She glanced at the message, and the warm air in the car turned icy. Ning Yin shivered slightly, asking, "Cousin, what's wrong?" Xie Yutong shook her head, slowly closing her eyes, her entire being trembling faintly. Indeed, it was as she suspected. How dare they lay a hand on my daughter? The adversary is quite cunning. In this digital age, even the slightest communication leaves traces. So, they resorted to the most primitive form of communication. Handwritten letters? She opened her eyes gradually, gazing at the car roof, her crimson lips parting to utter, "Oh, the pitiable and lamentable souls. The one who reaps the benefits is the true culprit lurking in the shadows. Have they learned to use their brains? How audacious to provoke me." She muttered softly, leaving Ning Yin in a state of confusion. "Cousin, what on earth has happened?" Xie Yutong's expression darkened slightly, but she ignored Ning Yin, coldly instructing the driver. "Third uncle, please take Miss Ning home first, prepare a private jet, and we shall return to the capital immediately." Ning Yin was taken aback. "Cousin, Yi has just undergone surgery. How can she fly?" Xie Yutong suddenly smiled sweetly, taking Ning Yan's hand gently. "Yinner, you like Su Mu, don't you?" Ning Yan's face turned crimson, stamping her foot in protest. "Cousin, we were talking about Yi. Why bring him up again? That detestable man is not my type." Xie Yutong gazed deeply into Ning Yan's eyes, causing her heart to flutter. "Do I like him? It seems, but he is Wan Qiu's matchmaker. Although he has seen me bare and touched me, that was merely a medical necessity. It doesn't signify anything. He is a miraculous doctor. Patients cannot hide their ailments from him. Yet, why do I feel melancholic when I see him growing closer to Wan Qiu? What is wrong with me?" Xie Yutong sighed, tenderly caressing Ning Yan's delicate face. "Seeing you reminds me of my younger self. Yinner, if you like someone, pursue them without hesitation. Some things, if left undone, will lead to regrets." Ning Yan, blusing profusely, lowered her head and murmured, "Cousin, how can I compete with my sister for a man? Besides, that guy, how could he possibly like me? There is no chance for us." Xie Yutong laughed heartily. "Finally, you admit it. What were you saying just now?" Ning Yan, overwhelmed with embarrassment, exclaimed, "Cousin." Xie Yutong suddenly sighed wistfully, gazing affectionately at Ning Yan. "You were previously afflicted with a terminal illness and couldn't pursue love. Now that you are well, if you encounter someone you adore, you must bravely chase after them. A woman's heart can be as profound as the ocean at times, and, at others, as shallow as a brook. To love someone does not necessarily mean to grow old together." Xie Yutong turned her gaze to the window, softly murmuring, "To take his surname and wear my name, this is enough." Ning Yin was astounded. This means cousin is encouraging me to pursue Wan Qiu simultaneously. My heavens, how can my cousin entertain such notions? It is utterly shocking." Xie Yutong turned with a smile, observing Ning Yan's astonished expression, her voice calm and gentle. "Do not be surprised. This is nothing. Yinner, remember that the subtleties between men and women often lie in forgetting the so-called morals dictated by society. I have said my piece. The rest is for you to discern." After escorting Ning Yin back to the moon viewing villa, Xie Yutong did not exit the vehicle, but instructed Zhu San to drive away directly. Inside the car, she hesitated for a long while before finally sending a message to Su Mu. "Brother, due to certain circumstances, I must take Yi away from Dongyang. Take care. Once Yi recovers, she will be delighted to have another uncle. Once Ning Yin bid farewell to her cousin and entered the house. She knew as she ascended the stairs, suppressing a slight pain in her lower back. Su Mu felt a pang of regret as he turned off the gas, pondering, if you're not eating, what shall I have? Each has their expertise, and culinary arts are not my forte. Half an hour later, Professor Ning descended the stairs. Upon seeing her, Su Mu nearly drooled. Professor Ning's beauty rivaled that of General Yi. While Yi was youthful, Ning exuded an aura of maturity. Today, she donned a white floral short-sleeved long dress, her hair styled in a bun that accentuated her figure, radiating an intoxicating blend of sensuality and intellect. Noticing Su Mu's dazed expression, Ning Yin playfully inquired, "Do I look good?" Su Mu swallowed hard, his face reflecting sheer admiration. "Professor Ning, I must criticize you. Dressing like this to teach students is a crime." Ning Yin felt a sweet rush in her heart, but huffed, muttering, "This is a new dress. No one has seen it yet." Su Mu shuddered slightly, chuckling, "I'll go get the car. Wait for me at the door. Take it easy, you've just injured your back." Professor Ning's vehicle was a white Maserati Quattroporte, and it was Su Mu's first time driving it. Upon entering, he was enveloped by a subtle fragrance distinct from General Ye's car, an indescribable aroma. After a deep, satisfying breath, Su Mu expertly started the car and exited the garage, where Ning Yin awaited. When she got in, Su Mu grinned and said, "Ning Jia, has anyone else driven this car?" Ning Yan bruset curiosity piquet. "How do you know?" As he drove out of the community, Su Mu replied, "The seat settings haven't changed in a year. Even the car wash attendant hasn't dared to touch it. You must have a mild case of obsessive-compulsive disorder and cleanliness. No one is allowed to touch your things, right?" Ning Yan's eyes widened in surprise, leaning forward with intrigue. "Have you studied psychology? That's fascinating." Su Mu unintentionally glanced down, nearly startled out of his wits. Ning Yin suddenly turned, hand clutching her chest, face flushed as she scolded. "What are you staring at? Close your eyes, or I'll pluck them out." Su Mu pouted, but obediently shut his eyes. "All right, Professor Ning, please guide me. Driving blindfolded is not my forte." Ning Yin gasped, quickly reaching for the steering wheel and smacking his shoulder. "Are you trying to get us killed? If we crash, I want to spare you." With a mischievous laugh, Su Mu opened his eyes and winked at her. "Whatever you say, Ning Jia, I'll comply. If I misbehave, I'll spank myself." Ning Yin glared at him, crossing her arms, and said sternly, "If you keep teasing me, believe I'll inform your little Yezi." Su Mu, distracted, nearly drooled again. "Hey, Professor Ning, you're overthinking. When did I ever tease you? Just like earlier at home." "Shut up, rogue." Ning Yin stomped her foot in frustration, causing Su Mu's heart to skip a beat. The atmosphere thickened, and with a hint of melancholy, Ning Yin softly said, "Take me to the university. I need to grab something, and then we can have lunch. I'll treat you. What do you want to eat?" Su Mu almost blurted out, "I want white noodles. Italian pasta, and a pizza on the side would be perfect." Ning Yan's heart raced. Could it be a connection of minds? "I want pizza and pasta too. There's a wonderful Italian restaurant near the school. I'll take you there." Soon, the Maserati merged into traffic and arrived at Danyang University. Entering through the main gate and following Ning Yan's directions, they reached an office building. Stepping out of the car, Su Mu glanced up, intrigued. "Ning Jia, is this where you work?" She smiled at him. "Yes, come on, help me bring down my things." Su Mu chuckled softly. "Aren't you worried someone might mistake me for your boyfriend? The students who secretly admire you will be heartbroken, and I'll become the public enemy." Ning Yin blushed but scoffed. "Afraid? If you are, wait in the car while I ask my admirer for help." Su Mu laughed, patting his chest. "I'm not scared. Shall I link arms with you? Today, I'll play the role of your boyfriend for free." Ning Yin felt a flurry of emotions, glaring at him as she walked toward the entrance. Su Mu followed eagerly, and they took the elevator to the 9th floor. Exiting, they walked side by side when a mocking voice called from behind, "Ning Yin, your taste in men is questionable. You rejected me for this pockmarked fellow?" Furious, Su Mu thought, "How dare you call me pockmarked? You and your entire family are pockmarked. I merely have a few spots, for goodness sake." Behind him stood a handsome man with a melancholic demeanor and a tall, slender figure, sporting a meticulously trimmed mustache. His naturally wavy hair was casually swept back, reminiscent of a young Takashi Kaneshiro. Such a man could charm anyone from grandmothers to teenage girls, yet he failed to win over Professor Ning. Su Mu quickly perceived the hidden malice in the man's gaze. Ning Yin turned, her face cold as ice, tinged with disdain. Mu Qingyang, enough is enough. It's my choice whom I date. I've told you countless times, you're not my type. For the sake of our professional relationship, please stop embarrassing yourself. Mu Qingyang smirked darkly, scrutinizing Su Mu before his eyes returned to Ning Yin, a flicker of greed passing through them. But Ning Yin, that is not how it started. Was it? Ning Yan's expression hardened. Mu Qingyang, what do you mean by how it started? Did we ever start? From day one, you were overly attentive. And when I rejected you repeatedly, you became clingy. I had no choice but to make excuses to avoid you. What do you want to say? Mu Qingyang's anger flared. Excuses? So you were just leading me on? You claimed you were unwell and not suited for romance until you recovered. Now, you look full of life, clearly. You're not sick and not dating men isn't the cure, is it? Ning Yin felt her back twinge as her anger flared, her face paling yet unable to voice any harsh retorts. Su Mu chuckled softly, gently wrapping his arm around Ning Yan's waist, channeling warmth into her back. The pain dissipated instantly. Hey, my good sir, let us keep our private life private. No need for envy or jealousy. He added, be a good chap and don't interrupt us. Mu Qingyang's handsome face twisted in fury. Kid, don't get cocky. One day, you'll realize my strength. Su Mu burst into laughter, sneering. With that frail look of yours, how formidable can you be? Instead of bickering, perhaps you should hit the gym to avoid future complications. Ning Yin glared at him, cheeks flushed, yet she couldn't suppress a chuckle. Mu Qingyang was seething with anger, his teeth clenched in a venomous display, as he fixed a sinister smile upon Su Mu. Very well, young man, I shall remember you. Just wait, I will make you understand the meaning of regret. With that, he turned to leave. Su Mu, however, called out cheerfully, hold on. Taken aback, Mu Qingyang turned with a cold sneer. Afraid? Go ahead and kneel, beg me, and I might let you off. Su Mu, with a cheeky grin, pointed at his own nose. Brother, do you even know me? Do you know my name? Do you know where I live? I mean, I would very much like you to come and deal with me, but I worry you might not find me. If you get angry, wouldn't I be the one in trouble? Ning Yin nearly burst into laughter, playfully punching Su Mu on the shoulder. To Mu Qingyang's eyes, this appeared as a display of illicit affection between the two. Trembling with rage, he pointed an accusing finger at Su Mu, finally managing to spit out. If you have guts, reveal your name. Su Mu shrugged dismissively, as if regarding a fool. I won tea, but if you want to find me, you can go to Professor Ning's place. We live together. Ning Yin shot him a disapproving glance, clearly displeased. Su Mu's statement held some truth. They did share a residence, albeit as roommates. However, anyone unaware of the situation would undoubtedly interpret it differently. Let's go, Ning. We need to move our things and then grab a bite, he declared, swaggering as he wrapped his arm around Ning Yan's waist, striding away. Mu Qingyang's eyes burned with fury as he glared for a long moment before storming out of the building. Meanwhile, as Ning Yan entered, she quickly turned away from Su Mu, her cheeks flushed, softly saying, colleagues might misunderstand. Su Mu chuckled, casting a scornful look her way. Sister Ning, you now resemble those scoundrels who, after pulling up their pants, refused to take responsibility. Ning Yin, mortified, retaliated with a playful punch. Just then, the office door swung open, and a gaggle of beautiful women burst out. Both parties froze, and Su Mu was left dumbfounded. Is this a university or a beauty pageant? How can the university have such remarkable benefits? A horde of stunning women as teachers. What were the school administrators thinking, neglecting the boys' well-being? 7 beauties, forming a clique, encountered Ning Yin, who was playfully hitting Su Mu. The women were astonished. Goodness, what am I seeing? Is this a rare bloom on an iron tree? The renowned Professor Sure, known for her beauty, is flirting with a man? This man? What a shock, so unattractive. Wait, is that a scratch on his face? These beauties, each possessing unique charms, some exquisite in appearance, some statuesque, and others exuding grace, were a sight to behold. Most strikingly, they all had impressive figures. Are these really university professors? Professor Ning, equally startled, quickly retracted her fist and feigned nonchalance, asking, what are you doing in the office? The ladies exchanged glances, then erupted in a chorus. Sister Ning, why don't you introduce us to this gentleman? Yes, should we call a brother-in-law, or what? Oh dear, brother-in-law, what happened to your face? Did cat scratch you? I see, Sister Ning, you truly have a knack for taming men. Ning Yin was mortified, but had no way to interject, only able to stomp her foot in embarrassment. Everyone be quiet. He is not your brother-in-law. He is my. The beauties giggled. All right, not brother-in-law, but let us call him teacher spouse. Come on, ladies, let us bow to teacher spouse. The 7 women bowed deeply to Sumu, proclaiming, Greetings, teacher spouse. Ning Yin sighed dramatically, her expression one of utter despair. Sumu was left speechless. Goodness, are these really Professor Ning's students? The quality of female students at Dongyang University is astonishing. Each one could easily contend for the title of campus beauty at any other university. What are they studying? Observing Sumu's dazed expression, Ning Yin facepalmed and commanded the group, return immediately, or each of you will face a 5-point penalty. Only then did the enchanting young women giggle and brush past Sumu. Farewell, teacher spouse. Please take care. Once they had distanced themselves, Ning Yin sighed and stomped her foot, lamenting, I miscalculated. I shouldn't have brought you today. Sumu, however, responded blithely, Professor Ning. Is there perhaps a bit of exaggeration in your professorship? What are they studying? And what do you teach? Ning Yin gritted her teeth in frustration, turning coldly to re-enter the office. Sumu, chuckling, followed, Don't be upset. If your back injury flares up, I'll have to carry you back, which might lead to further misunderstandings. Chapter 38. Husband Ning Yan's belongings filled a large cardboard box, heavy in her arms. Sumu tipped it slightly, deducing it contained books and other items. Ning Yin appeared quite protective of this box, as if reluctant to let anyone else touch it. Sumu found this amusing, recognizing her slight, obsessive-compulsive tendencies. Without needing to open it, he could guess its contents. His intuition was sharper than an X-ray machine. After placing the box in the car, they departed the campus. Following Ning Yan's directions, Sumu parked in front of an Italian restaurant behind the school. For some reason, he felt a twinge of anxiety, as not far away was the bar where he had last drunk with Mo Lu Shu. Since he had sent her home inebriated, she had only sent a couple of messages to check in and otherwise had been silent. Entering the restaurant, they found it bustling with patrons. Ning Yin chose a window seat, and they ordered a serving of spaghetti and a pizza each. Noticing Sumu hadn't had breakfast, she added a hefty tomahawk steak for him. Observing that Sumu seemed a bit distracted, she wrinkled her nose and asked, What are you thinking about? Sumu grinned cheekily. I was wondering if there might be any of your students around here. Ning Yin shot him a glare, laughing, This restaurant isn't cheap. Many students can't afford it. Don't worry, no one will call you teacher spouse again. Her words struck a nerve with Sumu, who grit his teeth and called out to the waiter, Waiter, bring me a bottle of 1982 mineral water. His voice was rather loud, drawing the attention of several diners. The waiter approached with a look of exasperation. Sir, we only have 1982 red wine. Would you like a bottle? Sumu exchanged a knowing glance with Ning Yin, who deliberately averted her gaze. Open it. The waiter was delighted and turned to leave. Are you joking? Ning Yin burst into laughter, glaring at him, then instructed the waiter, bring him a glass of lemonade instead. He driving and can't drink alcohol. The waiter left, looking crestfallen. Before long, Sumu's steak arrived. The plate was massive, featuring a steak the size of a child's palm, accompanied by 2 asparagus spears and other sides. Italian cuisine may lack the finesse of French cuisine, but it compensates with generous portions and delightful flavors. Sumu, eyeing the shiny array of knives and forks before him, boldly seized the bone of the tomahawk steak and shoved it into his mouth. This spectacle undoubtedly astonished many onlookers. Ning Yin was initially taken aback, then covered her mouth, stifling laughter. She understood that Sumu was quite adept at dining in such a manner and guessed his eagerness stemmed from genuine hunger. This guy was, after all, quite carefree. Aren't you worried about being laughed at for eating like that? Sumu, unbothered, replied, What is there to fear? As long as I'm not embarrassed. It's others who should feel awkward. Ning Yin found his carefree demeanor utterly delightful, seemingly indifferent to the incredulous or disdainful gazes from those around them. In her eyes, whatever Sumu did was a pleasure to behold. Perhaps this is a case of beauty being in the eye of the beholder. She even took a white napkin and handed it to Sumu, saying, Eat slowly and wipe your mouth. No one is competing with you. With a playful heart, Sumu extended the steak in his hand towards Ning Yin, grinning. Would you like a bite? It tastes quite good. Ning Yin glared at him, feigning a look of disdain. It's all your saliva. I don't want it. Sumusait vit prosond recret, Professor Ning. Adhering too strictly to rules will rob your life of many pleasures. Soon, the pasta and pizza arrived, and Sumu ate with even more gusto. Just as they were about to finish, two fashionably dressed, at least 85 out of 100 in appearance, approached Ningyan. Ningyan, is that really you? I didn't recognize you, one of them said. Ningyan looked up, and her smile became somewhat forced. Yusin, Yuding, it's you? What a coincidence. Sumu glanced at them, noticing their haughty and cold expressions as they looked at him. Ningyan, who is this? Aren't you going to introduce us? Ningyan thought for a moment and said with a smile, he's my boyfriend, Sumu. The one named Yuding snorted, her face full of disdain. Ningyan, with your excellent conditions, you could find anyone. Why did you choose a poor boy? Look at how he ate that steak. It was so disgusting. Yusin quickly chimed in, maintaining her aloof and unapproachable demeanor. Exactly. Such men are the most worthless. Look at his attire. He's just a gold digger. Ningyan, I can introduce you to a super rich second-generation heir. He's called Qian Gongzi, and his family owns a mine, so he's very wealthy. Sumu looked at Ningyan. Who are these people? They're quite something. Ningyan sighed and gestured university classmates. Sumu nodded, smiling at the two. Ladies, I must criticize you. You lack manners and show no respect to me. Yuding glared at Sumu, her tone cold. We don't need to be polite to you, Sumu, right? If you know what's good for you, leave now and stop bothering Ningyan. Our circle is one you'll never enter in your lifetime. Sumu chuckled, a hint of mockery in his smile. Then can I pull you out? In and out, it will be quite fun. Yuding and Yusin were furious, about to retort, when a crude voice interrupted. What's the holdup? Can't handle it? I'll do it myself. A young man, drunk and red-faced, accompanied by two bodyguards, staggered over. He leered at Ningyan, grinning. You're indeed a great beauty, much prettier than them. Hello, beauty, I'm Qian Xiaojiang. You can call me Qian Gongzi. Let's get to know each other. We'll be friends from now on. Ningyan's face darkened, her gaze sharp as she looked at her two classmates. I'm not interested in getting to know you, nor do I want to be your friend. Qian Xiaojiang laughed, slapping the table, nearly knocking the plates off, straightforward. I like that. How much for a night with you? 5 million? 10 million? We're all adults. Let's get straight to it. Ningyan felt a surge of anger. She glared at Qian Xiaojiang, saying nothing. Qian Xiaojiang, thinking the price wasn't right, narrowed his eyes, greedily staring at Ningyan's ample chest, drooling. 30 million. For a month with me. How about it? Ningyan suddenly smiled, her expression seductive. She looked at Sumu, cooing husband. Are you going to let me be bullied like this? Qian Xiaojiang, and even Sumu, were taken aback. Ning professor, who can resist you? Husband? You. Don't tempt me. I'll take it seriously. Sumu knew that with Ning professor using such a fierce tactic, some people were in for more than just bad luck. Chapter 39. The Path of Light. Qian Xiaojiang's family was wealthy and powerful. His father, Qian Dagong, owned a large energy mine, generating at least $1 billion in profit annually. The Qian family also had a powerful backer, the Bai family, one of the 4 major families in Danyang. This was why Qian Xiaojiang was so arrogant. His motto was, those who follow me prosper, those who oppose me perish. He had no hobbies, only a fondness for beautiful women. Qian Xiaojiang's gaze shifted to Sumu, a cruel expression on his face. Your husband? Sumu nodded with a smile. Qin Yong pointed at Sumu. Take him down. The two bodyguards immediately lunged at Sumu. The restaurant erupted into chaos, with guests fleeing. Sumu didn't even flinch, raising his hand and delivering a punch. Bang! One of the bodyguards was sent flying, crashing into a table, splattering food. The other bodyguard, realizing he was dealing with a skilled opponent, quickly dodged. Unfortunately, to Sumu, his movements were as slow as a snail. Sumu didn't even need to use his other hand. He retracted his fist and punched again. The second bodyguard's ribs were broken, and he flew back, crashing into another table. Qian Xiaojiang, panicking, tried to run, but a fork was driven into his hand, pinning it to the table. Qian Xiaojiang, in excruciating pain, screamed, his hand likely crippled. Ningyan's two classmates were terrified, and the restaurant's guests were stunned. Sumu slowly stood up, his smile sinister. Qian Gongzi, who gave you the courage to be so arrogant and domineering? Liang Jingru? The restaurant was silent, broken only by Ningyan's laughter. The guests, hiding, watched Sumu, both nervous and astonished. This guy is so strong. No wonder he can get such a beautiful woman, despite his ordinary appearance. Qin Yong, teeth clenched, glared at Sumu. You're dead. My father won't let you off. You'll regret this. My Woohoo group has thousands of people, and we'll get you. Woohoo group? The guests, hearing the name, looked at Sumu with pity. Woohoo group was not just an energy company, but also had a gray area, known for its violent and ruthless methods. Sumu laughed. I don't want a trash son like you. You're not worthy. Ning Yin almost laughed again. She was not worried. Even the Wu Hu group, or any family in Donyang, was no threat to her. The Ning family was a scholarly family, but she had a formidable cousin, Qian Xiaojiang. The only son of the Qian family, enjoyed sleeping with various women, from students to housewives, white-collar workers, and flight attendants. If money couldn't get them, he used threats and coercion. His arrogance had grown over the years, and he was now completely overconfident. Even now, after being beaten so badly, he was still plotting revenge, not thinking about how to get out of the situation. Ning Yan's two classmates, realizing the gravity, shouted at Su Mu, "You're Su Mu, right? You're done for. You dared to hurt Qian Gongzi. I advise you to release him and beg for mercy. Maybe you'll be spared." Indeed, Ning Yan, you must persuade him. You have no idea how terrifying the Wu Hu group truly is. Ning Yan elegantly lifted her glass of lemonade and took a sip, shaking her head lightly. I'm afraid I must decline. I trust his judgment. The two classmates were infuriated. At that moment, a group of individuals entered the restaurant. More than a dozen burly men donned in security uniforms accompanied a man in his 30s. This man, named Yu Bin, was the hidden proprietor of the establishment. Upon seeing Qian Xiaojiang's hand nailed to the table, Yu Bin's expression changed dramatically. Young Master Qian, what has happened? Damn it! Who dares to harm our young Master Qian? Su Mu thought to himself, are you blind? Yu Bin's gaze fell upon Su Mu. It's you? Kid, what business do you belong to? Su Mu smiled slyly. The Boulevard of Light. Ning Yin let out a cough as she sputtered water. She shot a charming glare at Su Mu, leaving him almost breathless. Woman, do you not realize the immense allure you possess when you act coy? Be yourself. Refined elegance is your true style. Yu Bin, enraget, laukit hautili. Kid, I've seen arrogance before, but never quite like yours. I'll give you a chance. Kneel and bark like a dog 100 times, and I won't hold you accountable for your actions in my restaurant. As for your grievances with young Master Qian, that is your affair. Sumo Chakalt glanced at Yu Bin, then pondered briefly before pulling out his phone and making a call. After several rings, a weary voice, seemingly still half asleep, answered, Who is it? Sumo smiled gently. It's me. Those two words struck Bai Zihua like a thunderbolt. After last night's ordeal, he had been confined at home, completely unraveling. He was bracing himself for disaster, having not slept a wink until noon, and still, there was no sign of trouble. Exhausted beyond measure, he resolved to embrace sleep, even if it meant dying in his dreams. But just then, Su Mu's call interrupted him. Su Mu, what do you want? Just give me a swift end. Bai Zihua shouted through gritted teeth. Sumo Chakalt. No need to be agitated. We can still be friends. By the way, I have a matter that requires your assistance. I wonder if you would be so kind as to lend me your support? Bai Zihua's nose nearly crinkled in fury. You have the audacity to humiliate me like this? The moment your sister's identity is revealed, even the greatest tycoon in Donyang, Zhang Anping, would kneel before you. What am I worth? You go too far? Sumu thought, have I really? Chuckling, he added, you have 20 minutes. There's an Italian restaurant behind Donyang University. Hurry and save the day. Bai Zihua paused in disbelief. Are you serious? Sumu hummed up, irritated. Come if you wish. I've given you the opportunity. Don't blame me if you miss it. In the past, Bai Zihua would have tried to frame Su Mu and ruin him. However, his perspective had changed. A living Bai Zihua was far more valuable than a dead one, much like Zhao Muting. He had promised Chu Nin to bring the 4 great families of Donyang under his banner. Now, 3 were secured, leaving only the Mo family yet to be approached. This would be immensely beneficial for the Yi family. The Yi family was merely 100 billion in scale, yet together, the 4 families approached 5 trillion. If they united to elevate the Yi family, it would surely rise to the pinnacle of Donyang society. Sumu mused, Little Yi, I toiled tirelessly for you. At least a good night kiss is in order tonight. As for more intimate encounters, we shall take it gradually. Chapter 40. An unprecedented demand by Zihua arrived swiftly. He had not washed his face and stormed in with unkempt hair. Yuban turned around and shouted, Which idiot? Before he could finish, his jaw dropped in horror at the sight of the newcomer, and then, plop, he knelt down. It was Bai Zihua, the second of Donyang's 4 prominent young masters. Yuban never imagined that Su Mu's call would be to Bai Zihua. His modest wealth paled in comparison to young Master Qian's, let alone Bai Zihua, one of the four great young masters. Realizing Bai Zihua's ruthlessness, Yu Bin, in a panic, disregarded his pride and began to slap his own face violently. The sound of slaps echoed throughout the restaurant as a crowd of security guards, witnessing their boss kneeling, quickly followed suit, dropping to their knees. The scene shocked the surrounding patrons and staff. Yu Bin was a local tyrant. Ning Yan's classmates were utterly stunned as they realized the enormity of their foolish actions today. When Qian Shaojiang saw Bai Zihua, he was paralyzed with fear, lowering his head, wishing to bury himself in his pants to avoid detection. The Qian family relied entirely on the Bai family. A single word from the Bai family could bankrupt them. Bai Zihua, disregarding everything else, approached Su Mu and knelt directly before him. I acknowledge my mistakes. Punish me as you see fit, but please spare the Bai family. This declaration nearly sent Qian Shaojiang into a panic. Spare the Bai family? What kind of colossal figure have I provoked today? Those two wretches have doomed me. Yet Su Mu approached Bai Zihua warmly, pulling him up. Old Bai, we won't get to know each other without a bit of conflict. If you continue like this, how can we ever be friends? Bai Zihua trembled internally. You can't possibly be holding a grudge and tormenting me intentionally? The sight of Bai Zihua kneeling stunned everyone in the restaurant, making their minds whirl. One of Dongyang's top 4 young masters kneeling. Who is this divine being? The crown prince of the capital? No, that's impossible. He is dressed so simply, his face marred with scars. Well, he must be a great-looking man despite the scars. However, that striking beauty beside him appeared graceful and elegant, not at all like a fierce tigress. Could it be a peculiar preference? If Ning Yan were aware of their thoughts, she would likely be infuriated to the point of spitting blood. Bai Zihua resigned himself to the situation, humbly inquiring, Young Master Su, what is the matter? Su Mu, smiling cheerfully, recounted the earlier incident involving Qian Shaojiang. Bai Zihua's eyes widened in disbelief. The Wuhu group? Huh. Qian Dagang Gisong? How interesting. Qian Shaojiang, desperate, shouted, Young Master Bai, spare me. I'm not a human. I was wrong, and I'm willing to atone. Bai Zihua suddenly smiled, a smile that made Qian Shaojiang break into a cold sweat, and a warm liquid uncontrollably flowed from his pants. A foul odor permeated the air, prompting Ning Yan to leap up and flee outside. Her 2 classmates, paralyzed with fear, burst into tears. Having previously followed Qian Shaojiang's lead, they believed Dongyang belonged to him. But alas, they were woefully short-sighted. Bai Zihua fumbled through his phone, searching for a number, and finally dialed it. On the other end was Qian Dagong, chairman of the Wuhu group. Forget about the Wuhu group. You should manage your son first. Without allowing the other party a chance to respond, Bai Zihua hung up. He then respectfully invited Su Mu to a private room in the restaurant, instructing a trembling waiter to open a bottle of the finest red wine. Young Master Su, are you truly willing to spare me? Su Mu smiled slyly. One more enemy is not worth it. Old Bai, let us not waste time. Pledge your loyalty to me, and I will ensure a bright future for you. What do you say? Bai Zihua once again fell to his knees, swearing an oath. Heaven above, earth below, Bai Zihua hereby vows to follow Su Shao's every command for the rest of his life. If I break this vow, may I be struck by heaven and earth. Su Mu nodded with a smile, indicating for him to rise. Bai Zihua, finally at ease, was then enveloped by a profound sense of joy. What was this? A blessing in disguise? Indeed, a pie had fallen from the sky. The brother-in-law of the eldest granddaughter of the Han Wuzhu family. How exhilarating. With this connection, even in the capital, he would be untouchable. Boss, rest assured, I will ensure a satisfactory resolution to this matter. The Five Lakes Group will cease to exist, and all its assets will be offered as atonement. Su Mu smiled faintly and said, there is no need for that, but Qian Shaojiang must serve 10 years in prison. Not a day less. Bai Zihua immediately bowed and agreed. After about half an hour, a middle-aged man in his 50s, dressed in a designer suit but with a brutish face, pushed open the door and entered, bowing and scraping. Young master, it is all due to my lax discipline that my son has offended you. I apologize. Bai Zihua, with a grim expression, said, your apology is meaningless. You must apologize to Mai. Su Mu coughed lightly, and Bai Zihua immediately understood. Su Xiao is my brother, and your son tried to take Su Xiao's woman. Ha! Qian Dagong, though outwardly submissive, harbored deep hatred for Su Mu. Su Xiao, y apologos. Name your terms, and I will not haggle. He had considerable influence, and had already uncovered Su Mu's identity on his way here. In his view, Su Mu must have deceived Bai Zihua in some way, leading to this brotherhood. In reality, Su Mu had no background and was merely a driver for the Yi Corporation. The Yi Corporation, in terms of scale, was comparable to the Five Lakes Group, but Qian Dagong had 50 billion in cash, far exceeding the Yi Corporation. Ye Danji, the most beautiful woman in Danyang, had once been the object of his desire, but he had been deterred by the attention of the four great young masters. The Qian family's lecherous genes were passed down through generations. Before meeting Qian Dagong, Su Mu had intended to take severe action. But upon seeing the man's outward deference and hidden malice, he knew that without Bai Zihua, Qian Dagong would surely try to harm him. He was not afraid, but he could not be everywhere at once, and he could not protect Yi Wanxiu and Ningyan. It is not the wicked that one fears, but the petty. Since that was the case, Su Mu would not be polite. Name your terms? Very well, your son will serve 20 years in prison, and you will pay 20 billion in cash, not a penny more or less. Qian Dagong almost jumped in shock, his eyes flashing with anger. Su Xiao, you're asking too much. Chapter 41. A fortune-telling. You are destined to be childless. Bai Zihua had not expected Su Mu to make such a demand. Even if Qian Shaojiang served his full sentence, Bai Zihua would not intercede for the Qian family. As for 20 billion, was that a lot? Su Xiao was the brother-in-law of the eldest granddaughter of the Hongwu Zhu family, and 20 billion was mere pocket change. The only thing that troubled him was that Su Xiao had concealed his identity to court women. If he had known, he would have knelt and groveled the first time they met in the restaurant. Anyone could be a groveler, right? Licking left and right, up and down. Surely one would find comfort. Qian Dagong, is 20 billion a lot? Is 20 years in prison too long? Bai Zihua asked with a dark expression. Qian Dagong was dumbfounded. Young master, let me explain. This man is a fraud. He deceived you. He is just a driver. Bai Zihua, seething with anger, shouted silence. Before Qian Dagong could speak, Bai Zihua slapped him hard across the face. Qian Dagong, stunned, covered his face but dared not show any displeasure. He knew the power of the Bai family, and a single word from them could obliterate him. If you dare to speak ill of Su Xiao again, I will send your entire family to Africa to mine. Qian Dagong shuddered and fell to his knees before Bai Zihua, kowtowing profusely. Young master, I was wrong. I will give Su Xiao 30 billion. Can you spare my son from prison? He is my only son. Young master, have mercy. Bai Zihua sneered. Your apologies are useless. You must beg Su Xiao. Qian Dagong, suppressing his hatred, began to kowtow to Su Mu. Su Xiao, you are a man of great virtue. Please spare my son this time. I will give you 30 billion as a sign of my respect. Su Mu suddenly stood up with a smile and approached Qian Dagong. Old Qian, I understand your thoughts. You think I am a fraud. That is fine. Not only am I a fraud, but I'm also a fortune teller. Shall I tell your fortune? Qian Dagong was taken aback. He looked at Su Mu, stammering Su Xiao. I. Su Mu, with a mysterious air, raised his right hand in a delicate gesture, muttering incantations and making hand gestures. After a long while, he spoke with the air of sage. Old Qian, you lost your father at 3 and your mother at 5, and you were alone until you had a stroke of luck at 26. Am I right? Qian Dagong's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Bai Zihua was also stunned. He had no idea about Qian Dagong's past. How did Su Mu know? Could he really divine the future? Su Xiao, you are truly a god. Yes, you're right. I did become wealthy at 26. Su Mu chuckled and, with a regretful expression, said, Your fate is not good, and you are destined to be a solitary star, fated to have no children. However, your fortune is decent, though you tend to lose it, enriching others. Qian Dagong almost jumped up. His admiration for Su Mu had turned to rage. What do you mean, solitary star, no children? How do I have a son then? You, I will not let this go. Bai Zihua, surprised, asked, Su Xiao, if you're a solitary star, fated to have no children then, how is Qian Shaojiang your son? Su Mu laughed. There is a saying I want to give to Mr. Qian. For a man to live a good life, he must wear a green hat. Bai Zihua was speechless, and Qian Dagong was furious. Su Mu, with a sneer, said, Mr. Qian, when you were 17, you were trapped in a mine for 3 days and 3 nights, and the cold entered your body, rendering you infertile. Have you not wondered why, after all these years, none of the women you slept with became pregnant? Qian Dagong was struck by a thunderbolt. This was one of his deepest secrets. He had survived by killing a fellow worker. He never expected Su Mu to reveal it. You are a devil. Qian Dagong, terrified, fell to the ground, retreating. Su Mu, not wanting to waste more words, stood up and said to Bai Zihua, I will go now. You handle this. Qian Xiaojiang will serve 20 years, and the 20 billion will be transferred to my account tomorrow. I will send you the details later. With that, he left the room. Outside the restaurant, a line of people knelt, and onlookers pointed and whispered. Ning Yan's Maserati was parked at the entrance. He got in, and with a smile said, Ning Jia, don't dress so beautifully. It puts a lot of pressure on me. Ning Yan, furious, punched him and ordered, drive, let's go home. At that moment, Sumoy's phone vibrated. He looked and saw a message from Mo Liusu. Old Lecher, where are you? Sumu nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. He hastily replied, You little minx, you're playing with fire. The reply came swiftly. Humph, if you have guts, come and woo me. Woo your sister. I am your sister. Go away. Where are you anyway? At home, sleeping, having sweet dreams. Hee hee, you can't even lie properly. I saw you get into a Maserati. That's Professor Ning's car, right? A cold shiver ran down Su Mu's spine, and he couldn't help but look around, but he didn't see Mo Liusu. Professor Ning, with a curious expression, asked, What are you looking for? Su Mu gritted his teeth and said, A little mole want to strangle her. Professor Ning's sixth sense as a woman instantly kicked in, and she looked at Su Mu with a half smile. A girl, right? Su Mu gave an awkward smile. You guess. Professor Ning pursed her lips and said lightly, It's the girl who played the piano at Star Restaurant on your first day, right? Su Mu was dumbfounded. He stared at Professor Ning, his mouth agape. How did you know? Professor Ning smiled coquettishly. You guess. Su Mu was so angry he wanted to hit someone. But he quickly realized this wasn't President Yi, and he couldn't just hit her. If he did, what if he developed feelings for her? How would he handle that? Professor Ning's beautiful eyes widened, and she looked fiercely at him. You want to hit me? You scoundrel. How dare you hit a woman? Sumo chuckled. No, I just wanted to scare you. You wanted to hit me. Suddenly, for no apparent reason, tears welled up in Professor Ning's eyes. Su Mu was at a loss. Wanted to wipe her tears, but feeling it was inappropriate, yet not wiping them felt cruel. Hey, Professor, why are you crying? I'm sorry, I really am. I'll go back and kneel on the keyboard. I promise only on the S and B keys, and if I make a mistake, I'll fast for 3 days. Professor Ning burst into laughter, but her nose was congested, and a shiny bubble of snot emerged. Even the most beautiful and intelligent woman, with a string of snot, can be quite a sight. The air in the car froze. Su Mu stared at Professor Ning, then quickly covered his eyes and shouted, I didn't see anything, hey? Don't pinch me. Professor Ning was beside herself. Chapter 42. The badge that evening, President Yi returned home, looking exhausted. Professor Ning and Su Mu tacitly avoided mentioning the day's events. Su Mu's anticipated goodnight kiss was a no-go, and he dared not climb through the window. After all, Professor Ning and President Yi shared a bed, and if he kissed the wrong person in the dark, the thought was too stimulating. The next morning at 10, Bai Zihua transferred 20 billion to Su Mu's designated account. President Yi and Professor Ning had left, so Su Mu quickly tidied up and booked a taxi. An hour later, he arrived at a certain neighborhood in Danyang. He confidently swiped his card to enter the complex, then took the elevator to the underground garage. After a few minutes, he drove out in a slightly used black Volkswagen. He wandered around the city for over an hour, grabbed a quick lunch at a street stall, and then drove to the bustling commercial district of Danyang, where a row of banks stood. He parked in the underground garage, surrounded by luxury cars, and then made a phone call. A few minutes later, he entered an elevator. The elevator ascended to the 8th floor, and when the doors opened, he was greeted by a spacious lobby. 2 black-clad bodyguards stood by the elevator, and a white-haired, elegantly dressed man in his 50s was waiting for him. Seeing Sumo, the man bowed slightly. Sir, it is a pleasure to serve you. This way, please. Sumu nodded and followed the man through the lobby into a VIP room. This was one of the 7 Swiss United Bank branches in the East. No one knew that Su Mu was among the bank's most esteemed clients. Unlike ordinary agents, he often undertook highly dangerous and confidential overseas missions. Each mission was a near-death experience, and he would often plunder the target's wealth as an additional reward. This wealth, known as black gold, was not required to be turned over. Over the years, he had accumulated a staggering $700 billion. This money was held in the Swiss United Bank under a pseudonym, managed and invested by the bank, yielding a conservative annual return of $50 billion. Most of the returns were secretly donated to domestic charities, and a portion was distributed to his former comrades. The Swiss United Bank was not an ordinary bank. It not only provided comprehensive services, including but not limited to investments, but also required a substantial amount of money to access these services. If you had enough, you could even hire an army, a real army. In the VIP room, Su Mu went through the identity verification process and submitted a secret key composed of numbers and letters. The white-haired man, upon seeing the feedback on the terminal, was utterly shocked. He had thought this was just an ordinary client. He never imagined that this young man was one of the bank's most prestigious clients, ranking among the top 10. "My God," the man stammered, looking at Su Mu with great tension. "Honorable sir, please forgive my rudeness. With my authority, I am not qualified to serve you, but you must understand, I am the highest-ranking employee here. Please forgive me." Su Mu smiled and nodded. He knew that anyone who learned of his wealth would react this way. $700 billion in cash. The world's richest person, as seen by the public, has a net worth of $150 billion. But that is in assets, not cash. Even the world's richest person could not immediately produce $200 billion in cash. But Su Mu could. His money was all in cash. Of course, there were super-rich individuals unknown to the public, whose wealth far exceeded that of the so-called world's richest. The secret key Su Mu provided was specifically for the heads of the world's top financial empires or super-rich individuals. Such clients required the highest-level service from the bank's top executives. "Sir, how may I assist you?" A few minutes later, Su Mu entered the vault and opened his private safe. He took out a phone and a golden badge. The badge, slightly worn, featured a double-headed eagle encircled by olive branches, with a crown in the center. The white-haired man, upon seeing the badge, immediately fell to one knee, drenched in cold sweat. A few minutes later, the man, as humble as a servant, respectfully escorted Su Mu to the elevator. He only stumbled and fell to the ground once the elevator had descended to the garage. The bodyguards were stunned. The white-haired man, with a nervous laugh, wiped his forehead, which was covered in sweat. He was truly terrified. As a member of a European noble family, even a fallen one, he recognized the significance of the badge. In the Eastern dynastic era, the royal family was the pinnacle of power. In the West, there was a similar family. Once, for over 5 centuries, the members of this family were monarchs of all nations across Europe. At their zenith, as many as 30 sovereigns were siblings within this illustrious lineage. The family crest is embodied in the golden badge held by Su Mu, a symbol of unparalleled authority and distinction. Within this esteemed family, those who possess the golden badge are undeniably the most powerful and influential figures. The badges are categorized into 5 ranks. The golden badge is reserved for the most pivotal members, while the silver badge is awarded to the most capable. The bronze badge is generally held by core family members to signify their status, and the iron badge is worn solely by the heads of vassal families. The lowest tier, the tin badge, is bestowed upon loyal subjects who have rendered significant service to the family. Even the president of the Swiss Union Bank possesses merely a tin badge. The implications of such insignia in Europe are self-evident. How could a young individual from the East possibly hold such a badge? Yet, he bears a set of the highest-ranking keys. What does this signify? It attests to the authenticity of the badge. Therefore, any request made by Su Mu will be met with unwavering agreement from the white manager. Moments later, the manager made a confidential overseas call from his office. On the other end, a tense and stern voice commanded, "Bruce, remember, if you are fortunate enough to meet that esteemed gentleman again, you must adopt the most humble and respectful demeanor. Understand? Otherwise, you may not even know how you met your demise." Bruce gulped audibly, his voice trembling as he replied, "I understand, Mr. President." Chapter 43. The night owl converting $2 billion into US dollars for deposit. Su Mu drove out of the city. Danyang is one of the 5 first-tier cities in China, albeit the least ranked, yet it boasts a population of 20 million. After more than an hour, he arrived at a quaint town on the western outskirts. The scenery was delightful, with quaint bridges and flowing waters, emanating tranquility. At the eastern end of the town, there was an auto repair shop, seemingly struggling in business, its doors wide open, with a filthy wicker chair placed outside. A man reclined in the chair, wearing a cap smeared with grease, deeply asleep. A plump orange cat lounged lazily in the sun, perched on his chest. Su Mu parked a car at the entrance and leapt out, playfully startling the portly feline. The cat yowled and darted away. The man, irritated, yanked off his cap, mumbled something, squinted at Su Mu, and grumbled, "Your arrival can only mean trouble. Don't disturb my slumber." The man appeared to be in his 30s, unkempt, clad in dirty, tattered jeans and a wrinkled t-shirt, reeking of oil. Su Mu grinned as he surveyed the surroundings and said, I need you to come out of retirement. 10 million a month. Interested? The man narrowed his eyes, a glint of sharpness flickering within them. Can't you handle it yourself? What use would I be? Sumu chuckled and shook his head. I merely need you to act as a bodyguard, dealing with some petty thugs. The man scoffed. Petty thugs aren't worth 10 million. I'm not eager to risk my life. I'm not done living yet. Sumu, exasperated, kicked him lightly and teased. Your life is mine. It's time to repay the debt. No more nonsense. You're heading into the city tonight. Haven't you played enough in the last 3 years? The man remained unmoved, casting an impatient glance at Sumu, bluntly retorting, 3 years ago, you were willing to let me take that life, and now you bring it up? What is the job? After a brief explanation from Sumu, the man's interest peaked. You fancy that girl? Heh, aren't you the one who claims to have no entanglements with women? Sumu, infuriated, tossed a card at him and stormed off. Only then did the man rise from the wicker chair, retrieving the card. Beneath his tousled hair were sharp, piercing eyes, exuding a cold and menacing aura. Gradually, he began to emanate a certain ethereal quality. 3 years prior, the world's foremost assassin vanished after completing a high-value contract. This assassin, known as the Night Owl, was previously ranked as the most lethal killer globally, yet here he was, languishing in a small town on the outskirts of Donyang for 3 years. Sumu returned to his residential complex in the city, parked his car, and ascended to his hidden base. The dwelling was specially modified. From the outside, it appeared as an ordinary, dilapidated building, yet within, it was a fortress. No thief could breach its defenses, and even if they managed, the alarm system would activate instantaneously. Sumu never engaged in futile endeavors. Steering clear of the whirlpool of the capital does not imply that it will not seek you out. Thus, he preferred to strategize before acting. His presence in Donyang was both a retreat from turmoil and a brief respite. Ultimately, some debts would need settling, and certain vendettas avenged. Chu Nim was merely a pawn in his game, one he could not fully trust. Zhao Muxing and Bai Zihua would serve as cards in his hand. Sumu deemed them useful, unlike the Night Owl, who was a trusted ally. Entrusting the protection of Yi Wanxiu or Ning Yin to the Night Owl would bring him peace of mind. The world's top assassin was not merely a title. 3 years ago, the Night Owl had nearly taken Sumu's life. Undoubtedly, 10 million a month was somewhat beneath the Night Owl's worth. After checking the equipment in his base, Sumu quietly departed the complex. No sooner had he stepped outside than he received a call from Emol Yosu. Unaccustomed to such direct communication, he expected a message instead. Before he could speak, Emol Yosu urgently exclaimed, Sumu, come quickly. I'm being bullied at school. Before he could respond, the call was abruptly disconnected. His initial instinct was to suspect Emol Yosu was deceiving him. Since that day of drinking, he had sensed her identity was far from ordinary. The mere presence of her guards signified true expertise, especially that bartender, Changgu, who instilled a sense of caution within him. With such formidable protection, how could she be bullied? If she wasn't the aggressor, then others were fortunate to encounter her. Yet, Sumu could not shake off his concern. What if? Reluctantly, he hailed a taxi, handing the driver 500 yuan up front. Sir, I need you to reach Donyang University within 30 minutes. This money is yours, but if you arrive early, I'll add 100 for each minute saved. The driver, instantly invigorated, launched the taxi into action with astonishing speed. Sumu marveled at the driver's prowess. Indeed, experts exist among the common folk. Donyang University ranks among the best in the nation, approximately 7th overall. The students fortunate enough to attend are typically academic elites, though many affluent heirs gain entry through donations and endowments. At that very moment, as Emol Yosu contacted Sumu, a striking Lamborghini supercar was parked in front of the music department building at Donyang University. Su Xiao sat inside, oblivious to the flirtatious glances directed his way. A throng of superficial admirers, unworthy of his attention. Su Xiao's mantra was to indulge in the finest wines and the most exquisite women. While the Su family was not the most prominent in Donyang, they wielded considerable influence. Yet, this was not the true reason for their sway. Su Xiao's sister was wed to a third-rate family in the capital, the L family. L Lang, the 5th son of the L family, also attended Donyang University. Su Xiao was L Lang's sidekick, having recently gained admission through unconventional means. Upon entering the university, he had set his sights on several campus beauties. However, L Lang cautioned him, Xiao, exercise caution. There are individuals who, even I, would hesitate to provoke. Su Xiao called out to Lu Lang, but inwardly, he felt a strong sense of resentment. His elder sister was married to the eldest son of the Lu family, becoming the matriarch, while Lu Lang was merely a bastard born of a concubine. The reason he found himself overshadowed by Lu Lang was solely due to the Lu family's influence. Hey, Lang, tell me, who do you think is so impressive? A flicker of peculiar light flashed in Lu Lang's eyes as he mysteriously replied, among the 4 campus beauties. One is named Yu Shishir, the daughter of the prestigious Yu family in Modu. Don't even think about it. Countless young masters from the imperial capital are pursuing her. Su Xiao chuckled. Such a girl is indeed beyond my reach. What about the other 3? Lu Lang smiled slightly. You can forget about Chun Xiner as well. The Chun family is an established aristocracy in the capital, far more influential than Yu Shishir. As for the 3rd, Zhu, you likely lack even the qualifications to flirt with her. The Yu and Chun families combined would hardly be a match for her. Su Xiao Listendinao, secretly relieved that he hadn't acted recklessly. Reflecting on Zhu Rui's status nearly left Lu Lang breathless. However, there's Mo Liusu, who lacks any notable background. You might give it a try. She usually works part-time jobs, and her family is quite ordinary, yet she has never shown any favor to her suitors. Su Xiao laughed heartily. Lang, so who piqued your interest? A glimmer of maturity flickered in Lu Lang's eyes as he chuckled. I prefer someone more seasoned, like Professor Ning. The thought of having the alluring Professor Ning beneath him made Lu Lang's abdomen suddenly warm. Chapter 44. The consequences of arrogance. Mo Liusu maintained a low profile at school, so much so that everyone believed her to be an ordinary girl relying on part-time work to sustain her studies. Though she was the youngest pianist in the country, she had not yet achieved the status of a concert pianist. Within the school, she was the favored student of all her teachers. As one of the 4 campus beauties, the other 3 held too high a status for ordinary boys to approach, but Mo Liusu was different, making her the most adored among suitors. All the boys who mustered the courage to confess to her ultimately faced rejection, yet she never made them feel humiliated. You're a good person. This was Mo Liusu's standard response to all who approached her. Today, she finished class early and prepared to return to practice. Upon seeing the car at the teaching building entrance, a flicker of disdain crossed her face. This scoundrel, Su Xiao, had been pestering her for several days. Dressed in youthful attire, sneakers paired with jeans and a fitted t-shirt, her long, slender legs were accentuated. Her cascading black hair flowed down her shoulders, and her delicate features exuded an air of intellectual charm. At school, she would never allow her hidden guards to intervene. She could handle any issue on her own. If someone persisted too aggressively, she would seek out a teacher. Upon first encountering Su Xiao, she had felt a strong aversion. Despite his height of 6 feet and handsome appearance, especially with a diamond earring in his left ear, most girls found it difficult to resist his allure. Coupled with his identity as a rich heir with a fleet of luxury sports cars, who could refuse him? After finishing a call with Su Mu, she calculated the time and stepped outside. Sure enough, Su Xiao was waiting for her. Liusu, I've waited for you for quite a while. You can't refuse me today. I've booked the best table at Star Restaurant, the finest Western restaurant in Donyang, where you used to play the piano. Mo Liusu calmly shook her head as she gazed at Su Xiao. I'm sorry, I won't be going. Su Xiao, please stop bothering me. I have a boyfriend now. Su Xiao froze, his expression darkening. Haha, that's impossible. Everyone knows you're my woman. Do they not value their lives, daring to compete with me for a woman? Mo Liusu secretly found this amusing, glancing at him before turning to leave. Su Xiao immediately reached out to block her. You can't leave, whether you want to or not. You're going. Mo Liusu smiled lightly. Su Xiao, you should just go. My boyfriend is very capable. You can't mess with him. Her words deeply wounded Su Xiao's pride, igniting his anger. Mo Liusu, my patience has limits. If you don't accompany me tonight, you won't need to attend school tomorrow. With a word from me, you won't graduate. Mo Liusu looked at him derisively, her exquisite face filled with disdain. I've seen foolishness, but never such utter foolishness as yours, Su Xiao. How pitiful. At this moment, many students began to gather, whispering among themselves. Mo Liusu's gaze tore away. Su Xiao's F.A.Ade. Hey, little vixen, since you have a boyfriend, does that mean you've already been with someone? Why pretend to be a virgin? No wonder, after a few days, you've gained weight. Was it a man who developed you? I don't mind. Tonight, I can teach you a few new positions that will surely make you feel heavenly. Yosu had never heard such vulgarity, causing her to tremble with anger. Shameless. Su Xiao chuckled, completely disregarding the surrounding students, and reached out to squeeze Yosu's ample bosom. Startled, Yosu let out a cry, covering her chest and retreating rapidly. In the distance, her guards, Aunt Shui and her husband, watched in fury, but Su Mu kicked each of the remaining 3 tires in succession. Bang, bang, bang. Soon, the supercar lay idle. He grimaced and lifted his leg, shaking his right sneaker, which had burst at the sole, revealing half of his foot. Yosu approached with a radiant smile, wrapping her arms around his, her head resting contentedly on his shoulder. Oh dear, have your shoes broken? Come, let me buy you a new pair. Su Mu was reluctant to indulge in such intimacy, yet her grip was firm, forcing him to acquiesce as she led him away. In the distance, Ning Yin clutched her textbooks, watching the scene unfold, her lips curling in disdain. Su Mu, you are such a fickle scoundrel. As Wan Qiu said, you are a despicable rogue. Chapter 45. A melody that enters the soul. After purchasing a new pair of shoes at the mall near the school, Su Mu wished to return home, wary of the fierce tiger awaiting him at home. However, Yosu gazed at him with an air of melancholy, her small hands nervously entwined, resembling someone abandoned. I wish for you to accompany me shopping. Is that all right? Su Mu felt overwhelmed at the thought of shopping. Yosu pouted, her voice sweetly coaxing, please, just spend some time with me. Before he could protest, she clung to his arm, urging, let's go. I'll treat you to dinner tonight. With no choice but to comply. Su Mu followed it. 2 hours later, Su Mu sat in a mall chair, clutching a cup of milk tea, utterly exhausted. I can't go on. I simply lack the energy. Yosu leaned against him, playfully tugging at his arm. Come on, I'll treat you to dinner. And then you can take me back to my dorm, and you can return home. Su Mu glanced at the time nervously, forcing a smile. I'd prefer to head back now. Absolutely not. Yosu declared firmly. Are you no longer my boyfriend? This time, Su Mu retorted with equal resolve. I am not. Yosu burst into laughter, playfully punching him, her cheeks flushed. How dull. Am I truly unworthy of you? Humph. Countless suitors have sought me, and I have turned them all away. Su Mu felt a flutter in his heart, yet maintained a serious tone. Child, do you not recall what I said when we first met? Yosu giggled, covering her mouth. You old lecher. I see now, you are playing hard to get. Fuming, yet embarrassed, Su Mu thought to himself, these young girls are quite astute. Let us go. I'll take you to a fun place where we can sing while enjoying hot pot. Su Mu grimaced, it's not a train ride, is it? I fear being robbed. A little over 10 minutes later, Yosu led him to a uniquely themed hot pot restaurant. It boasted 2 floors. The ground level was a bustling hall, while the second floor featured private booths. Due to its distinctiveness, the place was thriving, with more than 20 tables occupied by students waiting for a seat. As soon as Yosu and Su Mu entered, they drew numerous gazes, as she was one of the 4 campus beauties at Danyang University. The afternoon's commotion at the music department's entrance had already spread like wildfire. Su Mu felt like a specimen on display, while Yosu appeared like a delicate bird, radiating bliss. After a lengthy wait, they finally secured a table. Yosu ordered an Inyang hot pot and a couple drink, an enormous jar with 2 straws. Just as they began to eat, a server approached with a small basket containing 2 microphones. Classmates, it's your turn to sing. Su Mu glanced at the time. It was already past 8 in the evening. He felt a pang of guilt, fearing he might face consequences upon returning home. Why hadn't T-Zone called to remind him? Yosu, a pianist of exceptional skill, sang beautifully, and after one song, applause erupted around them. Students nearby began to cheer, Campus Beauty, let your boyfriend sing a song too. Yeah, buddy, which school are you from? You were bold earlier. Don't shy away now. Come on, if you aren't afraid of Su Xiao, why fear singing? Su Mu felt overwhelmed, while Yosu looked at him with hopeful eyes. With no alternative, he mustered a smile and said, I suppose I'll reluctantly sing a song, but if it's not good, please bear with me. He requested a Cantonese song. Let everything drift with the wind. As the music began, Su Mu cleared his throat, his resonant baritone filling the air. In the wind, the cold breeze blows, taking away dreams. The once lively hot pot restaurant fell silent. Every patron's mouth dropped open in astonishment as they stared at Su Mu. Yosu's eyes widened in disbelief. This was astonishingly beautiful, Initially, many students had hoped to see the campus beauty's boyfriend make a fool of himself. Yet now, they realized how dreadfully mistaken they were. Was he a professional singer? As he entered the chorus, his voice soared, resonating with clarity. All kinds of emptiness, cold, cold, cold. The dreams in the wind. When he concluded the final line, let everything drift with the wind, the restaurant was enveloped in a profound silence. Every table's diners put down their chopsticks, the bubbling hot pot forgotten as they sat in a daze. Was this a live performance by a singing king? After a long pause, applause erupted. Even patrons on the second floor rushed downstairs, surrounding Su Mu and Mo Liusu in layers. Su Mu chuckled, handing the microphone to a starstruck server, saying, I've embarrassed myself enough. Let us eat and be on our way. But the crowd would not disperse, chanting, sing another. Yes, another song. The applause surged like a tide. Wow, the boyfriend of the campus beauty is truly remarkable. I'm from the composition department, and he outshines most so-called stars today. Indeed, if he debuted, he would undoubtedly be a superstar, even if he isn't conventionally handsome. Are you blind? His face has character. What? The campus beauty has such talent too? The restaurant owner approached, grinning at Sumu. If you sing one more song, tonight's meal is on the house. Just as Sumu was about to decline, Mo Liusu chimed in eagerly, yes, we accept. Sumu was exasperated, yet Mo Liusu winked at him, her pleading eyes compelling him to concede. With a mischievous grin, he declared, how about this, you choose any song, and we'll open the scoring system. If I score below 100, tonight's meal is on me. If I score 100, you give me a permanent 50% discount card, how about it? The surrounding students went wild. What? Are you here to steal the show? Are you serious? Boss agreed to his terms. Let's see just how impressive he is. The owner considered, chuckling, all right, I'll accept your challenge, but at 1 TB, a 50% discount card. I'll give you a permanent free VIP card. But it's only valid for you and your girlfriend. How does that sound? Su Mu smirked, realizing the owner was simply trying to ensure he sang whenever he visited. All right, let us pick a song. The atmosphere erupted into excitement. Suddenly, the students parted, revealing a strikingly beautiful girl, standing at a height of 175 meters, clad in ultra-short denim shorts, showcasing her astonishingly long legs. She embodied the perfect figure with an enchanting 9-headed proportion. A lollipop dangled from her mouth as she looked down at Su Mu with an air of haughty pride, declaring, with my left hand pointing to the moon, if you sing perfectly, I shall bestow upon you a fragrant kiss. The entire class erupted in astonishment. Good heavens! Zhu Ruer, the undisputed queen of the 4 campus beauties, the captivating head of the dance department, was actually offering a kiss? Mo Yosu's expression darkened at once. Chapter 46. If I say I'll kiss you, I will. The students were in a frenzy. Zhu Ruer was an untouchable presence at Danyang University. Even the most arrogant and domineering second-generation rich kids dared not provoke her. They would avoid her as if she were a plague. She was revered as the queen among all male students, affectionately nicknamed Empress Ruer. Now, this empress was casually chewing on a lollipop and had audaciously declared her intention to bestow a kiss. Was she infatuated? Spring had only just departed. A throng of admirers rallied with excitement, as if she were challenging them to a bet. Come on, don't hesitate. Sing. Brother, your singing posture is the most handsome. Big man, if you're a man, just do it. Let our Empress Ruer give you a kiss. Indeed, all of us support you to the end. The fervent cheers of the boys echoed as the girls began to capture the moment on their phones, eager to record every second. It wasn't just the restaurant that was stirred. Hundreds of onlookers surged in, delighting the owner beyond measure. A complimentary VIP card? What a bargain. If this lad sang 2 songs daily, the plans for a new branch could be expedited. Sumu glanced at Zhu, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease. As if entangled in some intricate scheme, Zhu Rueo, the eldest daughter of the Hongwu Zhu family, sister to Zhu Qingzhao, a princess showered with affection. The sister of Xie Yutong. Surely my sister, contemplating selling me out? He rose nonchalantly, returning her almost provocative gaze with a smile, and nodded at the owner. The owner immediately instructed the staff to select a song and activate the scoring system. Sumu pretended to stretch before taking the microphone, sipping from a chilled sour plum juice. The song Left Hand Points to the Moon was notoriously difficult, yet it posed no challenge for Sumu. His true energy could alter his vocal cords, allowing him to replicate the original voice of the female singer flawlessly. As the music began to play, a transcendent atmosphere enveloped the crowd. Ethereal. A tremor coursed through everyone's hearts. As Sumu raised the microphone, the ambience shifted. With my left hand grasping the earth, and my right hand holding the sky, the lines of my palm crackle with lightning, trading fleeting time for years. In 3,000 lifetimes, as if unseen. The moment Sumu began to sing, the audience fell into a stunned silence. The lollipop fell from Zhu Rueyer's mouth with a soft thud, and hundreds of eyes widened in disbelief. Was he even human? How could he possess such astounding talent? His voice transitioned into a high-pitched, dolphin-like resonance, resonating deeply with all present. The crowd, composed of many music, composition, and dance students, possessed a refined taste. They all understood the rarity of achieving dolphin tones. Globally, there are scarcely more than 20 singers capable of such skill, with only a handful achieving perfection. Zhu Rueyer stared at Sumu in shock, realizing the seemingly unassuming boy had just provocatively smiled at her. Then, an astonishing scene unfolded. The glass of sour plum juice by Sumu shattered, spilling its contents everywhere. How could he sing without taking a breath? His lung capacity was unfathomable, his control over breath astonishing. Sumu observed the reactions around him, smirking. When it comes to singing, we mean business. In this world, when it comes to talent and strength, I am unparalleled. As the music gently faded, a flurry of confetti appeared on the big screen. 100 points. Sumu smiled lightly, placing the microphone down, bowing slightly to the audience, before taking the stunned Imo Lyosu by the hand and slipping away while the crowd remained in shock. After all, the owner had promised a complimentary meal. Why linger? Waiting for a kiss from the campus beauty? It wasn't tea until Sumu and Imo Lyosu vanished that Zhu Rueyer snapped back to reality. Hundreds of eyes were fixed on her. With a stomp of her foot, she snapped. What are you staring at? Am I not allowed to kiss? That coward just ran away. With that, she swayed her hips and stormed off in anger. The owner lamented his distraction. Why had he let himself be so entranced? His plans for a new branch were dashed. The rest of the students were left in a state of disbelief, their appetite vanished. This was simply too surreal. A god of song had descended upon them. Meanwhile, Sumu, clutching Mo Lyosu's hand, hurriedly made his way to the school entrance, sighing in relief. Mo Lyosu gazed at him in shock, her eyes sparkling. She suddenly screamed, startling students nearby. Then, she leaped into his arms, her long legs wrapping tightly around his waist, nearly suffocating him with her embrace. Students recognized Mo Lyosu, their astonishment palpable. Was this the usually reserved Mo, the ice princess? The four campus beauties, each with their own merits, and here she was, radiating excellence. You can't be this amazing. I'll feel inferior. Montak Yuzu bebelt. Oblivious to how her actions affected Sumu. From a distance, Aunt Shui, shadowing the scene, was fuming. This boy must be eliminated. Yet her husband merely chuckled, remarking, I find him quite compatible with the young lady. As students flowed in and out of the school entrance, all eyes turned towards the embraced pair. Just when it seemed it might end there, a stunningly beautiful girl, dressed in hot pants and a crop top, strode over, exuding an aura that felt 2 meters tall. She approached Sumu directly and, in a flash, planted a gentle kiss on his cheek. With a playful laugh, she departed, declaring, When I say I'll kiss you, I will. Can you escape that? Sumu stood in shock, frozen in disbelief. The surrounding students were momentarily paralyzed. Was that the Empress Rhea? My goodness, what did I just witness? Mo Lyosu's furious voice rang out. Zhu, you shameless hussy. Without looking back, Zhu simply raised her hand, extending a long middle finger towards Mo Lyosu. In the distance, Aunt Shui fumed. I shall kill that scoundrel. Chapter 47. Please give me a chance to justify myself. Zhu Rue is a third-year student in the dance department of Danyang University. Her identity remains enigmatic. Yet her life is anything but. Throughout her 3 years in university, she has resided in the dormitory, sharing her living space with the campus belle, Chun Siener. Although they hail from different departments, their profound and inscrutable family backgrounds made their cohabitation an effortless endeavor. Upon returning to the dormitory, Zhu Rui, in a fit of rage, began to pummel the plush toys on her bed. That despicable man! How dare he look down on me? I shall not let this slide. Seeing her in such a state, Chun Siener, who was brushing her teeth, curiously inquired. What man? What happened? Zhu Rui threw aside the plush toy and, with a pitiful expression, embraced Chun Siener. I lost my first kiss in a bet. Chun Siener nearly dropped her toothbrush in astonishment. What? You lost it? Zhu Rui nodded with a forlorn look. Is it a guy? Chen Xian'e Pleseton. Yes, a scoundrel. Zhu Rui gritted her teeth. Just wait. I'll log on to the school forum, and you'll see. She opened her laptop and logged into the Danyang University forum. Sure enough, the top post featured a song by Su Mu titled Left Hand Points to the Moon. After reading it, Chun Siener was left utterly speechless. She turned to Zhu Rui and said, You had it coming. Meanwhile, Su Mu, unaware of his newfound notoriety at Danyang University, had just returned home after dropping Mo Lu Shu off at the dormitory. Upon entering, he sensed an unusual tension in the air. Ning Yin was seated cross-legged on the sofa with a laptop on her lap, while Yuan Xiu was staring at him with a frosty expression. I got held up a bit. Did you eat? I'll go cook for you, he offered, trying to lighten the mood. Yuan Xiu responded with a sarcastic smile. Su, I'd also like to request a song. Is that possible? Su Mu was taken aback, quickly realizing the implication. He shot Ning Yin a glare and approached Yuan Xiu with a sheepish smile. Little Yi, what do you want to hear? I can sing for you all night long. My specialty is kneeling on the keyboard to sing conquer. Would you like a demonstration? Ning Yin stifled her laughter, her whole body shaking with mirth. Su Mu dared to steal only a few glances before averting his gaze. Suddenly, he found himself in shock. Yuan Xiu produced a keyboard from behind her, handing it to him. I heard from Sister Ning that you have a unique skill, kneeling only on the S and B keys. Go ahead, let the performance begin. Ning Yin laughed so hard she nearly cried. Sensing Su Mu's frustration, she could only silently apologize. A man's knees are precious, Yuan Xiu. Don't push your luck. I might just retaliate. With that, she picked up her laptop and headed upstairs. Su Mu, standing before Yuan Xiu, dared not act recklessly. The menacing look in her eyes sent chills down his spine. With a campus belle on one side and another bestowing kisses on the other. I gave you time off to recover, not a flirt. Yuan Xiu's temper escalated with each word, and it seemed she might spring into action at any moment. Terrified, Su Mu feigned seriousness. Little Yi, please grant me a chance to defend myself. Yuan Xiu ground her teeth and let out a huff. Go on. Su Mu placed a hand over his heart, gazing earnestly. Little Yi, you must believe that I am a man of integrity, character, and dignity. Yuan Xiu's nails began to itch with the desire to strike, but she managed to suppress the impulse, her icy demeanor unwavering. And then, setting aside the keyboard, Su Mu approached her with heartfelt intent, wishing to take her hand, but fearing her wrath. Instead, he cautiously sat beside her, his gaze filled with sincerity. Little Yi, I must confess in my heart, you are the one I cherish above all. Do you believe me? Yuan Xiu scoffed, well aware that a man's words can be deceitful. Yet her heart fluttered at his admission. Just as she felt a thawing of her icy exterior, Su Mu mischievously interjected, Hey, do you feel a sense of urgency? A treasure like me is quite sought after. You ought to cherish it. Yuan Xiu's brows furrowed in anger as she glared at him. Cherish? What nonsense is that? Are you feeling smug? Seizing the opportunity, Su Mu grasped her hand and gently pulled her closer, then swiftly flicked his tongue across her lips. Ye danji gaspet in surprise. Though this was not the first time this rogue had taken liberties, and she had endured kisses before this was something else. Disgusted, she thought, ugh, how revolting. By the time she realized what had happened, Su Mu had already snatched the agreement for his salary raise from her hand, triumphantly ascending the stairs while clutching the keyboard. Yuan Xiu felt a wave of weakness wash over her. She wanted to be furious, yet a tingling sensation coursed through her, a peculiar feeling that left her utterly drained. This scoundrel, he was becoming increasingly audacious. However, he had never made any definitive declarations. That day in the car, he had stolen a kiss and simply stated, You are mine. But what did that make her? A bubble tea? A Yulbei? At the very least, he should acknowledge her as his girlfriend, right? Yuan Xiu sighed in frustration and helplessness, cautiously touching her lips, her face twisted in disgust as she flung her hand away. Yet, her cheeks flushed as she gently pressed her hand over her mouth, as if wishing to preserve that fleeting taste forever. Little did she know, when she verbally denounced a man while physically striking him, her heart had already grown accustomed to his presence. Thus, she had already fallen, and there was no turning back. Upon returning to his room, freshly showered, Su Mu received a message. Pervert, hurry and log onto our university forum. You're trending. Irritated, he replied, little girl. This is all your fault. Let us not meet again. Mo Lushu responded with a pitiful emoji. Are you still not my boyfriend? The mere mention of it ignited Su Mu's fury. When did I ever acknowledge that? Don't tarnish my reputation. How will I ever marry someone in the future? Mo Lushu laughed playfully. Marry me. I'll take care of you. After all, you're already living off someone else. Why not find a bigger sugar daddy? Fuming, Su Mu retorted, living off someone? You know nothing of a man's affairs. This is not living off. This is simply earning a living through skill. Mo Lushu sent a disdainful emoji and then fell silent. Without a computer at hand, Su Mu scratched his head in frustration, deciding to borrow Professor Ning's computer. But how to ask? While Yuanxiu was still downstairs, he sneaked over to Ning Yan's door and gently knocked. Professor Ning, are you asleep? Ning Yan, clad in her nightgown and leaning against her bedpost, felt a thrill at the sound of Su Mu's voice. Was this stealing a moment? Stealthily, she slid out of bed and opened the door, only to find Su Mu peering around with shifty eyes. Embarrassed, she shot him a glare. What do you want? Su Mu grinned mischievously. Can I come in for a bit? Ning Yan was taken aback. Have you lost your mind? Quickly, Su Mu placed a hand over her mouth. Whispering, I just want to borrow your computer. Ning Yan stepped back, her face flushed crimson. She glared at him fiercely before snatching her laptop and hurling it at him. Get lost. Chapter 48. Your mother wants to kill me. Gazing at the pinned post on the Danyang University forum, Su Mu felt a mix of vexation and pride. In less than 3 hours, the post had garnered over 100,000 views and more than 30,000 comments, equivalent to every student at Danyang University leaving a comment. Besides the video of him singing Left Finger Moon, 2 other videos had also garnered an astonishing number of views. The first was the initial song, Let Everything Go with the Wind. The second, and perhaps the most intriguing, was the moment at the school gate when Mo Liusu clung to him like a koala, and Zhu Rui brushed past, planting a kiss. The most captivating part of this video was Zhu Rui's statement. If I say I'm going to kiss you, I'm going to kiss you. Do you think you can run away? The video concluded with Zhu Rui raising her middle finger. Su Mu had become a sensation, not just at Danyang University, but across several universities in Danyang. Countless people were asking, who is that guy? The University Alliance Forum was in an uproar, eventually concluding that this extraordinary individual was not a student. The students of Danyang University were collectively sleepless, as the 2 goddess-level campus beauties vied for the same man, a humiliation of the highest order. The forum was rife with sarcastic comments. What is the meaning of this? Don't we have any handsome and talented men in our school? Is it just because he sings well? Tell me, is it too late for me to start learning to sing? Sorry, you'll have to wait for your next life. Haven't you noticed? This guy's actually quite handsome. Look at his face. ISNT at a combination of Takashi Kaneshiro and Edison Shun. Great observation upstairs. Sigh, at this moment, I want to recite a poem. When poor, one should perfect oneself. When prosperous, one should help the world. The ugly ones rely on their right hand, while the handsome ones seduce all the campus beauties. Continue downstairs. Downstairs doesn't follow, but upstairs used the wrong word. I think seduce should be changed to sleep with or have sex with. Upstairs is an idiot. Upstairs is an idiot. Su Mu spent over an hour browsing the forum before yawning and closing his computer to sleep. Unbeknownst to him, the video had been shared on social media, causing an even greater stir. The next morning, after escorting President Yi to the company, he noticed that the women around him were looking at him differently. He approached a colleague with whom he had a good relationship, grinning. Xiao Mei, do I have a flower on my face? Xiao Mei, with a few freckles that turned red when she blushed, replied, Assistant Su, you're so impressive. Don't you know? Know what? Xiao Mei glanced at President Yi's office door, then quickly pulled out her phone, opening the social media app. The 9th trending topic was his left finger moon. Su Mu's face fell. That's not me, just someone who looks like me. Xiao Mei, I have to criticize you. Using your phone during work hours. I might report you and have your salary cut. Xiao Mei stuck out her tongue and giggled. Brother Mu, you wouldn't you're a good person. This was the first time Su Mu had been given a good person card. He laughed, and then a cold voice interrupted. Assistant Su, come to my office. Xiao Mei quickly sat down, and Su Mu smiled and entered President Yi's office. What can I do for you, President Yi? Yuanxiu glared at him, coldly saying, You can't change your nature, can you? Su Mu looked wronged. President Yi, I was just having a normal conversation with a colleague. Your jealousy is a bit unfounded. Yi Wanqiu snorted and ordered, "Go downstairs and bring someone up." Su Mu went downstairs and was surprised to see Long Honyue, Yi Wanqiu's former best friend, colleague, and secretary. Shouldn't she have left Donyang? Long Honyue, seeing Su Mu, appeared slightly nervous. Young master. Su Mu smiled faintly and led her to Yi Wanqiu's office. As he was about to leave, Yi Wanqiu said, "Stay." She then looked at Long Honyue, her expression complex. "Honyue, shouldn't you have left? Why are you here? I've already done everything I can for you." Long Honyue's face paled slightly, and she glanced at Su Mu in fear before kneeling before Yi Wanqiu. "Wanqiu, save me. I have no other choice. I was wrong. I betrayed the company's secrets. I'm sorry, but your mother wants to kill me." Yi Wanqiu was shocked. Had Lin Wenlan truly become so insane as to contemplate murder? She stared at Long Honyue for a long time before walking over and helping her up. "Honyue, the past is the past. Why does Lin Wenlan want to kill you?" Long Honyue's tears flowed. "She suspects me and your father. I couldn't. I'm so sorry." Su Mu nearly fell to the ground, and Yi Wanqiu's face darkened. The sordid, disgusting affairs of her parents made her feel ashamed. Looking at Long Honyue, Yi Wanqiu's expression hardened, and she coldly asked, "Stop crying. What happened?" Long Honyue quickly stopped crying and recounted the events. Initially, Lin Wenlan had tempted Long Honyue to betray Yi Wanqiu. Unable to resist the temptation, Long Honyue became Lin Wenlan's accomplice. To avoid suspicion, Yi Ziyuan often relayed messages. Over time, Lin Wenlan began to suspect Long Honyue and Yi Ziyuan. After Lin Wenlan's defeat and Long Honyue's expulsion, Yi Ziyuan secretly contacted Long Honyue, which Lin Wenlan discovered. Enraged, Lin Wenlan spent 50,000 to hire a hitman to eliminate Long Honyue. Fortunately, Long Honyue was quick-witted and managed to escape. Frightened and angry, she decided to retaliate by coming to Yi Wanqiu. "Wanqiu, your mother still has many secrets, even ones I don't know. She even forged a will for Chairman Yi. And you should be careful. She might have poisoned Chairman Yi. All this information is in the hands of a lawyer named Yin Chengji, who is also your mother's." Loa. Yi Wanqiu felt a wave of panic, followed by overwhelming anger and fear. She turned and fell into Su Mu's arms, tears streaming down her face. This was her mother? Even the term venomous as a snake was insufficient to describe her. And her father, what kind of person was he? Why did she have such parents? If Long Honyue hadn't come to warn her, the consequences would have been unbearable. "Su Mu, what should I do? I can't bear this, it's too exhausting." Su Mu held Yi Wanqiu, offering a few words of comfort, and then turned to Long Honyue, smiling. "Miss Long, how much do you know about Yin Chengji? If you can tell us everything, President Yi will give you more money, and I will ensure no one can harm you." Long Honyue gritted her teeth. "All right, I'll tell you everything." Chapter 49. A major client arrives after sending Long Honyue away. Su Mu called Nighthawk. Escort a woman named Long Honyue and investigate a lawyer named Yin Chengji. Nighthawk snapped, "I'm a bodyguard, not your errand boy." "You are." Returning to the office, President Yi's mood had improved. Nighthawk, forced to work, was efficient. By lunchtime, Su Mu received information about Yin Chengji on his phone. After lunch in the company cafeteria, Su Mu took Yi Wanqiu away from the office. "Where are you taking me?" Observing Su Mu driving aimlessly, President Yi felt a surge of irritation. "Do you have any idea how busy I've been lately? There are still a multitude of issues at the company awaiting my attention." Su Mu offered a mysterious smile, taking her hand and saying, "Little Yi, if you give me a kiss, I'll tell you. Otherwise, let me kiss you." President Yi rejected his request without hesitation. Get as far away as possible. Su Mu had no choice but to pout, sensing that her tone might have been too harsh. President Yi gave his hand a firm squeeze and, with a touch of haughtiness, said, "Do you really think I'm that naive? You're planning to see Yin Chengji." Su Mu chuckled. "Bingo, my little Yi is so clever." President Yi gave him a stern look, but a hint of amusement flickered in her eyes. Seizing the moment, Su Mu leaned in, half his face close to hers. "I'll give you a reward." What greeted him, however, was the cold palm of President Yi. His attempt at a surprise kiss thwarted, Su Mu had to retreat, disheartened. President Yi was also a bit puzzled. What's the point of going to see him without any preparation? We don't even have any evidence. Su Mu tilted his head, remaining silent. President Yi couldn't help but laugh, her face flushing as she said, "If you can get something out of Yin Chengji today, then I'll give you a kiss." Su Mu's spirits immediately lifted. "Do you promise?" "I promise." Just a kiss is too little. At least let me touch. Ouch. That hurts. I was wrong. Amidst the playful banter, Su Mu soon drove to the underground garage of an office building. Yan Xingji had a small law firm in Donyang, but his reputation was quite significant. He specialized in cases that were not entirely legitimate, earning him the nickname of a rogue lawyer. Yet, he rarely lost a case. The Qingji law firm was modest, with Yan Xingji as the sole lawyer and 3 assistants. Yan Xingji was perusing some documents when his office door was pushed open, revealing a face that was both alluring and seductive. In a sweet, coquettish voice, she said, "Mr. Yan, a big client is here. Will you see them?" Yan Xingji frowned. "Who is it?" "President Yi Wanxiu of the Yi Group." A slight shock passed through Yan Xingji, but a glint of greed appeared in his eyes. Yi Wanxiu was known as the most beautiful woman in Dongyang's business world, breathtakingly beautiful. Lin Wenlan, though middle-aged, possessed a captivating charm. If he could have her daughter as well, the thought ignited a fire within him. If Yi Ziyuan and Lin Wenlan inherited the Yi Group, Yi Wanxiu would be nothing, and he, being in a favorable position, could have both mother and daughter. Invite her in, before long. It was not Yi Wanxiu, but a grinning man who pushed open his door. Yan Xingji was taken aback, immediately recognizing the identity of the visitor. After Lin Wenlan's failed power grab, she had mentioned this man, Su Mu, more than once. He forced himself to remain calm and asked coldly, "Who are you?" A cold voice from behind Su Mu answered, "He is my special assistant, fully representing me." Yi Wanxiu stepped out from behind Su Mu, her gaze steady as she looked at Yan Xingji. "Mr. Yin, I've heard much about you. It's a pleasure to finally meet you." Yan Xingji sensed the danger but maintained his composure, smiling faintly. "Ah, Wanxiu, I'm well acquainted with your mother. You can call me Uncle Yin." His words only worsened the situation. Yi Wanxiu looked at him with disdain and said, "You're not worthy." "Enough nonsense. I have no interest in the sordid affairs between you and Lin Wenlan. I just want to know if you have a copy of my grandfather's will." The word will made Yan Xingji shudder, and he involuntarily swallowed, forcing a smile. "Wanxiu, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Your grandfather had his own lawyers. Why would he leave his will with me?" Su Mu grinned, turning to Yi Wanxiu. "You can leave now." Yi Wanxiu snorted, nodding and walking out. Su Mu then looked at Yan Xingji with a playful expression, saying nothing. Yan Xingji, his face darkening, said, "Don't do anything reckless. I'm a lawyer, and I can ruin you in a heartbeat." Su Mu laughed. "I assure you, you won't have a chance, because from this moment on, you are a dead man." Yan Xingji was shocked and tried to rise, but Su Mu's smiling face was already in front of him, one hand gripping his throat, the other picking up the paper cutter from his desk. The sound in Yan Xingji's throat was abruptly cut off. Su Mu's hand moved, the paper cutter slicing through Yan Xingji's left hand, severing all 5 fingers. "Ah!" Yan Xingji nearly fainted from the pain, unable to even scream. As I said, I keep my promises. You have 3 chances, and you've already wasted one. This time, I'm going to cut off your 3rd leg." Yan Xingji desperately tried to free himself, but Su Mu's grip was like iron. Please, spare me." Yan Xingji, now incontinent, looked at Su Mu with a pleading expression. Su Mu smiled, ready to talk. Yan Xingji nodded frantically. Su Mu slowly released him, then said nonchalantly, "Since I found you, I already know a lot. So don't lie. Otherwise, in the face of death, everything else was trivial." Yan Xingji, like a bamboo tube spilling its contents, recounted how he met Lin Wenlan, how they became involved, and how she coerced him into forging Yi Jingchu's will. He also revealed that Lin Wenlan had given him classified information about the Yi Group. Su Mu was both amazed and disgusted. Lin Wenlan was truly a rabid dog, and her actions deserved 100 deaths. "Where's the will?" Yan Xingji hurriedly replied. "There are 3 copies of the will. One is here, one is with Lin Wenlan, and the other she secretly placed in Yi Jingchu's bank safety deposit box." Su Mu couldn't help but admire the meticulousness of the scheme. If Yi Jingchu had died, this would have been legally binding and unchangeable. Yi Wanxiu would have been left with nothing, possibly even expelled. Hand it over, along with everything Lin Wenlan gave you. Chapter 50. Too late? Yan Xingji, enduring the pain of his severed fingers, shakily opened the hidden safe in the bookshelf. Before he could reach in, Su Mu grabbed him by the neck and tossed him aside. "Mr. Yin, you have quite a collection," Su Mu said, unapologetically. "These things are no longer yours." Yan Xingji was terrified. "Young Master Su, please, these are the private documents of all my clients." If they find out, I'm as good as dead. Sumu glanced at him, saying coolly, either you die now, or you die later. Yin Chengji, eyes wide with fear, dared not speak. Sumu grabbed a nearby vig, emptying the safe of its documents, USB drives, cash, and jewelry. All done. Mr. Yin, it's a pleasure to meet you. If I ever need legal help, you can't refuse. Yin Chengji nearly spat in Sumu's face. Get out, I never want to see you again. You're too ruthless. Who takes everything like this? You're worse than a bandit. Yin Xingji's sole thought at this moment was to escape Dongyang at the fastest possible speed, once this harbinger of misfortune left his side, vowing never to return. The people here were anything but friendly. Fortunately, most of his wealth resided in a Swiss bank, enough for a life of indulgence in the years to come. In the midst of Yin Xingji's fearful and resentful gaze, Su Mu and Yi Wanxiu strode away. Upon returning to the car, Su Mu retrieved a forged will from his bag and handed it to Yi Wanxiu. As she examined the document, a wave of apprehension washed over her. She could scarcely fathom the dire consequences should this document be authenticated. While she perused the will, Su Mu sifted through a pile of USB drives to find the one belonging to Lin Wenlan. Hold on to these two items carefully. They will serve as the most compelling evidence when the time comes, he instructed. Yi Wanxiu, however, scrutinized the pile of contracts and USB drives, questioning, what do you intend to do with these? Su Mu chuckled. Little Yezi, imagine the profits we could bring to the company by confronting their owners with this evidence. Yi Wanxiu paused, then huffed disdainfully, I disdain the act of coercion. Su Mu merely smiled, choosing not to respond. Suddenly, Yi Wanxiu was struck with a realization. She fixed her gaze on Su Mu and exclaimed, we can return these items to them intact. And then, Su Mu laughed heartily, indeed. If you truly give up, I doubt you're fit for the position of general manager of the Yi Group. After all, you're a businesswoman. Yi Wanxiu, brimming with confidence, retorted, I am not so foolish. I will ensure these items serve their greatest purpose. Su Mu, with a serious tone, replied, child, just as I praised you, you doused me with cold water. Can't you see that the difficulties the Yi Group faces now could be mitigated with these items? Why wait until later? Yedanji Fedsident, realizing heroversicht. Indeed, due to Lin Wenlan, many core client data had been compromised, yet the business landscape in Dongyang was intricate. Those dozens of USB drives and extremely confidential documents could yield enormous profits for the Yi Group through a simple exchange. Why wait? Coupled with the 50 billion she had extorted from someone named Chunan, it was entirely possible for the Yi Group's assets to double within a year. Lost in thought, Yi Wanxiu suddenly pinched Su Mu in anger. You are insufferable. Su Mu was taken aback. What have I done wrong? Why are you pinching me again? Yi Wanxiu retorted with a haughty expression. Who told you to make me look foolish? Well, should I pinch? But then she noticed the ominous change in Su Mu's demeanor. He interrupted her with urgency, asking, what is the date on the will? Yidanji Yoltet Avake, realizing as she checked the document that her face drained of color. 5 days from now. Not good. Sumo shouted. Move over, I'll drive. Call your grandfather immediately. If you can't reach him, contact Shinlei or anyone else who can. Yi Wanxiu's mind was in chaos as she awkwardly shifted to the passenger seat, her body trembling with a sense of dread. No, it can't be. Su Mu fastened her seatbelt and urged, what do you mean it can't be? Call him, stop dawdling. Yi Wanxiu snapped to attention, hastily pulling out her phone to call Yi Zhengqiu. Su Mu pressed the accelerator, and the car sped away like an arrow. However, Yi Zhengqiu's phone was unreachable, whether it was the landline or his mobile, and even Shinlei's phone was silent. Desperation clawed at Yi Wanxiu as she shakily called the family's old servant, but to no avail. Finally, her hand trembled, and the phone slipped from her grasp, landing inside the car. Ooh, Su Mu, I'm so scared. What if something happens to Grandpa? With the car flying through traffic, Su Mu held the steering wheel with one hand while grasping Yi Wanxiu's hand with the other, reassuring her, it's all right. I'm here. Don't worry. Old, you'll be fine. The car weaved through the chaos, racing towards the Yi estate, located on the outskirts of Danyang. Normally, Yi Zhengqiu had only Chinlei as a driver and bodyguard, alongside 3 servants, 2 gardeners, and 2 cooks. His son, Yi Zuan, and daughter-in-law, Lin Wenlan, had been expelled from the Yi family over 20 years ago. In just 30 minutes, Su Mu arrived at the Yi estate, only to feel a heavy sense of dread. Had he arrived too late? The estate was in disarray, and Yi Zhengqiu lay unconscious. The estate's phone lines and network signals had been deliberately jammed. Chun Lei was frantic, unable to reach Yi Wanxiu, and had sent 2 servants out to make calls. An ambulance would take over an hour to arrive. Ignoring everything else, Sumu shouted at Chunlei, "Where is old Yi? Take me to him." Bursting into Yi Zhengchu's bedroom, he found the old man pale and breathless. As if merely asleep, Sumu grasped his hands, checked for a pulse, and quickly instructed Chunlei, "I need a large amount of ice water, towels, and prepare a big bathtub. Quickly." Chunlei hurried out, and Sumu leaped onto the bed, channeling his energy into Yi Zhengchu's body to protect his heart. Soon, Chunlei returned with the necessary items. Sumu lifted Yi Zhengchu, and they both submerged into the tub, assuming a meditative position. Time ticked by, and after over 2 hours, Sumu finally slumped, his face pale, instructing dry him off and lay him flat, do not disturb. With that, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 51. Uncle. It wasn't until midday the next day that Sumu awoke. As he opened his eyes, he was met with the anxious face of Yi Wanxiu. "You're awake? I made lotus seed porridge. Drink some," she said. Sumu smiled. "Was it you or your servant who made it?" Ye Danju Budushit shot him a glare and called out, "Wang Ma, bring the porridge." Wang Ma, the long-serving housekeeper, had been by their side through the night, and upon hearing her mistress's call, she hurried in. Before long, Wang Ma entered, beaming, "Young master, you are fortunate. The young lady watched over it all night. Even the old master is feeling jealous." Yi Wanxiu flushed, but instead of her usual domineering self, she gazed tenderly at Sumu. This look sent shivers down Sumu's spine, and with concern, he remarked, "Yi Zong, I prefer your usual demeanor. This reminds me of a classic scene from Water Margin." Yi Wanxiu shot him a sideways glance, took a bowl of lotus seed porridge, and sat beside him, blowing on it before offering a spoonful. "Here, drink your medicine." Sumu resolutely replied, "I can do it myself. Please put it down. I feel uneasy." Yi Wanxiu glared at him, then pinched him again. That makes me feel much better. Care to pinch me once more?" Yi Wanxiu nearly spilled the porridge all over him. "You insufferable man, drink it yourself. I'll go tell Grandpa you're awake." With that, she set down the bowl and stormed off. Wang Ma, unable to watch, said to Sumu, "Young master, the young lady has a temper. Please be more understanding." Before she finished, Yi Wanxiu's head poked back through the door. Wang Ma quickly reassured her. "I didn't say anything, miss." Sumu smiled faintly and winked at Yi Wanxiu. Before she could finish her bowl of porridge, Yi Wanxiu supported Yi Zhengchu as they walked in. Chunlei, who was now inseparable, stood guard at the door. Yi Zhengchu appeared much more dispirited, but his physical condition had improved. "Old Yi, what on earth happened?" Yi Zhengchu let out a bitter laugh, slowly sitting at the foot of the bed. He pounded his cane and spoke through gritted teeth. "What a misfortune for the family, my dear brother. I made a spectacle of myself. If I had known, I would have dealt with that wretch years ago." Yi Zhengchu recounted the events of the previous day. At noon, Yi Ziyuan, with his arm broken by Yi Zhengchu, and Lin Wenlan returned to the old house. Upon seeing Yi Zhengchu, the two immediately knelt and wept, begging for forgiveness. Lin Wenlan even slapped herself and implored Yi Zhengchu to help mend her relationship with Yi Wanxiu, promising to be a better person in the future. Yi Zhengchu had long given up on the couple, but when it came to his granddaughter, his heart softened. He knew the immense pressure and humiliation Yi Wanxiu had endured. Who would wish for their parents to be such people? It was a source of shame. Thus, her aloofness and coldness were merely a facade. Yi Zhengchu could be indifferent to his son and daughter-in-law, but he could not oppose anything that would benefit Yi Wanxiu. After all, Yi Ziyuan was still his son. The couple's performance was so convincing that Yi Zhengchu was deceived. He allowed them to stay for a meal. The problem arose during that meal. Midway, Lin Wenlan served Yi Zhengchu a bowl of soup. After he drank it, Yi Ziyuan and Lin Wenlan hastily left the Yi estate. Before Yi Zhengchu could leave the table, he collapsed. Chunlei, hearing this, was seething with rage. "Damn it, sir, I'll go and kill that despicable couple right now." Yi Zhengchu let out a bitter laugh. "Chunlei, calm down. I'm not dead yet, am I?" Yi Wanxiu's face was also filled with murderous intent. Sumu chuckled, his eyes flashing with a deep, penetrating light. "Old Yi, you are hiding something from me, something very important." Yi Zhengchu's heart skipped a beat, but he feigned surprise. "Brother, you know me. I would never hide anything from you." Sumu snorted. "Fine, I'll tell you one thing. Do you know what kind of poison you were given?" Yi Zhengchu shook his head. Sumu sneered. "It's a pure, natural biological toxin. No modern medical means can detect it. Even if you're dissected to the cellular level, it will be diagnosed as a sudden heart attack. Do you know that 1 gram of this poison costs $10 million? Only the highest intelligence agencies in 3 countries possess it. Lin Wenlan and Yi Ziyuan don't have the qualifications to know about it. To be blunt, this toxin is so precious that it is usually reserved for national-level figures. Yi Jingchu's face turned grim. Su Mu glanced at the shocked Yi Wanqiu and said with a smile, "Old Yi, why don't we put on a show for them? There's no need to hide things from little Yi anymore. She can handle it, and it's better to end it all at once." Yi Zhongchu sighed and nodded. "All right, let's do it. But brother, I'm entrusting my precious granddaughter to you. You must not let her down, or I'll haunt you even in death." Yi Danji, feeling both amused and annoyed, stamped her foot. "Grandpa, what kind of talk is this?" Su Mu chuckled, winking at Yi Wanqiu. "Come on, little niece, call me Uncle Grandpa." Yi Wanqiu's face darkened, staring at Su Mu and grinding her teeth. "If I call you, will you dare to respond?" Su Mu quickly laughed and pleaded, No. You have that gourd in your hand." Yi Wanqiu, understanding the joke, glared at Su Mu. Yi Zhongchu, however, was confused. What gourd? Yi Wanqiu, with a sweet smile, walked up to him, reaching out to support his arm. "All right, after eating, you should move around. I'll help you walk a bit." Su Mu shuddered. No. I'd rather stay in bed. You help your grandfather." "You're my grandfather too, Uncle Grandpa," she said, pinching his arm, causing him to yelp and jump up. All right. Let's keep our titles separate. Miss Yi, I'll always be your humble driver and assistant. Oh, old Yi, you should get ready. I'm afraid your son and daughter-in-law might hear something and flee." Yi Zhongchu nodded, stood up, and walked out with his cane. As soon as he was out the door, Yi Danji pounced on Su Mu, pinching him. Su Mu deftly dodged, and she fell into his arms. Feeling her warmth, Su Mu's heart fluttered, but he shouted, "Help! I'm being molested." Yi Zhongchu, remembering something, poked his head back in. "You too." "I saw nothing." Chapter 52. The illegitimate son of the imperial Chu family in the presence of old Yi. Embracing his granddaughter, Su Mu's status dropped from brother to boy. Su Mu was utterly dejected. The fun of teasing Miss Yi was now diminished. However, this was not the time to worry about such matters. He, Yi Zhongchu, and Yi Wanqiu hatched a plan. They decided to leave in 2 cars, with Su Mu and old Yi in the first, followed by Chun Lei and Yi Wanqiu. Yi Ziyuan and Lin Wenlan resided in a high-end villa in Danyang, which belonged to Lin Wenlan's mother. At this moment, the couple, in a state of despair, was packing to flee the country. Before leaving, Yin Chengji called Lin Wenlan, berating her, which infuriated her. Then, news came that Yi Zhongchu had awakened. Yi Ziyuan was nearly petrified, but Lin Wenlan made a decisive call. "Let's go." Abroad, Lin Wenlan's mother, who was watching TV in the living room, saw them carrying suitcases and asked, "What are you doing? Where are you going?" Lin Wenlan glanced at her and said, "We're going on a trip. We'll be back in a while." Her mother's face darkened, and she looked at Yi Ziyuan. "You haven't caused any more trouble, have you?" Lin Wenlan snapped. "Mind your own business and watch your TV. You can't control us. Worry less and live longer." Her mother, trembling with anger, threw the remote and went upstairs. Lin Wenlan, turning to Yi Ziyuan, scolded, "What a useless man you are. What else can you do besides whoring?" Yi Ziyuan sneered, "If you don't want to go to jail, let's go. Stop the nonsense." As they were about to leave, Su Mu and Yi Zhongchu blocked the door. Yi Ziyuan's legs gave way, and he fell to his knees. Lin Wenlan, however, screamed, dropped her suitcase, and ran upstairs, shrieking, "Yi Zhongchu, you old bastard, why don't you just die? You old persistent ghost, I'll kill you." Her mother, startled, came down and, seeing Yi Zhongchu, was shocked. "What's happened, dear?" Though he had expelled Yi Ziyuan and Lin Wenlan years ago, Yi Zhongchu still showed her respect. In-laws, to understand what has transpired, you must inquire of your daughter." Today, Yi Zhongchu was the one to don a stern visage, his countenance brimming with indignation as he bellowed, "Su Mu, go and slay that vile woman." Without hesitation, Su Mu charged upstairs, and in no time, he hauled Lin Wenlan down by her hair. Yi Ziyuan was paralyzed with fear, yet Lin Wenlan spewed a torrent of curses and vile insults. Su Mu, without a word, struck her with several resounding slaps. Lin's mother, though aware of her daughter's character, could not bear to see her being humiliated in such a manner by a younger man. "You stop this at once. Yi Zhongchu, you dare to bring your men to my home and wreak havoc. Is it because you believe the Lin family is on the brink of ruin? If you do not provide a satisfactory explanation, I, an old woman, will not let this matter rest," she declared. Yi Zhongchu sneered, "Su Mu, slay that vile woman." With a nod and a smile, Su Mu seized Lin Wenlan by the throat, gradually tightening his grip. She thrashed about wildly, her face contorted in a ghastly manner, her curses unceasing. Lin's mother, tears streaming down her face, cried, "Stop! Yi Zhengqiu, what has Wenlan done to warrant this? Why must you kill her?" Yi Zhengqiu, with a cold laugh, recounted the events, leaving Lin's mother aghast. She trembled with rage, pointing at Lin Wenlan and shouting, "Have you lost your mind? This is your father-in-law, and you sought to kill him? You. Lin Wenlan cackled, "My father-in-law? This old wretch, who would rather give everything to an outsider than a single penny to his own son. Yi Ziyuan, you're nothing but a weakling. Speak if you can. I must have been blind to have married such a creature. Yi Zhengqiu, there is not a single decent person in your Yi family, including you, this old wretch. Do you truly believe your secrets are unknown to all? I spit on that. I know everything. Ha ha ha. Do you think I am the one who desires your death? Someone has paid for your life." Yi Zhengqiu's face turned ashen, his walking stick nearly snapping in his grip. Gazing at the hysterical Lin Wenlan, he sighed, his entire being seeming to crumble. "Who is it? If you reveal the mastermind, I shall spare you." Lin Wenlan's shrill laughter was akin to that of a vengeful spirit. "Old man, do you truly believe no one knows your true identity? A bastard. Your mother was a mere mistress. Ha ha. Yi Zhengqiu, I also know your real name is Chu Jingye, a bastard of the imperial city's Chu family. Hunted like a stray dog, and ultimately hiding in Donyang under a false name, a cowardly turtle." Yi Zhengqiu, Yi Ziyuan, and Lin's mother's faces drained of color, their expressions frozen. Yi Ziyuan suddenly leaped with joy. "What? I am of the imperial city's Chu family? Ha! Father, you must take me back to claim my heritage." Yi Zhengqiu's eyes twitched with fury, and he roared, "Vile woman, I shall kill you." With that, he drew a gleaming, slender sword from his walking stick and lunged at Lin Wenlan. She let out a blood-curdling scream, finally showing fear. At that moment, a voice cried, "Grandfather, stop!" Yi Wanxiu rushed in, placing herself between Lin Wenlan and her grandfather, her face drenched in tears. "Grandfather, no matter how wrong she is still my mother. How can I bear to see you kill her?" Lin Wenlan, emboldened by the intervention, sneered, "Old man, if you have the guts, kill her, then come for me." Lin's mother, eyes blazing, "Lin Wenlan, you are a beast." Lin Wenlan cackled, straightening her hair, "Yes, I am a beast, and without a nest of old beasts. Where would the young beast come from?" Lin's mother's face turned ashen, and she swayed, nearly collapsing. Su Mu, unable to bear the sight, rushed to her side, helping her to the sofa. In that moment, a sudden change occurred. Yi Zhengqiu, sword in hand, aimed directly at Lin Wenlan's chest. But Yi Wanxiu, stepping in front of her, was brutally pushed by Lin Wenlan. Yi Zhengqiu, unable to stop, watched in horror as Yi Wanxiu, screaming, was about to meet her end. Lin Wenlan's maniacal laughter echoed through the villa. This scene shocked everyone. Chunlei, unable to react in time, and Su Mu, who had just helped Lin's mother, could only watch helplessly as Yi Wanxiu was about to be killed by her own grandfather. Su Mu's eyes blazed with fury. In that critical moment, a bullet, with impeccable precision, struck Yi Zhengqiu's sword, breaking it. Yi Wanxiu fell into her grandfather's arms. Su Mu, enraged, kicked Lin Wenlan. "Even a tiger does not eat its young. I will kill you." Lin Wenlan, with a howl, was kicked in the face, rolling several meters, spewing blood and wailing in agony. Chapter 53. Yi Zhengqiu's Identity. In that moment of peril, Su Mu was nearly beside himself with rage. He was immensely grateful for having arranged for Night Raven, a former world-class assassin, to be present. The shot, with its perfect angle, accuracy, and timing, was a masterpiece. A second too early or too late, and it would have ended in tragedy. After kicking Lin Wenlan, Su Mu, seething with anger, pounced on her, seizing her by the throat. "Are you even human? You are worse than a beast." He intended to make her suffer, to feel the true threat of death. As his fingers tightened, Lin Wenlan's eyes bulged like a dead fish on the brink of suffocation. "Yedanji, Tirembling, Pididit, Sumu. Please, spare her." Su Mu, furious, "She tried to kill you, to kill your grandfather." Yi Wanxiu, tears streaming, "But she is still my mother, the one who gave birth to me." Su Mu, incensed, "Silence, this vile woman deserves to die." Yi Wanxiu, in a fit of madness, picked up the broken sword, aiming it at her heart. "If you kill her, I will die with her." Su Mu, exasperated, could not bear to see Yi Wanxiu die. After a moment of seething, He slowly released his grip, dropping Lin Wenlan, and approached Yi Wanxiu, gently taking the broken sword from her. Fine, I will not kill her. I understand your feelings. Let your grandfather handle the rest. Yi Wanxiu, sobbing, fell into Su Mu's arms. I hate her, but I hate myself more. Yet, she is still my mother, and I cannot watch her die before my eyes. If you kill her, I cannot be with you. But without you, how can I live? Wah, Sumu, nearly in tears, this wretched woman. So this is how it is. Come, let us leave. Your grandfather will handle this, and a satisfactory resolution will be reached. Ye Vanji, no longer the formidable CEO, clung to Su Mu, a delicate and vulnerable figure. Before leaving, Su Mu instructed Old Chun protect Old Yi. I have arranged for assistance outside. Chun lay, with a fierce expression, son-in-law, you can rest assured. The title son-in-law brought a secret joy to Su Mu. Returning to the Moonview Villa, Yi Wanxiu, her heart aching, began to weep again. Su Mu, with tender affection, wiped her tears. What worries you? Yi Wanxiu, shaking her head. I heard Lin Wenlan say that grandfather is from the imperial city's Chu family. With a sigh, Su Mu resolved to share the intricacies of the situation with Yi Wanxiu. He was well aware of the sensitive and complex nature of Yi Zhengchu's identity. Chu Nan was the seventh in line to inherit the illustrious Chu family, one of the most prominent clans in the capital. In the realm of high society, the hierarchy was as rigid as it was unforgiving. Genuine scions of such esteemed families either languished as perpetual wastrels, serving merely to propagate their lineage, or they had to earn their place through sheer merit. As a third-generation heir, Chu Nan was compelled to carve out his own niche in the designated arenas, striving for advancement. In truth, the so-called right of succession he possessed was but a mirage. His ascendance to the headship of the family would only be possible should the 6 inheritors ahead of him meet their demise. While theoretically he could inherit, the reality was that it was an impossibility. Ironically, his claim to succession rendered him vulnerable, for the internal strife within such families was often more brutal than their external conflicts. Blood ties could swiftly turn to enmity. This was a microcosm of imperial power struggles. With only one position at the top, to ascend, one must be prepared to eliminate kin. In terms of lineage, Yi Zhengchu was in fact Chu Nan's great-uncle, while Yi Wanxiu was his cousin. The current head of the Chu family was Chu Nan's grandfather, who was also Yi Zhengchu's second cousin. This entangled familial relationship was where the crux of the issue lay. Yi Zhengchu's father was once the Chu family's legitimate heir and, barring unforeseen circumstances, was destined to become the family patriarch. However, in the world of high society, unforeseen often meant inevitable. Love had no place in such families. Marriages were dictated solely by interests. The alliances forged through marriage amongst aristocratic families were the most direct and effective means of securing power. Yet within these families, the competition often turned brothers into foes over time, while external adversaries were compelled to join forces. Marriages among the elite rarely promised happiness. Interests reigned supreme. Yi Zhengchu's father could not escape this rule, yet he was enamored with a woman, Yi Zhengchu's mother. Succumbing to familial pressure, he wed another as arranged, producing a son. Ironically, he was a romantic at heart, for his marriage and fatherhood were born out of duty to his family. He subsequently registered his marriage to Yi Zhengchu's mother abroad, effectively relinquishing his claim to the family inheritance. The plot thickened when Yi Zhengchu's half-brother died unexpectedly at the tender age of 5. A calamity that reverberated through the Chu family. That child was a direct heir, and his death severed the purest line of succession. In desperation, Yi Zhengchu's father returned to the family fold, assuming the mantle of head, but he was merely a pawn. Ultimately, he succumbed to despair when Yi Zhengchu was merely 10 years old. This posed an even larger dilemma for the family. He had produced no heirs. Yet, the direct lineage would never allow power to slip away unchallenged. So they turned their attention to Yi Zhengchu. Legally, he was a child born of a legitimate union, thus a legitimate heir rather than a bastard. This ignited a major upheaval within the Chu family, resulting in Yi Zhengchu and his mother fleeing the capital, adopting new identities. The once mighty Chu family lost ground among the 9 great families of the Inland Sea due to this incident. Yi Zhengchu's existence was a ticking time bomb for the current head of the Chu family, as he was a rightful heir by birthright. Should he return, bloodshed was inevitable. Complicating matters further was the involvement of another illustrious family, the Chun family, since Yi Jingchu's father's legitimate wife was the daughter of the Chun family, which had ascended in status, now ranking above the Chu family. After hearing all this, Yi Wanqiu was left utterly stunned, her gaze fixed on Su Mu as she trembled with fear. Who exactly wishes to kill my grandfather? With a bitter smile, Su Mu replied, I cannot say for certain. It could be the Chu family, embroiled in issues of succession, or the Chun family, driven by past grievances. It's also possible that someone is manipulating the waters for greater gain. Chapter 54. The dishes are served after a lengthy period of comforting Yi, who had been emotionally shaken by the events of the day. She finally fell into a deep slumber in Su Mu's embrace. With a gentle touch, he ensured she was settled before dialing Night Owl. The marksmanship had become somewhat rusty. He felt apologetic for the former prowess. On the other end of the line, Night Owl let out a cold laugh. 1 million a month. What else do you desire? After exchanging some playful banter, Su Mu shifted the conversation. Lately, I've sensed a hidden hand at play behind the Yi family. This situation is far from straightforward. Night Owl fell silent for a moment before succinctly responding, increase the payment. Without hesitation, Su Mu ended the call. He felt it inappropriate to involve himself further in Lin Wenlan's affairs, trusting that Yi Zhangqiu would handle it adeptly. That evening, upon returning home, Ning Yin listened intently as Su Mu recounted the events surrounding the Yi family, her expression one of deep contemplation. When Yi Wanqiu finally awakened, it was the following morning. Su Mu had prepared breakfast, and since it was Saturday, Ning Yin was free from work. After their meal, Su Mu tidied up the kitchen while Ning Yin accompanied the still distraught Yi Wanqiu upstairs. As midday approached, Ning Yin suggested dining out, followed by an afternoon of shopping, during which they could also explore potential locations for Su Mu's clinic. Upon hearing shopping, Su Mu's expression soured. Nevertheless, he resolved to accompany the women, for man must endure for his beloved. Half an hour later, Su Mu drove them to the bustling commercial district of Danyang. With their striking appearances, Yi Wanqiu and Professor Ning were the epitome of beauty, turning heads wherever they went. Meanwhile, Su Mu, clad in less expensive attire, appeared to diminish the visual impact. Yet, flanked by these two stunning women, he became the envy of many onlookers. The New World Shopping Center in Danyang boasted an array of world-class luxury brands and was considered one of the nation's top 5 elite shopping districts. The clientele here was either wealthy or affluent. Yi Wanqiu dressed casually in a light yellow fitted t-shirt paired with snug jeans, while Professor Ning exuded sophistication in a flowing half-sleeve dress, causing Su Mu to feel almost lightheaded. Upon entering New World, they attracted the attention of numerous admirers, with whispers suggesting Su Mu was merely a kept man. Disgraceful, some muttered. Is there really such a young, wealthy woman? Clearly, he has just a pretty face. To alleviate her frustrations, Yi Wanqiu indulged in shopping, relegating Su Mu to the role of a beleaguered bag carrier. Boss, weren't we supposed to eat first? Even a beast of burden deserves a proper meal. With 4 bags hanging from his neck and a multitude of others in hand, he resembled a mobile shopping cart. Ning Yin chuckled at his plight, while Yi Wanqiu shot him a stern look. No, I'm not hungry yet. An hour later, utterly exhausted, Su Mu slumped in a restaurant atop New World, raising his hand to summon a server. Bring the dishes. The server maintained a polite smile, though a hint of scorn lurked behind it. Had it not been for the 2 exquisitely dressed women at his side, Su Mu doubted he would have even been allowed entry. Sir, please place your order. With a sweeping gesture, Su Mu exclaimed, what are we waiting for? Let us dive right in, bring the last menu. The server, bemused, raised an eyebrow, while Yi Wanqiu cast a sharp glare at him. Can you actually finish that? Su Mu chuckled heartily, rubbing his stomach at this moment. Even if you brought me a whole cow, I could devour it all. Yi Wanqiu turned to the server and instructed, fetch him one. The server, with a wry smile, replied, surely you jest. Ning Yin, with a smile, took the menu and ordered several signature dishes from the restaurant, alongside a fruit salad, 2 desserts, and a bottle of red wine. As it was already past dining hours, the dishes arrived promptly. Su Mu, disregarding all decorum, began to feast voraciously, drawing disdainful glances from the few patrons in the establishment. In a more secluded corner sat 3 young individuals, exuding an air of distinction. Among them, 2 were evidently siblings. The brother radiated arrogance while the sister remained aloof, both clearly marked by their noble lineage. Opposite them sat a gentleman in his 30s, equally charming but lacking the commanding presence of the siblings. Their attire and accessories were exquisitely tailored. Even the most inconspicuous cufflinks were adorned with diamonds the size of corn kernels, worth no less than 1,000,000. Such individuals undoubtedly hailed from a prestigious background. As Su Mu entered, Yi Wanxiu and Ning Yan instantly captured the siblings' attention. The young man turned his head slightly, a glimmer of amusement flashing in his eyes. The proud scion smiled lightly and inquired, "Mo Han, is there such a stunning beauty in Donyang?" Upon hearing this, Mo Han, ranked fourth among Dongyang's 4 illustrious young masters, offered a subtly respectful smile, replying, "13th young master, they're the famed beauties of Donyang, Yi Wanxiu and Ning Yan." The 13th young master's gaze landed on Su Mu, and he remarked coolly, "And who might that rather unremarkable fellow be?" Mo Han chuckled, shaking his head. "He is said to be Yi Wanxiu's driver, but he possesses a certain mystique. Recently, he made quite a stir in Donyang, trampling on the dignity of Qin Peiyong and Bai Zihua, and even bested Zhao Maoting's personal bodyguard. Quite audacious, I must say." A playful smile flickered in the 13th young master's eyes as he asked, "If I were to approach them, do you think they would decline?" Mo Han felt a twinge of disdain, but dare not show it. The siblings were from the prestigious Mo family in the capital, albeit illegitimate. Yet they were of noble descent. For 50 years, a cadet branch of the Mo family had established itself in Donyang, leading to the current Donyang Mo family. Thus, despite being a third-generation heir of the Donyang Mo family and one of the 4 distinguished young masters, Mo Han had to maintain a respectful demeanor in front of the 13th young master. The Donyang Mo family had always sought to curry favor with the capital's Mo family. With the siblings' sudden arrival in Donyang, they promptly assigned Mo Han to attend to them. However, after spending a couple of days with them, he discerned that they were insufferably arrogant, looking down on everyone, including Mo Han's grandfather, the current head of the Donyang Mo family, Mo Jingwei. The 13th young master was of high status, and it would indeed be a privilege for them to garner his attention. With a smile, Mo Han suggested, "Since I am acquainted with them, why not allow me to invite them over to join you?" 13th young master? The 13th young master's smile brightened instantly. "Go ahead." As Mo Han stood to depart, he was halted by the 13th young master. "Brother Mo, allow me to handle this myself." He rose decisively. Mo unfrued slightly. Sensing trouble among the 4 young masters, he was the only one yet to engage with Su Mu. However, from the outset, he had been covertly observing Su Mu's impressive performance at the Starry restaurant, and the more he watched, the more astonished he became. Zhao Maoting had suffered a silent defeat without retaliation, and it was rumored that Bai Zihua had publicly knelt before this man at Donyang University. Initially, he dismissed it as mere gossip, but upon further inquiry, he discovered it to be true. The heir of the Bai family, publicly kneeling? And the Bai family had not only remained silent, but reportedly elevated Bai Zihua's status significantly. What did this imply? It indicated that Su Mu, who appeared to be merely a driver, was far from ordinary. Bai Zihua must have known some hidden truth that led him to abandon his pride and seek mercy. Mo Han had initially thought to approach and casually greet Su Mu, perhaps finding an excuse to brush the matter aside. However, he never anticipated that this insufferable 13th young master would take it upon himself. Should a conflict arise, there would be no room for reconciliation. The Donyang Mo family had always sought to ingratiate themselves with the capital's Mo family, and should the 13th young master find himself at a disadvantage, it would surely thwart their aspirations. As Mo Han silently lamented, the 13th young master had already approached Su Mu, adopting an air of self-importance, his handsome face adorned with a hint of condescension. He addressed Yi Wanxiu and Ning Yan with a smile. "Ladies, may I have the honor of your acquaintance? I am Mo Yibing, hailing from the capital." Yi Wanxiu and Ning Yan exchanged glances but remained silent. Such advances were all too commonplace for them. Su Mu, however, grinned and replied, "I fear you are mistaken. They're already spoken for, my friend. You are too late. Please take your leave." Ning Yan nearly choked, while Yi Wanxiu elegantly continued to slice her steak, as if Su Mu had spoken nothing amiss. Mo Yibing frowned slightly, his gaze condescendingly fixed on Su Mu. "Servants should know their place. Who gave you the audacity to interrupt my conversation with your employer?" Su Mu nonchalantly popped a piece of fruit salad into his mouth and retorted, "And who bestowed upon you the audacity to strut about like a peacock, flaunting your superiority?" The remark left Mo Yibing visibly displeased, his expression darkening as he regarded Su Mu with a piercing gaze. offering a thin smile. Very well. I hope you retain your sharp tongue until the day your teeth fall out. Sumu chuckled, lifted his glass of red wine, and took a sip, casually retrieving his phone. He dialed a number, asking, "Do you know someone named Mo being a fool?" Mo Ebing's eyes twitched in fury. How dare this insolent fool refer to him as such? Very well, he thought, I will show him. On the other end of the line, Mo Yosu was taken aback. How do you know that name? He's my cousin. Mo Yosu's voice carried a hint of disdain, an inept individual, living off his family's name. You have yet to tell me how you came to know him. Sumu grinned. I don't know him. He insisted on parading in front of me to showcase his superiority. Do you think if I thrashed him, there would be repercussions? Mo Yosu laughed lightly. Forget it. I don't want you to sour relations with the Mo family. It would be rather awkward when I take you home to meet them later. A shiver ran down Su Mu's spine as he quickly glanced at Yuanxio, realizing she seemed unaware of whom he was calling. For some reason, Mo Ebing felt a prickling sensation of unease. He stared at Su Mu, contemplating whether this was intentional or if Su Mu was genuinely making a call. At that moment, Mo Ebing's phone rang. He glanced at the screen, his expression shifting to one of utter astonishment. The number appeared as if it were a death knell. He hesitated to answer, torn between obligation and dread, before finally steeling himself, holding the phone with both hands and stepping aside to take the call. Liusu, what prompted you to call 13th brother? 13th brother was filled with excitement. On the other end of the line, Mo Liusu let out a huff, her voice dripping with impatience. Apologize to the person in front of you immediately, or I will call Grandpa right now and have you grounded for a year. Mo Ebing trembled in fear while feeling an insatiable curiosity. Yes, who's that brat? Mo Yosu simply dropped 3 words before hanging up, my man. These 3 words struck Mo Ebing like a thunderclap, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. My man? Heavens! The only thing Mo Ebing wanted at that moment was to slap himself several times. Within the Mo family of the capital, only 2 individuals could freely enter and exit the old master study. The family-designated heir, Mo Zongheng, and Mo Yosu. Even Mo Ebing's father trembled in fear at the sight of Mo Zongheng. And Mo Zongheng, the most cherished person of the old master, had only one beloved, Mo Yosu. How could he have dared to bully Mo Yosu's man? Regardless of how bizarre or unreasonable this situation was, Mo Ebing dared not harbor any pride. He swiftly approached Su Mu, drenched in cold sweat, and forced a smile, saying, Young Master Su, I apologize, I was wrong, please forgive me. In the distance, Montag Han was utterly stunt. What was happening? That was the 13th young master of the Mo family. Even in the capital, such a figure held a lofty status, commanding respect and authority. The 9 great families of the Inner Sea, just a mention of that name, could send tremors throughout the nation. They possessed unimaginable wealth and power. And even on a global scale, such noble families stood at the pinnacle of society. Yet now, Mo Ebing was bowing and scraping, apologizing to someone. Mo Ebing wanted to die. Why did he have to offend Mo Yosu, the little princess of the Mo family? She was the one who could pull the old master's beard at family gatherings. Although he was nominally her cousin, their standings within the Mo family were worlds apart. Suppressing his fear and shock, along with an indescribable sense of humiliation, he bowed deeply, not daring to rise. Yuanxio and Ning Yin exchanged surprised glances at Sumu, and then Ning Yin began to smile knowingly. Yuanxio furrowed her brows, but then let out a soft huff. Sumu glanced at the sweating Mo Ebing and smirked. Is bullying really that entertaining? If you use your right hand to pinch your left ear while turning around 3 times and shout I'm an idiot 3 times, I will forgive you. What do you think? Puffed, puffed. The red wine in Yi and Professor Ning's mouths could no longer be contained, spraying all over Sumu. Chapter 56. I'm still a child defeated. Mo Ebing left the restaurant with his stormy little sister in tow. Mo Han followed silently, but his sister was furious. Brother, what status do we hold? How could you endure such humiliation? No way, I must avenge you. Mo Ebing felt utterly disgraced after bowing before so many people and humiliatingly spinning around while pinching his ear. He impatiently huffed. What do you know? Let us go. I don't want to stay here for another second. His sister opened her mouth to protest, but he lowered his voice helplessly. Do you know who just called me? Who? Montag Yuzu. His sister's expression changed dramatically, and she gasped in shock. She is. Mo Ebing nodded, still shaken, and whispered. She said that guy is her man. His sister nearly fainted on the spot. She dared not utter another word, lowering her head as she got into the car, glancing back as if a flood of beasts were chasing her. Emohan was confused but did not dare to ask further, silently driving. Meanwhile, Su Mu gained another label. Mo Ebing, a notorious young master in the capital's elite circles, was terrified by a single phone call from him. That alone was enough to warrant careful consideration. Even Mo Han contemplated finding an opportunity to meet that man and forge a good relationship. After finishing their meal, Su Mu exited the restaurant, and Ningyan looked at him with a smile, saying nothing. However, Yi Wanqiu's attitude was different. Su Mu, who did you call? Su Mu feigned mystery with a grin, but shook his head. Yi Wanqiu raised her eyebrows and pinched his arm, pulling him closer. Yin, come help me. Hold that hand down. If I don't get to the bottom of this today, I won't bear the surname Yi. Ningyan blushed slightly and retorted. You two are flirting. Don't involve me. Yi Wanqiu glared at her. What flirting? I don't care for such a vile man, but I certainly want to deal with him. Will you help or not? Ningyan had no choice but to blush and gently grab Su Mu's other arm. However, rather than helping Yi Wanqiu, it felt more like a couple's affectionate gesture. The atmosphere grew increasingly intimate. Yi Wanqiu, undeterred by this, stared at Su Mu with wide eyes. Will you tell me? Not a chance. Yi Wanqiu's teeth clenched as she twisted his arm and pulled. Ouch. Su Mu gasped. What are you trying to do? Sudendi, ye vanji similet seductivity. Pulling him closer and whispering in his ear, if you tell me, I'll visit your room tonight. Su Mu froze, instantly invigorated, feeling a surge of energy. Hey, you said that. He leaned into Yi Wanqiu, making it easier to rub against her. The guy who interrupted your weapon yesterday used to be a friend of mine. He is infamous in the capital, and all the young masters know him. Mo Ebing is also a notorious playboy. Since I used to hang out in the capital, naturally, he was terrified at the mention of that person. Before Yi Wanqiu could respond, Ningyan couldn't help but roll her eyes dramatically. She knew precisely who Su Mu had called. While she wasn't familiar with Mo Liusu, she was well aware of the profiles of several campus beauties from Danyang University. Yi Wanqiu scoffed, her face filled with disbelief. Are you sure you're not lying? Su Mu replied earnestly. Little Yi, if I'm lying, I'll be a dog. Ningyan stared at him in shock. This man was quite ruthless. Just then, Su Mu turned to look at her, silently barking twice. Ningyan was dumbfounded. Could there be such a brazen man in this world? Good heavens. This was beyond comprehension, yet she found herself slightly attracted to him. What was I thinking? Ye Vanji, believing she had uncovered the truth, lost interest and disdainfully released Su Mu's arm. I'm leaving. I don't feel like shopping anymore. Let us go check out the clinic's location and environment. Su Mu followed her eagerly, cheerfully whispering, Little Yi, about what you said earlier, tonight. Yi Wanqiu nodded earnestly and said, Tonight, I will go to the room and help you dispose of the clothes you no longer want. It felt as if a bucket of ice water had been thrown upon Su Mu's heart, which was ablaze with warmth. He nearly collapsed on the spot. Damn it, this is too much. You're bullying me, Yi Zong. I'm still just a child who has barely turned 300 months old. Doesn't to your conscience sake? Ning Yin, following closely behind, almost lost her patience and kicked the shameless scoundrel in front of her. Was he wrong? Not all. 25 years old was precisely 300 months, wasn't he it? With a heart full of grievances, Su Mu descended to the basement. Yi Zong and Professor Ning stuffed the items hanging from him into the car while he plopped down in the back seat, sticking out his tongue and adopting a defeated expression. I'm not driving, I'm going on strike. Yi Zong scoffed and started the car, while Ning Yin opened the back door, only to be startled by Su Mu sprawled out like a dead dog. Angered, she lightly tapped his head. Su Mu reacted swiftly, seizing Professor Ning's small hand, playfully scratching her palm. A wave of panic washed over her, yet she felt a faint, humiliating thrill. She quickly withdrew her hand and slammed the car door shut, hastily taking a seat in the passenger side. Yi Wanqiu glanced at her as she started the engine. Noticing that Ning Yin's face was flushed, her eyes misty, radiating an inexplicable allure. Yinjia, what's wrong? Your skin suddenly looks so enticing. Ning Yin exclaimed in surprise, quickly covering her face, feigning calmness as she replied, Really? It can't be. Perhaps it's just the alcohol. I feel a bit warm. Su Mu chuckled silently in his heart, but maintained a facade of concern. Professor Ning, are you overdressed? The weather will be fine from now on. You all must remember not to wear too much when going out. It will be hot. Ye vanji hufet derisivity. Don't think I'm oblivious to the thoughts of you men. If we were less, it'll be your turn to feel the heat. Su Mu's mouth fell open in shock, and, after a long pause, he finally managed to utter, I am utterly speechless. Chapter 57. The Mongolian doctor. The commercial property under Ning Yin's name is located in the bustling center of Danyang, covering over 1,000 square meters. Given the current real estate prices, this single property is worth more than 3 billion. The Ning family hails from a scholarly background, with generations of professors and scholars. Yet they're not lacking in wealth. Although the Ning family maintains a low profile, their influence is astonishing, even surpassing that of the Yi family. Ning Yan Skranfater. Ning Qingyuan is a globally renowned master, often referred to as a living fossil and likened to the contemporary Qi Baishi. His artistry in painting and calligraphy is unparalleled in modern times, and he's a distinguished guest among the elite in the capital. At the age of 103, a single piece of his work can fetch over 100 million at auction, a testament to his status as a perennial icon in the realm of art. He is a leading figure in the cultural sphere of Huagua. Upon arrival, Su Mu was taken aback. What was going on? Wasn't this a property viewing? Why were there so many people? Pushing the door open, he found two elderly individuals and one middle-aged man engaged in conversation. One of them was Lin Goen, the top cardiovascular specialist at Danyang Hospital, whom Su Mu recognized. The other elderly man was slender and frail, sporting a tuft of white goat-like beard, appearing weak yet possessing sharp, penetrating eyes. The middle-aged gentleman exuded an air of refined elegance, and the way he looked at Su Mu sent chills down his spine. What was the meaning of this? Was the father-in-law sizing up his son-in-law? Su Mu's heart raced with trepidation. From the information he had gathered, Ning Qingyuan was currently living in seclusion in Danyang, while Ning Yin's father, Ning Erxian, served as the dean of the College of Arts at a prestigious university in the capital, a well-known professor in his own right. Ah, Qing Lao, Erxian, come, let me introduce you. This is Xiao Su Shini. Lin Goen warmly initiated the introductions. Ning Erxian smiled slightly and nodded at Su Mu. So you're Su Mu? Indeed, a talented young man. I am Ning Erxian, Ning Yin's father. Su Mu promptly nodded, bowing slightly as he extended his hand. Professor Ning, it's a pleasure to meet you. Ning Erxian looked at him with a bemused smile, but did not shake his hand. What did you call me? Su Mu suddenly realized, glancing quickly at Ning Yin before warmly grasping the middle-aged gentleman's hand. Uncle, it's a pleasure to meet you. Ning Erxian burst in a hearty laughter. This lad is quite clever. Yi Wanxiu and Ning Yin faded into the background. Observing the dynamics, Su Mu sensed something was amiss. This was clearly a setup. Ah, Professor Ning and Yi Zong, how could you conspire against me? The notion of opening a clinic together was merely a ruse, instigated by someone from behind the scenes. Either Lin Goen or the old man named Qing Lao. Perhaps even the Ning family had a hand in this. As Lin Goen looked at Su Mu, it was akin to an old wolf spotting a beautiful maiden, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Ha ha ha! Erxian, you have no idea. Xiao Yin's terminal illness had experts worldwide stumped, yet it was cured by Xiao Su. That night, I witnessed a miraculous medical event unfold before my eyes. It was simply incredible. The elderly man named Qing Lao snorted, his eyes flashing with cold scrutiny as he gazed at Su Mu. You, a mere youth, dare to act recklessly with your rudimentary skills? Do you understand what it means to practice medicine? Do you grasp the principles of diagnosis and treatment? Somewhat shackled largely, choosing not to engage in rebuttal, merely shaking his head. Old man, I want to fall for your tricks. Noticing Su Mu's silence, Qing Lao subtly exchanged glances with Lin Goen, who communicated a subtle signal. Ning Erxian, understanding the context, looked at Su Mu with a friendly smile. Nephew, no, my mistake, dear nephew. Yi Wanxiu nearly stumbled in her heels, while Ning Yin felt utterly embarrassed. Su Mu was also taken aback. Uncle, is this how you greet me on our first meeting? I would love to call you father-in-law, but could you not be so direct? At least wait until we are alone to say that, and I would gladly oblige. Now, in front of Xiao Yi, how can you address me this way? Can I take this to mean you are jeopardizing the pure love between me and Xiao Yi? Goodness, is this blossoming romance going to be strangled in its infancy? The distinguished professor, with an unusually thick skin, seamlessly turned to retrieve a bag of brown liquid from his briefcase, handing it to Su Mu. I have been feeling fatigued lately and consulted a traditional Chinese physician who prescribed this concoction. However, it feels somewhat off. Could you take a look at it for me? Since uncle, or rather, Since the elder had put it this way, Su Mu could hardly refuse. If you spend less time sharing a bed with the ant, you and T feel fatigued. They say 30 is like a wolf, 40 like a tiger, and 50 can absorb the earth. It's no surprise you're feeling this way. He cheerfully accepted the bag, shaking it lightly and then sniffing it before grinning. Uncle, this prescription must have been concocted by a Mongolian doctor. Hasn't T it? Ning Urshian paused, a forced smile appearing on his face. The elderly man, Qing Lao, turned pale with indignation. A Mongolian doctor? You little rascal. How dare you mock me as a Mongolian doctor? You infuriate me. Lin Goen, standing aside, was caught between laughter and tears. Yi Wanxiu and Ning Yin stifled their giggles, trembling with suppressed laughter, yet unwilling to voice it. Qing Lao ground his teeth, holding back his rage, and coldly asked, if you possess such skill, young man, deduce the prescription from the medicinal concoction, and I will kneel before you and call you master. Lin Goen and Ning Urshian's expressions subtly shifted. Lin Goen promptly smiled and said, Little Su, allow me to introduce you. This esteemed elder is a close friend of the patriarch of the Ning family, Ning Qingyuan, and he is also the most renowned traditional Chinese medicine master in the country, named Gong Yangqing. He has reached the venerable age of 100. Yet he is celebrated alongside Ning Lao as one of the eminent figures in the field of medicine, known as the Saint of Apricot Forest. Su Mu felt a jolt of surprise in his heart. Gong Yangqing? This elderly gentleman is indeed Gong Yangqing? It is known that many heads of noble families in the imperial capital hold Gong Yangqing in the highest regard, referring to him as the immortal of modern medicine. He discreetly cast a glance at Yi Wanxiu and Ning Yin, shooting them a fierce glare. You little vixens, to force me into business, you truly resort to such tactics. No matter how revered you are, encountering me, Brother Mu, even immortals must bow. Grasping the pouch of traditional herbs in his hand, he inhaled its scent and cheerfully remarked, Elder, I shall now display my humble skills. He swiftly recited the names of various herbs, even specifying their quantities. Gong Yangqing's eyes widened in astonishment. In the end, Su Mu chuckled, Elder. The reason I mentioned that this prescription is from a Mongolian physician is that while the formula is correct, the quantities are erroneous. At least 3 of the herbs are lacking in efficacy: astragalus, angelica, and cistanche. Gong Yangqing gazed at Su Mu in utter disbelief, as if thunder were cracking in his mind. This young man, is he human or ghost? Even he would need to taste the herbal concoction to deduce the prescription, and it would not be guaranteed to be entirely accurate. Yet, he had not even sniffed it. Certainly, the sealed pouch must have the scent of traditional herbs, but that is of no consequence. Yet, he managed to name them all correctly and pointed out the deficiencies in his own prescription. What a joke! Gong Yangqing realized that Su Mu was not mistaken. He himself was in error. Because he often prescribed medicine for the elderly, he would intentionally lessen the potency, leaving a bit of leeway. However, when applied to Ning Urshian, the effect naturally diminished. This was a matter of caution, as the heads of noble families could not afford a single mistake. Gong Yangqing was no ordinary individual. He possessed profound knowledge. He immediately contemplated certain possibilities. The origins of this young man. Instantly, his heart ignited with fervor. Without waiting for Su Mu to react, the old man directly knelt before him. Thud, thud, thud. 3 resounding bows. Master, please accept your disciple's homage. Su Mu's mouth dropped open in shock. What the heck? I've been set up. Lin Goen, Ning Urshian, as well as Yi Wanxiu and Ning Yin, were all rendered speechless. This is the venerable Elder Gong, the immortal of medicine who has lived for a century. This is unbelievable. Chapter 58. Mongolian medicine and raincoats. Gong Yangqing remained kneeling, having no intention of rising. Elder, I am unworthy of such honor. I have yet to marry. Please do not embarrass me. I shall not rise until my master permits it, he replied. The teachings of my master state that extraordinary skills must not be passed on. Thus I cannot formally accept you as my disciple. Master, I do not seek to learn the extraordinary skills. I only ask for your guidance. Su Mu looked at Gong Yangqing, feeling a surge of frustration. Why are these old fellows so thick-skinned? First, Ning Urshian with his son-in-law, now Gong Yangqing calling a master. When I return home tonight, it is highly probable that the S and B keys on my keyboard will have an intimate encounter with my knees. Ultimately, with no other choice, Su Mu decided to accept Gong Yangqing as his junior disciple on behalf of his master. Since he was accepting a disciple on behalf of his master, a meeting gift was in order. Su Mu reluctantly imparted 3 acupuncture techniques to him. Gong Yanqing trembled with excitement, exclaiming, "Could this be the long-lost divine needle of the green bag?" It is said to have been created by Tuo himself, the 72 paths of the divine needle. "Brother, what is our sect truly about?" Su Mu sighed as he observed the elated Gong Yanqing. "Do not inquire. The answer is simply not to be revealed. No matter how cunning the hunter, he cannot outsmart these old foxes." However, Su Mu would never surrender so easily. "Junior brother, observe, this clinic lacks a signature treasure. Your presence here would serve as a golden signboard thus." How could Gong Yanqing refuse? He was eager to cling to Su Mu every day to master the 72 paths of the divine needle, an unparalleled method that could revive the dead. Thus, the subsequent matters became considerably easier to resolve. The clinic would certainly be established, with Gong Yanqing taking the lead. Su Mu, in principle, would refrain from intervening. But should Gong Yanqing find himself uncertain, he would need his senior brother to step in. The share distribution also changed. CEO Yi and Professor Ning each held a 25 stake, while the remaining 50 was to be shared among Su Mu, Gong Yanqing, and Lin Goen. With Lin Goen's extensive contacts and Gong Yanqing's medical expertise, they complemented each other perfectly. All parties were satisfied, except for CEO Yi, who felt somewhat disgruntled. She had never intended to grant Su Mu any shares. A man must be kept firmly in hand. Too much money would be akin to sprouting wings and flying away. Upon returning home, CEO Yi was still somewhat irate. Seizing the opportunity while Professor Ning was upstairs bathing, she tugged at Su Mu's ear and said sternly, "Speak. Do you have any intentions towards Yanjia?" Su Mu's heart trembled, yet his face wore an expression of utmost seriousness. "CEO Yi, a gentleman seeks a virtuous partner with propriety. I believe it is best for me to remain your driver and boyfriend. As for straddling 2 boats, I, Su Mu, am a man of integrity and cannot engage in such behavior. You are the white moonlight in my heart. Without you, I feel uneasy." Yuanchio's palm itched once more, but she managed to suppress the urge to scratch him. I cannot be bothered to argue with you. Just remember, if you dare to provoke Yanjia, I will not spare you." With that, CEO Yi swayed her alluring figure upstairs. Observing her captivating silhouette, Su Mu smirked. "This little vixen walks increasingly exaggeratedly. If you have the ability, sleep in a separate room. Let us see if I dare to climb through the window at midnight." CEO Yi suddenly turned back. "What did you say?" Su Mu was startled and chuckled. "I said, weren't you saying this afternoon that you would come to my room tonight to help me organize my clothes?" CEO Yi's gaze flickered, and her face slightly flushed. She shot him a glare and, gritting her teeth, said haughtily, "Just wait. See if I dare." With that, she suddenly smiled coyly. "If you have the guts, come to my room. As long as you dare, I will let you be indulgent just once." Su Mu felt a surge of excitement. "Did you just say that?" CEO Yi huffed, narrowing her eyes at him, and sternly replied, "As long as you dare to come." Su Mu chuckled awkwardly, winking at Yuanchio, and said, "I need to prepare 2 items. I wonder if I have them at home." "2 items? What items? What does this lecture mean?" Su Mu chuckled largely, his gaze quickly scanning Yuanchio's curvaceous figure. He determined that at this moment, teasing her a bit more would not provoke too much anger, so he directly stated, "One is Mongolian medicine, and the other is a raincoat." CEO Yi instantly grasped the implication of his words, feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger, along with a strange sensation within. "You lecture, why don't you just die?" CEO Yi exploded, chasing Su Mu around the living room several times. She trembled all over, her hand shielding her chest, and stammered with a guilty conscience, You rascal, what do you intend to do?" Su Mu leaned, a mischievous glint in his eyes, and said, Miss Yi, little Yi, am I not your husband? What do you think I intend to do?" "Naturally, all gold night quiche." "You dare." Miss Yi was a mix of shock, embarrassment, and a hint of anticipation. She quickly glanced upstairs. Ningyan was still in the shower. Slightly reassured, she mustered her courage and retorted, "Su Mu, do you think I don't know what you are? A coward with no guts. If you have the nerve. Come on." Miss Yi clenched her teeth and puffed out her chest, causing Su Mu to retreat in fear, his face full of terror. "Miss Yi, what are you doing? I'm not a frivolous person. Don't do anything rash, or I'll scream." "Rash?" Miss Yi, taken aback, kicked him in the shin. "Scream for me, then." Su Mu quickly planted a kiss on her cheek, his eyes burning with intensity. Miss Yi's face flushed, her heart pounding. They stood there, the sound of each other's breaths clearly audible. Sumu swallowed hard, thinking, if I don't act now, I'm not even a beast. Just as he was about to make his move, a voice from upstairs interrupted. What are you doing? Monsieur, mortified. Looked up to see Ning Yin standing there with a half smile. Caught in a compromising position, she felt utterly humiliated. She pushed Sumu away and ran upstairs, covering her face. Sumu, feigning indignation, said, Professor Ning, that's not very nice. I feel like I've lost a fortune. Ning Yin rolled her eyes. Do you think I wanted to? Give me back my laptop. Chapter 59. Professor Ning come out at the mention of the laptop. Sumu remembered that he still had Professor Ning's laptop on his bedside table. He had forgotten to return it after borrowing it that night. As Sumu and Ning Yin reached the third floor, she hesitated at the door. Sumu, with a grin, said, Sister Ning, you're hurting my feelings. Gomin, the night is long. Let us talk about life. Ning Yin rolled her eyes. I wouldn't dare to be a lamb in a tigress den. Sumu saut. A hint of melancholy in his voice. Professor, what kind of person do you think I am? Ning Yin, without hesitation, replied, You're a playboy. Sumu pouted, one hand on his chest, looking serious, but his eyes kept straying to areas below her neck. Professor, I didn't realize you had such a big misunderstanding of me. Ning Yin, with a half smile, said, Don't think I don't know about you and Mo Liosu. You've become a legend at the university, a social media sensation. I've heard that many internet companies want to sign you, and there are rumors about you and the two campus beauties. You are now the enemy of all the male students at Dongyan University. Sumu was taken aback. He picked up the laptop and started browsing. Ningyan, who had just finished her shower, stood behind him, wearing a thin, light pink nightgown with a low neckline. When Sumu turned, he was met with a view that nearly blinded him. Damn, I'm so angry. These guys are just jealous. Ning Yin, initially amused, noticed his gaze and realized what he was doing. This pervert. He is peeking at me. Ning Yin, fuming, her face turning red, quickly covered her neckline and punched him. Sumu, still savoring the view, was unprepared for her attack. The punch landed squarely on his nose, causing a mix of pain and blood to flow. You're trying to kill me? Ning Yin, shaking with anger and embarrassment, gritted her teeth, shameless. You're bleeding? Ning Yin, panicked, said, Sumu, are you okay? I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have hit you so hard. Seeing Ning Yin's distress, her nightgown fluttering, Sumu's nose started bleeding. Oh no, what should I do? Ning Yin, almost in tears, said, Sumu, don't worry. This is the first time you've bled in front of me. It's worth remembering. Don't forget it. Ning Yin, exasperated, said, Remember it? Go wash up. It's scary with all that blood. Sumu, with a grin, said, I believe in reciprocity. How about you save your first time for me? Ning Yin, realizing she was being teased, said, You die? Just then, loud footsteps were heard at the door. Monsieur, making a lot of noise with her slippers, said, Sumu, I'm here. Come and greet me. Sumuand Ning Yan frotse. Ning Yin, in a panic, jumped into the closet, leaving Sumu in shock. So fast. I can't believe it. Sister, this is like hiding in plain sight. We could just stand here and get the laptop. It's so simple. Sumu, in despair, thought, why do women always complicate things? So tiring, yet so thrilling. He rushed to the bathroom to wash his face. Miss Yi at the door peeked in, then leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, and said, I'm here to help you organize your clothes. Ning Yin, in the closet, nearly fainted. She regretted her decision to hide. Sumu, pretending to have just washed up, said, Great, everything else in the closet. While you're at it, could you wash the 3 pairs of socks and 4 pairs of shorts in there? Monsieur, disgusted, said, disgusting, what kind of habit is that? Sumu, with a grin, said, a smelly man, of course. Miss Yi, to his horror, walked towards the closet. In a flash of inspiration, Sumu grabbed her from behind. Miss Yi, dressed conservatively, was unprepared for his boldness. She struggled, whispering, What are you doing? I'll scream. Sumu, his heart racing, said, Go ahead, scream. Sudendi, yezong jaset hersetrugle, her nostrids fulutering diligateri. No. How can there be the fragrance of Sister Yin in your room? In the wardrobe, Ning Yin felt as if a thunderclap had struck her ears, shattering her composure. Sumu was equally taken aback, yet he managed to maintain a facade of calm, chuckling as he wrapped his arms around Yizong's waist, deliberately attempting to reach higher. Professor Ning is right here in my wardrobe. Want to take a look? However, Yizong would not allow him to succeed. She blocked his mischievous hand, activating her protective instincts. With With a swift motion, she bent her body and delivered an elbow strike. Su Mu let out a yelp, clutching his stomach as he collapsed onto the bed. You wretched woman, do you wish for the Su family to become extinct? Yi Zhong's move left Su Mu in a state of agony and despair. With unparalleled pride, Yi Zhong surveyed the room like a peacock, shaking her tail as she approached Su Mu, staring into his eyes and softly declaring, "Remember, this is the consequence of having me tidy up your room. Sleep well. Good night." With that, she quickly planted a kiss on Su Mu's lips and dashed out. Su Mu was left both amused and exasperated. This tactic of combining carrot and stick, who did she learn that from? He struck a flamboyant pose, gazing at the wardrobe. "Professor Ning, you may come out now. The alarm has been deactivated." Chapter 60. The reorganization of Yi Corporation. The next day, Su Mu, sporting panda eyes, escorted Yi Zhong to the company. Upon arrival, he immediately sensed something was amiss in the atmosphere. The conference room was filled with 7 or 8 unfamiliar elderly gentlemen. When Yi Wangqiu encountered them, she referred to them as uncles or grandfathers, clearly indicating they were the veterans who had fought alongside Yi Zhongqiu in years past. At 9:30, Yi Zhongqiu arrived at the company and convened a high-level meeting. In a moment of silence, he announced the reorganization of Yi Corporation. Though a joint stock company, Yi Corporation was not publicly listed. Yi Zhongqiu held absolute control, possessing 80% of the shares, while the remaining 20% was divided among the 8 elders in the conference room. Yi Corporation was officially renamed Yi Holdings, with its subsidiaries Yi Real Estate and Yi Logistics, and the establishment of Yi Medical Company. He then declared that he would step down as chairman of Yi Holdings, appointing Yi Wangqiu as both chairman and general manager. Everyone present at the meeting was left in stunned silence, including Yi Wangqiu, but Yi Zhongqiu would not entertain any objections. Su Mu, as a result, was appointed as the chairman's special assistant. After the meeting, Yi Zhongqiu retained Su Mu, sending Yi Wangqiu away and instructing Chan Lei to guard the door, ensuring no one approached. At that moment, he finally shed his disguise, forcing a smile. After all, he is my son. I cannot bear to act against him. But a glint of cold malice flickered in Yi Zhongqiu's eyes. Even if I have to shatter him to pieces, I will make the true culprits pay the price. Su Mu, disregarding his image, propped his legs on the conference table, yawning. Old Yi, it's not that I look down upon you, but your current power is truly insufficient for revenge. Yi Zhongqiu chuckled. But you are still here, my dear brother. Can you bear to see my precious granddaughter suffer? Su Mu grinned oldly. Old Yi, how long do you intend to keep your story hidden from me? Yi Zhongqiu was momentarily taken aback, his expression awkward as he stammered. Haven't you already figured it out? Why ask further? It's all just old, trivial matters. Su Mu scoffed. Knowing something and discussing it with you are 2 different things. Your attitude is not proper. How can I trust you moving forward? Yi Zhongqiu swore. Rest assured, my brother, Yi Holdings is the dowry for my granddaughter. You can take it whenever you wish. What can I possibly deceive you about? I only hope you won't abandon me in a nursing home to live out my days in solitude. He finished, wiping away non-existent crocodile tears from his eyes. Keep acting. I wonder how long you can maintain this charade. Yi Zhongqiu opened his mouth, a mix of embarrassment and irritation on his face. It seems nothing escapes your notice, young man. Sigh, for the sake of my precious granddaughter, ask away. I shall reveal the secrets that weigh on my heart today. Su Mu yawned widely, smiling as he inquired. I am not interested in your secrets. How do you plan to deal with Yi Ziyuan and Lin Wenlan? Yi Jingqiu's jaw twitched slightly as he replied irritably. What else can I do? I can't kill them, and keeping them around is a nuisance. If that venomous woman stirs up any trouble again, I still want to live a few more years. I had Chen Lei's men personally escort them to Europe, ensuring they can never return. Su Mu chuckled. Sending Yi Ziyuan away is one thing, but Lin Wenlan will definitely not let it go easily. Yi Zhongqiu was taken aback. How could that be? What other means does she have? Su Mu sighed, exasperated. Do you truly believe Lin Wenlan is merely a shrew and a vixen? Was she transformed into this because of your son's infidelity? Yi Zhongqiu was stunned. Brother, what do you mean? Su Mu grinned. Old Yi, have you ever wondered why that fellow from the Chu family, Chu Nan, just happened to take control of Danyang? And why he just happened to find Lin Wenlan? Yi Jingqiu's face paled with realization as he fell back into his chair, gritting his teeth. Could it be that someone is pulling the strings behind this? Su Mu chuckled knowingly, winking at Yi Zhongqiu. Lin Wenlan was once hailed as the most beautiful woman in Danyang, with a family background not inferior to the Yi family. With her temperament, marrying into one of the four great families will be no trouble at all. Yet she ended up with Yi Ziyuan. Does your Yi family possess excessive wealth? Or is your son exceptionally talented? Moreover, given your character and upbringing, it is inconceivable that you would raise such a son. Yi Ziyuan may not be a prodigy, but he should at least be able to control himself. Yi Jingchu's eyes widened in shock. Brother, what do you mean? Sumu smiled faintly. You figured out. Yi Jingchu's body stiffened, and after a long pause, his face turned pale with rage as he roared. If this is the case, then they are truly malicious. Zhu Zhen Si Sung, how dare you destroy me? Destroy the Yi family. Chu Jingxiong was the current head of the Chu family in the capital and the grandfather of Chunan. Su Mu sneered disdainfully. Old Yi, think with your toes. It cannot possibly be Chu Jingxiong. Yi Jingchu's eyes flickered as he coldly inquired. Why not? Su Mu rolled his eyes dramatically. Are you asking 100 questions? Use your brain, my old brother. You and Chu Jingxiong are cousins. Your granddaughter and Chu Nan are cousins too. Would he send Chu Nan to pursue Yi Wanqiu? If word got out, wouldn't that tarnish his family name? Yi Jingchu's forehead beaded with cold sweat. Indeed, if it is not Chu Jingxiong, then who could it be? The Chen family? That woman despises my mother to the core. It must be her. Su Mu nearly cursed. Old man, you are halfway to the grave. That woman from the Chen family has been dead for many years. Yi Zhengchu awkwardly stood up and leaned closer to Su Mu, lowering his voice. Brother, I know you are formidable. Please tell me the truth. As the saying goes, when saving a person, save them all. When delivering a Buddha, take them to the West. Come on, let's make a deal. In the future, as long as you have 3 children with my precious granddaughter, just let them take the surname Yi. Su Mu nearly punched the old face before him. Old man, am I a breeding pig? What do you mean by just 3? How many were you hoping for? A football team? With a cold sneer, Su Mu, the Chu family may not regard you highly, particularly since you possess but a single granddaughter, which inherently diminishes your threat. I believe that the harm inflicted upon Yi Ziyuan might be under the instigation of Chu Zhengxiong. However, there must be a grander conspiracy lurking beneath the surface. This scheme targets the entire Chu family. To put plainly, should anything occur between Chu Nan and Xiao Yezi, the reputation of the Chu family would be irrevocably tarnished. You should comprehend the significance of reputation among the 9 great families of the Inner Sea. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Su Mu's eyes as he slammed his hand down onto the table and whispered, This is a trap. A trap aimed at inciting discord within the 9 great families of the imperial capital. The objective is to create chaos among them. And then, Ye Zingchu, taken aback, stood frozen, his back prickling with cold sweat as a chill breeze swept through him. He leapt to his feet, exclaiming, Pack up. I shall take my precious granddaughter and emigrate. I refuse to be embroiled in this. Su Laodi's words were utterly terrifying, leaving old Yi utterly shaken. Sumochakalt. Old Yi, you have been ensnared in this trap since your birth. Do you think you can simply walk away now? Unless you're a pile of ashes. Yi Zhengchu stumbled at those words. Chapter 61. A client follow-up after seeing off the troubled Yi Zhengchu. Yi Wanqiu summoned Su Mu to her office. What did you and Grandpa discuss? Why did you talk for so long? Su Mu grinned mischievously, leaning closer. Kiss me, and I shall tell you. To her surprise, Yi Zong did not express her usual anger today, a faint blush gracing her cheeks as she regarded Su Mu with an enigmatic smile. Assistant Su, congratulations. Su Mu was momentarily taken aback. Congratulations for what? Her expression remained teasing as she stepped back, appraising him from head to toe. From now on, you shall be the special assistant to the chairman of Yi Holdings, with an annual salary of 10 million. Shouldn't that be a cause for congratulations? Feeling uneasy, Su Mu quickly responded, Little Yezi, no matter how high I soar, the strings are still in your hands. I dare not become complacent. Yi Zong gently tapped his chest with her finger, her voice lowering to a sultry whisper. Last night, after much contemplation, I realized something was amiss. Tell me, why does your room carry the scent of Sister Yen? Su Mu's heart raced in alarm. What did she mean? Had he been exposed? Impossible. Professor Ning wouldn't foolishly disclose such matters. Little Yezi, I have no idea what you're talking about. Yi Zong's eyes sparkled with mischief, her smile ambiguous. Is that so? Su Mu's demeanor turned serious. Indeed. Suddenly, her brows furrowed as she seized his clothing and pulled him forward, their faces inches apart. Do you dare deceive me? Last night, Sister Yin used my shower gel, a rather rare brand, with no more than 10 users in all of Danyang. So, why does that fragrance linger in your room? Sumu shut his eyes, taking a moment before reopening them, a look of resignation upon his face. All right, Yizong, since you've uncovered the truth, I shan't keep it from you. Yizong felt her heart race. Sumoven distres, ikanves. It was I who sneaked into your room and borrowed a bit of your shower gel. Yizong's face twisted in fury. You rogue. In an instant, Sumu's expression shifted to one of mock ferocity, wrapping his arms around her waist while his other hand firmly grasped her chin. Little girl, you won't escape unscathed from this. With that, he pressed his lips fiercely against hers. Yizong struggled desperately, yet his grip was as unyielding as iron, leaving her unable to break free. After what felt like an eternity, he finally released her, stepping back with a triumphant grin. Yizong, breathless and flushed, glared at him, her cheeks crimson. Little woman, I warn you, should you entertain such thoughts again, I possess myriad methods to discipline you. Do you understand? She attempted to swat him, but her body felt electrified, leaving her without strength. Get out, you lecher. Sumu, savoring the moment, licked his lips. First, a client follow-up. Little Yezi, how was the experience? If there's anything to improve, feel free to share. I will tailor a comprehensive set of kissing techniques just for you, guaranteed to satisfy. Yizong W. Old Chu, how have your discussions with Zhao Muting and Bai Zihua been progressing? Chu Nin immediately donned an eager expression, exclaiming, we have settled on the terms and are preparing to rally around our boss, with Danyang as our starting point. In 2 years, we shall unify Danyang, and in 5 years, advance to the imperial capital. Sumu nearly spat out his tea in surprise. Old Chu, you have quite the appetite. I offer my spiritual support to you all. However, upon further reflection, Sumu realized that with himself safeguarding these individuals, their goal might not be as distant as he initially thought. First, he must address the immediate concern at hand. Since Li Qingming had arrived, it was evident he was not merely here for leisure. Did this have any connection to Yi Zhengxu? Chapter 62. The Scoundrel Su's Betrayal, Danyang University, Girls' Dormitory. The rumors surrounding Zhu Ruirui and Mo Liusu had reached a fever pitch. Zhu Ruirui and Chen Xianer lay on their beds, engrossed in their tablets, browsing through posts. Ruirui, you've set a record, Chen Xianer exclaimed cheerfully, setting her tablet down with an envious expression. You've become a sensation across the National University Alliance. Zhu Ruirui, however, scoffed, pouting, if I find out which fool disseminated that post, I will thoroughly ruin him. Chen Xianer blushed and shot her a glare. After several days of fervor, Sumu's singing video not only retained its heat, but had grown even more popular. The post was artificially pinned, remaining at the top position, boasting over 30 million views and more than 1 million replies. This marked the highest engagement in all sections since the forum's inception. The girls remained somewhat reserved, but the boys were unabashed, seizing the moment to indulge in gossip. While Sumu's singing post attracted attention, the second post beneath it was even more explosive. Images of Sumu embracing Mo Liusu and kissing Zhu Ruirui had become popular memes. Beneath these two posts, hundreds of new threads emerged, all related. Behind every goddess you long for lies a man whose mere presence makes you want to retch. This thread commemorated the youth lost in pursuit of campus beauties. And the Scoundrel Su. Latest revelations. A tale of rivalry between the campus flower Mo and the Empress Ruirui. Exclusive and confidential. The Empress Ruirui seizes love, while Mo weeps. Breaking news. Empress Ruirui is suspected of being with child by the Scoundrel Su. Latest exclusive and explosive confidential news. A certain scoundrel is juggling 3 boats. With Professor Ning entrapped, and students refer to Scoundrel Su as mother. Zhu Ruirui, feeling inexplicably irate, flung her tablet onto the bed, her exquisite face flushed with anger. These bastards, spreading rumors without cause, drive me mad. Chen Xianer asked with a laugh, are you jealous? Zhu Ruirui seized a plush toy from the bed and hurled it at her. Poof, jealous? I merely feel indignant. No, Xianer, come with me to find Mo Liusu. Chen Xianer looked at her in shock. Have you lost your mind? Are we really going to stage a rivalry over a man? Enraged, Zhu Ruirui lunged. I'll contend with you first. The dormitory erupted into chaos. Suddenly, Zhu Ruirui's phone rang. Gasping for breath, she climbed off her bed, her expression darkening as she recognized the caller. Big sister. On the other end, Xie Yutong chuckled. Look at the farce you've created. How will you resolve it now? Zhu Ruirui huffed, equally troubled. Who knew your obnoxious brother could sing so well? By the way, isn't your company in need of talented singers? Why not sign him? Xie Yutong replied, bemused. You might want to focus on yourself. Li Qingming is already set off for Danyang, bringing along several wealthy heirs. Will you meet him? A flicker of disdain crossed Zhu Rui's eyes. Let him scram. Who does he think he is, daring to create a scandal with me? Xie Yutong burst into laughter. He is a distinguished young master from the imperial capital, handsome and youthful. How did he become a pig in your eyes? Zhu Ruirui, feeling agitated, raked her fingers through her hair. Big sister, stop mentioning those irrelevant people. I need to call that scoundrel Sumu. He infuriates me. Did you not give him my number? Xie Yutong was taken aback. Ruirui, you can't possibly be developing feelings for him? Zhu Ruirui ground her teeth. Nonsense. Am I supposed to like him? I am merely indignant. Why should he sing and then run off, leaving me with the reputation of a lovesick fool? On the line, Xie Yutong laughed uncontrollably. All right, I'll hang up. Just so you know, if Li Qingming dares to bully him, you must not stand by idly. Zhu Ruirui seethed with anger, but before she could respond, Xie Yutong hung up. Furious. Chun Xianer, get up. Let us fight, otherwise I'll explode. Chun Xianer rolled her eyes dramatically. If your admirers knew their dream goddess behaved like this, would they not go mad? Zhu Ruirui collapsed onto her bed, rolling around. Whether they go mad is none of my concern. I'm the one about to lose my mind. Chun Xianer scrutinized her. Ruirui, you've been mentioning that guy every day. What is up? You just kissed someone and now want to drag them into a hotel? Zhu Ruirui leapt up. Chen Xiana, I think you're the one being flirtatious. At that moment, Su Mu had just exited the Huajian pavilion. Before he could start his car, his phone vibrated gently. It was a message from Xie Yutong. Brother, give Zhu Ruirui a call. Here's her number. Sumu failed to overwhelmed. The notoriety of scoundrel Su had become exceedingly prominent, leaving him with no way to refute it. The public scrutiny was relentless, and the truth about his outings with Professor Ning and his evenings drinking with Mo Liusu had been unearthed. There seemed to be an unseen force orchestrating this affair, yet it was executed with remarkable finesse. His identity remained well guarded. With the current capabilities of the paparazzi, uncovering him was a trivial task. Yet, this situation was somehow maintained within a manageable scope, enduring without cease. Was this a blessing or a curse? After contemplating the message for some time, he finally dialed the number. The phone rang several times before being answered, but silence met him on the other end. Sumu could distinctly hear a soft breathing, yet the other party remained mute. Hello, is this Zhu Ruirui? I'm your sister-in-law's brother, Sumu from that day. Before he could finish, he was met with the sound of quiet sobbing. Sumu felt his heart race. What was happening? Please don't cry. He grew increasingly anxious. This was not the confident girl from that night, who had seemed like a little tough girl with her lollipop. Why had she transformed into a fragile figure? Zhu Ruirui, please don't cry. I acknowledge that what happened that night was my fault. I shouldn't have slipped away. I sincerely apologize. The sobbing subsided, replaced by a timid voice. What do you intend to do for your apology? Sumu was momentarily taken aback. Wait, an apology is merely a formality. You can't be serious. How about I take you out for a meal? The voice on the line suddenly shifted, adopting a naive tone, laced with a hint of playfulness. That is not enough. I want you to promise me something. Alarm bells rang in Sumu's mind. What is it? I must warn you. Don't get too carried away. I certainly don't have to apologize to you. Feeling utterly aggrieved, exclaimed, You are a villain who has stolen my first kiss and scolded me. I shall report you to my sister-in-law, claiming that her brother has abandoned me after leading me astray. Sumu was left speechless. Gritting his teeth, he reluctantly replied, Fine. I promise you. Just tell me what you want. On the other end of the line, a glint of cunning flashed in Zhu Rui's eyes, as sly as a little fox. I'll let you know once I figure it out. Oh, and please take me out for dinner tonight. Meet me at the school dormitory and remember to bring a bouquet of roses. She hung up before Su Mu could respond, nearly crushing his phone in frustration. What on earth have I done? Heaven help me. Chapter 63. Where in life do we not meet again? Staring at his phone, Sumu pondered for a moment before messaging Mo Liusu. Little girl, what are you up to? The reply came swiftly. Ignore me, you scoundrel. Go find Zhu Ruirui. She is pregnant with your child. Sumu couldn't help but chuckle. I assure you, even if she were to be pregnant, it wouldn't be with my child. Mo Liusu immediately called him. Where are you? Sumu suddenly felt a pang of guilt. The dragon slayer had ultimately transformed into a dragon himself. Men, it seems, often become what they despise. Damn it, I don't want to become a master of time management. I merely wish to find a city, meet a person, and live a life. Well, all right, it is about finding a city and meeting a person. Yet, this city of Danyang has ultimately betrayed my vows. I just finished my business at the Huajin Mansion. What is up? How about you take me out for dinner the night after tomorrow? Sumu calculated the time and hesitated. Why the night after tomorrow? Emol Yosu's voice took on a strange tone. Because that is my birthday. Sumu was momentarily at a loss for words. You, the esteemed young lady of the Mo family, wish to celebrate your birthday with me? What gift should I prepare? Not receiving a response from Sumu, Emol Yosu immediately sounded dejected. Do you not want to celebrate my birthday with me? Sumu replied candidly, yes. Emol Yosu's mood seemed to plummet instantly. Of course, men are all the same. They only see the happiness of the new and ignore the sorrow of the old. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have reacted this way. Her voice was truly heart-wrenching, evoking tears from the listener. Sumu shivered at the realization. Juruerue had sounded quite similar earlier. Ah, women, your name is actress. There are no wrong names, only those who misname you. I have agreed. Ha ha ha. Little girl, I was just teasing you. So, the night after tomorrow, right? Where would you like to celebrate your birthday? What gift do you desire? Emol Yosu's voice brightened on the other end. Hee, I'll let you know when the time comes. There will be a few of my classmates, all beautiful girls. Bye. Wiping the non-existent sweat from his forehead, Sumu returned to Yez Holdings Group. During work hours, without taking leave, where had he gone? Mister. He confronted him with a barrage of reprimands. Do you have any sense of contractual spirit? You've grown too carefree. This is a company, not your home. Sumu chuckled, ingratiatingly stepping forward, only to be met with a stack of documents thrown his way. Mr. Yi coldly instructed, now, drive over to the clinic. The renovation company is starting today, and Qing Lao is supervising alone. For the time being, keep a close eye there. I have many matters to handle with the company restructuring. Just pick me up in the morning and evening. Remember, if I find out you've run off to flirt, you're finished. Sumu's heart leaped with joy. It was as if the perfect opportunity had presented itself. He had been fretting over how to excuse himself for the evening, and now the excuse had arrived unbidden. With a stack of documents in hand, he headed down to the basement, driving towards the clinic. He had initially thought the renovations wouldn't commence for another month or two, but to his surprise, Mr. Yi had already arranged everything. The documents in his hand were the renovation blueprints. Upon arriving, he found a bustling scene with nearly 100 workers unloading various high-end materials. Qing Lao, despite being 100 years old, was brimming with energy, directing the workers here and there with great enthusiasm. Upon seeing Sumu, the old man eagerly approached him. Brother, you've finally arrived. Now I feel reassured. Sumu, with a serious expression, handed the renovation blueprints to Qing Lao, saying, Junior brother, I must reprimand you. Can you not manage even this small matter? You know, I've been deeply engrossed in researching the 72 routes of the Qing Nong Divine Needle, and I'm at a critical breakthrough moment. Do you still wish to learn? Qing Lao, with his keen insight, who had seen through many hearts, found himself at a loss before Sumu. Brother, you are right. I was wrong. Please, I will take full responsibility for this matter. You may go back to your studies. Sumu grinned, throwing an arm around Qing Lao's shoulder. Junior brother, you know me well. I am currently also the special assistant to the Yi group. If Mr. Yi calls or comes over himself. Qing Lao nodded vigorously. Understood. Brother, don't worry. I know how to handle it. I will make sure that little girl doesn't suspect anything. Good junior brother, I have high hopes for you. The future of our sect's 72 routes of the Qing Nong Divine Needle depends on you to carry it forward. At that moment, several vans screeched to a halt in front of the clinic. A group of arrogant individuals stepped out, led by a man in his 30s with an unmistakable tough demeanor. Who is the boss? Get him out here. Two thugs beside him each kicked the renovation materials piled at the entrance. Qing Lao, furious, looked frail yet had a fierce temper. However, Sumu stopped him, stepping forward with a smile. I'm a boss, gentlemen. What brings you here? The man grinned widely. Boss, congratulations on your success. My surname is Shun. You can call me Big Brother Shun. From now on, you will need to pay a monthly fee. Seeing your business is thriving. The fee is 50,000 a month, and we'll need a year's advance, totaling 600,000. Will that be paid by card or cash? Sumu nearly burst out laughing. Is this some kind of joke? Protection fees in this day and age? He scratched his ear awkwardly, maintaining a friendly demeanor. Big Brat Su Mu turned his back to the newcomer, and upon hearing the voice, he cheerfully glanced back. Oh, what a surprise! A familiar face. Su Mu felt an instant warmth. Ah, Zhu Laoda, it has been a few days since we last met. I've missed you dearly. With a thud, the once menacing Zhu Laoda fell to the ground, bursting into tears. Young master, I was just passing by, I don't know them. His wails echoed, leaving all the ruffians around him frozen, their bodies stiff, mouths agape, as if they could fit a goose egg inside. The formidable Zhu Laoda, renowned on the Danyang Road, was terrified to the point of wetting himself. Meanwhile, the bewildered Shin Laoda stared at this scene, his legs trembling. In Chapter 64, it became apparent that the once proud gangsters had been reduced to mere laborers, required to report every morning at 8 and not leave until 7 in the evening, continuing until the renovations were complete. Zhu Laoda, having narrowly escaped death, worked with fervor, not daring to change out his wet trousers. On Danyang Road, he was a figure of great repute, but it all depended on whom he was compared to. The jovial man before him was genuinely capable of violence, and even the head of the Bai family seemed like a subordinate in his presence. Zhu Laoda had narrowly retained his fingers that day. Merely surviving was a blessing. Who would have thought he would run into trouble again today? Feeling reckless, Zhu Laoda resolved to consult a fortune teller soon to dispel his bad luck. Having skipped lunch and only consumed tea, Su Mu was now famished, so he sought out a nearby restaurant to indulge in a hearty meal. After dining, he lingered in the restaurant to admire the lovely ladies before timing his departure perfectly. Gong Yanqing waited longingly until Su Mu disappeared from sight before turning to find a slacker among the ruffians. You lazy brat, how dare you shirk your duties? She bellowed. The ruffian nearly wept in fright. Damn it, I've been doing the most arduous tasks all afternoon, and I couldn't even take a 5-minute break? I swear I'm meant to be a leader, yet my hands, which should wield a knife, have been sullied and are no longer pure. Su Mu parked his car near Danyang University, found a parking garage, and sent a message to Mr. Yi, informing him that Qing Lao insisted on seeking his medical advice and that he might return home late. Mr. Yi replied with an acknowledgement. After a brief stroll, he waved down a rented car and drove onto the university campus, heading towards the girls' dormitory. He would never buy roses for Zhu Ruirui. That was a certainty. After confirming her dormitory number, he sent her a message. I'm outside. You have 10 minutes. I want to wait past that. Zhu Ruirui replied. Sister-in-law will find out I'm pregnant. Su Mu gritted his teeth in frustration. He impatiently waited for half an hour before Zhu Ruirui finally descended. He had to admit that this girl was stunning. Even with his vast experience with women, Zhu Ruirui held the title of the most beautiful. But when it came to her figure, what good were her long legs? What value did her golden proportions hold? After all, she only had a pair of B-cups. In his youth, he had failed to appreciate the allure of mature women, mistaking youthful girls for treasures. You're not my type. The real gem is my dear little Yi, Professor Ning. Zhu Ruirui wore her raven hair in a bun, secured with a translucent green hairpin, exposing her delicate alabaster neck. Her makeup was light, yet exquisite, with a hint of pink gloss on her lips, and she was chewing on a lollipop. She donned a sleeveless stretchy t-shirt and ultra-short denim shorts, complemented by a pair of sneakers. Her long legs gleamed with the luster of exquisite jade. Su Mu could not deny that despite his protests, he was captivated. Goodness, this girl is truly a darling of the heavens, he thought, feeling a pang of inadequacy. He had never worried about Zhu Ruirui being snatched away. As a princess of the Hongwu Zhu family, she was undoubtedly surrounded by capable protectors. Moreover, the strength of her protectors was unfathomable. The moment Su Mu laid eyes on Zhu Ruirui, he felt an unseen gaze locking onto him, a presence that even he found daunting. Despite this being only their second encounter, Zhu Ruirui felt entirely familiar, even leaning closer to Su Mu. He quickly recoiled, wary. What are you doing? Zhu Ruirui froze, her expression one of sorrow, holding her lollipop like a scorned child. Do you dislike me that much? Before she arrived, no one noticed Sumo. But with her presence, all eyes shifted to the pair of them. Wait a minute. ISNT that. The notorious scoundrel Su? Ruirui is indeed pursuing him. Males and females alike turned their heads, some even taking out their phones to discreetly capture the moment. To be fair, Zhu Ruirui was a pinnacle of public beauty, an extraordinary vision. Just a beckon from her could mesmerize all the boys at Donyang University. Yet Sumu could not relish this fortune. Her identity was too intimidating, and he knew she harbored ulterior motives. "Please don't be upset. I'm a girl. I must wear makeup when I go out," she said. The surrounding boys nearly rushed to pummel Sumu for looking disdainful, while their campus beauty pouted and acted coy, inciting their fury. All right, let us go. What do you want to eat? I'll treat you as an apology." He relented. Zhu Rue beamed and attempted to inch closer to him, but Sumu maintained a defensive distance of over a meter. After several unsuccessful attempts to close the gap, she gave up. Her mood seemed to brighten as she licked her lollipop and spoke to him in a hazy manner. "Are you studying vocal performance?" "No." "Then are you studying medicine?" "Neither." "Then how come you sing so beautifully and possess such medical knowledge?" "I'm a genius." "I'm a genius too. We're a perfect match." Sumo stumbled slightly. "Quickly, tell me what you want to eat." Jurere smiled brightly. "I want to go shopping and then have the hot pot you had with Emoliosu that night." Sumo failed overwhelmed. "No shopping. Let us eat something else." Jurere stopped, looking utterly pitiful. Sumu felt exasperated. "I can't believe this. You're scolding me." She whimpered. Defeated, Sumu surrendered. "Fine, we'll go shopping. But no hot pot." Jurere chuckled mischievously, flashing a victorious gesture at Sumu. Sumu was incensed, realizing he had once again fallen for her ploy. The young lady's true intent was merely to indulge in a shopping spree. When did he become so easily deceived? A moment of introspection was in order. Unbeknownst to him, Jurere discreetly dispatched a message. Chapter 65. The royal family, Xie Yutong, stood by the window, her exquisite visage devoid of much expression. She was the revered matriarch of the Zhu family. Yet tragically, her husband had passed away. Her daughter remained in a deep coma, though her condition was surprisingly stable, with an astonishing rate of recovery. The Zhu family boasted access to the world's finest medical resources, with each attending physician being a leading expert in their field. Upon viewing the emergency footage of Zhu Yi, the doctors were collectively rendered speechless. What manner of divine intervention was this? It is said that doctors wrest lives from the clutches of death. Yet how could death so willingly return a soul? Zhu Yi's current state of unconsciousness was evidently a testament to the miraculous prowess of the esteemed healer. After such a harrowing accident, awakening would surely bring immense suffering to the child. Hence, it was decided to allow her to heal in slumber. A medical team was present daily to monitor her vital signs, and based on their assessments, it was projected that within a month, the Zhu family's little princess would not only fully recover, but also experience a transformation in her constitution. Upon learning this, Xie Yutong's gratitude towards Su Mu deepened profoundly. This was also the impetus behind her desire to unite her sister-in-law with Su Mu. In terms of recompense, marrying Zhu Hui would elevate Su Mu to great heights. Regarding mutual benefit, Su Mu's medical expertise would serve as a safeguard for all key figures within the Zhu family. As for Su Mu's identity as a dragon tamer, Xie Yutong regarded it as inconsequential. The Zhu family possessed the stature to make such claims. The illustrious Zhu family of Hongwu had no shortage of ancient martial arts masters, many of whom were formidable. Yet, even they could not achieve what Su Mu had accomplished. Gazing out at the scenery, Xie Yutong's resolve to matchmake Su Mu and Zhu Ruere solidified further. They were at the Zhu family's ancestral estate, Yongla Hall, located at the northern end of the capital's central axis, encompassing over 50,000 square meters with more than 50 standalone courtyards. The estate housed over 900 rooms, each adorned with genuine masterpieces of Eastern artistry. From the perspective of an ordinary individual, the security of the Zhu ancestral home appeared unremarkable. However, it boasted 3 formidable layers of defense, each more terrifying than the last. No one could breach these defenses, at least not at present. Her phone vibrated gently, and upon glancing at it, a smile of amusement graced her lips. Her sister-in-law, whimsical and unpredictable, was bound to bring her brother much to endure. With a smile, she turned to gaze at her daughter, who lay like a little sleeping beauty, and her eyes briefly flashed with a deep-seated resolve. Should anyone dare to harm her daughter, they would not escape her wrath. On the surface, Xie Yutong was a prominent star, her true identity as the esteemed matriarch of the Zhu family concealed from all. She owned a leading entertainment company in the country, managing numerous stars, making her a titan within the industry. Yet, she bore another identity. She commanded the Zhu family's most clandestine force of shadow guards, known as the Genie. This power had originally been under the control of her late husband, Zhu Qingzhao. Following his passing, it was expected that the authority would revert to the family head, Zhu Jiaxin. However, he entrusted the reins to Xie Yutong to safeguard Zhu Yi. This clearly illustrated how cherished Zhu Yi was within the Zhu family. Now, there were those audacious enough to attempt an assassination on Zhu Yi. This room was her sanctuary, a lavish 100 square meters adorned with a bed shaped like a national treasure, appearing both endearing and majestic, crafted from golden silk namu. If collectors outside were aware that the Zhu family had chosen such opulent materials for a little girl, they would surely lament. The mere materials used to construct this bed were worth over 100 million. A long row of bookshelves lined the walls, filled with original fairy tales and literature suitable for children from both Eastern and Western cultures, all in their untranslated forms. The grand floor-to-ceiling windows held 2 exquisite orchid pots, each worth millions, planted in rare Changhua period blue and white porcelain pots of immeasurable value. Such treasures had never circulated in the world, being unique artifacts. Over a decade ago, a teacup-sized Changhua chicken cup had fetched an astronomical price of 300 million at auction. The ceiling of the bedroom was adorned with a custom-designed crystal chandelier, comprised of 3,600 strands, crafted by a world-class design team specifically for Zhu Yi, a fact that had once sparked jealousy in Zhu Ruruei. This chandelier could adjust to various lighting scenarios based on the little mistress's mood, creating settings reminiscent of a fairy tale world, a dreamy sky, or a mysterious ocean. The design fee alone for this luminary was in the millions. The carpet beneath was woven from an extraordinarily rare fur, crafted by over 100 master Persian carpet weavers, taking a year and a half to complete. The value of this precious fur alone was extravagant, with a mere collar fetching a luxurious price of 1 million. Zhu Yi had 4 dedicated maids and 2 nannies, living a life of opulence beyond the imagination of ordinary folk. Xie Yutong gazed at her daughter, fair as jade, with a mixture of affection and resignation, before quietly stepping out. At the entrance, 4 maids stood like statues, hands folded gracefully at their waists, poised and unwavering after standing for over an hour. Xiao Hong, you may take a break. The maids simultaneously bowed, their movements synchronized. Yes, madam. They then filed out, maintaining their distance, their footsteps silent as shadows. These maids were the elite descendants of a lineage that had served the Zhu family for centuries. Though they appeared as mere servants, their families might belong to the upper echelons of society. Xie Yutong traversed through the halls until she reached the back garden of the Zhu ancestral estate, arriving at a modestly dilapidated courtyard. An elderly steward, clad in a black robe, his face lined with wrinkles and hair as white as snow, awaited her arrival. Madam, the family head is expecting you. With a gentle smile for the old steward, Xie Yutong followed him inside. Marriages among the affluent rarely entailed love, even when both parties were handsome and beautiful. Genuine affection was often absent. Interests reigned supreme. However, the Zhu family was an exception. Their stature was unparalleled, even in contemporary society. The Zhu family of Hongwu could rival any so-called elite aristocracy in the West. They were, in every sense, a royal family. At such heights, marital alliances lost much of their significance. This was akin to ancient emperors selecting consorts, preferring to choose from humble origins rather than the daughters of powerful families. The influence of powerful relatives could threaten imperial authority. Xie Yutong and Zhu Qingzhao were a union born of love. As the Zhu family's firstborn son, Zhu Qingzhao held an unassailable position within the family, where the primogeniture system reigned supreme. Regardless of whether Zhu Qingzhao's wife bore him a son, or if he kept 1,000 mistresses and fathered numerous illegitimate children, none would hold inheritance rights. Xie Yutong was his sole wife, and their daughter, Zhu Yi, fundamentally possessed the right of succession within the Zhu family. Although women could not inherit the family estate, this fact alone was enough to drive countless individuals to madness. Chapter 66. The dregs of society as night enveloped the surroundings. Xie Yutong strolled through the small courtyard, her heart astonishingly serene. Just a wall away, it felt as though 2 worlds existed. The courtyard lay untended, overrun with weeds, while a flock of hens foraged in the dim light. Approaching the entrance, the old steward fell back a few steps, gesturing, "Madam, please." Upon entering, The steward stationed himself at the threshold, standing as firm as a spear. Before her lay a remarkably ordinary old-style hall. The worn sofas and weathered walls were unremarkable, yet impeccably clean. An elderly man, slightly hunched and dressed like a humble farmer, sat on the sofa, his eyes closed and a look of bliss on his face as he hummed a tune. Upon entering, Xie Yutong quietly picked up an old blanket covered in lint from the sofa and gently draped it over the man's legs, saying, "Grandfather, you mustn't let your old legs get cold." The old man opened his eyes and smiled apologetically at Xie Yutong. "Yutong, I'm sorry to trouble you." She grasped his gnarled hand and playfully scolded, "Grandfather, what are you saying? This is what I ought to do." The old man, Zhu Jianxin, was the head of the contemporary Zhu family. Who would have imagined that the head of the Hongwu Zhu clan would be an ordinary old farmer? With a sigh, Zhu Jianxin gently patted the back of Xie Yutong's hand and said, "Do as you wish. Take good care of that girl Rue's brother. As for the rest, handle them as you see fit. I will not interfere." Xie Yutong lowered her head and softly replied, "If they intend to harm Yi, I will uproot them completely." Zhu Jianxin nodded, a fierce glint flashing in his murky eyes. Good. He then regarded Xie Yutong thoughtfully, asking, "Have you figured out that boy Sumu?" Xie Yutong nodded and shared what she knew about Sumu, revealing that her information was far more profound than that of the Mok family's young master, Mo Zongheng. At least Mo Zongheng was unaware that Sumu had a godfather in the imperial capital and belonged to a prestigious lineage. He is the grandson of Su Yunkai and is a disciple of the Tianqing sect. This young man is quite the background, worthy of Rui. However, his ambiguous relationships with other girls are concerning. Please inform Mo Zongheng to keep a watchful eye on his sister. Xie Yutong, exasperated, retorted, "Grandfather, what are you doing? It's best if we don't meddle in the affairs of the young. Let nature take its course." Zhu Jianxin snorted, gazing at Xie Yutong with fondness. His eyes slightly dimming as he sighed, "Yutong, you are still young. With so many talented youths in the imperial capital, do not squander your prime years. Rest assured, no matter what, you will always be my Zhu Jianxin's granddaughter-in-law, the matriarch of the Zhu family, and Yi's mother." Xie Yutong's expression suddenly darkened. "Grandfather, all I want is to raise you well." Zhu Jianxin quickly backtracked. "I was wrong. My old mouth is always babbling. Alas, with age, I tend to ramble." After spending over an hour in the old residence's backyard, Xie Yutong finally departed. Stepping out into the night, she retrieved her phone and made a call. "Zhu-san." A respectful voice responded from the other end. "The old servant is here." Xie Yutong's eyes gleamed with determination. "Proceed." After hanging up, she dialed another number. "Hi, May. Organize a large-scale national talent show called Super Singing. There's no limit to the investment. Mobilize all company resources and connections for this endeavor. I expect a detailed implementation plan in 3 days." Following this, she made 7 or 8 more calls. Each call had the potential to create seismic shifts within certain circles. This was the formidable influence of the Zhu family's matriarch. Once she had everything organized, she sent a message to both Zhu Rui and Sumu. To Zhu Rui, she texted, "Grandfather says this boy is worthy of you." To Sumu, she sent, "Brother, my sister has a bad temper. Please take care of her. I'll treat you to a feast later." At that moment, Zhu Rui was enjoying herself immensely, completely oblivious to the gazes of others. With handsome boys and beautiful girls, they drew attention wherever they went. The mall near the school was mostly filled with students who wouldn't recognize the Empress Rui. The notorious Sumu by her side was equally well known. Sumu, however, was uninterested, relieved that Zhu Rui was merely browsing and not buying anything, sparing him from being a human shopping cart. As the time neared for them to leave, Sumu was about to speak when his phone vibrated gently. It was a message from Xie Yutong. After reading it, he pouted and replied with a crying emoji. Zhu Rui's phone chimed shortly after. She glanced at it and blushed, quickly resuming her composure. "All right, it's getting late. Let us go eat," Zhu Rui said with a captivating smile, extending her fair arm towards Sumu. "Are you afraid of getting lost? Don't worry, I'll hold your hand so you won't." Sumu rolled his eyes and retorted, "Aren't you worried about getting back too late and not being able to enter the dorm?" Zhu Rui shrugged nonchalantly. "If I can't go back, then I won't. I have a villa nearby. It's not like I have nowhere to stay." Sumu could only give Zhu Rui a thumbs up. "Girl, you're amazing. With money, you could be so carefree." However, he did feel a twinge of anxiety about encountering the wrong people, which could lead to an awkward situation. After all, he had experienced the students' gossiping prowess before. Sumu, what are you doing? Hearing that voice made Sumu's hair stand on end. He turned to find Professor Ning standing before him with a smile. Sumu felt like crying. Life truly has a way of unexpected encounters. Today, Professor Ning was clad in a light yellow short-sleeved pleated dress, her long hair cascading down her shoulders, making her appear more like a student than a teacher. Her sophisticated aura and alluring figure drew attention wherever she went. Ning Jia, why aren't you going home? Ning Yin approached him with a charming smile. I was originally going to head home after class, but decided to buy some things. Since I ran into you all, let us go home together, Rurue. It's in a while. Zhu Rurue scoffed inwardly. Together? Oof. With a beaming smile, she took Ning Yan's hand. Ning Jia, you really have a short memory. I attended your class just the other day. By the way, my sister mentioned she wants me to learn from you. Sumu felt like dying. Was the battle of wits beginning already? Ning Yin chuckled inwardly while maintaining her facade. Then you must come to listen more often. My classes are quite interesting. Aren't they, Sumu? Sumu. Professor Ning, that's not fair. When have I ever attended your class? Please, I beg you, just let this. In the distance, another cheerful voice rang out. Sumu, you big pig trotter. Sumu stumbled. She was here. She was here. With a bright smile, Mo Lyosu dashed toward Sumu like a cheerful little oriole. Zhu Rurue and Ning Yin seemed to share a silent understanding, instinctively moving slightly closer together, effectively blocking the path between Mo Lyosu and Sumu. A minute later, this classic scene ignited a frenzy on the Danyang University Forum. Everyone erupted with excitement. 3 women vying for 1 man. Teacher-student rivalry? Scoundrel, truly a scoundrel. Kidnap Sumovanti Tokrai. Did he step out without checking the calendar today? But didn't he matter? He found a nearby restaurant and said before entering, wait for me 2 minutes. Suhui Montakyuzu. And Ning Yin turned and stared at him without a word, their sparkling eyes conveying threats, grievances, and amusement. Hey, I won't run away. I'm just going to buy a lottery ticket. After all, today's luck is unparalleled. Ning Yin was the first to break into laughter, turning to enter the restaurant. Mo Yosu and Zhu Ruirue exchanged glances. Mo Yosu, with a haughty hum, scampered after Professor Ning. Sister Ning, wait for me. Mo Yosu had escalated from fighting alone to forming alliances. Zhu Ruirue, with her strikingly long legs, followed at a leisurely pace, her mind a whirl of thoughts. Montak Yuzu, do you know that Sister Ning is my sister-in-law's cousin? No matter how much you try to curry favor, it's all in vain. For a princess of a prominent family, her class determined her perspective, far surpassing that of ordinary girls. Matters of love and affection were mere child's play in her eyes. The first time they met at the hot pot restaurant and made a bet, it was because she had learned from her sister-in-law that her little niece had been miraculously saved by Sumu. Her sister-in-law had even recognized him as a brother. This piqued Zhu Ruirue's curiosity. More importantly, her sister-in-law had hinted at matching her with Sumu, which made her somewhat resentful. Thus, her aim that day was to embarrass Sumu. Instead, she ended up embarrassing herself. As events spiraled out of control, Zhu Rui's mindset shifted subtly. Though she was well-versed in the theory of romantic relationships, she lacked practical experience. The rash mistake she made ignited a chemical reaction in her heart. Now, even her grandfather had spoken highly of Sumu, indicating that he was indeed commendable. The Zhu family's formidable background was well known to Zhu Ruirue. Her grandfather would never make such a statement lightly. She felt a peculiar sensation, like a swan in the sky, looking down on all others, considering them as nothing. But one day, the swan landed and encountered a toad, a species she had never seen before, and became deeply intrigued. This was her feeling toward Sumu. Now, discovering that the toad was in disguise only heightened her interest. Regardless, she could not afford to lose face. The fire of battle burned in Zhu Ruirue's heart. Unfortunately, the 3 beauties waited in the restaurant for a long time, but Sumu never showed up. After more than 10 minutes, Ning Yin couldn't help but laugh. All right, let's order our own meals. The guy's run off. Indeed, Sumu had left. After buying a lottery ticket, he vanished. When he returned home, President Yi barely acknowledged him, only inquiring briefly about the renovation before locking herself in her study to continue working. The Yi Corporation had restructured into the Yi Holding Group, making her both the chairman and general manager. The weight on her shoulders had multiplied. She had to manage external communications, reassign internal positions, and handle the upheaval caused by the restructuring. There was no time to bother with Su Mu. Assistant Su was content with the peace, taking a shower, frying a couple of eggs, and making a bowl of noodles. After eating, he sneaked into the second-floor bedroom, taking Ning Yan's laptop. Lying in bed, he browsed the Dongyang University forum. As expected, the forum was abuzz. The third post was particularly lively. The video of Mo Liusu lunging at him, only to be blocked by Ning Yan and Zhu Ruiwei, had over 30,000 views. This was all within less than 2 hours. The comments were fervent, making Su Mu feel increasingly agitated. Unbeknownst to him, turning off his phone would nearly cause a regrettable incident. Back at Ning Yan's, the three beauties, for some reason, started drinking. Surprisingly, they all had decent alcohol tolerance. The drinking session lasted until almost 11 p.m. By the end, they were all slightly tipsy. Zhu Ruiwei and Mo Liusu had rosy cheeks but were still clear-headed, while Ning Yan felt a bit unwell. Liusu, Ruiwei, I'll take you back to your dorms. I won't drive. I'll take a taxi home. Mo Liusu clung to her arm, giggling. Sister Ning, why don't you stay at my place? I have a spacious house here. And Sumu has been there too. Ning Yan smiled, feeling a slight pang in her heart. No, I'll go back. Ruiwei, what about you? Zhu Ruiwei, with a lollipop in her mouth, which she had a waiter buy for her during the drinking, huffed. I won't go back to the dorm either. Sister Yan, you stayed at my villa before, right? When my sister-in-law came, you stayed there for a few days. Stay with me tonight. Kie Yutong, Ning Yan's Kosin, was Zhu Ruiwei's sister-in-law. They were somewhat related. Ning Yan's grandfather, Master Ning Qingyuan, was often a guest of the Zhu family in the capital. However, Ning Yan's aloof personality and Zhu Ruiwei's quirky nature made them rarely in sync, so their relationship was lukewarm. Ning Yan smiled and glared at Zhu Ruiwei. I'll leave you two then. Go back to your places. I'm going now. After bidding farewell, Ning Yan intended to hail a taxi, but remembered she had tomorrow's lesson materials in her car. She took the elevator to the mall's underground parking. Unexpectedly, a black van without license plates screeched to a halt in front of her. Before she could react, two masked men jumped out. One covered her mouth, while the other grabbed her arm and dragged her into the van. The van was parked in a blind spot, out of the surveillance camera's range. Ning Yan, sober by fear, shouted, "Who are you?" The two burly men remained silent. The driver, wearing sunglasses and a mask, turned and grinned. "Beauty, we're just doing our job. Sit quietly and don't scream. We won't touch you, but if you do, we'll have our way with you right here." Ning Yan had never faced such a situation. She never imagined she would be kidnapped. But now that it had happened, she couldn't just give up. Unfortunately, her phone was in her handbag, which the kidnappers had thrown onto the front seat. As the van drove out of the parking lot, she forced herself to remain calm. "Gentlemen, I have a lot of money. Billions are no problem. My grandfather is Ning Qingyuan. You must have heard of him. His paintings sell for $1 billion. If anything happens to me, have you considered the consequences?" The two men were clearly stunned. The driver was also taken aback. Billions? Damn. They were told she was just a regular teacher. Ning Yan, suddenly understanding, asked in shock and anger. "Was it Mu Qingyang who sent you?" The driver swerved, nearly hitting another car. Chapter 68. Even a pea can cause trouble. Su Mu liked to sleep naked. After browsing the forum, he had just undressed and was about to turn off the lights when the door was suddenly opened. President Yi, in a panic, rushed in. She was wearing a thin, light beige camisole, crying as she threw herself into Su Mu's arms. The impact. Well, Su Mu let out a pleasurable groan and instinctively embraced her. The sensation was so stimulating that he nearly bled on the spot. But now is not the time for such thoughts. "Little Yi, what's wrong? What happened?" President Yi clung to Su Mu's bare torso, crying. "Su Mu, Sister Yan has been kidnapped. Please go save her. She can't be hurt." The news was like a thunderbolt. Su Mu's eyes widened, and he pushed President Yi away, dressing quickly. What happened? Only then did President Yi realize he was naked, feeling both ashamed and heartbroken. She covered her eyes and cried even harder. "You scoundrel, why aren't you wearing clothes?" I don't know. In less than 10 seconds, Su Mu donned his attire and glanced at his phone, only to slap himself hard across the face upon realizing it was powered off. As he descended the stairs, he activated the device, discovering several messages from Yi Xiao, accompanied by a location coordinate. With no time to comfort President Yi, he seized his car keys and dashed into the garage. Half a minute later, the roar of President Ye's Aston Martin echoed as it sped away. Answering Yi Xiao's call, Su Mu barked coldly. Why haven't you taken action? Yi Zhao's voice came through with a scoff. How would you know I haven't acted? If I hadn't would you have received the coordinates? Stunned into silence, Su Mu's frustration boiled over as he cursed. What I meant was you should have rescued her directly. Yi Zhao chucked it. That scene isn't suitable for my presence. It's best that you hurry. Don't let that girl be stripped bare, or you'll be at a loss. With that, Yi Zhao abruptly ended the call. Su Mu felt a wave of relief wash over him. As long as there was no threat to life, other matters could be handled. However, his relief was quickly engulfed by a torrent of rage. If Yi Zhao wasn't taking action, it was evident the adversaries were mere lowlifes unworthy of his intervention. But if they were indeed after a woman, the individuals behind Professor Ning's kidnapping would soon reveal themselves. It was the very man he had encountered at Danyang University's office building. Su Mu pressed the accelerator, unleashing the full power of the Aston Martin. Mu Qingyan, you are doomed. Meanwhile, Ning Yin found herself in an opulent room, adorned with soundproofing and dominated by a large bed that spanned 2 meters in width. In each corner of the room, cameras whirred ominously. Ning Yin was thrown onto the bed, her hands bound behind her, her clothing disheveled, and her hair a chaotic mess. Clearly a result of fierce struggle. Lolling on a strangely designed armchair was a handsome man clad in a bathrobe, none other than Mu Qingyang, who had persistently pursued Ning Yin. Had it been only him, Ning Yin might not have felt such a surge of anger and humiliation. Beside him stood a burly man, entirely naked, arms crossed, leering at Ning Yin with an appallingly lascivious gaze. Ning Yin managed a bitter smile before regaining her composure, furrowing her brow as she addressed Mu Qingyang. Do you know who my grandfather is? Mu Qingyang leaned forward, a greedy grin plastered on his face. Of course, your grandfather is Ning Qingyi, and your father is a distinguished professor at the Imperial Capital University. But it matters not who your grandfather is, even if he were the President of the United States. Tonight, I will enjoy you thoroughly. And then he produced a packet of powder, casually pouring it into a nearby cup of water. This little substance requires just a pinch to turn a virtuous woman into a wanton one. Once I compile these videos and present them to your grandfather or release them online, your Professor Ning will become a notorious figure. Ning Yin trembled with rage. Shameless. Mu Qingyang laughed derisively. Ning Yin, there are far worse things to come. Soon, you will discover the exquisite pleasures of being a woman. Ning Yan's heart plummeted into despair. Her complexion drained of color. There seemed no escape. If these brutes defiled her, there would be no reason to live. The thought of those videos circulating would devastate her father and grandfather. The only option left was to end her own life. Yet she knew that biting her tongue would not guarantee death. To be violated and drug on top of that, Ning Yin was overwhelmed with revulsion. Mu Qingyan, seemingly aware of her thoughts, taunted, "Don't even think about dying. Even if you were to throw yourself against the wall, I wouldn't let you go. While you're still warm, I'll ensure you enjoy every moment on the road to the underworld." Ning Yin fell into utter despair. Just as Mu Qingyang rose to remove his bathrobe, a light laugh rang out. How utterly grotesque. Do you dare to expose yourself? Upon hearing that voice, Ning Yin felt a surge of hope, her eyes igniting with color. However, Mu Qingyang was struck with fear. Who is there? The other naked man hastily retrieved a pistol from beneath the armchair, swiftly loading it. The door creaked as it was wrenched open from outside. Su Mu peered in with a grin, seemingly oblivious to the gun aimed at him. Hey, take it easy. Don't fire. Ning Yin was utterly mortified and could only kick Su Mu forcefully, snatching the car keys from his hand and covering her face as she ran towards the distant vehicle. Su Mu, after a moment's thought, hurriedly followed. The two beasts in the room could be left to Yi Zhao. Killing them would be too merciful. Their best fate would be to be sold to the farthest, poorest parts of Africa. Mining? That was too optimistic. A promising career awaited them, collecting debts in the tens of billions. Ever since Su Mu left, Yi Wanqiu had been huddled on the sofa, her heart in her throat, her mind in a daze. If anything were to happen to Ning Yin, she would go mad. Ning Yan's identity was too sensitive. Her grandfather was the esteemed master Ning Qingyuan, and her cousin was the famous actress Xie Yutong. Xie Yutong's celebrity status was one thing, but her identity as the wife of the Zhu family's eldest son was truly terrifying. If anything happened to Ning Yin, the entire Danyang would be in turmoil. Yi Wanqiu could never have imagined that someone would kidnap Ning Yin. As the minutes ticked by, she wanted to call Su Mu but dared not. Nor did she dare to tell her grandfather. The kidnappers had explicitly stated that she could only inform Su Mu. Initially, she thought it was a prank, but when she called Ning Yin, the phone was either unanswered or turned off, just as Yi Wanxiu was on the verge of breakdown. The sound of a car finally came from the entrance. She was overjoyed, running to the door barefoot. As soon as the door opened, Su Mu greeted her with a smile, waving, "It's all right, a false alarm. Help Professor Ning inside. I'll park the car." When Su Mu returned to the living room after parking, he found President Yi angrily waving her fists, shouting, "Scum! Beasts! If it were me, I would have castrated them on the spot. Call the police. What are you waiting for, the new year?" President Yi was still wearing the same thin, revealing nightgown, which barely covered her bottom and left her chest heaving, making Su Mu drool. He quickly covered his eyes, saying, all right, it's late, and everyone is safe. I'll handle the rest. Little Yi, be mindful of your appearance. There's a man in the house." Ning Yin, who had been crying, now burst into laughter, glaring at Su Mu before turning to Yi Wanxiu. "Go put on a coat. Some people's eyes are about to pop out." President Yi, realizing the situation, immediately covered her chest, her face flushed as she shouted, "Don't look." Su Mu huffed, grimacing, "You can look at me, but I can't look at you. Besides, I've already seen everything." President Yi, utterly humiliated, stamped her foot, screaming, "Don't say it." Her stomp only lifted the hem of her nightgown, revealing even more. Su Mu's heart raced, and 2 streams of blood shot from his nose. He angrily covered his nose, cursing as he stumbled up the stairs. "You're too much, woman. If you don't want to be seen, don't wear something so provocative. If you don't want me to talk, don't provoke me." Seeing Su Mu's hunched figure as he covered his face, President Yi felt a strange sense of pride. I don't believe I can't tempt you. Am I not attractive enough?" Back in his room, Su Mu first stopped the bleeding, then took a refreshing shower. He then sent a few messages to Yi Xiao. Soon, detailed information about Mu Qingyang and his family was sent to his phone. Mu Qingyang's father, Mu Tianbua, was a powerful figure in Danyang, with a family business in real estate. Mu Qingyang, a few years older than Ning Yan, was a teacher at the Danyang University of Fine Arts, known for his poor reputation. 3 years ago, he was embroiled in a scandal for forcing a student to sleep with him in exchange for a diploma. His father, Mu Tianbua, intervened, using money to make the student retract her accusation, claiming she had a mental illness. In Danyang University, many staff members knew Mu Qingyang was a despicable man. He had been pursuing Ning Yan for years, partly because she was the most beautiful teacher at the university and partly to connect with Ning Qingyuan. Being the grandson-in-law of the renowned master Ning Qingyuan and a painter himself, he could achieve great things. With Ning Qingyuan's connections, the Mu family could soar to new heights, making the 4 great families of Danyang bow to them. Tonight, he had acted so recklessly, believing he had a firm grip on the cultural elite. He had humiliated Ning Yan and filmed it, thinking she would be under his control. Yi Zhao's message also revealed that Mu Tianbua was the true mastermind behind the plot. As Su Mu was about to send a message to President Yi, she pushed the door open. Her gaze was like 2 sharp knives, and her eyes soon filled with tears. "Su Mu, I was so scared. If it weren't for you." Su Mu, lying on the bed, stared blankly, but President Yi glared at him, biting her lip. "You jerk, don't you know, to hug me?" Su Mu, delighted, laughed and sprang up, embracing her and planting a kiss on her forehead. "Little Yi, you asked for it. Don't pinch me. By the way, aren't you afraid I might be naked again? You. Why don't you just die?" President Yi reached to pinch him, but then wiped her tears. "Tonight, did you bully Sister Yin?" Su Mu was startled. "How did I bully her? Don't say such things. You jerk, if you ever cheat on her, I'll never forgive you." "What did you say?" Su Mu pretended not to hear, turning his head. President Yi spat, her face flushed, but her voice gentle. "Su Mu, can you call me Little Yi from now on?" Su Mu, feeling a surge of pride, said, "Well, at the company, I should still call you President Yi. After all, I'm just your assistant." "No, you must call me Little Yi, no matter what. Even when we're old and toothless, you must call me Little Yi." Su Mu shivered, but his heart fluttered. "Little girl, you think so far ahead. How can I ever let you go?" Chapter 70. Do you know who I am? Mu Tianbua was distracted today. Long ago, he knew his son, Mu Qingyang, was pursuing a teacher named Ning Yan. After seeing her photo, Mu Tianbua couldn't help but salivate. What a rare beauty. Unfortunately, his son, despite his efforts, had made no progress. Upon learning of Ning Yan's background and that she was the granddaughter of the world-renowned artist Ning Qingyuan, Mu Tianbua's thoughts became more ambitious. If the Mu family could marry into the Ning family, they would prosper. A few days ago, Mu Qingyang, enraged, returned home. claiming Ning Yin had another man. Mu Tianhua then suggested a plan. Abduct and sleep with her, then use a video as leverage. Cultural people, especially with Ning Qingyuan's reputation, would never make a fuss. For days, Mu Tianhua had been having Ning Yin followed, but there was no opportunity. Last night, the plan finally succeeded. Mu Tianhua had even considered participating, but decided it was better to wait, as they had the video as leverage. However, after a night, there was no word from his son. He initially presumed that his son had merely grown tired from play. For who could resist the allure of such a beauty? If he were in his son's position, he would willingly exhaust himself in the embrace of that enchanting figure. Early one morning, his reverie was abruptly interrupted by a phone call from his secretary. Her once dulcet tone had morphed into one of urgency. President Mu, it's dire. A large group from the tax bureau has arrived, claiming they wish to conduct an audit. Startled, Mu Tianhua sprang from his bed. Who are they? Inquire further, and tell them I'm a friend of their superior. In Danyang, Mu Tianhua was a significant figure, adept at navigating both the shadows and the light. Having amassed his wealth not solely through honest dealings, his network was extensive, and he was accustomed to receiving advance warnings of any impending troubles, managing to evade scrutiny each time. His secretary, her voice laced with distress, replied, "It's no use, President Mu. They stated that if we do not open the door within 10 minutes, they will call the police to force entry." Furious, Mu Tianhua exclaimed, "Who dares to tread upon my territory? Just wait." After hanging up, he hastily dialed another number, but the line was dead. His heart sank. This number belonged to a crucial ally within his network. Growing increasingly agitated, he contacted his secretary again. "Delay them. I will arrive shortly." The secretary's voice trembled as she lamented, "President Mu, they've already notified the police. They will break down the door in 5 minutes, and I cannot hold them off." Enraged, he thundered into the phone, "If you can't manage it, then perhaps you should perish. I'll sell you off to Africa." He quickly dialed another number. "Xiao Wang, where's your boss? I've been trying to reach him, but the line is dead." Xiao Wang chuckled softly on the other end. "President Mu, my apologies, but the boss has been invited for tea." Mu Tianhua's heart plummeted. In the political realm, tea was a euphemism for trouble. He rushed to the office, only to find his stunning secretary grappling with the door, refusing to allow the tax official's entry, while his other employees cowered nearby, paralyzed with fear. He hurried over, plastering on a smile. Wait. I am Mu Tianhua. May I ask your name?" The opposing official regarded him with a calm demeanor, a hint of derision in their eyes, remaining silent. "Comrade, I have conducted my business honestly for many years without issue. Please consider." The official smiled faintly. "Then why are you afraid?" Mu Tianhua felt the anger boiling within him. Normally, he would not even grant such a person the privilege of speaking in his presence. His expression darkened as he glared at the official, threatening. "Do you know who I am?" The official maintained their placid demeanor. At that moment, Mu Tianhua's phone rang again. It was a vice president from his company. "Boss, we have a serious problem." Frustrated, Mu Tianhua demanded, "What has happened?" The vice president stammered. "Both of our new developments have been sealed off due to alleged forgery of documents. These two projects represented an investment of at least 10 billion. All of Mu Tianhua's efforts. If sealed, bankruptcy awaited him. This was a far graver issue than an audit. Almost collapsing, he was again interrupted by another call, this time from the bank president who had previously lent him money. "Old Mu, the 5 billion we lent you has substantial procedural flaws. You are suspected of fraud. You must return the funds, along with interest, by 6 o'clock this evening. If I do not receive it, prepare for the bank to seize your assets." The news struck Mu Tianhua like a thunderclap. If he was still oblivious to the situation, he would not have survived in this business for so long. Someone was orchestrating his downfall, and they were intent on obliterating him. The onslaught of this assault was both sudden and brutal, leaving him no time to react. The bank president hung up, and moments later, a throng of officials arrived, firefighters, health inspectors, and enforcement officers, all united in their mission. To Mu Tianhua, these individuals had once seemed inconsequential, yet they now appeared with an air of unwavering authority. Devoid of compassion, panic set in. He ordered the company gates shut and hesitantly retrieved a number from his phone, deliberating for a moment before dialing. The call rang for over 30 seconds before a slender, somewhat sunken-eyed young man chuckled, and upon discerning that the young master was not displeased, he remarked, "It all depends on the young master's schedule for today. We wouldn't want to interfere with his rendezvous with a young princess of the Zhu family." The other two young men nodded in agreement. The young master in the center was none other than Li Chengming, the third-generation heir of one of the 9 great families of the Inner Sea, the Li family. The other 4 were all scions of second-rate aristocratic families in the capital. Sun Jia, the second son of the Sun family, was well regarded in the social circles of the capital. Ruan Yunfei, whose grandfather held a high position in the capital, came from a family of considerable influence. Yi Jianfeng, the heir to the Yi group, though his family was only a second-rate clan, wielded significant power in both politics and business. Han Ziyuan, though the lowest status among the group, was the most favored by Li Chengming. The Han family, though only a third-rate clan in the capital, had a long history of service to the Zhu family, a legacy that no one dared to underestimate. At the heart of this group was, naturally, Li Chengming. The Inner Sea was home to many families, but the most elite were always the 9 great families. These 9 families, with their power and influence spanning government, business, and the military, were as if they could pluck the stars from the sky. Even in the capital, Li Chengming was among the top young masters. Not only was he of noble birth, but he also held several doctoral degrees, making him the chosen successor to the Li family. I think I'll give Ruwei a call. Once we settle in, I must accompany the young princess, or else, if she gets angry, I'll be in trouble, Li Chengming said, a gentle and refined smile on his face, as if the young princess were right in front of him. Li Chengming was not yet 30. He was only 26, making him several years younger than the other heirs of similar standing. Though others praised him for his steady demeanor, he was, after all, a young man who had not yet faced many trials. The capital's aristocratic circles were abuzz with rumors of his relationship with the young princess of the Zhu family, a matter of envy for many. Even his entourage praised him. Young master, you're amazing. You managed to win the young princess without even making a sound. Of course, who wouldn't be impressed by our young master? No matter how noble the young princess of the Zhu family is, she still has to listen to our young master. Li Chengming, with a more reserved expression, said, "Don't speak like that in front of Ruwei." He then, in the presence of everyone, dialed the number, though he'd only called it twice and exchanged no more than a few words. The phone rang for over 30 seconds, but no one answered. This was awkward. Li Chengming's expression remained unchanged, but his eyes betrayed his displeasure. Sun Jia quickly said, "The young princess must be getting ready to welcome our young master." The others hurriedly agreed. In truth, they all knew the reason for Li Chengming's visit. They had seen the video of Zhu Ruwei kissing Su Mu, but they dared not mention it in front of Li Chengming. Finally, the call was answered. Li Chengming's face lit up, and he called out gently, "Ruwei." On the other end, a cold, almost indifferent voice replied, "Who is this? How dare you call me by my name? State your identity, or you won't know how you died." Li Chengming's smile froze. Moments ago, he had been boasting, and now he was being rebuked. His entourage exchanged glances, not daring to speak, but secretly amused. Indeed, when she gets angry, you're in trouble. Li Chengming, true to his heritage, quickly regained his composure and continued in a gentle tone, "You're so playful. It's me, your brother Chengming." Zhu Ruwei, on the other hand, was taken aback. She had been about to curse, but instead, she said, "Who the hell are you, brother Chengming? Do I even know you? You have the nerve to call me by name when your family is trying to force us into a relationship without my consent?" The Li and Zhu families had recently entered into a trillion-yuan business deal, leading to speculation that the young princess of the Zhu family might marry into the Li family. The Li family, naturally, was eager for this, and the rumors only grew, reaching the point of a shotgun wedding. When the video of Zhu Ruwei kissing Su Mu surfaced, the Li family could no longer remain indifferent. Damn, this is a slap in the face. Who is this guy? Holding the Mo family's young lady and kissing the Zhu family's young princess? This is trampling on the Li family's face over and over. They could not stand for this. They had to take action. And so, Li Chengming came to Danyang. The capital was a place of intrigue, where even the slightest disturbance could trigger a major upheaval. While the Li family was in turmoil, the Mo family remained unperturbed, as if nothing had happened. The contrasting attitudes of the two families had many people watching closely. Li Chengming's trip to Danyang was crucial. If he dealt with Su Mu and the young princess did not react, it would indicate the Zhu family's willingness to marry her into the Li family. If, however, she intervened, the Li family would lose face. "Oh, it's my brother Chengming. Why are you calling me? Do you miss me?" Li Chengming, feeling as if he had gone from hell to heaven, became even more tender. "I've arrived in Danyang. What would you like to eat tonight?" Zhu Ruwei, though her face was cold, replied in a sweet voice. Tonight? I'm sorry, Brother Qingming. I have plans with a classmate. We've already made arrangements. Goodbye. She hung up. Li Qingming, stunned, stared at the phone, a surge of anger rising within him. Su? A classmate? Damn that wretched woman. Li Qingming felt as if he had swallowed a swarm of flies, his heart filled with disgust. Chapter 72. Your little girl misses you at 3 in the afternoon. Su Mu, the man responsible for the demise of the Mu family, was sitting at the clinic's entrance. He had a blade of grass in his mouth, plucked from a nearby flower bed, and his eyes roamed, searching for attractive legs. Professor Ning, having been severely frightened, had taken 3 days off. President Yi, too busy to take a break, took Professor Ning to the company. As for leaving Professor Ning with Su Mu, President Yi was not entirely comfortable with the idea. It was like leaving a rabbit with a wolf. Thus, Su Mu was sent to the clinic to oversee the work. Yang Qing, upon seeing his senior, was extremely enthusiastic, offering tea and water, and doing everything he could to please Su Mu. As for the group of hooligans led by Zhu, they worked tirelessly today, even when there was nothing to move. The street outside the clinic was swept every half hour, so clean that passers-by felt guilty to walk on it. The neighboring businesses praised them, calling them the best neighbors in Danyang, with such high moral standards. Even Su Mu felt a bit moved and thought about recruiting them to prevent them from bullying others. Look, they work without pay and even bring their own water. How nice. He decided not to be too stingy. Su Mu stood up and said to one of the hooligans, You, take 2 of your brothers and follow me. The hooligan, overjoyed, called 2 companions and followed Su Mu into a nearby convenience store. Zhu, with his arm in a sling, and the other hooligans, watched enviously as their lucky companions followed Su Mu. Zhu had worked especially hard today, hoping to make a good impression on Su Mu. Soon, the 3 hooligans returned, each carrying 2 cases of bottled water. Brothers, the young master is treating us, they exclaimed, thrilled, though the water was only a few dollars a bottle. It was a sign of appreciation and recognition. Oh, how can I bear to drink it? A devoted subordinate of Zhu Laoda eagerly opened a bottle of water and handed it over, only to receive a swift kick from Zhu Laoda. Who the hell told you to open it? I want to show off. In Zhu Laoda's eyes, Su Xiao was undoubtedly an extraordinary figure. He must be the scion of some prestigious family in the capital, disguising himself as a mere driver for the sake of love. Otherwise, how could the head of the Bai family appear like a quail in front of Su Xiao? This conviction was further solidified when he overheard a phone conversation of Su Mu not long ago. Old Chu, thank you for your hard work. Ensure the person arrives safely in Africa without being bullied. Inform Zhao Mu Ting, by Zihua, and Qin Peiyong that if this task is executed beautifully, I'll treat them to skewers when I have time. Zhu Laoda nearly soiled himself on the spot. Zhao Mu Ting, by Zihua, Qin Peiyong. 3 individuals? Well, I fancied myself well-traveled, but in front of Su Xiao, I am nothing but a frog at the bottom of a well. The total for 6 boxes of water came to 520. Su Mu weighed the remaining balance, feeling a pang of regret. Had he known, he would have opted for the 1 yuan bottles. As he gazed at the cashier, he flashed what he believed to be his most charming smile and mischievously remarked, Little sister, you look much cuter today than yesterday. Did you eat something adorable? The young cashier, flustered by the handsome yet mischievous stranger's attention, blushed deeply, her freckles seemingly dancing upon her nose. Shyly glancing at Su Mu, she lowered her head and asked, Did you see me yesterday? Su Mu seized the opportunity, grinning widely to reveal his pearly whites. How could I not? I was nearby, planning to open a clinic. If you ever feel unwell, you can come to me, and I'll help you with your ailments. The freckled beauty's face flushed crimson, and her large, sparkling eyes gazed adoringly at Su Mu, nearly causing her to swoon. Wow, you're a doctor? My mom always said I should marry a doctor. Su Mu felt a shiver run down his spine. For the sake of a few dozen yuan, he had inadvertently made the young girl's heart flutter. Would he still be able to navigate this area in the future? Never mind, he would pay and leave. He raised his phone with a faint smile. Scan the code. The young lady shyly replied, 520, you could just give 500. Su Mu shook his head vigorously. 520 is much luckier. No need to reduce it. Goodbye. Upon exiting the convenience store, he let out a relieved sigh, then leisurely returned to the entrance, preparing to sit down and continue admiring the long legs when a pink Rolls-Royce Dawn slowly came to a stop at the curb. He looked up and was instantly mesmerized. A girl, stunningly beautiful and as pure as a summer lotus, with an enchanting smile, leapt from the car and dashed toward him. Sumu, your little girl has missed you so much. A group of ruffians and construction workers stood dumbfounded. Even Gong Yanqing couldn't help but mutter, this kid. Oh no, my senior brother's luck with women is simply too good. I need to give Ning Qingyuan a heads up. With such a wonderful son-in-law, he mustn't mess this up. Mo Yosu's attire today was simply breathtaking. She had completely transformed from her previous innocent white garb into the embodiment of a pure, beautiful girl. Sporting hot pants, a tank top, and a bun atop her head, with a pair of pristine white sneakers, she epitomized simplicity and beauty, surpassing countless others. It wasn't until Mo Yosu leapt into his arms and clung to his arm that Su Mu snapped back to reality, blurting out, "You look beautiful today." Mo Yosu's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue as she shyly lowered her head. "I dressed this way for you." Sumwe's heart raced. Could this be infatuation? A scoundrel like him. How could he not be taken by such exquisite beauty? He averted his gaze, only to be met with a delightful sight that made his heart skip a beat. Mo Yosu noticed his wandering eyes and, blushing, pinched him, playfully scolding. "Big pig's hoof, you aren't allowed to look." In the distance, within a black sedan, Aunt Shui's expression darkened ominously, wishing she could leap out and give Sumu a good thrashing. Their young lady had always been well-behaved, never stepping out of line. Since meeting this scoundrel, however, her transformation had been nothing short of dramatic. In just a few days, it was as if the world had turned upside down. In this outfit, if she returned to the Mo family, she would surely cause quite the commotion. Moreover, the young lady had never demanded materialistic things. She even earned her own money playing the piano. How wonderful. But now, this pink Rolls-Royce had been sent over by the young master via private jet from the capital just the night before. The young lady had a driver's license, and this was her first time on the road, having driven here herself, all to impress this scoundrel. Though Aunt Shui was merely a bodyguard, she had long regarded Mo Yosu as her own child. At that moment, the freckled cashier stepped outside to catch some fresh air and sneak a peek at Sumu. Upon exiting, she witnessed the scene of Mo Yosu embracing Sumu, and her heart shattered into a million pieces. Chapter 73. A woman should not be kept too close. Mo Yosu drove the car with the top down, laughing exuberantly. "Sumu, doesn't your little girl look pretty today?" Sumu, sitting in the passenger seat, was somewhat distracted. "It's all right." "Oomph." Mo Yosu, biting her lip in frustration, pressed the accelerator. From the moment Sumu got in the car, he sensed that Mo Yosu was somewhat inexperienced behind the wheel. With that sudden surge of speed, he felt his life flash before his eyes. "Slow down. How long have you been driving?" Mo Yosu pouted adorably. "This is only the third time I've been on the road." Sumu immediately softened his gaze and gently asked, "How about you ask me that question again?" Mo Yosu, gripping the steering wheel tightly, ground her teeth in anger. "You actually underestimated me? That is infuriating." Just as she finished speaking, she shyly inquired again, "Do I look pretty today?" Sumu adopted a serious expression and nodded emphatically. "Beautiful. Absolutely stunning. Am I prettier than Zhu Ruerue? Who is Zhu Ruerue? How dare anyone compare with my little girl? Let her go play elsewhere. Hey, hey, hey. What about Professor Ning and President Yi? Are they prettier than me? They? In my eyes, they're not beautiful at all." Sumu silently thought to himself. Those two are sensual and beautiful. How could a little girl like you even begin to compare? Mo Yosu finally burst into laughter. The surrounding cars cautiously steered clear of them. What Sumu didn't know was that the Rolls-Royce Dawn was equipped with a state-of-the-art eavesdropping system. On the other end of the system, far away in the capital, sat Mo Zongheng, facing a middle-aged man with an elegant demeanor and handsome features, somewhat resembling him. Beside him stood Uncle Yuan, dressed in traditional robes, his posture as straight as a spear. Next to the middle-aged man sat a poised and dignified middle-aged woman. This couple were Mo Zongheng's parents, Mo Ruhai and Chuan-yi. The expressions on their faces were quite telling. Mo Zongheng's knuckles turned white from the tension. Mo Ruhai frowned slightly, casting a reproachful glance at his son. "Listen to what they are saying? This scoundrel has managed to wrap your sister around his finger." Sighing, he continued, "A woman should not be kept too close. Zongheng, you must keep an eye on your sister. If this continues, what will become of her? Who's this kid anyway?" Chuan-yi, however, chuckled softly and playfully swatted her husband's hand, chiding, "It's only natural for a girl to develop feelings for a boy. As long as she doesn't go overboard, why be so strict?" Mo Ruhai snorted in response. but Chuan picked up a document in front of her, glancing at it while saying, "The dragon tamer identity certainly adds a layer of complexity. Is it true that he plays the piano so well?" Gave a bitter smile and remarked, "Mother, this young man is truly an enigma. As far as I know, there was a piano solo by Richard Clayderman at the Golden Hall in Vienna one year, and they eventually invited a mysterious masked guest. I have found a video, and he is of masterful caliber. You have also seen the videos of him singing. However, he shook his head and smiled faintly. He possesses extraordinary medical skills, and apart from being a bit of a philanderer, I can't find any real flaws. If Leosi genuinely likes him, he might indeed be a good match." S expression darkened. "I absolutely disallow it." Laughed and said, "Father, did you know that the young princess of the Zhu family has already gained the tacit approval of old Master Zhu to pursue this young man?" Was taken aback. "How is that possible?" Merely smiled enigmatically. Was equally astonished. In the capital, which family could claim the enduring legacy of the Zhu family, unyielding for centuries? Moreover, they were once of royal descent. The Zhu family's princess, to put it bluntly, had reached the pinnacle of what mere mortals could aspire to. The emperor's daughter would also face difficulty in finding a suitable match. Whoever she married would be considered a step down unless it were the Habsburg family in the West. Quite possibly, only that family could rival the Hongwu Zhu family. However, that was utterly impossible. A Zhu daughter marrying a foreigner? The Zhu family is an epitome of pride. Struggled to contain his shock and asked, "Why?" Shook his head with a smile. "I would like to know as well. By the way, father, you have met Ning Yan. Her grandfather is Ning Qingyuan. It is said that Uncle Ning Erxian specifically visited Su Mu, jokingly referring to him as a worthy son-in-law. Uncle Ning seems quite fond of him." As anger flared. "What does Ning Erxian want? He competed with me for your mother back in the day, and now he aims to compete with me for a son-in-law?" Blushed and then burst into laughter while awkwardly smiled. Ning Yan suffered from a terminal illness, which Su Mu cured. Moreover, the Zhu family's eldest daughter, a famous star, was involved in a car accident in Donyang and was declared dead. It was Su Mu who miraculously saved her. And Xie Yutong not only acknowledged him as her younger brother, but also presented him with the Hongwu plaque from the Zhu family. At this revelation, both sat up straight, stunned. Reproached his son, "Why didn't you mention this sooner?" Was equally taken aback. In the capital, he hardly regarded his contemporaries with any esteem. Truth be told, there was no one worthy of his regard. The only exception was Xie Yutong. The other so-called heirs of the 9 prominent families could barely be counted as half a rival. This Su Mu, hailing from the dragon tamer lineage, was essentially a member of the Inner Guard. He had never heard of anyone retiring from the Inner Guard. Either he possesses an extraordinary story, or he holds connections that are rather formidable, and such a background could be quite intimidating. For anyone qualifying as a member of the Inner Guard, it was virtually impossible to have any issues. Once one enters the Inner Guard, they remain for life. Yet, Su Mu had retired. This implies that he must have a background so powerful that even the state cannot constrain him. What could it be? An ancient martial sect? This explains everything. If this is the case, Su Mu is more than worthy of being matched with. Even the Zhu family would dream of marrying their daughter into an ancient martial sect. In the realm of the secular, the Zhu family stands at the pinnacle. However, there exists another world, the world of ancient martial sections. They are the true supreme beings in this realm, while the affluent families of the secular world are merely stepping stones in their eyes. In the eyes of the elite families in the capital, the Zhu family is indeed a dazzling entity. Yet, before the ancient martial sects, the Zhu family is but a slightly stronger ant among a multitude of ants. Once his parents departed, closed his eyes in silence for a moment, then opened them, slightly turning his sharply defined face to the side, revealing a sculpted coldness. "Uncle Yuan, mobilize 100 billion to Donyang and activate all the hidden pieces within 1,000 kilometers surrounding Donyang. Since we are to compete, we must make our stance known. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. I want that fellow to realize that the family is his finest ally. I shall ensure he becomes a son-in-law of the family. No one shall take him away, not even the Zhu family." Chapter 74. The bill arrives. What was originally a 30-minute drive took a full hour and a half. Upon arrival, Su Mu was somewhat taken aback. The Dream Club? Is this where Chu Nin resides? Among Donyang's 3 major clubs, the Dream Club is the most lively, yet also the most chaotic. It was now 7:30 in the evening, and the entrance of the club was ablaze with lights, with a steady stream of handsome young men and beautiful women entering and exiting. The parking lot was spacious and nearly filled with various luxury cars. The parking lot also exhibited a hierarchy of discrimination: Mercedes-Benz, BMW, Audi, Porsche, Maserati, and even numerous supercars. In the most prestigious spots, a line of 7 Rolls-Royces stood. As pink Rolls-Royce rolled in, it instantly became the center of attention. The security guards at the entrance, as if welcoming a princess, opened their arms to reserve the best spot for her. Pulling up to the designated parking space, awkwardly smiled at Su Mu and playfully said, "I can't park." Su Mu exhaled in relief and quietly replied, "Silly, they can help you park." Pouted, "I don't want anyone else touching my car." Su Mu retorted in frustration, "So am I not a person?" Paused, then quickly wrapped her arms around his, nuzzling her head against his arm, making Su Mu's heart race. "How can you be anyone else? You're just my old lecher." Su Mu nearly choked on his words. In the capital, sipped tea while eavesdropping on the commotion inside the car. A spray of tea splattered onto the documents in front of him. Uncle Yuan, hidden in the shadows, couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. Naturally, was aware of the old lecher jest. His little sister was indeed something else. Shaking his head, returned to his documents. Su Mu expertly parked the car, retracted the convertible roof, then locked the vehicle and handed the keys to. She instinctively clung to his arm, glanced around, then stuck out her tongue and whispered, "Su Mu, hold me a bit tighter. I'm a little nervous. I heard this place can be quite chaotic." Su Mu nearly delivered a playful smack to her head. "Knowing it's chaotic, you still came? Young lady, you should learn better." He added, "Tonight, it won't just be the 2 of us, right? Aren't you celebrating your birthday? Shouldn't you invite a few friends?" Replied with an expression of utmost certainty. "They are all here. I had to come personally to pick you up. Don't you see how reluctant I am to part with you?" Su Mu rolled his eyes dramatically, allowing her to cling to his arm as they walked inside. The Dream Club harbored numerous entertaining spots, yet the most vibrant was the Slow Dance Bar. It is the largest, finest, and priciest slow dance bar in Danyang. It spans 2 floors. The lower level features scattered tables and booths, while the upper level is reserved for VIPs. The minimum spending for a scattered table is 1,000. For a booth, it's 8,000, and the VIP area begins at 80,000. As friends frequently visited this venue and were quite familiar with it, they sought out a familiar manager and secured a booth on the first floor, which was a reasonably good location. As soon as they entered, instinctively nestled into Su Mu's embrace. The pulsating music, the dim, dazzling lights, and the throng of handsome young men and beautiful women combined to create a heady nightlife. Su Mu secretly laughed. It was evident this girl had always been a good girl and had likely never visited such a place before. They were at booth 18. Tiptoed and shouted into Su Mu's ear, "But I don't know where booth 18 is." Su Mu playfully flicked her bun and summoned a server. Soon, the server guided the 2 of them to their designated area. 5 exquisitely dressed young women stood up, cheerfully waving at Su Mu. One of them approached, extending her hand with a bright smile, exclaiming, "Goddess of song, it's a pleasure to finally meet you." The girl, visibly tipsy, had a rosy complexion and sparkling eyes filled with admiration. Mo Liu-su, beaming, released Su Mu and began to introduce each of her friends, causing him to tremble with anticipation. These 5 girls were Mo Liu-su's roommates and friends, either studying violin or vocal performance, all fervent admirers of his talent. Su Mu and Mo Liu-su were seated in the center, surrounded by a circle of stunning beauties, making him the sole man in a sea of envy. He glanced around, surveying the table where 2 bottles of Ace of Spades champagne were nearly emptied, alongside a few fruit platters, presumably to meet the minimum consumption requirement. With a smile, he picked up the small spotlight on the table. The server promptly approached. "Bring me 4 more bottles of the champagne and a bottle of Louis XIII, he ordered. The server's eyes lit up. This was a substantial order worth over 50,000, enough to grant them access to the VIP area on the 2nd floor. Montak Yuzu, bubbling with excitement, settled beside Su Mu, occasionally whispering to her friends, giggling merrily. The girls toasted Su Mu in turns after sharing a drink with Mo Liu-su. He welcomed their gestures, and the atmosphere quickly transformed into one of exuberance. As upbeat music played, the girls stood up, swaying to the rhythm, igniting Mo Liu-su's desire to join in. Before long, a group of servers dressed as bunny girls entered, delivering drinks and fireworks, much to the delight of the onlookers. Meanwhile, on the 2nd floor, Chunan, Zhao Muting, Bai Zihua, and Qin Peiyong were enjoying their drinks. Chu Nan inadvertently glanced down just as the bunny girls began serving drinks. He froze. Zhao Muting teased. Nan Xiao, what is the matter? Are you smitten or just stunned? Chu Nan quickly leapt to his feet, exclaiming, let us go down. The boss is below. The three of them sprang up like rabbits. Could it be that their boss enjoyed nightclubs as well? As they descended to the first floor, Chu Nan paused to address a beautiful server attending to them. Please bring our drinks down and order 2 bottles of La Romanicani from 2018 and 4 bottles of Petit Shannon Esprit du Ciel Brut. The server nearly swooned with joy. These wines were exceedingly expensive. The 2018 Romanicani sold for 500,000 per bottle, while the MOT champagne was the king of champagnes at 99,999. This order amounted to a staggering 140,000. The world of the wealthy truly indulged in extravagance. She was astonished to think about who was seated below. She was no stranger to the 4 prominent young masters of Danyang, and this Chu Xiao resided in the most prestigious suite at the Tianmen Club, revered even by the other 3. Why then did he pay such attention to a guest in the ordinary area? An even more shocking scene unfolded as Chu Nan adjusted his attire while passing by, and Zhao Muting and his friend behaved like obedient schoolboys. When Sumu looked up, he was greeted by 4 unexpected guests, startling the 5 girls who thought someone was trying to flirt with them. Boss! Sumu burst into laughter, exclaiming, the bill is here. Please sit down. Today is my little girl's birthday. Everyone must support me. Mo Yosu did not recognize Chu Nan, but he certainly recognized her. Seeing the eldest daughter of the Mo family beside his boss almost made him leap with excitement. His heart raced, hands trembling. Boss, you're truly impressive. No wonder I lost so thoroughly in our previous encounter. But have you considered your brother's feelings? With the Zhu family's princess on one side and the Mo family's eldest daughter on the other, not to mention Master Ning, Qing Yuan's granddaughter in between, and the rumored beauty of Danyang as your fiancé, how are we supposed to live? Zhao Muting, having met Su Mu only thrice, exhibited a hint of restraint. Fortunately, Su Mu was a master of atmosphere, quickly easing the tension with a few light-hearted comments. When Chu Nan's drinks arrived, nearly the entire hive of club servers gathered to present the lavish order. Spending over $1 million on drinks certainly demanded a grand display, and Su Mu was taken aback by the extravagance. What a waste. That money could have been spent so much better. Mo Yosu's friends were equally stunned, taking a while to recover from a shock. They came from affluent families, each with a monthly allowance of 20 to 30,000. But spending over 50,000 on a single bottle of wine felt excessively lavish. All right, let us have some fun, sisters. Don't say I don't take care of you. Among these 4, if any of you fancy someone, go for it. But I must warn you, they're all notorious playboys, so don't blame me later. The first to greet Su Mu was a girl named Xiao Yu, lively and quick-witted. She shot back. Goddess of song, are they worse than you? You have 3 boats. Su Mu's face flushed with embarrassment as he grabbed his drink, gritting his teeth. You drink. Xiao Yu giggled, clinking glasses with Su Mu and downing her champagne. Just treat Liu Su kindly. She is a bit naive. If it were me, someone like you would have been rendered a eunuch long ago. Chu Nan and his friends turned pale, but Su Mu burst into laughter. Xiao Yu, right? I'll remember you. Come, Goddess of Song will toast you 3 times. If you don't drink, you're a puppy. Xiao Yu set her glass down and playfully barked in response. The girls erupted in laughter, while Mo Yosu, feeling exasperated, playfully smacked Xiao Yu on the backside before shyly smiling at Su Mu. That's just her personality. You can't be mad. How could Su Mu be upset? Xiao Yu is simply delightful, employing tactics he often used on President Yi. Beautiful appearances are commonplace, but fascinating souls are rare. Xiao Yu, you study vocal performance, don't you? Xiao Yu squinted at him. I know you sing well, but if you're trying to tease me, I want to fall for it. Su Mu found himself at a loss for the first time. He sulkily sought out Chu Nan and the other men for drinks. The atmosphere quickly returned to its lively state, and the envious glances from those around faded once they recognized Zhao Muting and the others' identities. Only curiosity remained about who this man was that warranted the attention of Dongyang's for young masters. As the men drank, the women danced. Mo Yosu, led by Xiao Yu and her friends, joined the dance floor, her face flushed with excitement, clearly addicted to the energy. Su Mu, it's my birthday today. Have you prepared a gift? Su Mu smiled mysteriously, leaning closer to whisper in her ear, guess. Anticipation lit up Mo Yosu's exquisite face, causing Su Mu to feel a pang of guilt. Thank goodness he remembered. He reached into his pocket and produced a small box, presenting it to her. Emol Yosu nearly leaped with joy. Are you proposing? I accept. Sumu almost lost his balance, quickly opening the box to reveal a pair of delicate earrings. Wow, they're beautiful. How did you know I wanted earrings? She exclaimed, her cheeks flushed as she eagerly clasped on Sumu's arm, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Sumu smiled and shook his head, then picked up an earring, gently pinched her soft earlobe, and teased, this is my first time. Emol Yosu, with a serious expression, looked at him and said, this is my first time too. Sumu skillfully put the earring in for her, then playfully flicked her hair bun and chuckled. Does this mean we've both given our first to each other? Emol Yosu was taken aback, her neck flushing red, but she bravely met his gaze, her eyes glistening with moisture. Suddenly, the lecherous man, as if struck by a moment of madness, leaned in and gently kissed her moist, rosy lips. A light, fleeting kiss. Montag Yuzuva Stunt. She just stared at Sumu, and suddenly, tears began to flow. Sumu, now at a loss, hastily said, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Emol Yosu suddenly glared at him, her tears miraculously stopping. What do you mean? If you didn't mean to, then it was casual, Sumu, you scoundrel. You stole my first kiss. Sumu, flustered, stammered. No, how could it be casual? I did it on purpose. Emol Yosu, like a fierce little tigress, put her hands on her hips and glared at him. So, was it on purpose or casual? Tell me, if you dare to lie, you're done for. Sumu, defeated, surrendered, I was wrong. Emol Yosu huffed and pointed at his nose. Don't move. Since you were wrong, you must accept punishment. Go to the middle of the dance floor and give me a dance. Make it sexy and alluring, and I'll forgive you. Sumu, nearly biting her slender, fair finger, retorted, you're dreaming. A blush crept back onto Emol Yosu's face. She was too close to Sumu. Even in the dim light, he could clearly see the fine, sparse down on her face. Then I'll change the punishment, Emol Yosu said, and suddenly, she quickly kissed Sumu on the lips. This time, it was Sumu's turn to be stunned. Chunan and the others, seemingly engaged in their drinks, had been watching Sumu all along. When Sumu kissed Emol Yosu, Chunan nearly crushed his glass. Boss, stop messing around. Have you considered our feelings? Miss Emo is known as a well-behaved girl in the upper circles of the capital. Since she met you, what has she become? Going to nightclubs? Wearing tank tops and hot pants? When Emol Yosu kissed Sumu, Chunan nearly crushed his glass again. Damn, forget it. I've seen too much for my age. Do what you will. Who made me follow such a boss? Chapter 76. I want to marry you at 11 o'clock, seeing that the drinks were almost finished. Chunan suggested finding a place for a late-night snack. The girls all agreed, and Xiaoyu directly asked Sumu to pay. Sumu chuckled. I'll take you to a great place, something you've never had before. Without further ado, the group left the nightclub. Zhao Mutian and the others had cars and drivers. But with 4 cars and 3 drivers, they needed a designated driver. Before the designated driver could step forward, a stern, middle-aged woman in her 40s, exuding a sharp aura, approached. She silently took the keys from Emol Yosu and silently sat in the driver's seat of the Rolls-Royce. Throughout, she did not once look at Sumu. Emol Yosu playfully stuck out her tongue at Sumu and whispered, That's Aunt Shui, who has watched me grow up. Sumu, feeling a bit guilty, chuckled and gestured to Chunan, Old Chu, I'll ride with you. I'll show the way, and you follow. He then scurried off, pulling Chunan into Bai Zihua's car. Qin Peiyong and Zhao Mutian rode together, and the remaining 2 cars carried the 5 girls. Bai Zihua drove a Bentley Flying Spur. Zhao Mutian's Rolls-Royce Phantom was left for the girls, and Qin Peiyong drove a Lamborghini Aventador, carrying Zhao Mutian. Emol Yosu's pink Rolls-Royce Dawn followed at the end of the convoy. Sumu directed the group through a series of twists and turns, leading them to the most remote part of the city's outskirts. The followers were about to go mad. Chunan and Bai Zihua had a look of utter disbelief. Bai Zihua, finally unable to hold back, cautiously asked, Boss, you're not bringing us here to have skewers, are you? Sumu, with a matter-of-fact expression, replied, What else will we do late at night? I'll tell you, there's a roadside stall here. Their lamb is the most authentic, and their lamb kidneys are a must-try. Oh, and old Bai, you look a bit pale. Are you feeling weak? You should have more. I'll order 10 skewers of lamb kidneys for you. Bai Zihua's face turned red. Boss, I'm not weak. Sumu, with a sly smile, even better. Let's add 10 more to strengthen you. Bai Zihuan nearly burst into tears. This was the most famous night market in Danyang, bustling with people, especially on the barbecue street, a favorite of the city's migrant workers and local ruffians. A bottle of beer cost 5 yuan, and the cheapest skewer was 1 yuan. For 20 or 30 yuan, you could have a satisfying and delicious meal. The appearance of the 4 luxury cars, each worth at least 5 million, was quite a spectacle. Even a blind person could see that these cars were to be avoided. A slight touch could cost a fortune. When the 4 cars parked in front of a roadside lamb skewer stall and a group of beautiful men and women got out, the whole street was in an uproar. Su Mu, with a cheerful smile, greeted the stall owner and set up 2 stainless steel tables and a circle of small stools. Xiao Yu and the other girls were used to such street food, but Chu Nan and the others were truly taken aback. They were, after all, heirs to multi-billion-dollar conglomerates, accustomed to drinking imported water. To have them sit on small stools, drinking beer and eating skewers, was utterly incongruous. The locals, however, were more interested in Mo Liusu and Xiao Yu, the 6 stunning, vibrant beauties. Mo Liusu, obediently, sat next to Su Mu, with Xiao Yu on her right. The other girls and the 4 men sat interspersed. Su Mu ordered the stall owner to bring the food, and then asked for 10 crates of iced beer. He popped open a beer, tilted his head back, and gulped it down, then said with great satisfaction, "This is the best. Old Chu, try one, you'll love it." Expensive doesn't always mean better. Chu Nan, with some reluctance, opened a bottle and took a sip, nearly spitting it out. It was so bitter. He forced it down, feeling a refreshing coolness and a strange sense of release. He took another swig. "Wow, this is really good. Old Zhao, old Bai, old Qin, come on. Let's have a drink. We can't let. So look down on us." Chu Nan, about to call the boss, was stopped by a look from Su Mu. Xiao Yu, with a smile, opened a few bottles with a bottle opener, and each girl got one. "Girls, let's have a drink too. Don't let these guys look down on us. Liusu, you can skip this if you don't drink much." Su Mu nearly burst out laughing. She doesn't drink? She could outdrink any of them. The seemingly innocent rabbit was, in fact, a fierce wolf. Mo Liusu, with a glare, silently picked up a bottle and clinked it with Xiao Yu's. "I can drink. Let's do this together." Soon, the boss brought out several plates of boiled peanuts and fresh-boiled edamame. A group of people, having consumed a considerable amount of alcohol, began to indulge in the feast with great enthusiasm. Fresh lamb skewers arrived one after another, and the atmosphere gradually became more spirited. The sizzling meat paired with cold beer created an exhilarating sensation. As the light rain began, everyone raised their glasses to toast Su Mu, seemingly targeting him for his previous frugality in inviting them to such a modest eatery. Su Mu welcomed each toast with open arms, downing bottle after bottle of beer without a hint of intoxication. Aside from a slight flush on his face, he exhibited no change at all. Mo Lushu, sitting obediently beside him, frequently passed him beer and skewers, even peeling garlic for him despite the pungent odor. This scene infuriated Aunt Shui from a distance. "That little rascal is insufferable. I cannot tolerate this any longer. I must confront him, or I shall not feel at ease." Her husband quietly swallowed hard beside her. "You are no match for him. Do not embarrass yourself, dear. Perhaps I should head down to grill a few skewers and see how they taste." Aunt Shui suddenly turned to glare at her husband, her face frozen with displeasure. Remaining silent, the man could only manage a sheepish smile. "I was just joking. We should avoid unhealthy food as much as possible." Aunt Shui nearly crushed the steering wheel in frustration. "Are you swallowing?" The man quickly shook his head. "No, I was merely experiencing a reflex." "Aunt Kui," gritting her teeth, retorted. "Reflex? Are you a dog?" Just then, Mo Lushu approached with a steaming plate of skewers and 2 bottles of beer. "Aunt Kui, Unklenan, do have some." Aunt Shui's face instantly softened with affection. "Thank you, my dear." Uncle Nan eagerly reached for the offerings, looking enchanted. "It smells wonderful, dear lady." Once a man is married, he is no longer free. Even eating must be managed. Aunt Shui felt the urge to explode, yet dared not, her face reddening with suppressed rage. Mo Lushu giggled and dashed back to Su Mu's side, whispering in his ear, "I want to marry you." Su Mu, nearly choking on his food, gasped, "Are you out of your mind?" Mo Lushu replied earnestly, "No, I merely wish to take care of you." Chapter 77, Rock. Paper, Scissors. Su Xiaoyu was Mo Yoshu's best friend and roommate at Danyang University. She was also a stunning beauty, lively and straightforward. From the very beginning, She held a strong opinion against Su Mu. What girl would tolerate her best friend's affection for a man who played the field and entangled himself with multiple women? Upon discovering Su Mu's unfaithfulness, she had scolded Mo Lushu fiercely. Yet, Mo Lushu sweetly insisted, "My feelings for him are my own business. They have nothing to do with him." This infuriated Su Xiaoyu further. In truth, she harbored complex feelings towards Su Mu, despising his character, yet envying his talent. As the atmosphere reached a fever pitch, Su Xiaoyu provocatively turned to Su Mu, saying, "Scoundrel, the song god, drinking like this is dull. How about we play a game to entertain you with my friends?" Mo Lushu felt a twinge of guilt, while the other four girls eagerly clapped in agreement. Su Mu immediately sensed a scheme brewing. These girls must have conspired beforehand to make me look foolish, punishing me for juggling multiple relationships. Chunan quickly joined in the teasing. "Young Master Mu, play with them. I have a suggestion. If you lose, you drink. If the girls lose, they don't have to drink, as it's not good to overindulge. Whoever loses must kiss you. How about that?" "Ha ha ha." Zhao Maoding immediately chimed in. "I wholeheartedly support Nan's proposal. Young Master Mu, you cannot back down." Qin Peiyong chuckled slyly. "But we must clarify where to kiss." Bai Zihuan mocked. "Are you foolish? Of course on the cheek. Did you think it would be the lips?" Su Xiaoyu and her friends were momentarily taken aback. How had the rhythm shifted so dramatically? This was not their initial plan. Eight miyakis. These obnoxious men, appearing proper, were nothing but lecherous beasts. The so-called four young masters of Danyang? More like four ruffians, indeed. If Mo Han, who was absent, knew he had been unjustly labeled a rogue, he would be utterly dismayed. Su Mu shot a glower at the instigators, about to speak when Su Xiaoyu bit her lip, grabbed a nearby bottle, and declared, "Who is afraid of whom? It's just a kiss. Consider it practice for when I have a son. Come on, those who don't partake are pups." Chu Nan and the others were momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. Mo Lushu blushed furiously. In truth, Chu Nan is also a master, trained by an ancient martial artist, possessing formidable strength. For him, consuming 5 or 6 jin of baijiu poses no challenge. However, this evening, he has indeed felt the effects of alcohol. In contrast, Su Mu's drinking habits are rather astonishing. While leisurely swaying at the bar, Su Mu has consumed a significant amount, nearly half of the spirits ordered in the VIP area. Upon arriving at the barbecue stall, he alone has downed at least 30 bottles of beer. Yet he has never once visited the restroom. Such digestive prowess is truly remarkable. Only Chu Nin understands the reason behind it, and he is left in awe. The proprietor utilizes true qi to neutralize the alcohol and moisture. True qi is undoubtedly a hallmark of ancient martial artists. What kind of terrifying background does this boss possess? Why does he choose to mingle in the mundane world? On Su Mu's side, he is already engaged in a competition with a second girl, the outcome being predictable. Yet again, he loses. Having lost 4 times, he has consumed 12 bottles of beer. When it is Mo Liosu's turn, Su Mu immediately defeats her in a swift move. Mo Liosu looks bewildered, pouting adorably at Su Mu, her cheeks flushing a deeper shade of crimson. Su Mu, with a mischievous tilt of his head, gestures to his own face. "Come on, kiss me." This scene ignites fury in the distance, where Aunt Shui glares with fiery eyes, exclaiming, "You shameless rascal." Meanwhile, her husband leisurely enjoys skewers and drinks, an expression of admiration on his face. This lad is truly talented. Aunt Shui finally erupts. "Get the hell out of here." Chapter 78. Shocking news amidst the commotion. Mo Liosu quickly plants a kiss on Su Mu's cheek. Su Xiaoyu huffs, clenching her fists in provocation. "It's my turn." However, Su Mu grins and shakes his head. "The game ends here, Xiaoyu. I want to give you the chance to kiss me intentionally." Su Xiaoyu is left dumbfounded. What kind of man possesses such audacity? It's infuriating. Su Mu is, of course, being deliberate. Initially, he intended for Su Xiaoyu to lose, hoping to irritate this little thorn. But upon reflection, she is genuinely looking out for Mo Liosu, embodying the qualities of good friend. Moreover, he admires her character, straightforward and unpretentious. So why bother? Additionally, with a crowd around, Su Mu has garnered some notoriety. Should someone with ulterior motives sneak a photo and leak it, the label of Scoundrel Su would be nearly impossible to erase. Most critically, if President Yi were to learn of this, the repercussions would be dire. having recently made tangible progress with the domineering CEO, transitioning from disdain to affectionate gestures. Has not been easy. Calming himself, he notes the time and decides to have the driver of Zhao Muxing return a few girls home. With Aunt Shui and her husband present, Imol Yosu's safety is assured. Yet, Imol Yosu is reluctant to part from Sumu, the budding feelings making her wish to be together at all times. Leaning close, Sumu whispers softly in her ear, "Be good, it's almost time. You all head back first. I need to discuss something with old Chu." After seeing the girls off and watching Zhao Muxing's driver follow Imol Yosu's car away, Sumu turns to Chu Nan and his companions with a smile. "As I mentioned yesterday afternoon, we should gather sometime. It seems fate has brought us together tonight. I have something to discuss." The four of them immediately put down their skewers and bottles, adopting serious expressions. The current situation in the capital is somewhat intricate. "Old Chu, your arrival in Danyang is a fortuitous turn of events. I have a plan, and if executed successfully, not only will you ascend to the position of family head, but there may be even greater opportunities ahead." Chu Nan's inebriation vanishes instantly, his gaze sharpening as he looks at Sumu. "Boss, please tell us what to do." Sumu's gaze shifts from Zhao Muxing to Bai Zihua, then to Qin Peiyong, ultimately resting back on Chu Nan. "Logically speaking, having the four of you should suffice. But if so, the Mo family must perish." A mere whisper sends chills down Zhao Muxing and the other spines. Although the Zhao family stand alone in Danyang, they would never dare to casually speak of extinguishing any of the other three families. Chu Nan leans in slightly, his eyes gleaming with intensity. "Boss, you intend to absorb the Mo family?" Sumu smiles faintly, lightly tapping the steel table. In public, bringing the Mo family into the fold would eliminate many unnecessary complications. After all, a struggling trillion-yuan conglomerate presents numerous variables. Moreover, the Danyang Mo family is a branch of the capital's Mo family. In terms of seniority, Mo Han still must address Mo Liusu as little aunt. Privately, considering my relationship with Mo Liusu, I must take into account the feelings of the capital's Mo family. Therefore, let us arrange a time to summon Mo Han. The Mo family has always sought to align with the capital's Mo family. Here's their chance. Whether they seize, it is up to them. Zhao Muxing and the others exchange glances, their eyes betraying uncontrollable astonishment. They realize they know very little about their boss, only that he is shrouded in mystery. Chunin narrows his eyes, nodding. "I will handle this. Old Zhao, you three should be attentive. In the future, not only in Danyang, but also in the capital, there will be a place for you." Sumu nods approvingly. Old Chu is right. Our ultimate goal is not merely Danyang. Prepare yourselves. Opportunity lies before us. Chunan's heart skips a beat as realization dawns upon him, his eyes suddenly shining with clarity. "Boss, are you suggesting?" Somewhat chuckles. Teasing. "Do you still believe your arrival in Danyang for training is a stroke of misfortune?" Chunan feels a surge of blood rush to his head, his face turning crimson. After a moment, he gradually regains composure. "Heavens! If that is the case, it's an opportunity bestowed upon me by fate. To forsake, it would be sheer foolishness. Who could have anticipated that this matter would ultimately settle in Danyang? Wasn't he still undecided?" Zhao Muxing and the others, lacking the depth of insight that Chunan possesses, are left utterly bewildered. Zhao Muxing cautiously inquires, "Boss, what exactly are you saying?" Su Mu replies calmly. 3 years ago, the nation began preparations for a national-level economic special zone project, divided into 3 phases over 10 years. With an initial investment of 1 trillion yuan, the project and plan are fully developed. Only the location remains undecided. There are 4 potential sites, and Danyang is an unofficial alternative. Regardless, Danyang could never secure this project. However, I have connections. The higher-ups have already decided that in 1 month, the Danyang Economic Special Zone will commence construction. The state has established a special zone construction committee for this purpose. The committee chair is a prominent figure from the capital, while Mo Zongheng will serve as vice chairman, overseeing this matter. Naturally, such a substantial undertaking involves multiple interests, creating a web of complex relationships. Sumu gazes at Chu Nan, smiling gently. "I will find a way to place you within this construction committee. At that time, you could secure 200 billion from the project, while your 4 families could collectively take 800 billion. The remaining 200 billion will be for my use." Zhao Muxing and the others are left in stunned silence. their jaws nearly dropping in disbelief. This revelation is utterly staggering. Though 200 billion may seem modest for their families, this project is unlike others. The true profit lies not in the project itself, but in the ancillary industries it will stimulate, where the real wealth resides. A simple illustration. If someone were to undertake a construction site employing 10,000 workers, consider merely the cost of providing water for them daily. At 2 yuan per person, that amounts to 20,000 yuan each day, translating to 600,000 yuan in a month. When such a multitude gathers, attending to their basic needs, eating, drinking, and other necessities, the figures become staggering. Should this information circulate, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of major corporations nationwide, each vying for a share of the lucrative opportunity, employing every conceivable tactic. The construction phase is merely the beginning. The paramount concern is securing a foothold in this economic zone. The 4 prominent families of Danyang are perfectly positioned to reap the rewards. The allure of the grand vision laid out by Su Mu has left Chu Nin almost bowing in reverence. If he could gain entry into the construction committee, his standing within the family would undoubtedly soar. Chapter 79. Yi Holdings press conference after the event. Zhao Muthing's driver escorted Su Mu to the entrance of the villa. It was already 2:30 in the morning, and Su Mu dared not knock. Instead, he utilized some discreet methods to slip quietly into the third-floor room, taking a shower and retiring for the night. The following morning, upon awakening, he felt a shiver before even opening his eyes. Today held an exceedingly important obligation requiring his presence. He leaped from his bed, glancing at the clock. It was only 9 in the morning, allowing himself a sigh of relief. Just as he finished his morning routine, a knock echoed at the door. Professor Ning stood there, one hand clutching a suit bag, while the other held a box. A tie draped over her arm. The events of the previous night seemed a distant memory, though her gaze towards Su Mu flickered, avoiding direct contact as she softly stated, at 11:30, there's a press conference for Yi Holdings. You must attend. Here's your outfit. Su Mu grinned, accepting the clothes and promptly opening the bag. Noticing Professor Ning about to leave, he hurriedly blinked at her. I cannot tie a tie. You must help me. Professor Ning acquiesced with a gentle hum, turning away as Su Mu dressed, first donning his trousers, then his shirt. Silently, she began adjusting his attire, expertly tying his tie and helping him into his jacket, smoothing down the hem. From behind, she cast a lingering glance, her eyes reflecting a hint of infatuation. Her cheeks slightly flushed. Su Mu spun around, proudly inquired, Am I not handsome? Professor Ning smiled faintly, teasing such vanity. Suddenly, he opened his arms and enveloped her in a swift embrace, startling her. Yet, he released her just as quickly. Thank you, Ning Jia. I know this suit was chosen by Xiao Yi, but the tie must surely be your selection, correct? Suppressing her embarrassment, Ning asked in astonishment. How did you know? Su Mu chuckled, pointing to his heart. My heart tells me. Instantly, her face turned crimson, and she fled, exclaiming, Don't forget to put on the watch. It was specifically chosen for you by Wan Xiao, but it will be deducted from your salary. Su Mu's heart raced as he opened the watch box on the bed, feeling as though countless small blades pierced his chest. The pain was palpable. How could you do this, Yizong? You are so wealthy. Why deduct from my salary? A year's salary gone, just like that? After finally securing a raise, I was dreaming of reaching the pinnacle of my career, and now all of that seems lost. Inside the box lay a limited edition Patek Philippe chronograph, not the tens of millions model, but still valued at around 10 million, equivalent to his annual salary. Money not yet earned had already been spent. What was the meaning of this? Yet, it was undeniably beautiful. After admiring it briefly, Su Mu's initial pain began to subside. Once prepared, he descended the stairs, where Professor Ning awaited him. Su Mu's eyes widened. At that moment, Professor Ning exuded an aura of elegance intertwined with sensuality, leaving an indelible impression. She wore a small silk dress that clung gracefully to her curvaceous form, accentuating her silhouette exquisitely. Her long, dark hair was casually styled, imparting an air of intellect. Around her swan-like neck hung a string of pristine pearls. Ning Jia, must you be this enchanting? Are you trying to make me drool? Ning shot him a flirtatious glare, grasping her handbag. Let us go. Uncle Chun is waiting for us outside. Upon stepping out, Yi Zhengchu's driver and bodyguard, Chun Lei, greeted them warmly. Young master, Miss Ning, we're ready to depart. We'll arrive at the company just in time. Su Mu exchanged pleasantries with Chun Lei and opened the car door for Ning before taking his seat in the passenger seat, which made Chun Lei slightly anxious. Shouldn't the young master occupy the driver's seat? It was to avoid any semblance of impropriety. Indeed, the young master harbored deep affections for the young lady. By 10:50, they reached Yi Holdings' headquarters, where the entrance was adorned with celebratory decorations and an abundance of congratulatory floral arrangements, numbering in the hundreds. Numerous media representatives and invited guests were entering. Following the press conference, a reception awaited, attended by long-standing partners of Yi Holdings and other prominent figures. Of course, despite its substantial scale exceeding 10 billion, Yi Holdings was still far from the echelon of the four great families. In fact, in Danyang, the Yi family was merely mid-tier. Their fame largely stemmed from Yi Wanxiu, the region's foremost goddess. When Su Mu laid eyes on Yi Wanxiu, he found it impossible to look away. Today, she was resplendent, the focal point drawing the admiration of every man present. Clad in a purple gown, she exuded an aura of power and pride, bestowing upon her an unparalleled charm. She embodied the image of a formidable businesswoman, her demeanor impeccably poised, prompting even the most seasoned veterans to concede that had she been male, the Yi family would either soar to greatness or be swiftly eliminated by their rivals. With such brilliance, did she not overshadow other affluent families? The cutthroat nature of business rivaled that of the battlefield. Amidst the throng, Yi Wanxiu stood proudly at the center, her gaze fixed on Su Mu and Ning, who had intentionally lagged a few steps behind. With a broad smile, Su Mu approached Yi Wanxiu, arms outstretched, and in a moment that drew envious glances, he embraced her, placing a gentle kiss on her flawless cheek. Yi Wanxiu let out a soft huff, her expression remaining composed. "Did you enjoy yourself last night?" The almost inaudible tone carried a hint of suppressed irritation. Su Mu shuddered, yet with reporters and numerous guests present, he dared not act out of line. The Grand Hall, spanning 1,500 square meters, was arranged for a buffet reception, with all attendees holding glasses of red wine or champagne. Yi Zhengqiu remained absent, leaving all proceedings to Yi Wanxiu, who engaged in lively conversation with a group of older gentlemen, occasionally glancing at Su Mu. At this moment, Su Mu held the title of Yi Zong's fiancé. After exchanging pleasantries, they observed the time approaching, prompting the host to take the microphone and step onto the stage. Esteemed guests and friends, respected members of the press, today marks the press conference and reception of Yi Holdings. Please welcome our chairwoman and general manager, Ms. Yi Wanxiu, to deliver her speech. All eyes in the hall were drawn to her. Yi Wanxiu smiled, releasing Su Mu, and surprisingly stood on tiptoe, gently brushing her cheek against his. At that moment, Su Mu basked in the limelight. Just as Yi Wanxiu was about to ascend the stage, a voice rang out. Wait. Chapter 80. The arrival of distinguished guests. As the host took the stage, a procession of luxury vehicles approached the entrance of Yi Holdings. The scene was almost entirely dominated by Rolls-Royce vehicles, each accompanied by a Lexus MPV. The security manager at the entrance was utterly astonished. He was responsible for maintaining order on this day, and everyone expected had arrived, except for those with prior commitments. Suddenly, the prominent figures of Donyang's four elite families made their grand entrance. Who could be following them? The atmosphere shifted dramatically as a slow countdown signaled the commencement of the high-profile gala. Was someone planning to disrupt the Yi family's affairs today? Such occurrences were not unusual. Every family had its share of adversaries. In the competitive business realm, rivals were abundant. As the crowd took in the scene, their eyes widened in disbelief. This was indeed a remarkable event. Yi Wanxiu had engaged a professional planning firm to ensure the press conference went smoothly. Two ceremonial singers stood at the entrance, announcing the arrival of distinguished guests. Mr. Mo Jingwei, chairman of Jiaxuan Group, along with his entire team, congratulates Yi Holdings on its grand success. Mr. Bai Qiming, chairman of Qingyun Group, extends his heartfelt congratulations to Yi Holdings for its promising future. Mr. Qin Taiping, chairman of Yuanhu Group, wishes Yi Holdings thriving business. Mr. Zhao Haod, chairman of Shiwan Group, congratulates Yi Holdings on its brilliant prospects. The four distinguished heirs of Danyang were present at Yi Holdings' press conference, leaving the journalists in a frenzy as cameras focused on the four individuals. Zhao Muting and his companions approached Yi Wanxiu, exclaiming, "Wanxiu, congratulations. Our goddess has outshone us. Indeed, I'm still a vice president while you have ascended to chairmanship. From now on, I must refer to you as Director Yi. Among the four young men, except for Qin Peiyong, all were suitors of Yuanqiu, but their perceptions had shifted, especially with Su Mu standing nearby. Su Mu appeared somewhat taken aback. Just last night, he had suggested inviting Mo Han to join them, and now he had arrived? Such efficiency was remarkable. The presence of the heirs from the four prominent families necessitated Yi Zhengqu's personal attention. Then came another announcement. Mr. Chu Nan, the seventh young master of the Chu family from the capital, congratulates Yi Holdings on its prosperous beginnings and wishes Yi and Su a lifelong partnership. The crowd gasped in astonishment. The simultaneous appearance of Dongyang's four elite families was already a spectacle, but the involvement of the Chu family from the capital, particularly the renowned Chu family with its prestigious legacy, was unprecedented. Chu Nan entered with a radiant smile, first nodding at Su Mu before approaching Yuanqiu, extending his hand and warmly saying, "Wanqiu, it is a pleasure to see you again. Rest assured, it was all a misunderstanding in the past. Should you ever require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask." Yi Wanqiu was bewildered. Chu Nan, the very individual whose actions had nearly led to the downfall of the Yi family, was here to offer congratulations? What could have transpired? Soon after, another guest arrived, Mr. Mo Zongheng, the young master of the Mo family from the capital, congratulates Yi Holdings on its successful opening and sends the Mo family's eldest daughter to express their greetings. The crowd's collective jaw dropped once more. When had the Yi family acquired such a formidable background? If this were the case, how could they still be regarded as merely a second-tier elite family? Confusion reigned. Mo Liusu, having restored her image as the obedient daughter, approached in a flowing white dress, her long hair cascading down her shoulders. Ignoring Su Mu, she walked directly to Yi Wanqiu and sweetly exclaimed, "Sister Yi, you look stunning." Yi Wanqiu quickly took her hand, replying with a smile, "You are the beautiful one. Do drink a bit more later. I know your tolerance is impressive." This remark caused a subtle blush to rise on Mo Liusu's cheeks. The surprises were far from over. The young lady from the Hongwu Zhu family arrived to represent her family, congratulating Yi Holdings on its prosperous opening and expressing her personal best wishes. Su Mu nearly stumbled. What is going on here? I almost forgot today was the press conference for Yi Holdings. How does everyone know about this? Why are they all here to congratulate? This isn't just a celebration. It feels like a gathering of royalty. Ning, the calm and unassuming professor, was harmless, but the other three were formidable in their own rights. Ye's dominance was unquestionable, while little Liusu, despite her sweet demeanor, was far from naive. As for Zhu Ruer, her very presence exuded a fierce temperament that was unmistakable. The atmosphere shifted as Chu Nan, leading the four elite heirs, quickly approached the entrance. All eyes turned in anticipation, including Su Mu's, who was soon left in shock. Suddenly, he felt a pair of hands wrap around his arm, nails digging into his flesh. Su Mu's desperdipant. Zhu Ruer, was she here to cause a scene? Why was she dressed so exquisitely? Didn't she realize she was overshadowing the event? At the entrance, a breathtakingly beautiful woman glided forward, her beauty beyond description. Truly, perfection in every aspect. Zhu Ruer was adorned in a white palace-style gown, her hair adorned only with a single jade hairpin. The flowing fabric accentuated her figure flawlessly. Gone was the playful demeanor. Instead, she radiated an air of regal elegance without being overbearing. Her youthful gaze held a hint of allure, tempered by an undeniable wisdom. Time seemed to freeze as Su Mu marveled, realizing that if she pursued acting, she would undoubtedly be a leading lady. It was no wonder Zhu Ruer was regarded as the princess of the Zhu family. Her presence was nothing short of extraordinary. In that moment, Dongyang's foremost goddess was utterly eclipsed. Ye Vanji Giripet, Su Mus Arm tightly, her feet digging into the ground as she felt a voice within her roar. "This is a disruption. You are ruining everything." Yet, her face bore an incredibly warm and inviting smile as she forced herself to approach Zhu Ruer. Without waiting for Zhu Ruer to speak, she seized her hand and exclaimed, "Sister, you finally arrived." Zhu Ruer was taken aback. Did I hear that correctly? Sumonirli Tholted. Had they met before? Sister? Chapter 81. A fortune at hand, the attendees of Yi Holdings' press conference were not of particularly high standing, considering the Yi family was merely a 100 billion level enterprise. Above them, there were at least 10 families with assets in the hundreds of billions, and at the very top, the four illustrious families with thousand billion valuations. However, the prestige and grandeur of this event had reached unprecedented heights. The heirs of the four prominent families had made an appearance, while heavyweight figures from the Chu and Mo families graced the occasion. Most remarkably, the last to arrive was from the Hongwu Zhu family. Though the majority were unaware of the Zhu family's significance, they could not ignore the respect shown by Chunin toward them. This indicated that the Zhu family status was undoubtedly above that of the Chu family. What defined luxury? This was it. The press conference held by Yi Holdings today is destined to become tomorrow's headline, creating quite a stir in Danyang. The attendees are filled with excitement. Yet Su Mu remains unfazed, contemplating an escape. Who are the stunning twin beauties of Danyang? They are Yi Wanxiu and Ning Yin, one a talented woman, the other a woman of wealth. Now, emerging is Mo Liusu, whose grace, appearance, and figure are on par with theirs, which is already astonishing. But then, the entrance of Zhu Ruwei is truly breathtaking, overshadowing the other three beauties. Yet Yi Wanxiu boldly chooses to confront the challenge. As she speaks, her commanding presence is nothing short of formidable. Zhu Ruwei grits her teeth, deciding to adopt a composed demeanor for the day, thinking to herself, fine, I won't hold a grudge. But that's simply impossible. Sister, today is your grand day. How could I, as your younger sister, not be present? Su Mu specifically instructed me to respect you as my esteemed sister and not to stand on ceremony. Chu Nin nearly choked on his drink, while Zhao Muting and the others gazed at Su Mu with admiration, a clear display of reverence. What does it mean to be formidable? This is it. I should probably stand back. Even a deaf person could sense the sparks flying from the clash between these two young ladies. I hope no innocent bystanders get hurt in the crossfire. President Yi gritted her teeth in frustration, yet maintained an incredibly warm smile. Let us not stand on ceremony. Speaking of that fellow, you mustn't call him Su Mu. From my perspective, you should refer to him as brother-in-law. Really? Zhu Ruwei exclaimed in disbelief, her delicate hand covering her mouth, her innocent eyes widening, before she broke into a giggle and continued. But he told me he is my sister-in-law's younger brother, and that siblings and younger sisters absolutely should not stand on ceremony, just call him by his name. After saying this, Zhu Ruwei turned to Su Mu, giving him a shy smile and a wink. You said that, right, Su Mu? Su Mu forced a smile, feeling a chill run down his spine. You all continue your charade. I'll just watch. He exchanged a glance with President Yi, who was also looking at him with a subtle smile, exuding elegance. Yet, Su Mu could detect a glint of danger in her gaze. Old Chu, I think I've had a bit too much to drink. Accompany me to the restroom. Chunin shivered, casting a pleading glance at Su Mu. Just then, Mo Liusu unexpectedly approached Su Mu, wrapping her arm around his and affectionately saying, Big brother Su, thank you for celebrating my birthday with me last night and for the beautiful gift. I'll wear it every day from now on. Almost simultaneously, three pairs of eyes, brimming with hostility, turned towards them. This time, even a usually indifferent Professor Ning was not an exception. Professor Ning gracefully walked over to Mo Liusu, smiling gently as she took her hand, saying, Liusu, it was your birthday yesterday? Why didn't you inform me? You must be punished. Mo Liusu had no choice but to release Su Mu's arm. President Yi maintained her smile, but her gaze turned icy as she looked at Su Mu. Come here. We are about to cut the ribbon. As my fiancé, you must stand by my side. Su Mu chuckled and hurried to stand beside Yi Wanxiu. The host, keenly aware of the atmosphere, seized the moment to initiate the ribbon-cutting ceremony. A new issue arose. The originally designated VIPs for the ribbon-cutting had to be dismissed. There were only 5 spots, 1 for Yi Wanxiu and the remaining 4, including an official representative, alongside 3 of Yi Holdings' best partners. With the 4 young masters present, aside from Yi Wanxiu, no one else was qualified to take the stage. The news of the 4 young masters of Yi Holdings cutting the ribbon together would carry significant weight. However, with the powerful figures from the Mo, Chu, and Zhu families present, the situation became more complex, especially as Yi Wanxiu called Su Mu up on stage, who should not have been there. What now? The 4 young masters were left to step aside. Mo Liusu, whether intentionally or not, held on to Ning Yin tightly, smiling at Chu Nan, 7th Master Chu. You need to go up, I'll go up with Sister Ning. Chu Nan readily agreed, nodding, Liusu, that is a great idea. Old Zhao, let us just stand back and observe. Thus, the ribbon-cutting lineup became 4 stunning beauties alongside Su Mu alone. To balance the scene, Su Mu found himself positioned in the center, with Chunin behind him, and Zhao Muting and Bai Zihua flanking him. The other VIPs had to step aside. The reporters were ecstatic. This was precisely the sort of drama they relished. As for the guests, they were left in awe. Where was Yi Zhengqiu? Why didn't he step in and say something? On such a significant day, how could he allow a group of youths to run amok? Yet, upon reflection, if it were his own company's event, having this group of prominent figures in attendance would make anything possible, even a wild party after the ribbon cutting. Each of the 4 breathtaking beauties on stage was exceptional in her own right. Ning Yan represented Ning Qingyuan, who was rumored to have a magnificent piece of calligraphy hanging in the chairman's office. Mo Yosu was the young lady of the Mo family from the capital. Zhu Ruirui, even more mysterious, but with a lineage of even greater prestige. As for the few individuals standing in the background, let's not even go there. It feels as though I've missed out on billions. What is most infuriating is that these 4 young ladies seem to harbor feelings for Su Mu. Ugh, it's not just a mere fondness. It's affection that can't be concealed. Why not me? In any setting, encountering a figure so alluring, with such an aristocratic air and breathtaking beauty, is undeniably delightful. And here I am, faced with 4. Yet, why do these 4 beauties gravitate toward a mere driver? Is there some secret to enhancing charm while being a driver? On stage, as the host delivered a jubilant speech, Su Mu swiftly cut the ribbon, finally concluding the ceremony. Goodness, why does this feel more exhausting than a battle? No, wait. Why do I feel a cool breeze in my nether regions? Casually glancing down to ensure everything was in order, he was suddenly struck with alarm. President Yi's gaze was sharp as a knife, the scissors pointedly aimed at that area. The implication was unmistakable. Su Mu's mind raced as he recalled a certain clever tune. Cutting chickens, cutting chickens. What a splendid ribbon cutting it has been. Chapter 82. The younger aunt following the ribbon cutting, a banquet ensued. The reporters were welcome to stay for a drink or choose to leave. Yi Holdings had prepared generous gifts for them, including a smartphone worth several thousand and a 2,000 yuan red envelope, showcasing their sincerity. Not a single reporter opted to leave. In other corporate events, they would have taken their gifts and left, having completed their duties. It's not as though they couldn't afford a drink. Why mingle with unfamiliar faces? Yet today, all the reporters remained. Their instincts told them that something spectacular was in store. Their eyes darted from Su Mu to Yi Wanxiu, then to Zhu Ruirui and Mo Liusu, and Ning Yan, finally returning to Su Mu. There was a story brewing, and it promised to be tantalizing and thrilling. How could they miss such an enticing tale? It would be a dereliction of duty for the king of gossip. Oh no, for a journalist. Yi Wanxiu now took Su Mu everywhere. While Ning Yan was engaged in hushed conversations with Zhu Ruirui and Mo Liusu, Chu Nan and the 4 young masters stood apart, a striking contrast to the crowd, with no one daring to approach them. Even those familiar with them merely exchanged casual greetings, while other guests wisely retreated. President Yi, with one arm linked to Su Mu and the other holding a champagne glass, continuously nodded and smiled at those congratulating her, engaging in pleasantries. Yet, her voice was a low hiss as she gritted her teeth. How does it feel to be involved in such entanglements, Su Xiao? Su Mu felt a sense of unease. Hey, little Yezi, do you still doubt me? In my heart, you will forever hold the foremost position. Mr. Yi, with an unperturbed demeanor, elegantly lifted the champagne flute to take a sip, her snow-white neck resembling a proud swan. Yet, the hand entwined with Su Mu's arm subtly tightened. Is that so? Then among the 3 of them, who occupies the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th places? Su Mu inwardly winced in pain, though he dared not reveal it on his face. He turned to gaze at Mr. Yi with profound affection, declaring, My dear, my character dictates that there can only be one place in my heart, and that is for you. As for others, let them amuse themselves. Upon hearing the term my dear, Mr. Ye's defenses crumbled entirely. Her cheeks flushed visibly, and her once formidable demeanor softened into gentleness. What are you shouting about? I am not yet your wife. Someone secretly scoffed. Little girl, it seems you have long harbored ulterior motives towards me. What do you mean not yet? Are you certain the future holds that? I think not. It was all my fault. My fondness for many is not my sin, yet I am willing to err repeatedly. It was rare for Mr. Yi to display shyness, and upon hearing my dear, she let go of Su Mu's arm and went to entertain the guests alone. Chunan seized the opportunity to approach, admiration written all over his face. Boss, I'm not one to lean on walls, but I truly admire you. Teach me a thing or two. Su Mu felt a swell of pride, but dared not show it. With so many eyes around, who knew how it might be used against him? He solemnly placed a hand on Chunan's shoulder and said, "Talent is something you cannot learn." Chunan, half amused, retorted lightly, "That fellow Mohan is quite clever. Zhao Mu Ting contacted him at midnight last night, and he arrived early this morning. Shall I summon him for a meeting?" Su Mu chuckled and nodded. "I will fetch the little girl to watch the show." Chunan rolled his eyes in response. Mohan was already over 30, yet in terms of generation, he was a whole generation behind Mo Lu Su. The Donyang Mo family was a branch of the prominent Mo family in the capital, and due to generational transmission, the age gap was substantial. In large families like the Mo clan, or even in rural areas today, it was common for a grandfather to have 7 or 8 children, and the oldest grandchild could be only a few years younger than the youngest child. Su Mu sauntered over to Ning Yen, where Zhu Rui bit her lip, her face a blend of shyness and timidity, as she offered Su Mu a graceful traditional greeting, "Brother-in-law." Su Mu shivered slightly, but quickly regained his composure, nodding to Zhu Rui with restrained politeness. "Good little sister-in-law, very well behaved. One day, brother-in-law will buy you some sweets." With that, he took Mo Lu Su by the hand and walked away. "Little Lu Su, come. Let Su Gugu introduce you to someone, while also seeking that elder's feeling." And Mo Lu Su obediently responded with an "oh," casting a proud glance at the seemingly distressed Zhu Rui. Ning Yin smiled silently, appearing indifferent to the situation. Chunan had already summoned Zhao Mu Ting and his companions, and upon seeing Mo Lu Su, Mo Han felt both nervous and excited. What the Mo family sought was to return to their roots. After all, a fortune of billions is merely fleeting. With the prestigious Mo family in the capital backing them, wealth becomes the least valuable asset. Mo Han straightened his attire with gravity and respectfully bowed to Mo Lu Su. "Aunt." The address of Aunt startled Mo Lu Su. Though children in the family called her that, it was different coming from an adult. No need to be so formal. When I return home for vacation, I will ask Grandpa to advocate for you." Mo Han's composure was shaken upon hearing this. Tears nearly welled in his eyes. Truly, in the matter of returning to their roots, he had nearly offended Su Mu due to Mo Bing last time, without even uttering an apology as he followed Mo Bing away. Now, Su Mu treated him this way. It was a clear act of grace in response to past grievances. He quickly lowered his hands, filled with gratitude, and said, "Thank you, Aunt. If you have any needs in Donyang, I, your nephew, will be at your service." Mo Lu Su smiled gently, her cheeks tinged with red, sneaking a glance at Su Mu as she replied, "I'm just fine with Su Guji's presence." Mo Han, recognizing the significance, replied with enthusiasm, "Yes, indeed. With Su Xiao around, I will strive to bring you delightful and novel experiences every day, and I will rely on Su Xiao to deliver them to you." Mo Lu Su's eyes sparkled with excitement. Her nephew's words struck a chord in her heart. Just when she was lamenting the lack of an excuse, this was perfect. "Dear nephew, rest assured, as long as you can manage it, I will certainly speak well of you when I return." Yet, Su Mu felt a sense of impending doom, as if he were digging a pit for himself. What am I doing? Am I seeking an elder's warmth or courting trouble? The benefits have yet to materialize, yet I am already reaping the losses. And Mohan, as your little aunt's Su Gugu, I must admonish you. At over 30, one should not be so impetuous. Last time, a mere side branch of the Mo family turned you into a sycophant, causing the prestige of Dongyang's for prominent young masters to be tarnished. This must not happen again. And Mohan, taking the cue, immediately responded with a grin, "Su Xiao, I understand. I will strive not to bring shame to my brothers or to you." Su Mu's expression darkened. "What did you call me?" And Mohan was taken aback. "Su Xiao?" Su Mu smiled slightly, an enigmatic expression on his face. "I will ask you once more, what did you call me?" With a moment of realization, Mo Han exclaimed, "Little uncle." Mo Lu Su, flustered, covered her face and fled, while Chu Nan and the others burst into laughter. Su Mu felt a surge of blood rising to his throat, yet he managed to suppress it. Frustrated, he exclaimed, "Call me uncle." Chapter 83. The imperial capital's strong dragon, such farce, swiftly draws people closer together. After the jest, Mo Han became familiar with Su Mu, even joining Zhao Mu Ting and the others in calling him boss. Su Mu also shared insights about the special economic zone, igniting Mo Han and Zhao Muting's fervor. His thoughts ran deeper than theirs. Once the Danyang Mo family returned to its roots, its status would surely elevate to the pinnacle of Danyang. Wasn't that the case for the Zhao family? The Zhao family's main branch was in the capital, with branches spread across the country. Although the main branch in the capital could only be considered a second-tier family, the Zhao family's Western King group was undeniably the foremost in Danyang. The Zhao family's influence alone equaled that of the other three major families combined. Thus, behind the scenes, the other three families were decidedly reluctant to see the Danyang Mo family return to its roots. This was also the reason Mo Han rarely associated with the other three. Zhao Muting, ever the maverick, while Bai Zihua and Qin Peiyong formed their own cliques, left Mo Han at the bottom of the hierarchy. Su Mu spoke as if discussing the simplest of matters. To reap substantial rewards, one must invest significantly. Old Chu, this time you take a slight loss. Prepare 200 billion each, totaling 1,000 billion, as swiftly as possible. Zhao Muting was the first to respond. I have no issues. Just need a bit of time. After all, boss, you know not everyone prefers cash sitting idly in their accounts. It goes against a merchant's nature. Bai Zihua felt the least pressure, as his grandfather had personally experienced Su Mu's capabilities. This sum of money required no persuasion on his part. A mere message would suffice. Mo Han felt equally unburdened. Simply mentioning little Ant to his grandfather would make 200 billion seem trivial. However, Qin Peiyong and Chu Nan felt some discomfort, especially Chu Nan, whose heart ached with regret. If only he had not conspired with Lin Wanlan against the Yi family group, how much better it would have been. The failed scheme had cost him 50 billion. As the seventh heir in the Chu family, his funds were all self-earned. While he could indeed procure 200 billion from the family, the complications involved were daunting. Once money is exchanged, one must provide benefits. Indeed, if one is schemed against, it is entirely possible to lose even one's current position. In the realm of the affluent, familial bonds hold little significance. Self-interest reigns supreme. Just as Chu Nan was mired in contemplation, his phone vibrated gently. Upon checking, he found a message that darkened his expression significantly. Boss, there's something quite troubling. Su Mu's eyes sparkled with a peculiar brightness as he quipped. Don't tell me it's that Li Chengming coming to disrupt my gathering? Chunan forced a bitter smile and nodded. Indeed, he has arrived. I cannot remain here any longer. Su Mu nodded in agreement, gesturing towards the back door. Take Lao Zhao and the others with you. It will be difficult for you if a commotion ensues. Junan's thou note that? Let us inform General Yi that we are leaving. Boss, please be cautious. However, Zhao Muting pondered for a moment, looking earnestly at Su Mu. Boss, I wish to stay. Bai Zihua smiled with a hint of femininity. Muting, why are you trying to steal my spotlight? Qin Peiyong chimed in. I'm not leaving either. Noticing the attention of others upon him, Mo Han shrugged nonchalantly. What are you looking at? I never said I was leaving. Su Mu burst into laughter. All right, let us pit our local prowess against this powerful dragon from the capital. Chu Nan shook his head in resignation and turned to depart. He truly was ill-suited to remain in such a place. Should matters spiral out of control, it could jeopardize the delicate relationship between the Chu and Li families. The young elite of the capital have their own distinct ways. The capital's dynamics starkly contrast with those of the Magic City. In the Magic City, wealth is omnipotent. However, in the capital, wealth merely marks one as nouveau riche, forever an outsider within the elite circles. Each level, sector, and industry in the capital boasts its own exclusive circles. The concepts of insiders and outsiders originated here. Among the 9 prominent families in the capital, they represent the pinnacle of social hierarchy. This circle is the most elite power structure not just in the capital, but throughout the nation. The descendants of these families flaunt their status and identity through the glory of their circle. Should a conflict arise between insiders and outsiders, with someone from their circle siding with the outsiders, it becomes a spectacle. At best, it signifies hostility. At worst, it is seen as betrayal, directly affecting the family involved. This is why the young elites of the capital often announce their identities before engaging in conflict. Chunan had barely exited when several individuals entered the banquet hall. The young master of the Li family, Li Chengming, had come to offer his congratulations. The entire hall fell into a sudden silence, with everyone turning to gaze at the entrance. No one's arrival could rival the impact of Li Chengming's. Even Zhu Ruoe could not compare. Her shock stemmed from beauty, while the Zhu family's status was largely unknown to most. The Li family, however, represented the zenith of privilege visible to the common populace. Who else could claim the title of young master, if not the genuine heir? Despite the prevalence of young masters, the term exclusively denotes the heir, the legitimate firstborn. Li Chengming's demeanor surpassed that of Chu Nan, as he was the true heir, and his entrance signified absolute dominance. The four young men accompanying him also exuded an extraordinary presence. From the moment he entered, Li Chengming's gaze was fixated on Zhu Rui, dismissing everyone else. As for the host, Yi Wanxiu, he regarded her with utter indifference, deeming her a mere, trifling figure from a billion-dollar company, unworthy of his attention. He swiftly approached Zhu Rui, calling out warmly, Rui. Upon hearing his name, Zhu Rui's expression shifted dramatically, unable to conceal her playful nature any longer. Her eyes sparkled mischievously as thoughts raced through her mind. Suddenly, she flashed a radiant smile at Li Chengming. This smile was akin to flowers blooming in the midst of winter, captivating not only Li Chengming and his entourage, but also those around them, leaving them momentarily entranced. Brother Chengming, what brings you here? Li Chengming, initially sullen, found his mood lifting instantly. However, he dared not exhibit overt arrogance, opting instead for a feigned modest smile. Attempting to appear as charming as possible, I came to see you. Zhu Rui nearly retched at his audacity. How shameless, she thought, instantly losing all interest in feigning pleasantries. She adopted a cold demeanor typical of encountering strangers, stating flatly, "All right, you've seen me. You may leave now." Li Chengming was taken aback, unable to comprehend Zhu Rui's sudden change in demeanor. Just then, a cheerful voice called from behind, "Oh, what a lively gathering." Zhu Rui beamed and rushed towards the voice. "Sumu, where have you been? I missed you." Li Chengming's expression darkened ominously. "Sumu, you wretched creature." Chapter 84. Kill him. Li Chengming was one of the most prominent and youngest young masters in the capital. To others, his youth only amplified his prestige. Yet, this youthfulness also presented a significant flaw. His cultivation of self-restraint was grossly insufficient. Unlike other young masters, he would never allow jealousy to erupt publicly, as it would undermine his status. The moment Zhu Rui grasped Su Mu's arm, Li Chengming lost composure. He shot a piercing glance at Su Mu, his eyes brimming with malice. Meanwhile, Su Mu merely offered him a casual smile. Despite Li Chengming's typically composed demeanor, he found this moment intolerable. How dare this insolent wretch provoke me? He felt deeply humiliated, and by extension, his family was dishonored. Such indignity must be avenged with blood. Yet, he conveniently overlooked his own transgressions. Regardless of his status as a guest, to disdain or disregard the host is indeed an affront. Fortunately, being a top young master in the capital tempered his rage. Suppressing his jealousy, Li Chengming approached Su Mu with a forced smile, stating coolly, "You are Su Mu?" His words were light, yet they drew every gaze in the room to him. Those reporters who had not yet departed stifled their excitement, surreptitiously activating their recording devices. Anticipating a spectacle. Finally, in an instant, Li Chengming's face darkened to an alarming degree, his gaze becoming menacing. "What do you think you are? How dare you act so presumptuously in front of me? A lowly and insignificant son-in-law, relying on a few tricks, dares to covet the noble families of the capital. This is sheer madness." Arrogance filled Li Chengming's eyes, and at this moment, the tyranny of the Li family of the capital was laid bare. He pointed at Su Mu, his handsome face twisted with a cruel and sinister smile. "Kill him." The entire hall was stunned. Kill him? In public, with so many journalists present, he dared to order a murder? After uttering those 3 words, the malevolent aura around Li Chengming vanished completely. He regained the composure befitting a top young master of the capital, though his eyes betrayed a deep, mocking, and pitying look. "A lowly, insignificant insect. A wretched, pitiful. You will never understand that no matter how capable, talented, or handsome you are nothing but a bug I can crush at will. This world does not operate on merit. One's origin determines one's status." Merit? Oomph. The 3 words "kill him" were spoken in less than a second. In that second, how many things can happen? The world's fastest sprinter can run 13 meters in a second. This is the limit for an ordinary person. However, for an ancient martial artist, this limit is but a joke. An ordinary ancient martial artist can reach an astonishing 50 meters in a second. A top ancient martial artist can easily cover 100 meters in a second, as if it were nothing. True energy is something beyond the realm of scientific explanation. The enhancement of true energy is akin to traversing subspace, allowing one to virtually ignore air resistance. It is simply magical. No need to ask, for even if you do, you will not be told. Li Chengming's status ensures that he is always accompanied by a highly skilled ancient martial artist as a bodyguard. Just like Mo Liusu, who is always protected by Aunt Shui and her husband, as well as Brother Chung from the bar, and even the Mo family's secret guards, all of whom are part of a comprehensive protection system. Even though Mo Liusu is the most favored young lady of the Mo family, her importance pales in comparison to Mo Zongheng. Mo Zongheng is the future head of the family, the very foundation of the Mo family. For a family like the Mo, their strongest protective forces are only deployed for two purposes: the family head and the heir. Uncle Yuan, who is by Mo Zongheng's side, is one of the Mo family's top combatants. Li Chengming's status is on par with Mo Zongheng. So, how could he travel without a top-tier expert accompanying him? The Li family would not allow him to venture out with just a group of lackeys, and not even in a private jet, unless they had absolute confidence. This confidence comes from an obvious source. As soon as Li Chengming spoke, time seemed to freeze. A hazy figure instantly appeared before him and then lunged at Sumu. All of this happened in a mere tenth of a second. Sumue's pupils constricted to pinpoints. Truly the Li family. A move filled with lethal intent. Unfortunately, you have no idea about my trump card. Sumu's heart rate instantly spiked to over 300 beats per minute. A shockingly powerful energy burst from his heart. Time slowed by at least 100 times. No one knew how miraculous Su Mu's cultivation method was. This scene was like a divine miracle. The Li family's top expert appeared in an instant. His speed, to ordinary people, was as swift as lightning, but to Su Mu, it was as slow as a snail. An elderly man, clad entirely in black, with a gaunt frame, held a dagger as thin as a cicada's wing. The dagger was aimed at Su Mu's throat, ready to slice through it. Su Mu gave a strange smile and gently grabbed the man's hand, pushing it away. The force was incredibly gentle. The dagger, in a bizarre turn of events, sliced through the man's own throat, leaving a faint line of blood. Puffed. Time returned to normal. Everyone in the hall was horrified to see a black-clad figure standing stiffly before Su Mu, one hand clutching his throat, the other pointing at Su Mu. Su Mu, however, disdainfully pulled Zhu Rurue aside. Hiss! A thin stream of blood shot out from the black-clad man's throat. The entire hall was in a state of shock. Murder. The smile on Li Chengming's lips had not yet faded. Then, he saw Su Mu walking towards him with a smile. Huh? What's going on? In the blink of an eye, Su Mu's hand grabbed Li Chengming's hair, pulling his scalp down with a brutal yank. The excruciating pain forced Li Chengming to his knees. In the center of the banquet hall, the once panicked crowd was now stunned. Zhao Mutian, Bai Zihua, Qin Peiyang, and Mo Han were all in a state of shock. Cold sweat drenched their backs. It's over. Li Chengming's 4 henchmen were also terrified, nearly wetting their pants. Li Chengming, in a humiliating position, knelt before Su Mu, who continued to press his scalp down. Li Chengming could only use his hands to resist, his throat emitting a sound of utter humiliation. Su Mu, you deserve to die. How dare you humiliate my Li family? Su Mu, with a half-smile, maintained the pressure, and said lightly, what logic is this? You want to kill me, but you won't let me take a little interest? Han Ziyuan, one of Li Chengming's henchmen, could no longer stand still and shouted at Su Mu. Do you know who the young master is? And yet you dare to be so presumptuous? Don't you fear for the lives of those close to you? Su Mu stopped, turned to look at Han Ziyuan, and said with a smile, am I to understand that you are threatening me with the people around me? Han Ziyuan, thinking his threat had worked, sneered, if you don't want them to die then. Bang. His response was Li Chengming's face meeting the cold marble floor. Li Chengming felt as if he had suddenly been thrown into darkness, with stars twinkling before his eyes. Soon, sticky blood flowed from his nose, and the pain finally hit. The humiliation was more intense than the pain. A foot pressed down on his neck. Su Mu slowly stood up, his gaze mocking as he looked at Han Ziyuan, and said with a light smile, because of your threat, the young master's face is now ruined. Do you think I would dare to snap his neck because of your threat? Han Ziyuan was terrified, nearly in tears. Damn it, is this my fault? If this gets back to the capital, the Li family will blacklist the Han family. Even though the Han family is a vassal of the Zhu family, the Zhu family will not easily step in to protect us. At most, they will save our lives, but our family's generations of hard work will be lost. Without our family's wealth, what kind of young master will I be? The best outcome is to become a servant in a Zhu family. But I was raised to be served, not to serve others. None of Li Chengming's henchmen dared to speak. Sumu looked down at the blood-covered Li Chengming and said slowly, "Did you really think Sumu, was a soft target? That any stray cat or dog could come and take a bite? Your face is a face, but is mine not? If you can kill me with a few words, then, since I am stronger, can I not kill you?" With a light tap of his foot, the pressure increased. Li Chengming, writhing in pain, could not escape the foot on his neck. He roared in fury. "You dare to humiliate me? Humiliate my Li family?" Sumu chuckled. "I am humiliating you, and I am humiliating your Li family. If you have the ability, get up and bite me." This statement sent a chill down everyone's spine. How could this young man dare to do such a thing? Was he cursing Li Chengming as a dog? Zhu Rui, standing to one side, could hardly bear to watch. For the root cause of this matter stemmed from her own capricious behavior. If she had not insisted on kissing Sumu out of pique, none of this would have transpired. The Zhu family, though formidable, had long since lost its former glory. The death of her eldest brother, Zhu Qingzhao, remained a mystery, and the Zhu family, bereft of an heir, was rife with undercurrents of intrigue. Even now, there were those who dared to strike at Zhu Yi. If the Li family were truly provoked with their deep-rooted power, the Zhu family would find itself in dire straits. Zhu Rui, though mischievous, was not foolish. In fact, she was more astute than most. Caprice had its price, but when that price exceeded all bounds, it was no longer mere caprice. "Sumu, Zhu Rui began, but Sumu's face darkened, and he coldly ordered, "Be silent. If you do not wish to stay, then leave." Zhu Rui was furious. When had she ever been scolded in such a manner? She was about to retort, but her gaze met Sumu's, and in his eyes she saw a cold, almost cruel, disdain and aloofness. In that moment, Zhu Rui felt a sharp, painful ache in her heart. Does he detest me? Does he loathe me? Tears welled up in her eyes, and she covered her face, dashing towards the door. Those who knew Zhu Rui's identity were terrified. Good heavens! This man had the audacity to tell the Zhu family's princess to leave? Was he mad? He had already offended the Li family, and now he was thoroughly antagonizing the Zhu family. Did he even wish to live? Was this how one sought death? Zhao Mutian, Bai Zihua, Qin Peiyong, and Mo Han exchanged glances, feeling a sense of numbing dread. Was their boss's ship truly a sinking one? Had they boarded the wrong vessel? "Boss, it's not that we don't stand with you, but your pace is too much for us to follow. We wish to disembark. This is too terrifying." The Li family, with a single word, could easily obliterate the 4 great families from Danyang. Indeed, this was the terrifying influence of the top families in the inner sea. The 4 men were trembling, their muscles stiff, nearly immobile. They were paralyzed by fear. After dismissing Zhu Rui, Sumu glanced at Han Ziyuan and the others. Han Ziyuan dared not meet Sumu's gaze. Sumu then lowered his head, looking at Li Chengming, who was pinned under his foot, and said with a smile, "You sought to kill me. How shall we settle this account? I give you 2 choices. Either you die, or you kneel and kowtow to me 3 times, and I will spare your life." Li Chengming, in a posture of utter humiliation, lay prostrate on the ground. The foot on his neck was like a mountain, allowing no resistance. But when he heard Sumu's demand for him to kowtow, Li Chengming was instantly filled with rage. He screamed and struggled, his eyes bloodshot, and the blood that had clotted in his nostrils began to flow again. You dream. If you have the guts, kill me." Sumu remained calm, but the foot on Li Chengming's neck pressed down with the force of hydraulic press, slowly and steadily increasing the pressure. The threat of death shattered Li Chengming's already fragile will. His anger was more from Sumu's disregard for the Li family's name, which he had relied upon. The mixture of boundless fear and hatred had twisted his heart to a point of extreme perversion. But what could he do? The foot on his neck was truly capable of crushing it. Spare me." Finally, Li Chengming uttered a few incoherent words. Everyone present was a witness, and a chill ran down their spines. Good heavens, the most esteemed young master in their eyes was now on the ground, begging for his life? The contrast was too great. How could Sumu dare? Did he not consider the consequences of his actions? Sumu released his foot and stood there, still smiling. Li Chengming struggled to his feet, his face a bloody mess, and the red blood dripping onto the white floor was a ghastly sight. I will kowtow. Thud, thud, thud. Chapter 86. The Japanese Ninja After Kowtowing. Li Qingming suddenly grinned maniacally, and his body went limp, collapsing to the ground. Han Ziyuan and the others rushed to his side, as if they had lost a close relative. Ruan Yunfei and Yi Jianfeng helped him up, while Han Ziyuan, with a look of despair, also grinned maniacally at Sumu. Do you think you've made a great show of yourself today? Are you feeling incredibly smug? You are finished, and so are all those around you. Wait and see. The Li family's retribution will come faster than you can imagine. Sumu shrugged with a smile. I'll wait, but I have a message for young Master Li. Sumu looked at Li Qingming, whose face was nearly disfigured, and said with utmost seriousness, what I have done, you can direct towards me, and I will take full responsibility. But if the Li family dares to retaliate against my friends or my women then, Sumu raised his hand and smiled enigmatically. I wouldn't mind having one of the 9 great families of the Inner Sea replaced. Even in his current state, Li Qingming couldn't help but burst into a loud, derisive laugh. He laughed so hard that he began to cough violently, choking on his own blood. Taking one last look at Sumu, Li Qingming gritted his teeth and said, let's go. Only after Li Qingming and his group left did the people in the living room come to their senses. A buzz of discussion erupted. The reporters began to gather their things and slip away. They were the most perceptive, and while they had come to see a spectacle, they had indeed seen one. But they dared not leak this story. Any fool could see that if the video of the Li family's heir being humiliated were to spread, the Li family, in their fury, would easily find and punish the source. So, they had to keep this secret. The other guests at the Yi Corporation event also began to leave, even without bidding farewell to Yi Wanxiu, as if avoiding a plague. The Yi Corporation was finished. Everyone believed this. The Yi Corporation was as good as dead. No one could save the Yi family, not even the Zhu family. First, why would the Zhu family intervene? Second, what could the Yi family offer the Zhu family? And because of Sumu, the Li family had suffered a profound humiliation, a blood feud that would not be easily forgotten. As for who was right or wrong in the beginning, it was pointless to dwell on it. The Li family, from their lofty heights, would not explain themselves to the ant-like Yi family. Have you ever seen a person explain to ants why they crushed one? In just a few minutes, the once crowded room was empty. Who would dare stay now, for fear of being targeted and risking their family's destruction? Even the staff from the event planning company hired by Yi Wanxiu had fled. In the vast hall, only Sumu, Yi Zhengqiu, Yi Wanxiu, and Mo Liusu, Ningyan, the 4 great young masters, and the corpse on the ground remained. Mo Liusu's face was grave. She quietly approached Sumu and said with concern, I'll call my brother and my grandfather. If they intervene, Sumu smiled and shook his head. Little Liusu, you need not worry. I will handle this. He then turned to Chun Lei, who was standing in the distance, and said, Old Chun, take old Yi back. Stay put for now. Rest assured, no one will dare to touch you. Chun Lei swallowed hard and nodded. Yi Zhengqiu maintained a serene expression, softly comforting Yi Wanxiu for a moment before casting a fierce glare at Sumu, rebuking him. You troublemaker. And what do you mean by calling me that? Sumu Gurinad, old Yi. Yi Zhengqiu slammed his cane down onto the ground, demanding, say that again? Sumu scratched the back of his head and glanced at Yi Wanxiu, whose heavy heart could not prevent a faint blush from rising to her cheeks as she looked down shyly. Hee, Grandpa. You really don't understand the rules, do you? A change of address requires a fee. If you don't pay, I might feel quite embarrassed. Ye Zhengqiu Tiremlet, poised to draw the concealed sword from his cane to give this scoundrel a good whack. All right. I'll call you that. Is that enough? No need to get so worked up. Given your age, if you strike me, I might have to don mourning attire for you. Even the most suppressed atmosphere could not withstand Sumu's relentless teasing. His calling of Grandpa brought Yi Zhengqiu a sense of satisfaction. The 4 young masters shrank back, resembling quails. Sumu whispered to them for a moment, and only then did their faces regain some color as they departed. You rascal, always stirring up trouble. You should leave and find a place to hide far away. Yi Wanxiu, no longer embodying the domineering CEO, looked at Sumu with teary eyes, nearly collapsing into his embrace. Sumu quickly wrapped her in his arms, then turned to Mo Liusu with a smile. Little Liusu, could you please give me your brother's number? Without hesitation, Mo Liusu produced her phone and sent Sumu her brother's private number. Sumu then looked at Ning Yin and said, Sister Ning, remember my words. For the next few days, refrain from going to work. Stay at home for no more than 5 days, and I assure you everything will return to normal. Ning Yin hesitated, her eyes filled with concern and worry. Suddenly, Emo Liosu suggested. How about I move in with them? Su Mu felt touched. It was indeed a splendid idea, but he could not involve Emo Liosu in this matter. His dealings with Emo Zongheng were based on mutual benefit, an exchange where neither party would pry into the other's affairs. However, Emo Liosu was different. Agreeing to help would create a debt, an emotional one. The easiest debts to repay are emotional, yet they're also the most challenging. Little Liosu, you need to stay out of this. Return to school. Now, you all should leave. I'll handle things here. After sending Yi Wanxiu and the others away, Su Mu approached the body of the formidable master from the Li family, lifting the black veil that covered the face. Beneath the veil lay a visage of deep wrinkles, yet the head was shaven clean. Su Mu removed the shoes from the deceased, noting the unusually large and widely spaced toes, especially the big toe, which was significantly larger than average. Su Mu chuckled to himself, reflecting, heaven has a path, yet you choose not to tread it. Hell has no door, yet you insist on barging in. The Li family? Who would have thought that the most elite and enigmatic master was not from the ancient martial arts sect of Huaxia, but rather a ninja from a land of the rising sun, and not just any ninja, but the highest ranking. Shadow. It was not that the Li family had been careless. Rather, Li Qingming had misjudged Su Mu's capabilities. A shadow ninja undoubtedly ranks among the most formidable of masters, even more so than a traditional ancient martial artist. This is because martial artists disdain assassination, while ninjas are trained in the art of stealth and killing. From the lifeless shadow ninja, Su Mu retrieved a dagger as thin as a cicada's wing, marveling at its craftsmanship. What a treasure! The ancient techniques of the Japanese truly live up to their reputation. Chapter 87. Irresistible Interests. If the first half of the Yi Group's press conference was akin to paradise, the latter half descended into hell. The opening was shocking enough to captivate the entirety of Danyang, yet the conclusion left the city paralyzed with fear. Initially, videos circulated, but once Li Qingming took the stage, everything abruptly ceased. Everyone was eager to understand the monumental upheaval that could devastate all present, so who dared to speak out? However, rumors about Su Mu grew increasingly bizarre, ultimately coalescing into one question. Who exactly was he? The sudden appearance of Yi Wanxiu's fiancé was already a spectacle. Yet this fiancé turned out to be a complete scoundrel, playing multiple sides, while Yi Wanxiu remained utterly indifferent. This drew even more attention. More alarming events unfolded. Whether on the Danyang University Forum, the National University Alliance platform, or social media, all images and videos related to Su Mu vanished without a trace, as though he had never existed. All of this transpired just 3 hours after the Yi Group's press conference concluded. In a dilapidated neighborhood of Danyang, Su Mu cheerfully regarded the disgruntled night owl, tossing him a card. I've raised the price to 5 billion a year. That is quite the sum, isn't it? Night owl did not reach for the card, but shook his head. Let's focus on surviving first. What are you planning to do? You know my strength. Long-range sniping may not be effective against ancient martial artists. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Su Mu's eyes as he replied, to achieve excellence in one's craft, one must first sharpen their tools. After this matter, I'll introduce you to someone and provide you with a weapon. He then retrieved his phone, scrolling to the number Emo Liosu had sent him. After some time, he dialed. The call did not connect immediately, but a confident smile remained on Su Mu's lips. Finally, a voice answered on the other end. It was Emo Zongheng. What do you need from me? What can you offer in return? Su Mu stood and moved to another room. Half an hour later, he emerged with a smile. I'll leave Danyang in your hand for a few days. Night Owl felt a profound shock. Once the world's top assassin, he had earned that title by completing seemingly impossible assassination missions. From the beginning of his career, he had never failed. The only time he had faltered was when he faced Su Mu. Prior to that, he had successfully assassinated several powerful ancient martial artists. It's worth noting that ancient martial artists exist beyond the realm of ordinary comprehension. Yet he had succeeded. He vividly recalled the attempt to assassinate Su Mu years ago. His marksmanship ranked among the world's top 3. He had chosen to strike from a kilometer away, utilizing the most advanced sniper rifle. However, the moment the bullet struck Su Mu, he merely tilted his head in a peculiar manner. The fatal shot had missed its mark. To this day, Night Owl could not comprehend how that had occurred. Subsequently, he had fallen victim to Su Mu's counterattack, who spared his life but compelled him to remain hidden in Danyang for 3 years. Why Danyang? Night Owl did not inquire, nor did Su Mu offer explanations. Yet, It appeared that Su Mu had begun orchestrating plans in Donyang years prior. What was his intention? And who had placed such a high bounty on his head years ago? That mission still held the record for the highest bounty in the assassin world, $15 billion. That was 3 years ago. And someone had dared to set a bounty of $15 billion for Su Mu's assassination. In the capital, at the Mo family estate, Mo Zongheng reclined on the sofa, lost in thought. Uncle Yuan, standing behind him, seemed on the verge of speaking. Young master, what promise did you make to him? Montak Tsongheng pausit, a slight smile gracing his lips as he replied, it's quite an intriguing affair. This fellow is truly fascinating. Uncle Yuan frowned slightly and said, if I recall correctly, he should seek out that young lady from the Zhu family, wouldn't that be? Mo Zongheng rose, casting a glance back at Uncle Yuan with a smile. He is prouder than I imagined, so even if he finds himself in a desperate situation, he won't seek help from Xie Yutong. He has offered me an irresistible interest, and thus I must demonstrate my sincerity. After speaking, Mo Zongheng's expression suddenly turned icy. From this moment forth, I require all intelligence from the Li family regarding Su Mu. Every detail, including Li Qingming, who remains in Donyang. Uncle Yuan was taken aback. Young master, are you not concerned that the Li family will wage war against the Mo family once they learn of this? Mo Zongheng smiled faintly. That would require the Li family to still exist. Even with Uncle Yuan's composure, a chill ran down his spine. What did the young master mean by that? Was he intending to defy the heavens? That young man, was he not a dragon tamer? Where did he acquire such formidable power? To topple the Li family? A delusion. Just as Mo Zongheng was instructing Uncle Yuan, a group had silently infiltrated Donyang from the imperial capital. They did not disturb anyone, ignoring Han Ziyuan and his 3 companions, and instead abducted Li Qingming. Subsequently, Han Ziyuan and his companions were ostentatiously sent to Donyang Airport, where they boarded a private jet belonging to the Li family, flying directly to the imperial capital. To all observers, this private jet was specifically sent to retrieve Li Qingming. However, in reality, Li Qingming had not departed. Inside the specially designed luxurious compartment, Li Qingming's face was wrapped in thick bandages, revealing only his eyes and mouth. His nose had been broken, and his cheekbones shattered. Fortunately, modern medicine could restore him completely. The anesthetic dulled his physical pain, but internally, he felt as if venomous snakes were gnawing at him, twisting his insides in agony. Behind him stood an elderly man clad in a black robe, the personal steward of the head of the Li family. Young master, it is still early. They will arrive in 5 hours. Li Qingming let out a cold, guttural laugh, the anesthesia causing his speech to be unclear. I want to personally crush that insect, along with the 2 wretches beside him. The steward shook his head gently, responding, Young master, the master has instructed us not to touch that member of the Ning family. Fury flickered in Li Qingming's eyes, his teeth grinding audibly. After a moment of effort to suppress his overwhelming rage, he nodded. Very well, I shall. Not harm her, but if others do, that is none of my concern, correct? The old steward nodded. As long as it is not the young master who acts, I am not in a position to interfere. A sinister smile crept onto Li Qingming's face as he slowly closed his eyes. Leave. I wish to rest until they arrive. Understood. The old steward bowed and exited the compartment. This was a military high-speed rail transfer station in the outskirts of Donyang, surrounded by barbed wire, where no one dared approach. 3 pristine white train cars stood quietly on the tracks, specially designed to withstand high explosives, with glass impervious to bullets of 12 millimeters or less. The cars bore no markings, save for a black emblem in the far right corner, the exclusive insignia of the Li family from the imperial capital. Chapter 88. Come chase me, oh, what grievances and grudges are these? What has become of people nowadays? They resort to violence at the drop of a hat, truly lacking in manners. In the outskirts of Donyang, under the deep night sky, Su Mu lounged carelessly with his legs crossed, half reclining on a large tree branch, a twig hanging from his mouth. Not far away lay the transfer station where Li Qingming was concealed. The intelligence Mo Zongheng provided was timely and detailed, revealing that he had mobilized all available resources. The Li family had yet to realize that the identity of the super expert who fell beside Li Qingming had been exposed. Su Mu relayed this information to Mo Zongheng, who, after their conversation, immediately sought out the head of the Mo family. In one of the most prestigious families in the imperial capital, the protector of the heir turned out to be a ninja from Fusong. This was akin to a bombshell explosion, even a nuclear detonation. If Mo Zongheng failed to capitalize on this intelligence, he would not be worthy of the Mo family's inheritance. This piece of information alone warranted the use of his resources to negotiate with Su Mu. Moreover, Su Mu offered even more. An enticing proposition, indeed. Were it any other individual, Mo Zongheng would harbor doubts. However, this was Su Mu, a dragon tamer whose reputation was undeniably illustrious. Deep down, Mo Zongheng also pondered. Who would his brother-in-law assist, if not for his own family? No fault in that. Of course, should Su Mu dare to abandon his sister, Mo Zongheng would not hesitate to crush the scoundrel. It was already 1 a.m. In the distance, another train, identical with 3 white cars, approached slowly, connecting with the previously stationary train. As the doors opened, 40 guards, all nearly identical in height, attire, and demeanor, disembarked and lined up in formation before the second car. Their movements, steps, gestures, even breaths were in perfect synchrony. The most bizarre aspect was that when these 40 individuals stood together, they created an illusion of unity, as if they were a single entity. Li Qingming, his face swathed in bandages, emerged from the carriage, followed by the black-clad elder. The 40 guards simultaneously raised their fists to their chests. Young master! Young master! Their unified shout sent shockwaves into the air, lingering in the night. Particularly pronounced against the quiet backdrop. Sumo, observing Framavar, smiled silently. This was the Li family's secretly trained dark guards, barely sufficient for the task. Yet, Sumu's focus was not on these mere pawns. In the carriage behind, 2 nearly ethereal presences, along with 6 slightly lesser ones, emerged, a total of 8 individuals. Those were the true masters, capable of annihilating all of Donyang. Sumu reigned in his aura, exuding an icy demeanor, his gaze shifting to Li Chengming. As he surveyed the throng of guards, Li Chengming momentarily regained the confidence befitting an heir of the Li family, radiating an air of noble lineage. However, the anesthetic's effects were waning, and the relentless pain on his face constantly reminded him of his next course of action. Excellent. You have finally arrived. Yes. His laughter abruptly ceased. Li Chengming's voice dripped with venom, sending chills down spines. This insignificant Donyang has humiliated me. Beneath the bandages, his eyes burned a crimson hue. You will divide into 5 groups, each led by a venerable guardian, and go to the Yi family, the Zhao family, the Bai family, the Qin family, and the Mo family. Bring me Yuanqiu, the rest may perish. Soon, 5 elders descended from the rear carriage, their expressions calm, yet commanding, exuding an aura of mastery as they stood beside Li Chengming, immovable as mountains. Li Chengming turned his gaze toward the city, his eyes filled with malice. Go. The 40 guards once again struck their chests in unison. As you command. Their affirmation echoed in the deep night, startling a flock of birds into a flurry. Just then, a languid voice resounded, in the dead of night, who is so rude as to disturb an old man's rest. Truly uncouth. As the words fell, 2 white shadows shot forth from the carriage. Whoosh! The air rippled dramatically, leaving 2 distinct white trails in the darkness. Swift. Inconceivably swift. This occurred in the blink of an eye. Around Li Qingming, elders materialized in every direction. The 40 guards, quick to react, spread out defensively, their movements as fluid as flowing water. In that deathly silence, even the startled birds seemed to vanish without a trace. For a moment, the transfer station sank into an eerie calm. 2 elders, clad in white robes with snow-white hair cascading over their shoulders, stood side by side. One of them spoke softly, his tone chilling. Friend, come forth. Why resort to subterfuge? No response came. After nearly a minute of silence, the elder smiled coldly. What audacious scoundrel dares to behave so insolently? An aged, playful laugh echoed. Grandson, you truly are a naughty one. Do you believe that your grandpa will spank you? The white-clad elder on the left was enraged. You're courting death. He took a step, spanning 10 meters, and then seemed to float in the air, vanishing in an instant. A light, lingering laugh, accompanied by a sharp, piercing sound, filled the air. Good grandson. You've lived a long life, but it seems you've wasted it all on a dog. Go down now. As the words faded, a white figure fell diagonally from the distant night, landing like a tattered rag in front of a group of guards, rolling into their midst. The once impenetrable defensive formation of the guards was now in disarray. Everyone was aghast. The other white-clad elder rushed to support the fallen one, his voice filled with anguish. Junior brother. The junior brother's neck was slit, and it was clear he was beyond saving. From the dust, the senior brother rose, shouting, "Come out and fight me." The aged voice suddenly changed, becoming frivolous. "Catch me if you can. Go ahead and eat my dust." Li Shengming, as if seeing a ghost, shivered, his face filled with pain. "It's him. It's him. It's that guy." The pupils of the elders around him constricted. Who else could it be but the one who trampled their young master? How dare he to ambush the Li family? Such a fool, unaware of the heights and depths of the world. The senior brother was driven mad with rage. He held nothing back, but he could not catch the man before him. The aura the man exuded was erratic, like a battery about to run out of power, fast and slow, intermittent, yet like a small boat in a tsunami. No matter how fiercely he attacked, he could not touch the man. This was infuriating. "If you have the guts, don't run. If you have the guts, catch me." The senior brother, fuming, shouted, "Little beast, you are dead. You dare to kill my junior brother. The Black Robe Lane will never rest until you are dead." Sun Mu turned and grinned. "Black Robe Lane? Well, your mission is complete." His heart rate soared to 300 beats per minute. A terrifying power surged, and the senior brother seemed to move in slow motion. The dagger, taken from the Shadow Ninja, made another swift cut. A thin, red line appeared on the senior brother's throat, so delicate and playful. Another body fell from the night sky. Li Qingming was terrified, his heart and soul shattered. Chapter 89. Mobilizing the entire clan, the Li family had sent many experts from the capital, but the most formidable were this pair of white-clad brothers. They had thought this force would be invincible, but they were annihilated at the first strike. The black-clad butler behind Li Qingming, his face ashen, suddenly realized and shouted, "Protect the young master." 8 experts and 40 guards formed an impenetrable wall in front of Li Qingming. In the darkness, Sun Mu emerged with a smile. The sight of Sun Mu filled Li Qingming with rage, his face contorted in pain. "Kill him! Kill him! I want him dead." The memory of the humiliating scene replayed in his mind. This was an unprecedented disgrace for him and the Li family. The black-clad elder, clearly the leader of the operation, shielded Li Qingming and coldly addressed Sun Mu. "Youngster, the Li family is not to be trifled with. If you surrender now, I can spare your life. Otherwise, you and your people will have no place to be buried." Sun Mu, with a half-smile, replied, "You sent so many people to ensure that I and my people have no place to be buried. Now you want me to surrender? Old man, do you take me for a 3-year-old child?" With a playful tilt of his head, he waved at Li Qingming. "Hey, brother Qingming, we meet again." The greeting of brother Qingming ignited Li Qingming's fury. "Sun Mu, I will flay you alive and play with your women until they die." Sun Mu's expression turned serious. "In that case, there is nothing more to say." The black-clad elder, a skilled fighter, felt a chill run down his spine. As if struck by lightning, he turned and grabbed Li Qingming, diving into the carriage and closing the door in a flash. In a few seconds outside, chaos reigned. Li Qingming, back in the carriage, trembled with fear, his legs weak. The 8 experts, second only to the white-clad brothers, lasted less than 5 seconds against Sun Mu, all dying mysteriously. Each death was marked by a thin, red line on the neck. The black-clad elder, after entering the carriage, locked all the doors and shouted, "Drive. Return to the capital now." The carriage was specially designed, and he was not worried about Sun Mu breaking in. But the slaughter outside was terrifying. The 40 Li family guards were like a mere decoration. The black-clad elder saw a hazy figure, trailing a long shadow, circling the 40 guards. Wherever the shadow passed, the guards froze, then clutched their throats, their eyes bulging with fear. Sun Mu stood there, making a throat-slitting gesture through the sealed window, then grinned. The carriage began to move, and Sun Mu, with a smile, began to run alongside it. As it neared the station, he leaped onto the roof like a bird. This train was specially designed, its defenses among the strongest, even surpassing the U.S. President's limousine. Sun Mu, though powerful, could not tear through the special alloy steel. Inside the carriage, the black-clad elder called for reinforcements from the capital, while Li Qingming collapsed on the sofa, his mind blank. The pain on his face was no longer felt. His only emotion was fear. Terrifying, paralyzing fear. He could not imagine what would happen if Sun Mu wanted to kill him. He realized he was a laughingstock. having arrogantly ordered Su Mu's death in front of so many. The train accelerated to 300 kilometers per hour, racing towards the capital. Su Mu sat cross-legged on the roof, his body anchored by a magnetic force. His true energy formed an invisible field, shielding him from the fierce wind. The Li family's train had special clearance, needing no stops or slowdowns. The journey from Donyang to the capital took only 4 hours. Inside the carriage, the black-clad elder gradually calmed. Seeing Li Chengming's trembling, he reassured him, "Young master, we are safe. He cannot enter. The family head has sent enough forces to capture him, and you will have your revenge." Li Chengming, realizing he was safe, felt a surge of relief. "I am safe. I have nothing to fear. He cannot enter, but I can return home. With enough experts, we can wear him down." With this thought, Li Chengming jumped up, hurling insults at the roof, leaving the black-clad elder in disbelief. Poor young master, what a shock he must have suffered. He was once so refined and polite, and now. The black-clad elder, though tempted to join in the cursing, held back. "It's useless to curse. Youngster, if you possess the courage, follow closely. Upon arriving in the capital, the Li family will extend the highest courtesy to welcome you." Meanwhile, at the Li family's secret training base in the northern city, 200 guards have assembled. Additionally, there are 20 elite warriors shrouded in black, known as the Fusang Shadow Ninjas. Leading them are the two most esteemed and powerful veneration of the Li family, ready to welcome the young master's return. The two leading veneration stepped forward simultaneously, their bodies propelling like cannonballs. The steel-reinforced concrete beneath them, a meter thick, caved in, creating a deep crater as they launched forward. The 20 shadow ninjas, each accompanied by 10 of the strongest guards, plunged into the darkness. Their running speed was as swift as lightning, each stride covering at least 10 meters, maintaining a perfectly synchronized triangular formation. As they passed, dense smoke surged into the sky, ressembling à Ragent Dragon's passage. Their mission was to hunt down Su Mu at the Li family's exclusive outpost outside the city. Continuous waves of communication flowed between the speeding high-speed train and the capital. On the train's roof, Su Mu hung up the call with Mo Zongheng with a sly smile. As the train entered the wilderness, the howling hurricane approached, and he inhaled deeply with satisfaction. The Li family has mobilized entirely? Then, is their stronghold left vulnerable? Dear brother-in-law, all I can do is this. The rest depends on your capability, determination, and appetite for what lies ahead. I trust you won't disappoint me. Otherwise, I might just have to return and take it out on your sister. Chapter 90, Old M.O. Did you hear that? At 5 in the morning, on the outskirts of the capital, at the Li family's outpost, a pristine white high-speed train slowly pulled into the station. The entire station was eerily deserted, enveloped in a chilling silence. The train came to a gradual halt. Inside, Li Chengming stood by the window, his eyes reflecting a wild madness of sheer delight. Home at last. This is the capital. This is his territory. Here, he has laid a meticulous trap. 200 of the Li family's elite guards lay in ambush nearby, along with 20 Fusang shadow ninjas. Most crucially, the two pillars of the Li family were personally present. This assembly could only be described as extravagant. On the train's roof, Su Mu had already changed his posture, reclining comfortably with his legs crossed, hands clasped behind his head, still holding onto a twig he had found. The sky began to lighten with dawn, and Su Mu calculated the time before lazily sitting up and leaping down from the roof. "No need to hide. Come out now," he shouted, glancing at Li Chengming, who was peering at him through thick bulletproof glass, and playfully made a turtle-like gesture, perfectly mimicking the action. Li Chengming's previously triumphant mood was instantly shattered. Su Mu, however, paid him no further mind, surveying his surroundings. 20 groups of 10 began to encircle him from all directions. The first encirclement formed 50 meters away. The second tightened by 10 meters. The third again narrowed by another 10 meters. 10 lean shadow ninjas, cloaked in black, formed a fourth encirclement just 10 meters from him. Finally, the two most powerful veneration of the Li family approached from both the front and back to encircle him. The rising murderous intent was palpable, chilling Li Chengming to the bone, even from within the train. The black-clad steward behind him smugly remarked, "Young master, he is now trapped with no escape. How you wish to deal with him is entirely up to your mood." Li Chengming trembled with excitement, his teeth grinding audibly. "I shall not kill him, but raise him like a pet, taking a piece of flesh and a bone from him every day, savoring the game." At the mention of his delight, A lewd glint shone in Li Chengming's eyes. I intend to play with his women in front of him. Yi Wanxiu, Ning Yin, not a single one shall escape. And that damn Zhu family harlot, Mo Liu Su. The stewardess' expression suddenly shifted, admonishing, young master, be cautious with your words. Li Chengming spun around, his experiences of the day having pushed him to the brink of madness. What is there to fear? This place is as secure as Fort Knox. Who could possibly hear us? If it weren't for that Zhu family harlot, would I have suffered such a disgrace? I not only intend to have her, but also her sister-in-law, Xie Yutong. Now that's a true gem. Before the steward could respond, a strange cackling echoed through the compartment. Brother Chengming, you're so naughty. I like it. The black-clad steward turned pale. Li Chengming was momentarily stunned, then enraged to the point of combustion. Sumu, you bastard! How dare you eavesdrop on my words? Standing in the center of the encirclement, Su Mu wore a peculiar smile. Incorrect, Brother Chengming, it's not just me who heard. His tone grew smug. Old Mo, what do you think of my method? You heard that, didn't you? A cold, icy voice resonated within the compartment. Quite the spectacle. Isn't it? Haha, I must say, I had no idea the young master of the Li family was so concerned about his sister. The steward collapsed in shock. That voice belonged to Mo Zongheng. Had he overheard Li Chengming's words? Li Chengming suddenly realiza. He was not foolish. In fact, he was quite intelligent. If he were otherwise, he would not have become the heir of the Li family. Yet, ever since the previous afternoon, he had completely lost control. Jealousy, hatred, and humiliation had twisted his soul, altering his mindset. It was incomprehensible how disastrous it would be for him if this audio were presented to the Zhu family as patriarch. The Li family's only option would be to cast him aside like a pawn, perhaps even severing his head and delivering it to the Zhu family as an apology. The black-clad steward crashed heavily to the ground, gazing at Li Chengming, suddenly bursting into maniacal laughter. A conspiracy. It was all a conspiracy. That person named Su Mu could have broken into the compartment and killed him and Li Chengming from the start, yet he had refrained. He had somehow bypassed the compartment's encrypted communication network and accessed the intercom system. It was known that the Li family's communication network operated independently, and all communications were encrypted before being connected. The blood arrows soared like fireworks, piercing the heavens. Su Mu's frivolous laughter echoed once more. Old Mo. I've already made my move. You wouldn't still be unresponsive, would you? The two supreme guardians of the Li family suddenly shouted in fury, charging towards Su Mu. A strange glint flashed in Su Mu's eyes. In an instant, his aura surged, immense and overwhelming, carrying a terrifying pressure. As the two guardians leapt forward, they plummeted from the air, landing on the ground, mouths agape in horror, exclaiming, Heaven, spare us. In response, Su Mu brandished a dagger, as delicate as a cicada's wings. This tool felt remarkably adept in his hand. He pondered whether he should search their bodies later. Such a weapon would undoubtedly impress Long San, and perhaps he could sell one to Yi Xiao for a reasonable price. Just 50 million would do. Chapter 91. Killing without burying murder was something he loathed. I am a staunch advocate of peace, Su Mu remarked disdainfully, pinching his nose as he began to search their bodies. 200 guards, 20 shadow-level ninjas, and the Li family's elite. None escaped unscathed. Each received a fatal blow, departing from life without suffering, many faces adorned with serene smiles. This scene, coupled with the white light at dawn, painted a vivid image of a blood-soaked sunrise. Su Mu's haul was substantial. Indeed, each shadow ninja possessed a similar dagger, no longer than 15 centimeters and no wider than 2 fingers. As thin as a sheet of printed paper, it could sever hair and cut through gold. It was sharp enough that if kept carelessly in his pocket, one might inadvertently harm themselves. Together, the 20 daggers were easily grasped in one hand. After his plunder, Su Mu glanced back at the train carriage where Li Chengming was and hummed an unintelligible tune as he departed with purpose. Killing without burying. Let the mess be dealt with by others. What transpired next was of no concern to him. His priority was to sneak back to Danyang. Once the old man learned of the events, he could easily disavow any responsibility. The remaining matters were left to his brother-in-law to handle. Su Mu first sought a hotel for rest, awakening at 3 in the afternoon. After a hearty meal, he purchased a business-class ticket on the high-speed train back to Danyang. He had anticipated a journey of 3 to 5 days, but was surprised to find himself home by nightfall. He wondered about the situation with his brother-in-law. questioning if he was being taken lightly as a mere son-in-law. However, he could guess with certainty that the capital was about to experience a significant upheaval. Indeed, while he slumbered, news swept through the inner sea like a super typhoon. The 9 great families of the inner sea held immense power, with the Lee family ranked 5th. Landlord, the current patriarch of the Lee clan, found himself reeling as he learned that all 200 of his guards, 20 experts, and 2 supreme guardians had perished, each throat slashed cleanly. The revelation sent shockwaves through the inner sea. What had the Lee family done to provoke such ruthless retaliation? When Landlord received a frantic call from his terrified steward, he nearly fainted. This represented nearly half of the Lee family's strength. Moreover, the death of their 2 strongest guardians was a catastrophic blow, plunging the family into a life-or-death crisis. Upon learning from a steward that Lee Chengming's careless remarks had been overheard, he spewed a mouthful of blood in utter disbelief. Glaring at the trembling Lee Chengming, Landlord's gaze turned venomous. "What have you done? What have you brought upon us?" Lee Chengming, realizing the gravity of his situation, divulged everything that had transpired in Dongyang. Upon hearing it all, Landlord collapsed in shock. The Lee family had merely collaborated with the Zhu family. A marriage alliance was unfathomable. This rumor had stemmed from the Lee family's desperate attempts to elevate their status, perhaps even coercing the Zhu family into an alliance. Yet, Lee Chengming had taken it seriously. Landlord had mistakenly believed that his beloved grandson was being bullied by someone named Su Mu, who disregarded the Lee family. Now, he understood the situation was far more complex. The subsequent events drove Landlord to madness. All of the Lee family's strongholds in the capital came under attack by unknown forces, resulting in losses that could only be described as catastrophic. Who is responsible? Is it the Mo family or another foe? If they seek war with the Lee family, I will drag them down with me. In his study, Landlord shattered numerous invaluable antiques, leaving shards of porcelain strewn across the floor. At the moment Su Mu boarded the train, the Lee family's positions in the capital were completely overrun, resulting in countless casualties. As the news spread, gasps filled the air, and numerous predatory gazes revealed their sharp fangs. Those who hesitated to act soon found themselves at a disadvantage. Even the Lee family's allies, outwardly united in their outrage, quietly reveled in the chaos. The capital was but a small cake, and every bite taken by one meant less for another. Yet the turmoil did not end there. Mo Zongheng unleashed another bombshell, a recorded conversation between Lee Chengming and the family steward. This revelation left the inner sea families aghast, each one wishing to punish Lee Chengming severely. The wrath of the people was palpable. The Zhu family was the first to respond, and their patriarch's message was succinct: inform Landlord to select another heir. This pronouncement effectively sentenced Lee Chengming to death, while the Lee family's plight faded from public concern. As if it never occurred, Landlord descended into madness. The moment the Zhu family patriarch spoke, his sanity unraveled. Disposing of one heir would not destabilize the Lee family's foundation, but it rendered everything they had endured a consequence of their own making. Everyone whispered behind their hands. They had it coming. Though the Lee family's remaining strength was diminished, they lacked the capability to extend their influence beyond the ancestral home. Meanwhile, a more terrifying truth loomed. Lee family's guards had been trained by the Fusang ninjas. The guards slain in Dongyang were from the Neon Empire. This betrayal cut deeply, revealing that half of the Lee family's elite were, in fact, enemies. Was the Lee family to relive the humiliation of a century ago, nearly facing annihilation? This revelation was devastating. The Lee family's only hope now was to escape with their lives, which would be a stroke of good fortune. When the Mo family proposed a council of elders from the inner sea, Landlord's face turned pale as paper. His study was already devoid of anything left to destroy. This was an outright declaration of war against the Lee family. As he watched the rise and fall of his family, he thought, is this the ultimate fate of the Lee family? I refuse to accept this. Whoever seeks to obliterate the Lee family must prepare for mutual destruction. If you push me to the edge, do not blame me. Landlord growled through clenched teeth, his voice echoing through the halls, instilling fear in the hearts of the entire Lee family. The atmosphere was grim. Since the mask was ripped away, he was prepared to confront the truth. However, Sumo, clenching a pair of decades-old lion's head walnuts, he exerted immense pressure, shattering the precious stones. I will reduce you and all who associate with you to ashes. Chapter 92. I agree to marry my sister off to you Donyang High-Speed Railway Station, 10:30 p.m. As Su Mu exited the station, preparing to hail a taxi, a young man positioned himself directly in front of him. Su Mu's expression transformed into one of exaggerated surprise. Ah, Chenggu, what a serendipitous reunion. Are you going out? Chenggu, the bartender from Class 3, regarded Su Mu with a nonchalant demeanor and replied, Kid, come with me. After a moment's hesitation, Su Mu smiled and nodded, following Chenggu into a rather ordinary black sedan. Chenggu remained silent throughout their half-hour journey, which concluded at the entrance of a bustling bar frequented for its affordable prices and quality drinks, necessitating reservations almost every night. Chenggu led Su Mu to a concealed door at the back of the bar, presumably the office. There, a middle-aged man of unremarkable appearance stood guard, provoking a sense of unease in Su Mu. A formidable adversary indeed, whose prowess certainly rivaled that of the two elite guardians of the Li family. With a friendly nod, Sumul proceeded inside. A young man sat on the sofa, engrossed in brewing tea. Without looking up, he remarked, You're in for a treat. This tea comes from the 6 millennial mother trees of the southeast, harvested in quantities of merely 30 to 50 kilograms a year. The old man specifically asked me to bring it to you. I can only partake in its glory due to your fortune. Sumul approached, seated himself, and lifted the egg-sized teacup to his lips, taking a sip. Grimacing slightly, he declared, It's merely average. I'll introduce you to some truly fine tea in the future. A glimmer of intrigue flickered in Mo Zongheng's eyes as he smiled faintly and said, Aren't you curious why I'm here in Donyang instead of the capital? Sumul, maintaining his casual demeanor, poured himself another cup from the tea set, responding, Not at all. What is happening in the capital? Do share. I'm eager for some gossip. Mo Zongheng glanced at the door, prompting Uncle Yuan to step outside and close it behind him. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I'm Mo Zongheng, Liu Su's elder brother. Feeling somewhat apprehensive, Su Mu reflected on the stark disparity between them. Despite both being heirs of prestigious families, Mo Zongheng effortlessly overshadowed Li Chengming. Observing the way Mo Zongheng introduced himself, Su Mu felt the weight of his own inadequacies. Kid, don't get too cocky. I'm well aware of your entanglement with my sister. Be mindful of your standing. Su Mu bashfully set down the teacup and chuckled. You've probably uncovered most of my secrets by now. No need for such formality. In truth, while Mo Zongheng might not fully comprehend Su Mu's background, Su Mu was acutely aware of Mo Zongheng's reputation. Among the elite youths of the capital, Mo Zongheng was one of the few Su Mu found admirable. Although Mo Zongheng was aware of Su Mu's identity as a dragon tamer, he remained oblivious to Su Mu's other title, Dragon Leader. The state had invested billions over a decade to develop the top-secret Dragon Tamer project, selecting only 9 individuals from a million-strong military. Sumul, the youngest and lowest-ranked among them, bore the code name Chiwen. Only 3 people in the capital knew of his true identity. The Dragon Tamers operated covertly, engaging solely in missions beyond national borders. Mo Zongheng wasted no time and tossed a file folder to Su Mu. Open it and take a look. As Su Mu opened the folder, a smirk crept onto his face, though he feigned astonishment. This is... Mo Zongheng regarded him with a knowing smile, saying, Stop pretending. I'm well aware of the financial movements of the 4 major families in Donyang. If you have faith in that young man from the Chu family, I can secure him a position within the construction committee. The initial phase, valued at trillions, is merely the beginning. I'll allocate a portion from my resources to you, but beyond that, I cannot balance the scales. Su Mu dropped the pretense and raised 3 fingers. That's the minimum, any less. And I want to involve myself in your dealings. Mo Zongheng snorted lightly, replying, Even a lion must be reasonable in its demands. Do you think everyone else is a fool? I can only offer you 1.5. Su Mu shook his head. 2.5. Yuan Ti regretted. Mo Zongheng furrowed his brow, taking a measured sip of tea as he contemplated. After a pause, he set down the cup, speaking with firm resolve, 2 points. That is my bottom line. Any more, and I cannot balance the various powers involved. This position is not easily held. 2 points is already a concession. Taking from the Li family share, I will have to negotiate with others upon my return. Su Mu's plan entailed 200 billion, with 100 billion allocated to Chu Nan and his associates. Fine, 2 points it is. Mo Zongheng suggested, consolidate those 2 points, don't split them. Form a company, though you need not appear publicly. bid under the company's name to avoid scrutiny. Sumu chuckled, pouring himself another cup of tea. After taking a sip, he wiped his mouth and said, "Old M.O., do you trust me that much?" M.O. Zongheng paused, a hint of amusement in his eyes. "I find you a commendable partner. At the very least, your martial prowess warrants my alliance. As for other matters, if you are not so unworthy, I might consider uniting my sister with you." Sumu shifted uncomfortably, recognizing the implications. "Am I truly that unworthy? Old M.O., I must critique you. How can one use matters of the heart as leverage? You tarnish the purity of my bond with Liu Su. Our friendship. We shall discuss this later." M.O. Zongheng's expression grew serious, his gaze piercing as he warned slowly, "Treat Liu Su well. Do not bully her or cause her sorrow. If I discover you have wronged her, I will not hesitate to turn against you. Even if I cannot eliminate you, I will unite the families of the capital to ensure your ruin. You should believe in my capability." Sumu felt a surge of panic wash over him. How could he be so tightly bound to her? Their relationship was merely flirtatious. Why must he be shackled to her? Sumu felt a deep sense of frustration. It was just a kiss. He knew M.O. Liusu harbored feelings for him, and he reciprocated, but he also had affections for Ning Yin and Yuan Xiu. Indeed, Sumu was quite the cad. Yet, affection and coercion were two different matters, and threats were altogether another realm. Could Sumu accept M.O. Zongheng's intimidation? The answer was, he had no choice but to comply. To the capital. He was an unpredictable variable, a potential disruptor, and the Li family served as a cautionary example. An unpredictable element threatening a family could not be allowed to roam freely. Thus, Sumu needed to find a strong ally. Otherwise, he would be waiting for his demise. Chapter 93. The next course of action around midnight. Sumu stealthily exited the bar, mindful of his surroundings. Most patrons were students, and given his recent rise to fame, he could hardly attract attention. If fans sought autographs or photos, how would he respond? A fervent female admirer wanting to hug and carry him could spell trouble. Refusing might incite jealousy, while acquiescing would only provide fodder for his brother-in-law's amusement. Alas, Sumu's concerns proved unfounded. Outside, the streets were dimly lit, filled with inebriated revelers. Who would notice him? After taking a few steps, he suddenly realized, "Brother-in-law, with such a lackadaisical attitude, how can I continue to treat your sister well? You can't even spare a car for me. It'll cost me at least 100 to take a taxi home. Forget it, encountering this stingy brother-in-law. I'll just endure it and let it pass." Sumu hailed a taxi and sat down decisively. "Driver, take me to the Guanyue villa." The driver, initially excited about the lucrative fare, hesitated upon glancing at Sumu's modest appearance. "Young man, that's the most upscale villa area in Dongyang. I can't go in there." Sumu waved his hand confidently. "Don't worry. With me here, no one dares to stop you." The driver remained skeptical, but chose to proceed. After all, it was late at night, and this young man, dressed more cheaply than himself, might just be a thief. "Never mind. I'll decide once we get there." During the ride, the driver kept a watchful eye on Sumu. Upon arrival, the security guard indeed halted them. Sumu merely lowered the window, and upon seeing his face, the guard was startled, immediately standing at attention and saluting, "Young Master Su, please enter." The driver was left dumbfounded. This young man actually resides here? Judging by the guard's attitude, he must be a super-rich heir. This trip was worthwhile. These wealthy heirs love to flaunt their wealth. And even if the fare was minimal, a generous tip could easily reach 1,000. What a profitable venture. Upon reaching the entrance of Villa Number 1, Sumu cheerfully inquired, "How much, driver?" The driver, suppressing his trembling heart, replied, "Sir, you can pay whatever you wish." Without hesitation, Sumu pulled out a 5 yuan note and placed it down, then opened the door to exit. The driver felt like crying. How could someone be so stingy? No wonder this fellow dressed so cheaply yet lived in such luxury. It was all about saving money. Sir, the fare is 120. At that moment, the villa's gate swung open, and Yi Wanxiu rushed out barefoot, throwing herself into Sumu's arms, weeping uncontrollably. Sumu. Professor Ning stood at the door, tears glistening in her eyes. Sumu gently embraced Yi Wanxiu's soft form, grinning, "See, I'm back now. Stop crying, or you won't look pretty anymore." Yi Wanxiu playfully punched him, wiping her tears while pouting, "I will cry." In that moment, any semblance of her usual domineering demeanor vanished as she nestled against Sumu, looking vulnerable. "Do you know how worried I was about you? I was scared when you weren't here. Su Mu felt a surge of pride, grinning as he cradled her face and planted a firm kiss on her lips. Professor Ning, standing at the door, blushed and quickly averted her gaze. Su Mu released Yi Wanxiu and opened his arms to Ning. Sister Ning, come on. Let us share a hug of friendship, a pure kiss. Professor Ning instinctively recoiled, muttering a lowly curse under her breath. Watching Su Mu embrace the lovely girl, the driver could no longer stay silent. Sir, the fair Su Mu, with a smile, retrieved 200 yuan notes and handed them over. You mustn't casually suspect others of being thieves, understand? The driver was left astonished, staring at Su Mu, utterly speechless. How did he know my thoughts? Can he read minds? Yi Wanxiu, catching on to something, chuckled and shot him a glance. You're just a thief. Su Mu licked heartily, scooping her up in a princess carry, as the villa area echoed with his playful singing. That girl told me I was a thief, stealing her memories and stuffing them into my... A booming voice interrupted. Kid, why are you yelling in the middle of the night? Su Mu hastidi kariyed ye danji inside. Professor Ning, looking concerned, asked, have you eaten after a long day? I could prepare something for you. Su Mu was taken aback. This is what we call tit for tat. Reluctantly setting down Yi Wanxiu, he winked at Professor Ning and smiled. Sister Ning, don't worry about it. Let me shower first, then I'll join you for a meal. Professor Ning paused, suddenly realizing something, her face turning crimson. That had been an innocent slip, but Su Mu's words twisted it into something mischievous. Indeed, last time, this rogue had teased her in the same manner. In front of Yi Wanxiu, Ning could only grit her teeth and say, I think I'll go to bed. You two chat. With that, she turned, swaying her hips as she stomped upstairs. Her footsteps heavy. Su Mu felt a secret satisfaction while Yi Wanxiu, confused, remarked, Sister Ning's cooking is really good, much better than mine, especially her fried eggs. Don't you want to try? Professor Ning, mid-step, was provoked by this comment, causing her to stumble on the stairs. Ah! She exclaimed, falling onto the staircase. Su Mu rushed over, and Professor Ning almost burst into tears. He grasped her soft hand, pulling her up, and discreetly tickled her palm. Why are you so careless? Professor Ning's face flushed with embarrassment, pinching his hand hard before pushing him away, her head down as she ascended the stairs. This scoundrel, so shameless. He dared to tease me in front of Wanxiu. Ningyan, what is wrong with you? How can you secretly rejoice in such an embarrassing situation? Yi Wanxiu, standing below, caught sight of the scene, her affectionate feelings evaporating instantly. Anger surged within her, her nails itching to dig into something. This scoundrel never changes. If it weren't for his return tonight, I would have made him experience the taste of my wrath. Su Mu sensed the chilling gaze from Yi Wanxiu and immediately understood he had exposed himself. Ignoring her murderous glare, he walked over with a serious expression, taking her hand. Come, sit down. I have something important to discuss with you. It concerns our future. Yi Wanxiu, displeased, coldly remarked, is chasing after women your most important matter? Su Mu's expression darkened as he gave her backside a firm slap. Nonsense, sit down immediately. Before she could retaliate, he swept her up again, placing her on the sofa beside him, speaking quickly, Mo Zongheng has arrived in Danyang. Yi Wanxiu froze. Mo Zongheng is. Her expression shifted dramatically as she locked eyes with Su Mu. What is his purpose? Is it related to you? Su Mu grinned. It concerns both you and me. He explained the plan to establish a national-level economic zone in Danyang in collaboration with Mo Zongheng. Yi Wanxiu was taken aback, and after a moment, she tentatively asked, Can I participate? Lan Amlin slowly retracted her gaze, her fists clenched, her knuckles turning white. Fetch Wushi Tian and Jixiong Beichuan. Yes. The butler quietly withdrew. A few minutes later, two men, one tall and one short, entered the compartment. Wushi Tian was not tall and unremarkable in appearance, while Jixiong Beichuan was tall and slender with sunken eyes. He looked at Lan Amlin, bowed, and said in a stiff Chinese, Honorable sir, what do you need us to do for you? Lan Amlin's gaze swept over the two, and she said coldly, Beichuan, you have been by my side for more than a year, haven't you? Beichuan Jixiong bowed deeply again and said respectfully, Yes, sir. Lan Amlin slowly rose and stood by the window, her eyes filled with both reluctance and venom as she looked at the capital. There is something I need you to do. Beichuan Jixiong and Wushi Tian bowed deeply once more. A few minutes later, the two men exited the compartment, and the black-clad butler quietly entered. Master, they are no match for that person. What you are doing? Lan Amlin's lips curled into a dark, sinister smile, and she raised her hand to signal the butler to stop. How are the arrangements in Danyang? The black-clad butler bowed and replied, everything is in place, as you required. Master. Good. A touch of madness crept into Lan Amlin's eyes, and she said through gritted teeth, how can I just leave like this? Before I go, I must give the Mo family a grand gift. Lan Amlin's smile grew more and more sinister. My family's generations of hard work, trillions of dollars, all gone. I have to leave the capital like a stray dog. What good is it to kill that beast Sumu? At the very least, I must drag the Mo family down with me. Lan Amlin's cheeks trembled uncontrollably. The people he hated most, besides Sumu, were the Mo and Zhu families. Sumu must die, and Mo Zongheng must die. As for the Zhu family, didn't you say my grandson is unworthy of your precious princess? Then I will make your most cherished pearl a plaything for my grandson, and I will make her endure the most humiliating exposure in front of everyone. At this point, Sumu didn't care if anyone was after him. If he knew, he would simply say, many people are after me, and your Li family is nothing. A stray dog has no right to speak. The Yi family holding group was now thoroughly on the rise. Yi Wanqiu now walked with a spring in her step. Not to mention the reorganization of the Yi family holding group. Just the economic zone Su Mu mentioned was enough to keep her up at night. The four great families quickly raised the funds. With Chunnan, the five families collectively raised 1 trillion, not a penny less. President Yi didn't have much money, but she had extorted 50 billion from Chunnan not long ago, and with 20 billion in working capital and a loan of 30 billion, she managed to raise a total of 100 billion. In Su Mu's hands, he now held a staggering 1 trillion and 100 billion. Of course, President Yi didn't know that Su Mu's Swiss bank account held an astronomical sum of cash, but he had no intention of using it. In private, he arranged a meeting with Chunnan, Zhao Muting, and the others in President Ye's office. As for other matters, he left them to handle. The arrival of the four great young masters further elevated the reputation of the Yi family holding group. President Yi now felt like a mouse that had fallen into a rice jar. When she first met Su Mu, she detested the rascal. But now she worried that he would be chasing after other women. A treasure of a man, if not held tightly, would only bring tears. Who else could bring such resources and opportunities? From the time she met Su Mu, President Ye's feelings had evolved. It was like a college-educated village official assigned to a poor village for poverty alleviation. If no achievements were made, they would be stuck there forever. The disappointment was palpable. But upon arrival, the college graduate discovered that this was not a poor village, but a super-rich village. To leave now? Dream on. I'll settle here for life. And while I'm at it, I'll marry the village beauty, Xiaofang. Not only is she beautiful, but her family is also wealthy, and they give generously, making it impossible to refuse. President Yi handled her own affairs, and Chun Nin managed his. Assistant Su, as usual, would check on the clinic's renovation progress, and when idle, he would sit by the roadside, admiring the passing beauties. Although Mo Liusu sent messages daily, she had no time to meet him, as her brother had arrived. As for Zhu Ruerue, after running away in tears, there was no further news. Instead, Xie Yutong called Su Mu, somewhat indignant on her sister's behalf, and also informed him of some matters in the capital, giving him a task. Ruerue has a bad temper, and you are older, so be more patient. Find time to visit her and learn to console her. Girls need to be coddled. Sumu thought, my sister learn? If I learn any more, your little sister will really be pregnant before marriage and return to you with a big belly. Xie Yutong also mentioned another matter over the phone. Her Qingcheng Entertainment Group was preparing to launch a talent show in collaboration with the 3 major video websites in the country. She was the executive producer, and the chief director was one of the 3 renowned film directors. Qingcheng Entertainment was fully responsible for the planning and production, aiming to create a super hit that would surpass all talent shows with no budget constraints. Brother, you sing so well, and I heard you play the piano even better. Even the Mo family's little girl is a fan. With your recent notoriety, you must help me. The Danyang region needs you to boost its ratings. Sumu nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Sister, do you think I'm bored? Sister, isn't it a bit too young for me to be a judge? Xie Yutong laughed and scolded on the other end of the phone. What are you thinking? Just sign up and participate. I guarantee you first place in the region. The phone slipped from Su Mu's hand. He felt like crying. Chapter 95. Please settle the bill. Danyang University, the girls' dormitory. Zhu Ruerue had not left her dorm for several days. When she returned in tears, she scared Chen Xiener. She felt wronged. After Chen Xian'er learned what had happened, she was indignant. How could he treat you like that? It's outrageous. For the past few days, she hadn't left the dorm, and Chen Xian'er had been bringing her food from the cafeteria. In the afternoon, after class, Chen Xian'er returned to the dorm and couldn't help but say, "Miss, that's enough. Are you really going to drown in your sorrow? Look at yourself. How many days have you gone without washing your face?" Zhu Ruerue, with her messy hair, looked nothing like the campus beauty. She said pitifully, "What face do I have left? Xian'er, you don't know how much I'm suffering. Just thinking about Mo Liusu, that little vixen, and how she must be laughing at me. I hate that bastard, Su Mu. You're a bastard. Chen Xian'er, exasperatet, askit. Do you really like that scoundrel?" Zhu Ruerue nodded fiercely, then quickly shook her head. "All I have left is hate. If I liked him, I would be a dog." Chen Xian'er, with her hand on her forehead, was speechless. "I guarantee that if he called you now, you'd be barking in front of me in a minute. Uft. Am I that unprincipled?" Before she finished, the phone rang, and Chen Xian'er almost burst out laughing. The ringtone was one they had specially set for Su Mu. With the abundance of voice-changing software online, it was easy to perfectly mimic Su Mu's voice. "Your Highness, your humble servant, Xiao Su, greets you." If Su Mu heard this ringtone, he would definitely beat up Zhu Ruerue. It was too humiliating. Upon hearing the ringtone, Zhu Ruerue, like a chicken on steroids, jumped out of bed, not caring that she was only wearing a small tank top with nothing underneath. The ethereal figure of Shui and eye shimmered like milk-soaked jade, radiating an exquisite luster. Chen Xian'er rolled her eyes in exasperation. As one of the 9 prominent families of the Inner Sea, she was somewhat aware of the recent events surrounding the Li family's mysterious downfall, which felt almost surreal. Could it merely be the result of Li Chengming's public threat against that despicable man? Her heart stirred, and she quietly leaned closer to Zhu Ruerue, pressing her ear to listen. On the other end of the line was a voice laced with playful mischief. "Little girl, are you still angry with me? I was in the wrong that day. Allow me to apologize." Knowing Zhu Ruerue as she did, Chen Xian'er expected her to unleash a torrent of scorn. Yet to her surprise, Zhu Ruerue began to sob into the phone. Astonished, she shot her a disbelieving glance and promptly pinched her. This girl was truly an actress. With a smile plastered on her face, Zhu Ruerue wept heartbreakingly. Such a dissonant image. "Su Mu, that day I never want to see you again. You've hurt my heart. Remember this. I will become a cold-hearted woman, all because of you." Her voice was laden with sorrow, enough to move anyone to tears, leaving Su Mu questioning whether he had indeed committed some unforgivable offense. "Hey, Zhu Ruerue, look, I'm apologizing, aren't I? With utmost sincerity, I am here, ready to make amends. Just tell me how I can earn your forgiveness, and I will not bargain." Zhu Ruerue stifled her sobs and weakly replied, "Forget it. I've received your apology. Let us not see each other again. Just let me forget you." A sudden wave of anxiety washed over Su Mu. Here we go again. Just like last time, every word that came from her mouth seemed insincere, and he couldn't fall for it. "Ruerue, since you've accepted my apology and said we one team meet again, let us mutually delete each other as contacts. The world is vast. Let us wish each other well." Zhu Ruerue was taken aback. This wasn't how the script was supposed to unfold. "Wait a minute," she exclaimed. Su Mu chuckled on the other end. "What else do you wish to say?" Zhu Rue's frustration was palpable as she nearly ground her teeth. "Some people may not remember, but you promised to take me out for a meal and never did. If you still consider yourself a man, you'll repay me what you owe." Su Mu couldn't help but laugh. The last time, he had indeed promised her dinner. But Professor Ning and Mo Liusu had interrupted, allowing him to slip away discreetly. "By the way, that lottery ticket was still at home. You should check if you won." "All right, tell me what you want. I'm not boasting. There's nothing I can't do if you ask." Chen Xian'er finally burst into laughter, but quickly covered her mouth, shooting a pleading look at Zhu Ruerue. Su Mu's laughter echoed through the phone. "You laugh, little girl. Finally, I made you smile. Hee hee hee. Doesn't that mean you should forgive me?" Zhu Ruerue patted her heart and glared at her friend, saying, "It's simple to forgive you. Fulfill your promise, or I will never see you again. Tomorrow, I will go home and tell my grandfather that you broke my heart." Sumu intergested, completing her sentence. He had come to understand her capriciousness well. To put it bluntly, she was a stubborn one. You couldn't simply appease her. Sometimes, you had to provoke her a little. "Oh no, you're mistaken. I'll tell my grandfather that I'm pregnant." Su Mu was furious. "Are you threatening me?" Zhu Ruerue, full of pride, replied, "Are you going to accept this threat?" Sumo Saud, accept. Just tell me what you want. With a triumphant smile, Zhu Ruerue declared, "In 1 hour, I want to see 999 roses at the dormitory entrance. Not one less, and you must shout 3 times that you were wrong." Sumo laughed heartily. "Little girl, wake up. It's not even dark yet. How can you start dreaming?" Zhu Ruerue gently insisted, "That's my requirement. If you don't agree, I'll go home. If you do, I'll forgive you. By the way, my sister-in-law should have called you by now." "Did she tell you?" "My grandfather is furious that his precious granddaughter has been wronged." Sumu quickly replied, "You silly girl. Why trouble your grandfather for such a trivial matter? It's just roses. Just wait." Zhu Ruerue added, "And you have to shout 3 times that you were wrong." Sumu confidently proclaimed, "No problem." After hanging up, Zhu Ruerue felt rejuvenated, jumping out of bed. Chen Sienna looked on in surprise, asking, "What are you doing?" "Bathing and putting on makeup." An hour later, the adorned Zhu family princess received a call and descended the stairs, beaming with delight. At the dormitory entrance, roses blanketed the ground, and 10 delivery boys stood in a row, holding megaphones. From a megaphone came Su Mu's voice. "Zhu Ruerue, I was wrong." He shouted 3 times. Zhu Ruerue was dumbfounded. While she stood in a daze, a delivery boy approached her. "You're Zhu Ruerue, right? Please settle the payment." Chapter 96. You should compare yourself with Professor Ning. Zhu Ruerue felt like dying. "Damn it. Su Mu, don't you dare show up in front of me, or else." The delivery boys didn't care whether she was the campus belle. To them, it was simply about settling the bill. What did beauty have to do with them? Chun Siener, hiding behind, nearly died from laughter. 19,999 roses had attracted countless onlookers. Initially, they thought someone was confessing love. But upon seeing the regal Zhu Ruerue, their excitement soared. Who was bold enough to confess to her? When they heard Su Mu's voice through the megaphone, a wave of curses erupted among the crowd. "Escondreso? Does he have no shame? I heard he took the campus belle from MO University out for skewers just days ago, and now he is here apologizing to the queen." Zhu Ruerue had meticulously prepared herself today, wearing light makeup and a long dress, even foregoing her favorite lollipop. She hadn't anticipated such a stunt from Su Mu. The crowd witnessed a curious scene. Several delivery boys surrounded the queen, who stood there with a dark expression as the atmosphere thickened with tension. Just as Zhu Ruerue seemed on the verge of exploding, she spotted someone. A man with shifty eyes and a smug grin, holding a rose, approached her. All her anger dissipated in an instant. The onlookers were left in shock. What was happening? Why was the queen suddenly blushing? Following her gaze, the crowd's expressions shifted, and they began to curse again. "Escondresu. It's him. Look at that lecherous grin. I feel like retching." Many in the crowd felt a surge of rage, nearly rushing to beat him up. As the crowd wrestled with the urge to act, Zhu Ruerue lowered her head, nervously clutching her dress, and walked toward Su Mu. Just as the delivery boys were about to follow, Chun Siener stepped forward, displeased. "Can you all use your heads? What is all this commotion? How much is it? I'll pay." Upon encountering yet another ravishing beauty, the leader of the group, somewhat abashed, said, "Classmate, we are merely earning a meager living. For the errand and the effort, 100 per person would suffice. The loudspeaker costs 250, which totals to 3,005. The store asked us to return the items, and with the packaging, each flower is 10, making the total 100,000. Would you prefer to scan the code or transfer the funds?" Chun Siener, who had extended her phone, discreetly retracted it and said nonchalantly, "I think I will wait for a moment." Zhu Ruerue's demeanor was exceedingly humble. She understood that the previous conflict was entirely her fault. If she had not provoked Li Qingming, none of this would have transpired. When Su Mu had insulted her, she felt humiliated and was naturally infuriated. Upon returning to her dormitory and learning of the subsequent events, she realized the gravity of the situation. However, it was the Li family's own doing. If not for their audacious attempt to extort, none of this would have happened. As she approached Su Mu, Zhu Ruerue grew increasingly uneasy, her palms even breaking into a cold sweat. Standing half a meter away from Su Mu, she lowered her head, her expression one of contrition, and said softly, "I'm sorry. I know I was wrong. Can you forgive me?" Amused and exasperated, Su Mu extended his hand and said, "I will pay for this flower. You settle the rest, and I will forgive you." Zhu Ruerue's head shot up, her eyes gleaming, and she flung herself into Su Mu's embrace. The onlookers, mostly young men, suddenly heard the sound of shattering glass. My heart is broken, they thought. Su Mu, unable to resist the warmth and softness of the body in his arms, gently patted her back and whispered, "There are so many people here. Mind the impression, I am, after all, an internet celebrity." The young princess of the Zhu family giggled and quickly snatched the flower from his hand. She then turned and, like a joyful butterfly, approached the group of delivery men. "How much? What? So little?" She paid 11,000 on the condition that the delivery men take all the roses and clean up the area. Chen Xian'er's eyes nearly rolled to the back of her head. It's over. This woman is beyond saving. She was heartbroken for 3 days, only to be swayed by a single rose, and the money was even hers. How can there be such a shameless man in this world? And a man who is two-timing, no less. What's so great about him? Seeing Zhu Ruirui's eyes, curved like crescent moons, Chen Xian'er felt a mix of anger and disappointment. The surrounding students, especially the young men, were in a state of shock. They clutched their chests, leaned against the walls, and looked utterly heartbroken. This is a heavy blow. I can't even bear to love anymore. You, scoundrel, let go of our goddess. You'd better not be alone, or else. Zhu Hui once again clung to Su Mu's arm, saying, "Su Mu, you have no idea. I was so heartbroken these past few days. I couldn't sleep or eat, and I've lost weight. Feel it." Feeling the soft, curvaceous warmth on his arm, Su Mu's body stiffened. He irritably patted her head, saying, "Speak properly, as if you have anything to show." Zhu Rui, indignant, immediately pouted and stared at Su Mu's profile, her eyes filled with adoration. "How can I not? Dancers can't be too big, and I'm already quite ample, okay?" If the onlookers had heard their conversation, they might have been tempted to beat Su Mu up. Su Mu chuckled and said, "You should compare with Professor Ning." This was too much for Zhu Ruirui. She stopped, let go of Su Mu's arm, put her hands on her hips, and glared at him. "You are too much." Su Mu laughed and quickened his pace toward the back door of the dormitory. "Let's leave this place of trouble," he thought. Seeing him about to run, Zhu Rui, forgetting her anger, hurriedly chased after him. They sneaked to the door, and Zhu Rui, seizing the opportunity, clung to Su Mu's arm, determined not to let go. At that moment, 2 young girls were about to enter while they were about to leave. "Oh, Ruirui, you sneaking around. Wait, isn't that? A tall, slender girl, staring at Su Mu, seemed to have a brain freeze. The other girl, holding a cup of milk tea, burst out laughing. "Isn't that the infamous song god Su?" The tall girl nodded vigorously. Yes, so. She then seemed to be in shock. "You two are really together?" Zhu Rui's face turned crimson, and she stomped her foot, angrily saying, "Xiang Shanshan, Mu Ling, can't you pretend you don't know me?" Xiang Shanshan and Mu Ling, in unison, exclaimed, "No."